Bringing the Farm to Live in Another World Chapter 2414 to Chapter 2465. The laser weapons developed by the space were divided into two types. One was the large laser weapons. These large laser weapons were the laser cannons installed on the Hell King's ship. These laser cannons were very large and were made up of tens of thousands of formations. The power of these laser cannons was huge. Every time they were fired, even a Vidra realm cultivator would find it difficult to block them. There was also a small laser weapon. These small machine weapons were also divided into two types. One was a laser gun used for long-range combat, while the other was a laser saber used for close combat. The style of the laser gun looked like an ordinary handgun, but what it fired was a laser beam. After this laser beam was fired, it did not disperse. Instead, it was shot in segments, like an elongated bullet. A beam saber, on the other hand, was different. A beam saber only had a cylindrical hilt. When it was used, as long as a button was pressed, a beam saber would appear from the cylindrical hilt. This beam saber was more than a meter long. Of course, if necessary, it could be lengthened. Moreover, the laser saber's cutting ability was very powerful. Ordinary artifacts would be cut in half on the spot. It was very powerful. At this time, the space was producing these two types of laser weapons. These two types of laser weapons could now be mass-produced and equipped to the various races of the space. However, Zhao Hai wasn't prepared to use these laser weapons right now. He was good with his own weapons, so he didn't need to replace them. At this time, Zhao Hai was standing on the Hell King's ship, looking at the matchbox-sized city in the distance. He was calculating the time. He knew that Tiger's Might and the others would be back soon. The Hell King's ship stayed on top of the hill for 3 days. During these 3 days, Zhao Hai noticed that some cultivators would stare at the Hell King's ship from time to time. He couldn't tell who these cultivators were from the life and death arena, but after using liquid silver to monitor them, Zhao Hai discovered that these cultivators were from the life and death arena. Upon discovering that these people were from the life and death arena, Zhao Hai understood why they came. He didn't care about it, but he didn't come in contact with these people. He just stayed inside the Hell King's ship with Ying La and the others. Because the Hell King's ship was powered by the Yin-Yang lightning pool, it wasn't lacking in energy. In the past, it was just that Zhao Hai didn't know how to maximize this energy. Now that he had this laser weapon, although he couldn't use all of the ship's energy, it was still a lot more powerful than before. At the same time, the Hell King's ship's tower was also transformed by Zhao Hai's people. Each floor had its own independent space. In each independent space, there were 100 spirit fruits. These 100 spirit fruits would slowly grow into small planets. On these small planets, one could grow herbs and cultivate. Zhao Hai even made some minerals on these small planets, making them habitable. After that, he would move the experts of the various races to these small planets. He would have them live on these small planets. When necessary, they would come out of the small planets and become part of Zhao Hai's forces. 3 days later, Zhao Hai discovered that Tiger's Might, Xiao Yafeng, and Hu Mengyin had returned to Martha City. When Zhao Hai learned that they had returned, he immediately took the Hell King's ship and returned. This time, the Hell King's ship stopped above Martha City. The people in the city didn't panic like last time. They just looked at the Hell King's ship curiously. Zhao Hai led the cultivators down from the Hell King's ship and landed in front of the hotel that he was staying in. Tiger's Might and the others had just returned, so they didn't know that Zhao Hai was taken away by the Hell King's ship. Therefore, when they saw the Hell King's ship above Martha City, they ran out to see what was going on. When they saw Zhao Hai coming down from the ship, they couldn't help but be stunned. When Zhao Hai saw the three, he smiled faintly and said, "Second brother, third brother, fourth brother, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for several days. Come with me." Tiger's Might and the others stared at Zhao Hai. Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what's going on?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Come with me, it's a good thing." Although Tiger's Might and the others didn't know what was going on, they believed that Zhao Hai wouldn't lie to them. Therefore, they nodded and flew towards the Hell King's ship along with Zhao Hai. Before long, the group arrived at the Hell King's ship. Laura and the others were already waiting for them. When Zhao Hai led the group to the ship, Laura and the others immediately greeted them. Tiger's Mite and the others looked at Laura and the others in confusion. Laura and the others weren't wearing veils at this time. Seeing so many beauties greet them, Tiger's Mite and Xiaoyafeng couldn't help but be confused. Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Mite and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "Second brother, third brother, fourth sister, let me introduce you. This is my wife, Laura. This is my sworn brother, Tiger's Mite, third brother, Xiaoyafeng, and fourth sister, Hu Mengyin." Laura and the others gave a salute to Tiger's Mite. White Tiger's Mite and the others quickly returned the salute. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Let's go back to the mountain. We don't want to disturb the people in the city." Laura nodded and then turned around to leave. Then the Hell King's ship turned around and flew towards the mountain. Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Mite and the others and said, "All right, let's go. We'll talk about it in the living room." Bai Hui and the others nodded. They also wanted to know what Zhao Hai wanted to tell them. How did he get such a large artifact? Also, how did he get Laura and the others as his wives? In the end, what was going on? The group entered the Hell King's ship's cabin. There was a large living room inside. After the group sat down, Laura and the others immediately went to prepare tea. Although Zhao Hai had robots, his diet was always taken care of by Meg. Today was no exception. After Laura and the others brought tea, they also found a place to sit down. Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Mite and the others and smiled faintly. Laura and the others were originally from a great family. When they saw me fighting on the Life and Death Star, they came to find me. They are now your sisters-in-law. Although Zhao Hai's words were simple, Tiger's Mite and the others understood what was going on. However, they still couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in disbelief. They had never heard of such a thing before, but it happened in front of them today. This was too unreal. Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Mite and the others, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about your situation. How are things going?" Tiger's Mite and the others also knew that they wouldn't be able to get anything out of them. So Tiger's Mite immediately replied, "Brother, this time we contacted more than 300 people. All of them are teleportation realm cultivators. They are all willing to join our four righteous gang. In a few days, they will arrive at Martha City. What do you think?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he said, "You wait here while I go to the Life and Death Arena. Since they're here, we need a place to settle them down. I think that we can find a place in the mountains outside of Martha City and establish a headquarters there. If there's a better place in the future, I'll change it. What do you think?" Tiger's Mite thought for a moment, then he nodded and said, "That's feasible. Although Martha City isn't a big city, its artifacts are very famous in the void. Moreover, we're still too weak right now. It's good for us to settle down in a small place like this." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right, then let's go. Laura, let's go to Martha City's Life and Death Arena." Laura nodded, then the Hell King's ship flew towards the Life and Death Arena. Before long, the ship arrived above the arena. At this time, the people inside the Life and Death Arena flew out. They looked at the Hell King's ship with ill eyes. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew out of the Hell King's ship. The two leaders of the Life and Death Arena group cupped their fists and said, "Greetings, Zhao Hai." The reason why Zhao Hai said this was because he knew the two leaders. They were the two old men he met the first time he came to the Life and Death Arena. But after that, they rarely met each other. Instead, it was Elder Tang who met Zhao Hai. When the two old men saw Zhao Hai, they immediately understood that the ship belonged to Zhao Hai. They didn't dare neglect Zhao Hai. They knew that Zhao Hai was someone valued by Elder Tang. In the future, his status in the Life and Death Arena wouldn't be low. For such a person, they didn't dare neglect him. If they offended Zhao Hai today, then they wouldn't have a good time in the future. Because of this, the two men quickly returned Zhao Hai's greeting and said, "So it's Mr. Zhao Hai. I didn't expect Mr. to have a large artifact in just a few days. You really made us envious." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've let the two of you see a joke. Since the two of you can be considered as one of us, please come up. I prepared some wine, how about you come up and have a drink?" The two men looked at each other, then they smiled faintly and said, "Naturally, we would also like to congratulate Mr. for becoming the legendary champion of the Life and Death Arena. Now that Mr. is one of us, How could we refuse Mister's invitation to drink? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, then please. Then he made a gesture to invite them up. The two nodded and flew towards the ship along with Zhao Hai. Meanwhile, the other people in the life and death arena automatically returned. When they arrived at the Hell King's ship, a banquet was already prepared on the deck. Zhao Hai landed on the ship and cupped his fist to the two men as he said, it's not that I don't want to invite the two of you to drink inside, but I think that drinking inside is boring. It's better to drink outside while enjoying the scenery. Wouldn't that be more beautiful? When the two men heard Zhao Hai, they laughed and said, that's great. Drinking outside while enjoying the scenery is great. At this time, Tiger's Might and the others also arrived. Zhao Hai smiled at the two men and said, I think the two of you already know Tiger's Might and the others, so I won't introduce them one by one. Come, let's sit down. After the group greeted each other, they sat down. At this time, the Hell King's ship started moving again. However, its speed wasn't very fast. Zhao Hai looked at the two men and said, I've known the two of you for so long, but I still don't know your names. This is too rude. If you don't mind, can you tell me your names? When the two heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile. Then one of them said, this one is Tianjian, and this one is Yingjun. We've been rude. We've met Mister so many times, but we didn't tell you our names. We were too rude. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, we don't need to be polite. I'm now a member of the life and death arena. The three of them are my sworn brothers. Naturally, they can also be considered as part of the life and death arena. I'll tell you the truth, I called you here today because I have something to ask of you. Tianjian and Yingjun already knew that Zhao Hai had something to ask of them. Now that they heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile and said, Mister, please tell us what you need. Zhao Hai smiled and said, you're scolding me, I wouldn't dare to tell you anything. Today, I wanted to ask you two for help. Before the last battle, I had a discussion with my brothers. We wanted to establish our own gang in the Void Realm. We wanted to help those who don't have a backer. Because of this, the four of us became sworn brothers. We also thought of a name, the Four Righteous Gang. Before this, they went out to contact people to see if there's anyone willing to join us. After saying this, Zhao Hai paused for a moment. He looked at Tianjian and Yingjun and saw that they didn't have any dissatisfaction on their faces. Then he continued, I didn't expect that there would be people willing to join our Four Righteous Gang. Moreover, there are a lot of people, about a few hundred. This way, the Four Righteous Gang wouldn't be able to do anything. But since we're not ready, I want to ask you two to help me see if there's an ownerless mountain outside Martha City. We want to establish our own headquarters there. Right, the two of you, this matter doesn't violate the rules of the life and death arena, right? Tianjian smiled and said, it doesn't. Actually, there are a lot of legends in the life and death arena who have their own businesses. If Mr. wants to establish his own force, not only would it not violate the rules of the life and death arena, the life and death arena would also support it. Mr. wants to find a place to establish a headquarters. This is easy, just have the ship fly towards the east of Martha City. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Laura. Laura immediately went to arrange it. The Hell King's ship turned around and flew towards the east of Martha City. Before long, the ship arrived at the east side of Martha City. At this time, Tianjian was standing beside the Hell King's ship along with Zhao Hai and the others. Before long, Tianjian pointed at a small mountain not far from the ship and said, this mountain is called Chui Wei Peak. It doesn't produce any minerals, but its spiritual qi is good. Moreover, this mountain is under the name of the life and death arena. From today onwards, it belongs to Mr. Tianjian nodded and said, you're right. Zhao Hai stared, then he frowned and said, that's not good, right? I haven't done anything for the arena yet. You're giving me a mountain just like that? That's not very nice, is it? Tianjian smiled and said, don't worry, this mountain is useless to the life and death arena, it's just a gift. You're now a legendary champion of the life and death arena, not to mention a small mountain, even if we give you a few more, it's nothing. You don't need to feel embarrassed about this matter. Right, there's no use in just giving you a barren mountain. How about this, since you've built your headquarters on this mountain, you'll need to build a house for it. Tell us the style of the house as soon as possible and we'll send people to build a courtyard for you. There's no need to refuse, you're already a champion of the life and death arena, it's only right that we do something for you. Zhao Hai looked at Tianjian and suddenly laughed. Then he cupped his fist and said, alright, I'll listen to Mr. Tian. If Mr. Tian needs anything in the future, please don't hesitate to say it. If this Zhao Hai can do it, I will certainly help. Naturally, I, Zhao Hai, will also remember your kindness in the life and death arena. If you need anything in the future, please don't hesitate to tell me. Tianjian laughed and said, that's a real man. Come, let's not talk about anything else today. Let's drink. The group returned to the table and raised their glasses once again. At this time, Laura had already arranged for people to check the mountain and draw the terrain so that they could design a house. Zhao Hai didn't need to worry about these things. Everyone had been drinking in Hell King's number for 3 hours. At this time, it was already late. Tianjian and Yinjun drank another glass of wine before Tianjian turned to Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, let's stop drinking today. There are still a lot of things to do in the arena, we can't stay here any longer. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, then I won't keep the two of you any longer. I'll come back to drink with the two of you later. Right, Laura, have you prepared the things? Laura nodded and walked over while holding a jade slip. She handed the jade slip over to Zhao Hai and said, it's already prepared. Zhao Hai nodded and took the jade slip. He probed it with his spiritual force and nodded. Then he handed the jade slip over to Tianjian and said, Mr. Tian, this is for you. Please hurry up. Tianjian received the jade slip and probed it with his spiritual force. He couldn't help but stare. It turned out that the jade slip had a blueprint of a house. Moreover, it was a 3-dimensional picture. Tianjian looked up at Zhao Hai and said, it's already prepared. Your hands and feet are quite fast. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, I have several virtuous inner pillars. To be honest, I'm most grateful for the life and death arena for sending them to my side. I'm just a penniless kid. If I didn't rely on a few special events, then no one would know me. Laura and the others wouldn't know me and wouldn't come to my side. Tianjian and the others turned their heads to look at Laura. Laura and the others gave Tianjian and Yinjun a salute. Tianjian and Yinjun quickly returned the salute. They still didn't understand, they didn't know if Zhao Hai and Laura really knew each other or if they were just putting on an act. If Zhao Hai and Laura already knew each other, then Zhao Hai's background wasn't simple. Then why would Zhao Hai take the risk to challenge the life and death arena? Even if he knew that the life and death arena wasn't dangerous, he still shouldn't do it. Being a legendary champion of the life and death arena didn't help him that much. Moreover, Zhao Hai actually wanted to establish his own sect. He even asked Yinjun for help in choosing a sect. If Zhao Hai's identity wasn't simple, then why would he ask Yinjun and Yinjun to help him find a sect? Although the mountain that they gave Zhao Hai was suitable for building a sect, it didn't have enough spiritual qi to defend it. It was also located next to a small city like Maru City. No matter how one looked at it, it wasn't a good place to build a sect. But now, it seems like Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the place. This was somewhat unreasonable. Could it be that Zhao Hai's identity was really worthless? Then why did Laura and the others follow him? Was it because of Zhao Hai's strength? However, with Laura and the others' appearances, as well as their large artifacts, they should be able to follow a Vajra or spirit condensation expert. So why would they follow Zhao Hai? This was too strange. However, the two also knew that everyone had their own secrets. Moreover, Zhao Hai was only a legendary champion of the life and death arena. He still couldn't enter the management of the life and death arena. His identity wasn't important. Even if he could enter the management of the life and death arena in the future, there would still be people who would investigate his identity. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship to send Tianjian and Yinjun back to the life and death arena. Then he drove the ship back to the small mountain that was assigned to them. Zhao Hai turned his head to Tiger's Might and the others and said, let's go. This place will be ours in the future. Let's go down and take a look. Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Then Zhao Hai's figure moved as he descended towards the mountain. Tiger's Might and the others quickly followed behind. After the group landed on the small mountain, Zhao Hai looked at it. the mountain wasn't small at all. It was about 1,000 li wide. The highest peak was about a kilometer high. There were all kinds of trees growing on the mountain. There were 5 peaks in total. The one in the middle had a large lake. The group walked around the small mountain and were very satisfied with it. After looking around, the group returned to the Hell King's ship. After returning to the ship, Zhao Hai turned to Tiger's Might and the others and said, "This mountain looks good. Although the spiritual qi here isn't as rich as the headquarters of great sects, it's still not bad." Tiger's Might and the others nodded in excitement. Then Tiger's Might turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, how long will it take to build this place?" "I can't wait." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, I don't think it'll take too long. The efficiency of the people in the life and death arena is very high. But right now, I have something that I need you to do." Tiger's Might and the others stared. Then they immediately looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what do you need? Please don't hesitate to tell us." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "We want to build a sect on this mountain. However, we still lack a defensive formation. You should immediately look for one, the stronger the better." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right." After he said that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out 3 spatial bags. He handed them over to the 3 and said, "These are the money I earned from the life and death arena. Take them and use them. Remember, the stronger the formation, the better." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tiger's Might and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they immediately understood that Zhao Hai was right, no sect could be built without a defensive formation. If they want to build their own sect on Chui Wei Peak, then they couldn't do it without a defensive formation. Because of this, the group immediately nodded and said, "Yes, big brother. We'll do it right away." Zhao Hai nodded. Then the 3 gave Zhao Hai a salute before they turned around and left. However, Hu Mengyin looked at Zhao Hai with a very complicated expression. Even with Zhao Hai's experience, he couldn't understand it. After the group left, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "I'm going to Martha City. You can stay here." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and asked, "Brother Hai, why are you going to Martha City? Did you just come back? Why are you going there? Are you looking for Tianjian?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, why would I look for Tianjian? I'm not looking for him, I'm looking for someone else. A sect can't do without a refining hall. I'm looking for someone to form the 4 righteous gangs refining hall." Laura stared, then she looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Are you looking for that person from the Iron family?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Right, the Iron family has been refining for several generations. Their refining level isn't low. If I can find him to form the 4 righteous gangs refining hall, then that would be great. However, he might not be willing to come, so I'll have to take a look first." Laura nodded. Zhao Hai's figure moved as he flew towards Martha City. Tai Xiong stood in his own shop with a gloomy face. He gave his master's power king bow to Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai did not treat him unfairly. He gave him a large amount of jade essence, and these jade essence were enough for him to rebuild his family. After getting this money, Tai Xiong was originally ambitious and wanted to revitalize the Tai family, but he quickly realized that he was thinking too well. The situation in Martha City was different from before. Although the Tai family was an old family in Martha City, they had already declined, and the family no longer had their own mine. And now, in Martha City, without their own mine, you had no right to speak. Other than these, Tai Xiong also discovered a problem, and that was that the sudden large sum of money was not necessarily a good thing for him. An ordinary man was innocent, but a treasure would arouse the envy of others. No one knew about this money right now, and if anyone knew that he had so much money in his hands, then his family's good days would come to an end. It was precisely because of this that Tai Xiong did not dare to make any moves these days. He was really afraid that his family would be targeted by others because of this money. Only now did Tai Xiong understand that it was not an easy task to restore his family's glory. With his current strength, it was simply impossible to do so. Speaking of which, the Tai family used to be a small family, and there were some experts in the family. Moreover, because they forged artifacts, they were very familiar with some experts and had a good relationship with them. It was precisely because of those people that the Tai family was able to stand firm in Martha City. However, after the Tai family fell, they slowly lost contact with those people, and there were no more experts in his family. This way, it would be even more difficult for him to regain his family's reputation. Thinking of this, Tai Xiong couldn't help but sigh. He stood in front of his own shop, looking at the various people outside, but in his heart, he was thinking about Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai first came to his shop, he already felt that Zhao Hai was not an ordinary person. A human body cultivator could actually easily pull the Power King Bao, which was enough to show Zhao Hai's strength. However, Tai Xiong did not expect that he had underestimated Zhao Hai. He never thought that Zhao Hai's strength would be so strong, and with Zhao Hai's special matches one after another, Zhao Hai had already become a legendary figure in Martha City. Now, he even heard that Zhao Hai had already become the legendary arena master of the life and death arena. Thinking of this, Tai Xiong once again sighed. To be honest, he really didn't wish that Zhao Hai would give him that money back then. If he could make Zhao Hai owe him a favor, then he could borrow Zhao Hai's name to restore the Tai family's glory. Just as Tai Xiong was sighing, he heard a very well. "Why are you sighing? Is business bad?" Tai Xiong was startled when he heard this voice, because he would never forget this voice. He quickly turned his head and saw that it was Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was looking at him with a smile. Tai Xiong immediately went up to him and bowed to Zhao Hai. "So it's Mr. Zhao, why do you have the time to come? Please come in and have a seat." Zhao Hai smiled and did not decline. He followed Tai Xiong into the shop and sat down in the living room at the back of the shop. Tai Xiong immediately went to prepare the tea, and when he brought the tea over, Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Boss Tai, you don't have to be so polite. Quickly sit down, I have something to discuss with Boss Tai today." Tai Xiong replied and carefully sat down. He carefully looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I wonder what orders Mr. Zhao has." Zhao Hai looked at Tai Xiong's expression and said with a smile, "Boss Tai, you don't have to be so nervous, it's a good thing. Boss Tai also knows that I am now the legendary arena master of the life and death arena, but I still want to have my own career, isn't that so? I have already made an agreement with the life and death arena. I want to establish my own gang outside of Martha City, at Mount Suiwei outside of Martha City." When Tai Xiong heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately said, "Then I will have to congratulate Mr. I wonder why Mr. is looking for me." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "A gang doesn't just need cultivators, it also needs a lot of other talents. I know about Boss Tai's refining ability, so I came here today to invite Boss Tai to join our Four Righteous Gang and become the hall master of our Four Righteous Gang's refining hall. I wonder if Boss Tai is willing to join us." When Tai Xiong heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned. To be honest, he really hadn't thought of joining that sect. He was very clear that joining that sect was equivalent to having a backer, but at the same time, their fate was also closely linked to those sections. If anything happened to that sect, they would also be unlucky. Thinking of this, Tai Xiong couldn't help but carefully look at Zhao Hai and ask, "Mr. Zhao, may I know who your Four Righteous Gang is made up of?" When Zhao Hai heard this, he smiled and said, "The members of the Four Righteous Gang are all teleportation realm cultivators from the Void Realm. The so-called Four Righteous Gang are me, White Tiger, Howling Moon Wolf, and Phantom Fox. We found some teleportation realm cultivators who didn't have any backing in the Void Realm and formed the Four Righteous Gang. Our headquarters are located in Green Mountain. Green Mountain used to be the property of the Life and Death Arena, but it has now been transferred to me. I'm still the legend of the Life and Death Arena." When Tai Xiong heard Zhao Hai's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then, he muttered to himself for a moment. He understood that this was a gamble. If he won, then the Tai family would have a huge backer in the future. If he won, then the Tai family would really be finished. If it was in the past, Tai Xiong might have been willing to live a normal life and guard his own store. However, when he realized that he had money in his hands, but still couldn't revive his family business, his mentality changed. He felt aggrieved. He clearly had money, but he didn't dare to take it out to spend it. This feeling made him feel like he was holding a breath in his heart, and that feeling was really not good. Now, Zhao Hai's suggestion had really tempted him. Although joining the Four Righteous Gang would mean that the fate of the Tai family would be linked to the fate of the Four Righteous Gang, this was also an opportunity. If the Four Righteous Gang grew stronger in the future, then the Tai family would also rise along with it. Thinking of this, Tai Xiong couldn't help but grit his teeth. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. came to invite me. If I don't agree, then I won't know what's good for me. Please rest assured, from today onwards, I will be a member of the Four Righteous Gang." When Zhao Hai heard Tai Xiong's words, he couldn't help but laugh. "Good, that's great. With Boss Tai joining us, our Four Righteous Gang will be like a tiger that has grown wings. But because the main hall is still under construction, Boss Tai will have to wait a few days before he can move in. Boss Tai isn't idle these days, so you have to prepare some refining materials for the gang. Money isn't a problem, so take this and spend all the money inside." Then Zhao Hai took out a spatial bag filled with jade essence. Tai Xiong did not stand on ceremony. He took the space bag and cupped his fists towards Zhao Hai. "Don't worry, gang leader, it might not be possible to kill me on the field, but when it comes to refining, I am not inferior to anyone. Gang leader can just call me Tai Xiong from now on, I promise to prepare everything." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "All right, with your words, I'm relieved." "Oh right, Tai Xiong, do you know anyone who knows how to refine pills? The gang's alchemy hall hasn't found a candidate yet." When Tai Xiong heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but frown slightly. After thinking for a while, his eyes lit up and he said, "Since gang leader said that, I really do remember one. However, this person's temper is a bit strange, I don't know if I can invite him." Zhao Hai quickly asked, "Who is it? Where is he? I'll personally invite him." Tai Xiong nodded and said, "This person is called the Ancient Heart Saint, but because his temper is very strange, everyone calls him strange. He lives not far away, on a hot spring mountain not far from Mashu City, and he lives there. He is a teleportation realm cultivator, and he doesn't seem to have any backing. Moreover, he is very obsessed with alchemy, and his level of alchemy is very high. However, he has a problem, and that is that he doesn't concoct alchemy for the people from the big powers, but there is no need to doubt his level of alchemy. There are many cultivators from the big powers who have come to him with medicine, but he has never agreed. There are a few times when he was almost killed by the cultivators from the big powers in anger, but even so, he has never agreed." Zhao Hai was startled for a moment, then said in a deep voice, "His temper is indeed strange, but we still have to pay him a visit." "Let's go, we'll go now." Tai Xiong replied, "All right, sect leader, please wait a moment. I'll go make some arrangements and we'll leave immediately." Zhao Hai nodded, and Tai Yu walked to the back. After informing his wife, he came out and closed the shop, then led Zhao Hai out of Mashu City. Tai Xiong was only a cultivator of the separating dust stage, so he couldn't fly yet. After leaving the city, Zhao Hai could only bring him along, and the hot spring mountain that the strange person lived in wasn't too far away. Not long after, they arrived at the foot of the hot spring mountain. Tai Xiong pointed to the middle of one air mountain and said, "The Ancient Heart Saint lives in the middle of the mountain. Speaking of which, our Tai family has some friendship with him, and the pill furnace he used to refine medicine was personally made by me. Although he doesn't like the people from the big powers, he is still good to people like us. Moreover, the quality of the things I made is very good, and he is very satisfied with them." Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, let's go up and take a look. If we can invite him out of the mountain, it would be very beneficial for our Four Righteous Gang to spread out." Tai Xiong replied and led Zhao Hai up the mountain. As soon as he reached the hot spring mountain, Zhao Hai immediately discovered a problem. The temperature of the hot spring mountain seemed to be higher than other places, and when he thought of the name of the mountain, Zhao Hai could roughly guess that there was an earth fire at the bottom of the hot spring mountain, and the reason why the Ancient Heart Saint was here today was not only because it was quiet here, but also because he wanted to use the earth fire here to refine pills. Not long later, Tai Xiong brought Zhao Hai to the middle of the hot spring mountain. From afar, Zhao Hai saw a few wooden houses built there, and a person was standing in front of the wooden house looking at them. "Who are the two of you? Are you here to find me?" When they were still some distance away from the mountainside, they heard a voice. The voice was calm and pleasant to the ears. Tai Xiong immediately stopped and turned to Zhao Hai, "Sect Master, ever since this Ancient Heart Saint built a house here, he has always regarded this place as his own territory. If we barge in without announcing our names, I'm afraid it will cause a misunderstanding. I'll go and talk to him, please wait a moment." Zhao Hai nodded and said, of course, we're here to visit. We can't just enter without permission. You can go. Tai Xiong nodded and took a few steps forward before saying, Brother Gu, I am Tai Xiong. I have come to visit. Please meet me. So it's you. Hurry up and come up. Why are you still so polite when you're here? Tai Xiong replied, then turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, let's go. Zhao Hai nodded, and the two of them headed towards the wooden house. Not long after, the two of them arrived in front of the wooden house. There were a total of 5 wooden houses, and in front of the wooden house was a small square. A middle-aged cultivator was standing in front of the small square. The middle-aged man was not very tall, but he was very thin. Moreover, he had 3 strands of black beard on his face, and he was very clean. His entire body had a scholarly aura, but it also revealed a trace of coldness. When Zhao Hai's Tai Xiong arrived at the small square, Tai Xiong quickly bowed to the middle-aged man and said, Tai Xiong greets Brother Gu. How have you been recently? Zhao Hai also followed Tai Xiong and bowed to him. The ancient heart saint glanced at Zhao Hai, then cupped his fists towards Tai Xiong and said, I'm fine. Brother Tai, why do you have time to come? And this is? Tai Xiong smiled at the ancient heart saint and said, This is Death Knight Zhao Hai. I wonder if Brother Gu has heard of him? When the ancient heart saint heard Tai Xiong's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he shook his head and said, Please forgive me for being ignorant. I really haven't heard of Mr. Zhao's great name. Zhao Hai smiled slightly, it's normal for me to not have heard of such a small name. I have just arrived in Ma Shu City not long ago, and I only heard of Mr.'s name from Tai Xiong today. If I had known earlier that someone like Mr. was here, I would have come to visit long ago. Tai Xiong continued, Brother Gu hasn't been to Ma Shu City for a while. Mr. Zhao Hai came to Ma Shu City not long ago and participated in the Life and Death Arenas competition. He has fought a total of 9 battles and is now the legendary arena master of the Life and Death Arena. Hearing Tai Xiong's words, the ancient heart saint couldn't help but be stunned. Then he looked deeply at Zhao Hai, but his face was cold as he said, I didn't think that it would be the legendary arena master in front of me. Forgive me for my rudeness. I wonder if the legendary arena master has any orders for me? Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He discovered that the ancient heart saint's tone was somewhat wrong. This tone was very cold, and it wasn't as affectionate as before. Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. As expected of someone from a powerful force. He was just a legendary arena master, but the ancient heart saint was already starting to hate him. However, Zhao Hai didn't mind. He smiled faintly at the ancient heart saint and said, Mr. Gu is too polite. Today, I came to ask Mr. Gu to help me. The ancient heart saint thought that Zhao Hai wanted him to refine pills. However, when he heard Zhao Hai, it didn't seem like it. His brows couldn't help but tremble. Then he calmly looked at Zhao Hai and said, My strength is meager. I'm afraid that I won't be able to help Mr. Please return. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Mister, don't you want to know why I asked you to help me? I'm just a legendary arena master of the Life and Death Arena. I'm not a core person of the Life and Death Arena. Why would Mister reject me? The ancient heart saint looked at Zhao Hai's appearance and didn't know what to say. He really didn't like Zhao Hai's identity as the legendary arena master of the Life and Death Arena. Therefore, he wanted to open his mouth and drive Zhao Hai away. If he was arrogant, then he would have already turned around and left. He wouldn't be like Zhao Hai, who was still standing there and talking to him. At this time, Tai Xiong also opened his mouth and said, Brother Gu, the gang leader specially came to invite Brother Gu. Brother Gu, why don't you wait for the gang leader to finish speaking before deciding if you want to come out and help us? When the ancient heart saint heard Tai Xiong, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he turned to Tai Xiong and said, You also joined that gang? Tai Xiong smiled faintly and said, Yes, I've already joined the 4 Righteous Gang. I'm now the hall master of the 4 Righteous Gang's refining hall. This time, the gang leader came to invite you to become the hall master of the 4 Righteous Gang's refining hall. The ancient heart saint turned to look at Zhao Hai and frowned, For Righteous Gang? I've never heard of this gang. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, The 4 Righteous Gang is a newly established gang. Up until now, I've only just chosen the location of the headquarters. I still don't know how many people will join. When the ancient heart saint heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and said, "Newly established? You newly established it?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, I newly established it. I just came to the Void Realm from my own realm, and my first stop was Ma Shu City. But although I've just arrived, I discovered that if you don't have a backer in the Void Realm, then it would be very difficult for you to survive. Therefore, we wanted to find some people similar to me who don't have a backer. Then we would gather together and form a gang. It just so happens that after fighting in the life and death arena, I'm quite famous in the Void Realm. It seems that this gang can really be formed, but it's not that easy to form a gang, especially since most of the people in this gang are in the teleportation realm. Therefore, I invited Tai Xiong to be the hall master of the refining hall. I've been in contact with Tai Xiong before and know that his refining techniques are good, but just the refining hall alone isn't enough. Cultivators can't do without pills, so I wanted to form a refining hall. Just when I was worried that I couldn't find anyone, Tai Xiong recommended you to me. If you agree, then you'll be the hall master of the Four Righteous Gang." The ancient heart saint calmly listened to Zhao Hai's words. When Zhao Hai finished speaking, the ancient heart saint turned to look at Tai Xiong. Tai Xiong nodded. The ancient heart saint turned to look at Zhao Hai and said, "I understand Mister's good intentions, but I want to talk to Tai Xiong alone. Is that okay?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course, Tai Xiong, I'll be leaving first. If Mister agrees, then you can collect the materials. If you don't have enough money, then go to Tsuiwei Mountain to find me. I'll be leaving first." After saying that, Zhao Hai's figure flashed and disappeared. When the ancient heart saint saw that Zhao Hai had left, he released his spiritual force and confirmed that Zhao Hai had indeed left. Only then did he feel relieved. Then he turned to look at Tai Xiong and said, "Come, let's talk inside." Tai Xiong nodded and followed the ancient heart saint into the house. After the two of them sat down, the ancient heart saint looked at Tai Xiong and said, "Tell me, what's going on? Who is this Zhao Hai?" Tai Xiong also knew what the ancient heart saint wanted to ask. He told the ancient heart saint about Zhao Hai's appearance in Maru City, how he went to his shop to sell things, how he gave Zhao Hai the power King Bao, how Zhao Hai gave him the jade essence, how Zhao Hai fought the life and death pendulum, how he became sworn brothers with the white tiger's might, and how he formed the Four Righteous Gang. The ancient heart saint quietly listened. When Tai Xiong finished speaking, the ancient heart saint closed his eyes and said, "So what Zhao Hai said is true. He really wants to form a gang made up of people who don't have any backing." Tai Xiong nodded and said, "It seems like it's true. I've heard about White Tiger and the others before, they were all famous figures in the life and death arena. However, I heard that they offended some big shots in the monster spirit realm and had no choice but to flee to the void. As for Zhao Hai, nobody knows where he came from. But after he arrived at Martha City, not only did he become a legendary champion of the life and death arena, he also has some friendship with the Yi clan. A few days ago, a few women came to him with a large artifact. I heard that those women are now following him. In addition to these, there's also his strength. He's indeed a teleportation realm cultivator, but his fighting strength is definitely not as simple as that. Not only can he draw our family's Herculean King Bao, but he also killed the diamond ape with his bare hands. Because of this, when he came to me, I agreed to join the Four Righteous Gang. And when he asked me about it, I recommended you to him." Tai Xiong nodded and said, "That's right. I've heard about White Tiger and the others before, they were all famous figures in the life and death arena. However, I heard that they offended some big shots in the monster spirit realm and had no choice but to flee to the void." The ancient heart saint looked at Tai Xiong and said in a deep voice, "Didn't you tell him that I have a strange temper and might not agree to his invitation?" Tai Xiong nodded and said, "I did, but the gang leader had to come. I can see that he values you a lot. Brother Gu, why don't you agree? If you don't like the people from the big forces, then the gang leader isn't even a big force right now. He can't even be considered a small force right now. What's wrong with you helping him?" The ancient heart saint looked at Tai Xiong and sighed, "You're right, he's not a big force right now, not even a small force. But I'm afraid that when the Four Righteous Gang develops in the future, it will become a big force like the other big forces. Everyone only knows that I dislike those big forces and know that I'm good at alchemy, but no one knows that I came from an alchemy family. My family is famous for alchemy in our realm, but it's precisely because my family is famous for alchemy that we were targeted by a big force in our realm. They took a fancy to one of our family's alchemy recipes and forced our family to hand it over. Our family didn't hand it over, but they actually wiped out our entire family. If I hadn't seen the opportunity and escaped to the Void Realm, I'm afraid I would have already died there. It's precisely because of this that I hate those big forces. Tai Xiong was stunned for a moment. He really didn't know that the ancient heart saint had such a past. For a moment, he really didn't know what to say. After a while, he said in a deep voice, I really didn't expect Brother Gu's background to be like this. Don't tell me that Brother Gu doesn't want revenge? Revenge? Gu Xianxia murmured. To be honest, he had never thought of taking revenge. Firstly, his enemies were too strong. Secondly, Gu Xianxia was very clear that even if he joined a large sect, with his potential, those large sects would not take revenge for him. After all, no large sect would fight against a large force for him alone. That was something that no large sect would do. Gu Xianxia nodded his head and said, Don't worry. It was precisely because he had never thought of taking revenge that the ancient heart saint was surprised by Tai Xiong's words. He looked at Tai Xiong and said, You're saying that Zhao Hai can take revenge for me? Tai Xiong shook his head and said, I don't know, but I know that Zhao Hai's identity is definitely not simple. If his identity was simple, then he wouldn't have given me so many jade essences, and if his identity was simple, then those women wouldn't have followed him with large artifacts. But for someone of his identity to be willing to establish such a force, and from the looks of it, it's obvious that he's not playing around. He obviously wants to establish a force that belongs to him, and if we join now, it's equivalent to sending charcoal in the snow. Also, don't forget, you are the hall master of the alchemy hall. If the Four Righteous Gang really develops in the future, then if there's a chance, will he help you take revenge? When the ancient heart saint heard Tai Xiong's words, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He looked at Tai Xiong and said, Tai Xiong, did you say this yourself, or did that Zhao Hai ask you to say it? Tai Xiong smiled bitterly and said, Of course I said it myself. How could the gang leader say such things? You don't think that you're the only one in the world who knows how to refine pills, do you? If I didn't give the gang leader a power king bow, I'm afraid he wouldn't have come looking for me. If I didn't recommend him, he wouldn't have heard of your name. Brother, if you speak from the bottom of your heart, this is our chance. If we win the bet, we'll have everything. If we lose the bet, we might lose our lives, but that's all we can do. If we continue to live like this, we'll still have nothing in the end. The ancient heart saint looked at Tai Xiong. He really didn't expect Tai Xiong to say such words. The ancient heart saint looked at Tai Xiong curiously and said, Tai Xiong, did something happen to you? Tai Xiong looked at the ancient heart saint and smiled bitterly, I won't hide it from you. I gave the power king bow to the sect master, and the sect master gave me 10 million jade essences. That's 10 million jade essences. I originally wanted to use these jade essences to expand our Tai family's business and shake up our Tai family's reputation, but in the end, I found out that I couldn't do it at all. At this point, Tai Xiong's expression became very ugly. He looked at the ancient heart saint and said, The entire Martha City is now controlled by a few large families. The mines near Martha City are all the properties of those large families. For someone like me, without a mine, without an expert in my family, it would be extremely difficult to develop in Martha City. If they knew that I had such a large sum of money in my hands, the consequences would be unimaginable. Tai Xiong sighed, then turned to look at the ancient heart saint and said, After knowing all this, I also understood that people like us don't have a backer, so even if we have money in our hands, what can we do? If we want to revive our family, we must have a backer, and although I think that my refining ability is not bad, but those big powers, which one of them doesn't have their own weapon refiner, they don't like me, and even if I go, I won't be valued. On the contrary, it would be better to join the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang has just been established, everything is just a beginning. If we join now, we will naturally be the heroes of the gang, and will we still have to worry about our status in the future? As long as the Four Righteous Gang grows stronger in the future, you and I will naturally be able to do what we want to do. The ancient heart saint calmly listened to Tai Xiong's words. Only when Tai Xiong finished speaking did he close his eyes. After a while, he opened his eyes. He turned to look at Tai Xiong and said in a deep voice, "All right, Tai Xiong, I'll bet with you today. I want to see how far the Four Righteous Gang can develop." Tai Xiong looked at the ancient heart saint, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, Brother Gu, it's good that you've decided. Then pack up and come with me to Martha City. The gang leader gave me a large sum of money to buy things in Martha City. It just so happens that whatever you need, I'll buy it all together." The ancient heart saint nodded and said, "All right, I'll pack up. We'll leave immediately." Although the ancient heart saint said that he couldn't bear to part with the hot springs mountain, he still decided to leave. Just like what Zhao Hai said, the ancient heart saint lived here not because it was warm and quiet, but because there was indeed an earth fire here. And this earth fire was used to refine pills, which was why he stayed here. Not long after, the ancient heart saint packed up his things. The two of them returned to Martha City and began to buy things. However, Martha City wasn't very big at this time, and it was famous for refining artifacts, so there weren't many materials for refining pills. Tai Xiong immediately gave half of the jade essence that Zhao Hai gave him, and the ancient heart saint ran to other cities to sell alchemy materials. Tai Xiong, on the other hand, had started to collect some refining materials in Ma Shu City in the past few days. Maybe he could not collect too many precious materials, and those materials could not be bought even if you had the money, but Tai Xiong also understood that if he could not buy too many good things, then he would buy more ordinary materials, because no matter what kind of magical equipment it was, these ordinary materials would consume the most. Just as Tai Xiong and the ancient heart saint were desperately buying things, Tianjian had already sent a group of people to the Chuiwei mountain and began to build a sect there. On the other hand, Zhao Hai was on the Hell King's ship, calmly looking down. Zhao Hai didn't object to Tianjian's approach. Moreover, while the people were building the Four Righteous Gang sect, Zhao Hai also had them place some metal components underground. These metal components had only one purpose, and that was to make a guardian formation. Although Zhao Hai had White Tiger's might and the others by a guardian formation, Zhao Hai knew that a good guardian formation couldn't be bought. Therefore, he still made his own guardian formation. Usually, he would use the one that White Tiger's might bought. At critical times, he would use his own guardian formation. The speed at which cultivators built houses was very fast. After all, for ordinary people, things that weighed tens of thousands of pounds were already very difficult to carry. However, cultivators were different. For cultivators, things that weighed tens of thousands of pounds were just like straws. In just 3 days, the mountain sect was finished. Zhao Hai looked at the sect with satisfaction. It must be said that the construction of these people was very good. Zhao Hai didn't treat these people unfairly. Everyone was rewarded with some jade essences. Naturally, these people were happy to leave. They were originally people from the life and death arena, so they didn't get anything. However, they didn't expect Zhao Hai to give them a lot of jade essences. For them, this was an unexpected harvest. After sending these people away, Zhao Hai led Laura and the others to Martha City. A lot of cultivators had arrived in Martha City in the past few days. These cultivators were all teleportation realm cultivators. After they arrived in Martha City, they were all inquiring about the Four Righteous Gang. However, nobody was able to tell them where the Four Righteous Gang was. It was because of this that Zhao Hai came to Martha City. After arriving at Martha City, Zhao Hai immediately went to Tai Xiong's store. Tai Xiong's store had already been closed for several days. These days, Tai Xiong had been busy collecting all kinds of materials, so he didn't want to open the store anymore. But since he was at home today, Zhao Hai appeared in Tai Xiong's store. When Tai Xiong saw that Zhao Hai had arrived, he quickly welcomed Zhao Hai into the store. After the two sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Tai Xiong and smiled. "Tai Xiong, how have you been?" "I've been busy building the sect, so I didn't come here." "How is Ancient Heart Saint doing?" Tai Xiong immediately replied, "Leader, rest assured, Ancient Heart Saint has already agreed to join the Four Righteous Gang. I gave him some jade essences so that he can go to other cities to collect materials for alchemy. I believe that he should be back in a few days." "Leader, how is the sect? Is there anything you need?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, there's nothing to worry about, it's already done. You don't have to worry about it, just do your own thing. Right, you can hang a sign outside tomorrow saying that it's the Four Righteous Gangs meeting hall. Right, send your family to the Hell King's ship, life on the ship is much better than here. Tai Xiong nodded and said, alright, I'll arrange it immediately. I don't feel at ease leaving them here. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll be here for the next few days. I'll personally receive them. You go and arrange it. I'll go to the city and book a hotel first. Since they're now part of the Four Righteous Gang, we can't just let them go around. We'll arrange a place for them to stay. Then we'll send them to Green Mountain. Tai Xiong nodded. Then Zhao Hai stood up and walked out. Finding a hotel in Martha City wasn't difficult. Martha City was a commercial city, so there were a lot of merchants coming and going. And with the existence of the life and death pendulum, there were a lot of hotels here. Zhao Hai found a large hotel and booked the entire place. After paying for the room, he returned to Tai Xiong's store. Tai Xiong's movements were very fast. In just a short time, a sign was erected outside the store. For Righteous Gang's Martha City Outer Hall. This sign was erected silently, so most people wouldn't notice it. When Zhao entered the store, he found that the store had been tidied up. The blacksmith shop in front of him had been cleaned up, and there were some tables and chairs inside. It really did look like it had been put in place before. Tai Xiong's wife and children were tidying up the store. Tai Xiong was also present. When he saw Zhao Hai return, Tai Xiong immediately greeted him and said, Leader, everything is ready. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Good job. I didn't expect you to be so careful. Alright, don't let sister-in-law tidy up. Let them tidy up, I'll arrange for them to go to the Hell King's ship. Tai Xiong nodded, then he turned his head to his wife and said, Yu Hong, don't tidy up. Go to the back and tidy up your things. After a while, we'll go to the Hell King's ship. Remember, when you get there, listen to Madam's arrangements. Tai Xiong's wife was a very honest woman. She immediately complied and led the children away. At this time, the sound of a horse's neigh was heard. Tai Xiong looked outside and couldn't help but stare. Outside Tai Xiong's store, a bronze carriage was parked. This bronze carriage was pulled by 8 bronze horses. Unexpectedly, it was a puppet carriage. Tai Xiong looked at the bronze carriage in shock. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Don't look at it. This is the Hell King's ship's 8 cyan jade carriage. I called it to pick up sister-in-law and the others. When Tai Xiong heard Zhao Hai, he didn't say anything else. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, do you want to send them to Tsuiwei Peak? Do you want to prepare something else? Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, Not Tsuiwei Peak. Let them live on the Hell King's ship with Laura and the others. Also, let them teach your children. They're still young, so let them cultivate. When Tai Xiong heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he immediately said, Sect Master, is this appropriate? Wouldn't it be too troublesome? Zhao Hai smiled and said, Don't worry, it won't be. I've already asked Laura and the others. They've taught people before. You don't need to worry about it. Come, take a seat. While they were talking, Tai Xiong's wife, Yu Hong, and the children were already prepared. Zhao Hai looked at the two and nodded, Sister-in-law, take the children to the carriage. When you get off, the carriage will naturally stop. You don't need to worry about anything. Tai Xiong turned his head to his wife and said, Let's listen to the sect master and get on. Yu Lian nodded and then led the children to the carriage. The 8 horses cyan jade chariot immediately ran forward as soon as the two of them boarded the chariot. After a few steps, the 8 horses cyan jade chariot flew up and disappeared from Mashu City. At this time, a lot of cultivators came over. When these cultivators saw the sign in front of Tai Xiong's store, they couldn't help but stare. Some of the elders of Martha City pointed at the sign. But when the cultivators saw the sign, they relaxed. Taoist Pine Tree looked at the sign, then at Zhao Hai and Tai Xiong who were standing in front of the shop. He couldn't help but bitterly smile. Pine Tree was one of the people that Bai Hui had contacted. He was originally a pine tree spirit who had succeeded in cultivation. Later on, he was fancied by a powerful being and was accepted as a disciple. That powerful being was an elder of a large cultivation sect in their realm. Under this supreme expert's guidance, Xianxia's cultivation increased day by day. In the end, he became a demon cultivator of the teleportation realm. He originally thought that he would become an elder of this great sect in the future and contribute to this great sect. However, he didn't expect that not long after, that great sect would have internal strife, and the reason for the internal strife was because of these demon cultivators. Originally, in that great sect, there had always been two voices regarding whether or not to take in demon cultivators. One was that demon cultivators were also creatures of the heavens and earth, and since they had gained intelligence, they could naturally join their Tao sect. The other voice was that demon spirits were different species, and taking them in would not benefit the Tao sect in any way. If they met a demon cultivator, they should just kill them and not take them in. Originally, these two voices had always been equal. The elder who took in Pine Tree was the one who advocated taking in the monster cultivators. However, he didn't expect that several disciples of his sect would be killed by several monster cultivators when they went out. The voice of not taking in the monster cultivators won the upper hand. Then, a cleanup of the monster cultivators in the sect began. The elder who took in Xianxia released him, but Xianxia didn't want to leave. But in the end, the sect decided to punish the elder for harboring a demon cultivator. In the end, the elder's cultivation was crippled. The elder wasn't young. Once his cultivation was crippled, he was crippled and died in a few days. After Xianxia buried the elder, he escaped from that world and came to the Void Realm. Although he arrived in the Void Realm, Xianxia didn't forget to take revenge for a moment. However, he also knew that he couldn't take revenge alone. In the Void Realm, it was impossible for him to join any great force because he was a demon cultivator. Although demon cultivators were also a powerful force in the cultivation world, the main force was still the human race. The human race had always looked down on demon cultivators, so demon cultivators would be discriminated no matter where they went. Therefore, it was extremely difficult for him to join those great sections. After wandering in the Void Realm for a few years, Xianxia also gave up. He was very clear that with his identity, it was impossible for him to join those great forces. If he couldn't join those great forces, he didn't know when he would lose his life, let alone take revenge. Xianxia had always wanted to take revenge. He would never forget that his benefactor and enemy were in the same sect, Daoran sect. He wanted to destroy Daoran sect one day, but he knew that he could only think about it. He simply didn't have the strength to do so. Just when Xianxia was about to despair, White Tiger's Might found him. White Tiger's Might and Xianxia had some friendship. Both of them were demon cultivators and were forced to come out of their own worlds. Naturally, there was a sense of closeness between them. When White Tiger's Might wanted to come to the life and death arena, Xianxia wanted to follow him. However, he just received a task at that time and didn't have time, so he didn't participate. He didn't expect that his task would take so long to complete. By the time he completed the task, White Tiger's Might and the others had already been defeated, and he just happened to be found. When he heard that White Tiger's Might wanted him to join the Four Righteous Gang, and that the Four Righteous Gang was formed by a human, he didn't want to participate. However, he couldn't resist White Tiger's Might's persuasion. In the end, when he heard that Zhao Hai was in the last battle, he decided to see Zhao Hai's strength first. Seeing that Zhao Hai easily killed a Vajra realm cultivator, Xianxia was somewhat tempted. Moreover, White Tiger's Might was still in the Four Righteous Gang, so he didn't feel at ease with White Tiger's Might. Therefore, after Zhao Hai finished the last battle, he immediately came to Martha City. However, after inquiring about the Four Righteous Gang for several days, he still didn't hear anything about it. This made him very puzzled. At this time, he suddenly saw a puppet carriage soaring into the sky and disappearing in the blink of an eye. He immediately rushed over and saw a sign with the words Martha City branch of the Four Righteous Gang written on it. This made him stunned, but at the same time, he also felt relieved. Xianxia strode in front of Zhao Hai. He had seen Zhao Hai before, so he directly cupped his fists and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, I'm a friend of White Tiger's Might. He recommended me to come to Martha City and let me join the Four Righteous Gang." When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he also cupped his fists and said, "Welcome, mister, please come in. This branch was just established today." I think I've made Mr. wait for a long time. Right, may I ask for Mr.'s name? This is the hall master of the Four Righteous Gang's refining hall, Tai Xiong. This shop is his. Qing Song was stunned for a moment, but he immediately bowed to Tai Xiong and said, I'm Qing Song. Greetings to the gang leader and hall master Tai. Tai Xiong laughed and said, fellow Daoist Qing Song is too polite. I'm just a hall master with no followers. It's nothing. Please come in. Jiao Hai and Tai Xiong led Qing Song into the shop. After the three of them sat down, Jiao Hai also smiled and said, you're a hall master with no followers. As the gang leader, I don't have many subordinates. Everyone is just the same. Fellow Daoist Qing Song, do you really want to join our Four Righteous Gang? As you can see, our Four Righteous Gang is just a beginner. Everything has to start from scratch. When Qing Song heard Jiao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then, he smiled and said, to be honest, gang leader, Tiger's Might, White Tiger, and Xiao Feng were good friends. When they came to the life and death arena, I just happened to accept a mission, so I didn't participate. When I came back, they had already been defeated by gang leader, but Tiger's Might found me and asked me to join the Four Righteous Gang. I originally didn't want to join, but after seeing gang leader's last battle, I was tempted. Joining the Four Righteous Gang doesn't seem to be a bad thing for me. When Jiao Hai heard Pine Tree, he couldn't help but smile and said, alright, then I'll welcome you. To be honest, you're the first person to join the Four Righteous Gang. Ha ha ha. Fellow Daoist, you can rest here first. I've already booked a hotel in the city. Mr. can rest there after a while. After 2 days, when more and more people come, I'll take Mr. to our sect to have a look. When Qing Song heard Jiao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be taken aback. We already have a sect? Jiao Hai laughed and said, of course there is, not only the Mountain Gate, there is even a hall master of the Alchemy Hall, but he has gone to another city to purchase medicinal ingredients, so he is not here, and Tai Xiong is the hall master of the refining hall that I found. Although his strength is not high, there is no need to say anything about his craftsmanship, and our Mountain Gate has already been built with the help of the Life and Death Arena. I am the legendary arena master of the Life and Death Arena, so they still give me some face. Qing Song nodded and said, so that's how it is. I've never seen anything like this before. Someone else is here. Just as he said this, a cultivator came in. This cultivator was wearing a gray warrior's robe and didn't look young. He had a bitter expression on his face as he stood there. He looked like a person who had been wronged and had nowhere to vent his anger. It made people feel very uncomfortable looking at him. However, Jiao Hai still stood up and greeted the man. He cupped his fists and said, Mister, what can I do for you? That person looked at Jiao Hai and said in a deep voice, greetings, Mr. Jiao Hai. I'm Ku Daoist. I was invited by Mr. Xiao Feng to join the Four Righteous Gang. Jiao Hai quickly said, so you're here to join the Four Righteous Gang. Welcome, welcome. Please take a seat. After Ku Daoist expressed his thanks, he sat down. Jiao Hai looked at Ku Daoist and said, fellow Daoist, are you sincere in joining our Four Righteous Gang? Our Four Righteous Gang has just been established, so we don't have many members. If Mr. joins, you'll have to start from scratch. However, the Four Righteous Gang can't give Mr. too much help. Is Mr. still willing to join? Ku Daoist cupped his fists towards Jiao Hai and said, leader can rest assured. Although this Ku Daoist isn't a great person, I know that I have to keep my word. Since I said that I want to join the Four Righteous Gang, then I will. Leader doesn't need to worry. Jiao Hai nodded and said, alright, that's great. Qing Song, you two are already considered members of the Four Righteous Gang. Today, I'll leave the matter of receiving other people to you. The Four Righteous Gang has just been established, so we'll have to start from scratch. I'll have to trouble you too. Pine Tree and Ku Daoist heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. Then, the two of them looked at each other and smiled bitterly at the same time. They really didn't know whether to be happy or angry. They had just joined the Four Righteous Gang, and Jiao Hai had given them a task to receive all the people who wanted to join the Four Righteous Gang. Then, Jiao Hai disappeared, and the two of them had no choice but to take charge of the reception. But who would have thought that there would be so many people who wanted to join the Four Righteous Gang on this day? Now that the sky was completely dark, there were already more than 100 people who wanted to join the Four Righteous Gang. This was a number they didn't expect, and these people were all pulled in by Tiger's Might and Xiaoyafeng. They received more than 100 people and gave each of them a badge that represented the identity of the Four Righteous Gang. Then, they told them an address and asked them to rest there, although they had never been to the address that they had told them. Seeing that no one else was coming, Pine Tree and Ku Daoist heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, this day had exhausted them. Now, they also understood why Zhao Hai said that the Four Righteous Gang was just a start-up. There was really no one in the Four Righteous Gang that could be used. Pine Tree looked at Ku Daoist and said, "Fellow Daoist, it seems that our Four Righteous Gang really has no one to use. Otherwise, the two of us wouldn't be here to receive them." Ku Daoist's face became even more bitter. He looked at Pine Tree and said, "When Xiaoyafeng contacted me, she already told me about the situation, but I didn't expect it to be so serious. You came earlier than me. Do you know the situation of our Four Righteous Gang now? Do we have our own sect?" "Ha ha ha, of course our Four Righteous Gang has our own sect. Daoist priest, you don't have to worry." With a burst of laughter, Zhao Hai walked in from outside the door. Although it was the first day that Pine Tree joined the Four Righteous Gang, Zhao Hai was the gang leader after all. The two of them were still very respectful to Zhao Hai. They bowed to Zhao Hai at the same time and said, "Greetings, gang leader." Zhao Hai smiled slightly and waved his hand. "There's no need to be so polite, the two of you, let's go, follow me to the hotel. I've already asked Tai Xiong to bring some wine and dishes over, let's go over and have a drink with everyone." When Pine Tree and Ku Daoist heard Zhao Hai's words, they naturally couldn't object. The two of them responded at the same time and followed Zhao Hai outside. The three of them soon arrived at the hotel that Zhao Hai had booked. This hotel wasn't small. There were more than 200 rooms in total. Moreover, there was a large restaurant that was enough for more than 300 people to eat together. Zhao Hai had taken a fancy to the size of this place and booked it. When the three of them arrived at the hotel, all the people who were participating in the Four Righteous Gang had already gathered at the dining hall. Tai Xiong was accompanying them, and although some of them did not know each other, they did not seem unfamiliar with each other as they sat in the dining hall. Zhao Hai led Pine Tree and the Ku Daoist priest through the dining hall. Tai Xiong, who was chatting with the cultivators, immediately stood up when he saw Zhao Hai enter, and said loudly, "Gang leader, you're here." Everyone in the dining hall looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai kept his fists towards the crowd and said in a deep voice, "I am Zhao Hai, greetings everyone." Those people hurriedly stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai, and said in unison, "Greetings, gang leader." Zhao Hai nodded and walked to the middle of the hall. He looked around and said in a deep voice, "The reason why I formed the Four Righteous Gang is to let everyone who has no one to rely on, to let everyone rely on each other. Although this sounds like an alliance, I also know that an alliance can't exist for too long, but a gang or a sect can exist for a long time, so I formed the Four Righteous Gang. Since everyone has joined the Four Righteous Gang, then you are a member of the Four Righteous Gang. In the future, the Four Righteous Gang will have its own rules, and there will be a hierarchy. Everything will be no different from other sects, so I hope everyone can understand. If everyone thinks that what I said is reasonable, then you will be a member of the Four Righteous Gang today. If you think that joining a gang means that you have no freedom, then I won't stop you. You can leave now, I definitely won't stop you." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned. They really didn't expect that Zhao Hai would say such a thing. They couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but then they couldn't help but secretly nod. None of these people were pure rogue cultivators. They all had their own sects, and they could be said to have come from those big sections. Naturally, they understood that there was no order without rules. If Zhao Hai really didn't have any rules, then they would think that Zhao Hai was just playing house and not really wanted to establish a gang. Seeing that no one objected, Zhao Hai continued, "Everyone, because the Four Righteous Gang has just been established, and it was built by us brothers, I'm not afraid to tell you that the Four Righteous Gang can be said to be poor right now. There's no way for us to compare with those big sections. If you join the Four Righteous Gang, then you should be mentally prepared. If we want to develop the Four Righteous Gang, then we need everyone to work together. As for how high or low your status will be in the gang, this will depend on your contribution to the Four Righteous Gang. The greater your contribution to the Four Righteous Gang, the higher your status will be. On the contrary, if you don't contribute to the Four Righteous Gang, then your status will naturally not be high. If you don't contribute much, then you won't contribute much. Everyone nodded. This was very normal. Even their sects used this method to determine a person's status. Naturally, in addition to these, there was another very important factor, and that was strength. Seeing that no one spoke, Zhao Hai continued, in addition to contribution points, there's also strength. All of you here are teleportation realm cultivators, so there isn't much difference in strength. However, as long as someone reaches the Vajra realm, then they would immediately become a supreme elder of the Four Righteous Gang. As for the other members, they would need to be given a certain amount of cultivation materials. At the same time, they would also need to use contribution points to exchange for these materials. We'll need to wait for some time before we can decide on this matter. In this case, is there anyone who wants to leave the Four Righteous Gang? If you want to leave, then it's still too early to do so. If you don't, then you'll be a member of the Four Righteous Gang in the future. Everyone nodded. No gang would allow people to casually leave, because any gang, any sect, they needed to have a sense of unity. If they didn't have this sense of unity, then the gang would disperse sooner or later. If one person ran away from the gang today and the gang didn't react, then 10 people would run away tomorrow. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, I will give everyone one night to think about it, and give me an answer tomorrow. Alright, no matter what, it is fate that everyone is gathered here today. No matter what your choice is tomorrow, we are all friends today. Tai Xiong, let the boss serve the wine and dishes, let's get drunk today. Tai Xiong responded and immediately asked the boss to serve the wine and dishes. After the wine and dishes were served, Zhao Hai raised his wine cup and toasted everyone. Moreover, he toasted to every table. The next morning, they were still in the hotel's restaurant. Everyone came to the restaurant once again. Zhao Hai looked around and saw that the people who came last night were all here again. Zhao Hai looked at the people in the restaurant and laughed out loud. It seems that everyone has thought about it, no one wants to leave? Everyone chuckled and stood up in unison. They bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Greetings, gang leader. Needless to say, just this sentence alone was enough to express their intentions. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Alright, since everyone has agreed to join the Four Righteous Gang, then that's for the best. Come, everyone, let's eat. After dinner, we'll go to the main hall of the Four Righteous Gang to take a look. Everyone heard yesterday that Zhao Hai had already built the main hall of the Four Righteous Gang. Now that they heard Zhao Hai say this, they couldn't help but be happy. However, they weren't in the mood to eat. When Zhao Hai saw their expressions, he couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and before long, the sky outside turned dark. Just as they were confused, Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, Alright, let's go. Let's go to the main hall and take a look. Then he walked out with everyone following him. When everyone arrived outside, they discovered that there was a large ship above them. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and then pointed to the ship and said, This is the Hell King's ship, my ship. Let's go, we'll take it. Although everyone didn't understand Zhao Hai's identity, they still followed him. The Hell King's ship was very big. Not to mention 100 people, even 10,000 people would be able to fit inside. Laura and the others were already waiting on the ship. When they saw the group, Laura and the others immediately went forward and gave a salute. Although everyone didn't know Laura's identity, they still returned the salute. Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, Everyone, this is my wife, Laura. The others are also my wives. This ship originally belonged to them, but now that they've married me, the ship is also mine. Laura, let's go to the sect. Laura nodded and then said a few words to the person next to her. The person nodded and then turned around to leave. The Hell King's ship also turned around and flew towards Green Mountain. At this time, Yu Hong led her child out of the ship's cabin. Zhao Hai quickly smiled and said, Come, let me introduce you. This is the wife of our Four Righteous Gang's Refining Hall's Hall Master, Tai Xiong. She's our sister-in-law, not my wife. Don't make a mistake, otherwise, Hall Master Tai would go all out against me. Everyone laughed and then gave Yu Hong a salute. Yu Hong hadn't seen such a scene before, so she couldn't help but return the salute. Then she took her child and went behind Laura and the others. The speed of the Hell King's ship was very fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive at Jade Mountain. There were already large buildings on the mountain. The buildings on the main peak were next to the lake. There were also buildings on the shore. In the middle of the lake was a tall stone tower. There were 8 doors below the stone tower. In front of each door was a stone bridge that led to the shore. It looked very imposing. The Four Righteous Gang's mountain gate was designed by the processing machine. Naturally, it didn't have anything to say about its appearance. The tower in the middle of the mountain was called the Octagonal Mountain Suppression Pagoda. This pagoda wasn't meant for people to live in. Zhao Hai planned to place all kinds of secret books, pills, and artifacts inside the pagoda in order to reward the members of the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang couldn't only have this many people. It was also impossible for all of them to be teleportation realm cultivators. This was too unrealistic. Generally, a gang would need to have low-level cultivators. Only then would the gang have a steady stream of new blood. This way, the gang could continue to exist. On the other 4 peaks, courtyards were also built. At the corner of Green Mountain Peak, there was also a huge archway with 3 words written on it, for Righteous Gang. After the Hell King's ship stopped, Zhao Hai led everyone down the ship and gave them a tour of Green Mountain Peak. Aside from those who received rewards, no one else is allowed to come here. I know that there are too few people in the Four Righteous Gang right now, so there are a lot of low-level cultivators in the void. Our Four Righteous Gang can open its doors and accept people. But before that, we need cultivation methods. I have already prepared some ordinary cultivation methods. In a moment, I will write a list of our Four Righteous Gang's resources and send it to everyone. If there's anything you need, you can exchange it with something of equal value. Naturally, you can also give some artifacts that you don't use or cultivation methods that you obtained elsewhere to the gang. The gang will then calculate your contribution points. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, let's go to the Four Righteous Gang's headquarters." The Four Righteous Gang's headquarters is currently a forbidden area. Besides those who received rewards, no one else is allowed to come here. I know that our Four Righteous Gang has too few people, so there are a lot of things that you need to do. However, this doesn't matter. There are a lot of low-level cultivators in the void, so the Four Righteous Gang can open its doors and accept people. Everyone nodded. They were very clear about the current situation of the Righteous Four Gang. It was time for everyone to contribute. They also knew about Zhao Hai's situation. He had just arrived in the Void Realm. Even if he earned a lot from the life and death arena, it was still Zhao Hai who earned it. If the Righteous Four Gang wanted to develop, it wouldn't be enough to rely on Zhao Hai alone. They didn't object to giving some things to the gang. At this time, Pine Tree opened his mouth and said, "Gang Master, from the time the Four Righteous Gang was established until now, you've been the only one who contributed. The rest of us didn't contribute at all. How about this? I propose that each of us donate 3 things to the gang. Regardless of the grade of the things, each person donating 3 things can be considered as our contribution to the gang." Pine Tree's words were reasonable, he didn't have any reason to object. Everyone nodded. When Zhao Hai heard everyone, he nodded and said, "Alright, we'll be a family from now on. I won't be polite with everyone. Let's do it this way, everyone can give their things to Laura and the others. Then I'll have Laura and the others write up a list. Once I've sorted it out, I'll give everyone a list so that everyone can officially exchange their things." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai led everyone to the Hell King's ship. After saying a few words to Laura and the others, they began to give their things to Laura and the others. Laura and the others were also busy writing up the list. For a while, the scene was very lively. However, Zhao Hai also discovered that the things that these people took out weren't good. They were all mid-level goods. Although they weren't commonly seen in the outside world, they weren't rare either. Their prices weren't very high either. Zhao Hai didn't get angry. The fact that these people took out things made him very happy. Moreover, he knew what these people were thinking. They were afraid that Zhao Hai would take those things for himself. After a busy day, everyone didn't return to their hotel in Maru City. Instead, they rested in Shui Wei Peak. Although Chui Wei Peak had just been built, Xiaohai had already prepared the necessary facilities. The cultivators didn't need to take anything and could directly move in. The cultivators who joined the Four Righteous Gang had residences in other places before. They even had their own caves in some places. But when they were alone outside, they were always on tenterhooks. They were afraid that they would be targeted by others. Now that they finally had their own gang, and with so many people gathered together, they felt a sense of security and a sense of home. Naturally, they didn't want to live in hotels anymore. Xiaohai, Laura, and the others came down from the Hell King's ship and lived in Chui Wei Peak. Tai Xiong's wife and children also came down from the ship. Xiaohai had already arranged a place for Tai Xiong to live. Xiaohai sat in his room on Chui Wei Peak as he looked at Laura and said, "Now that the Four Righteous Gang is officially established, with these teleportation realm cultivators as well as my identity as the Life and Death Arena's legendary champion, I don't think ordinary forces would dare to make a move on us. Do you think we should arrange some people from the space to join the Four Righteous Gang and become ordinary members?" Laura thought for a moment, then she nodded and said, "All right. Otherwise, if we suddenly have so many helpers in the future, it would be hard to justify. Instead of having them hide, it would be better to have them join the Four Righteous Gang. The Void Realm is different from the True Spirit Plane. In the True Spirit Plane, the Void Realm is much bigger. Moreover, it's composed of many planets. In addition to that, there are countless people from other planes who came to the Void Realm. Because of this, it would be very difficult to trace the origin of a cultivator. Therefore, having the people from the space join the Four Righteous Gang is completely feasible." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "It's good that it's feasible. Then we'll have them join the Four Righteous Gang in a few days." "Right, we'll have them cover it up. Don't let people know that we're the ones who arranged it." Laura smiled and said, "Rest assured, this isn't the first time I've done this. There won't be any problems." Xiaohai nodded, then he said, "You also need to make a list. See what can be taken out of the space and what can't." Laura nodded and said, "I've already arranged it. You don't need to worry about it. Rest assured, the space's situation won't be exposed." Xiaohai nodded and said, "The most important thing is to arrange the low-level secret books. I didn't expect that a gang would be so complicated." "Right, during this time, monitor the people who joined and see if they have any problems." Xiaohai nodded and said, "The most important thing is to arrange the low-level secret books. I didn't think that a gang would be so complicated." Laura nodded and said, "Rest assured, I've already arranged everything. There won't be any problems." Xiaohai took a deep breath and said, "This is a force that we built from scratch. We need to manage it well in the early stages." Xiaohai nodded and said, "All right." Laura nodded, then she said, "Let's do it this way. We can place more robots in the Four Righteous Gang. This way, we can free all the cultivators and let them cultivate in peace." Xiaohai nodded. Xiaohai shook his head and said, "No, we can't do that right now. Actually, some daily work is also a way to cultivate. Not everyone can cultivate like me. Their cultivation needs to be done step by step. Their daily work is also a process of tempering their mind. If we omit this process, then it wouldn't be good. Moreover, the robots haven't started to sell yet. If we have too many here, then it would certainly be suspicious." Laura immediately understood what Xiaohai meant. She nodded and said, "All right, let's do that. In any case, they need to do these things inside the space. It wouldn't be good if they don't do anything when they come out. I'll take care of it." Xiaohai nodded, then he turned his head and looked outside. Then he said, "What's the situation with the extraterritorial demons?" Laura sighed and said, "The situation isn't very good. It's more serious than what we thought. The extraterritorial demons have already conquered 5 realms. Now, the realms in the void have begun to guard against the extraterritorial demons. This should be able to delay the extraterritorial demons for some time." Xiaohai said, "If our previous guess is correct, then the people here wouldn't be able to stop the extraterritorial demons." Laura frowned and said, "Big Brother Hai, what you mean is that the extraterritorial demons were sent by a higher plane to the lower realms. But why are they doing this?" Xiaohai frowned and said, "It's hard to say right now. In short, we'll have to wait until we encounter the extraterritorial demons. Once we kill a few of them, wouldn't we know why they came to the lower realms? Laura nodded and said, that's the only way right now. It's best to upgrade the space as soon as possible. Right now, the space can't produce soul iron, and the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear can't be analyzed. A lot of the functions of the space can't be used. For us, this restriction is too big. Zhao Hai nodded and said, right, upgrading the space is the most important thing. However, upgrading the space isn't that easy. Alright, let's do it like this first. In any case, we have time. Laura nodded. To be honest, she didn't have any good methods to deal with this situation. The next morning, Zhao Hai took out the list that Laura and the others had prepared. Then he gathered everyone and gave each of them a list. There were a lot of things written on the list, such as elixirs, ores, artifacts, and secret books. Moreover, the price of each item was marked. The price of each item can be paid with jade essences and contribution points. Zhao Hai didn't have any other choice. At this time, the foundation of the Four Righteous Gang was too weak. Although Zhao Hai had a lot of jade essences in the space, he couldn't take them all out. This would only arouse suspicion. Therefore, he had no choice but to use this method to strengthen the Four Righteous Gang bit by bit. At this time, the Four Righteous Gang had just been established. They needed money everywhere. Zhao Hai couldn't use the jade essences in the space. The jade essences that he obtained from the life and death battles weren't enough. Although the jade essences that Zhao Hai obtained from the life and death battles were enough for him to use for a long time, the jade essences that he obtained from the life and death battles were too lacking for the Four Righteous Gang. Therefore, he could only use this method to obtain some jade essences for the Four Righteous Gang. Although the list that Zhao Hai took out had already been sorted out, he didn't take out any of the good things from the space. Instead, he took out some of the mid-level items from the space. But even so, these items still made the members of the Four Righteous Gang dumbfounded. These people had no one to rely on for a long time. The items on Zhao Hai's list weren't something that could be casually taken out by great sects. However, they didn't expect that Zhao Hai's list would have all of these items. Moreover, the first item had a corresponding quantity. For example, the 1,000-year blood ginseng had a number of 10 written on it. In other words, there were a total of 10,000-year blood ginseng, and the price of each one was written on it. There were a lot of things like this on the list. When everyone saw the list, they couldn't help but be shocked. They knew that the Four Righteous Gang had just been established. It can be said that they didn't have any background. It can be said that almost all of the items in the Four Righteous Gang were taken out by Zhao Hai. In this case, the fact that these items were on the list made them surprised. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, everyone, the items on this list now belong to the Four Righteous Gang. You can exchange them at any time. If you don't have enough jade essence, you can exchange them with other things. As long as the value is about the same, it's fine. Everyone nodded. This was normal. This was how the great sects did things, so they didn't have any objections. Our Four Righteous Gang's alchemy hall master has gone out to purchase herbs and will be back in a few days. Once he comes back, you can ask him to refine whatever pills you want. Remember, refining pills requires jade essence. Naturally, the price won't be too expensive. But right now, our Four Righteous Gang's alchemy hall only has a single hall master. Don't tire him out. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, I think it's best if you think about it carefully. Our Four Righteous Gang's alchemy hall master has gone out to purchase herbs and will be back in a few days. Everyone chuckled. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, everyone, take a rest for a few days. Think about whether you're in a hurry to use your pills. If you're not in a hurry to use them, then don't be in a hurry to exchange them. In any case, these things are in the sect. You can use them whenever you want. Everyone nodded. Although it seems like they have a lot of things in their hands right now, that was only because they had a small number of people. If these things were placed in a large sect, it wouldn't be much. If they were to start exchanging now, they would have to scrape and divide up the things they had. Just as everyone was about to disperse, Zhao Hai's expression changed. Then he turned his hand and took out a jade token. Everyone discovered that this jade token was flashing. Then a row of numbers appeared on it. Most people wouldn't know what these numbers meant, but Zhao Hai knew that these numbers were the latitude and longitude of the bitter bar star. These numbers were the coordinates of an address. And this thing wasn't something that just anyone had. Currently, only 4 people had this kind of jade token: White Tiger's Might, Xiao Feng, Hu Mengyin, and the Ancient Heart Saint. This was something that Zhao Hai specially prepared for people who were going out. The Ancient Heart Saint originally didn't have one. The one he had was given to Tai Xiong by Zhao Hai. When Tai Xiong found out that he was going out, he gave the jade token to him. Tai Xiong also told Zhao Hai about this matter, so Zhao Hai naturally knew about it. And now, the jade token that Zhao Hai took out was the one that the Ancient Heart Saint carried. Everyone also noticed Zhao Hai's expression. When Zhao Hai saw the coordinates, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression turned gloomy as he said, "Everyone, I'm afraid that we won't be able to rest. This is a warning jade token. Our 4 righteous gangs Alchemy Hall's Hall Master, Gu Xinggue, had an accident. Everyone, come with me, we'll immediately go and rescue him." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tai Xiong couldn't help but stare. Then his expression changed as he said, "Gang Master, do you know the address? How do we get there? Do we take the transmission formation?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No need, it's not far from here. Let's go and take the Hell King's ship." When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but get excited. They nodded and then rushed out of the room. This was their first collective action in the name of the 4 righteous gang. Although these people were old cultivators, they couldn't help but feel a little excited. This was because they knew very well that today's Ancient Heart Saint would be tomorrow's themselves. Today, they were going to save the Ancient Heart Saint. Tomorrow, when they were in trouble, someone would come to save them. When everyone came out of the room, the Hell King's ship was already hovering above them. They didn't think about why the Hell King's ship stopped there. Instead, they all boarded the ship. After everyone boarded the ship, Zhao Hai handed the jade token to Laura. Laura looked at it and then gave an order. The Hell King's ship turned around and accelerated. The others were puzzled as they looked at Zhao Hai. This was because they discovered that what appeared on the jade token wasn't a place name, nor was it a magic formation. Instead, it was a row of numbers. This was the most peculiar part of the jade token. The coordinates mentioned by cultivators were generally calculated according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches. They divided the entire planet into many pieces and then divided each piece into smaller pieces until they reached the exact coordinates. However, this method of division was very troublesome. It wasn't as convenient as latitude and longitude. Because of this, Zhao Hai used the latitude and longitude method to calculate the coordinates. Looking at everyone's expression, Zhao Hai knew what they were thinking. He smiled faintly and said, "Everyone, don't be surprised. This is a special method to calculate the coordinates. In the future, it will be used by the 4 righteous gang. You don't need to worry. Once we return, I'll teach you how to use it." Everyone nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The Hell King's ship was very fast. Before long, they could hear the sounds of fighting in front of them. Zhao Hai stood on the bow of the ship and looked towards the direction of the fight. He saw 5 cultivators besieging the Ancient Heart Saint. The Ancient Heart Saint's situation wasn't very good, he was already injured. Seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but coldly snort and said, "Who dares to hurt my 4 righteous gang? Are you courting death?" With such a big guy flying over, it was impossible for the 2 sides to not see him. They all stopped, but the 5 people still surrounded Gu Xianxia. The Hell King's ship quickly arrived at the scene. Then the cultivators on the ship disembarked and surrounded the 5 cultivators. The Ancient Heart Saint stared blankly at all of this. He didn't expect Zhao Hai and the others to come to his rescue this quickly. Just as he was about to set off, Tai Xiong gave him that jade tablet and told him that at the critical moment, he could input a trace of spirit energy into the jade tablet or directly crush the jade tablet. At that time, someone would naturally come to save him. At that time, although the Ancient Heart Saint received the jade token, he didn't think that he would be able to use it. But this time, when he went out to buy medicine, he suddenly heard that there was an elixir here. So he ran over. However, he didn't expect this to be a trap. As soon as he arrived, he was surrounded by the 5 cultivators. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the ancient heart saint decided to give it a try and input spiritual chi into the jade token. Then he began to fight the cultivators. The ancient heart saint didn't think that Zhao Hai and the others would arrive this quickly. Although this place wasn't far from Maru City, he didn't think that they would arrive this quickly. When the 5 cultivators were surrounded by so many people, their expressions couldn't help but change. The leader of the group, a middle-aged cultivator, cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, may I know why you're stopping us?" Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "Why are you asking me?" "Ha ha ha. Alright, I'll tell you. Why are you besieging people from the 4 righteous gang for no reason?" When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "We ask Mister to forgive us. We really didn't know that he was from your gang. We ask Mister to let us go." Zhao Hai looked at the cultivators, then he sneered and said, "Attacking people from the 4 righteous gang, you think you can just say that you didn't know about it? You'll have to pay the price today. Attack." With Zhao Hai's order, the cultivators from the 4 righteous gang rushed over like mad tigers. This was the smoothest battle they had ever fought. This was because they had more people than the enemy. In the past, they were besieged by others. This time, they were besieged. Because of this, they were very excited. Before long, the 5 cultivators were dealt with by them. Looking at the corpses of the 5 cultivators, Zhao Hai said, "Everyone, collect their belongings and hand them over to me. Then we'll distribute them to everyone." The cultivators didn't respond. They just nodded and took the 5 cultivators' spatial equipment and handed them over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai didn't hide anything and directly placed the items on the Hell King's ship. Then he had Laura register the items. At the same time, Zhao Hai waved his hand and collected the corpses. Although the cultivators didn't understand why Zhao Hai collected the corpses, they knew that they didn't ask. Everyone had their own secrets. Since Zhao Hai didn't inquire about their secrets, then naturally they wouldn't inquire about Zhao Hai's secrets. At this time, Gu Xianxia was already on the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at Gu Xianxia and laughed, "Hall Master Gu, you're in a sorry state right now. How did you end up like this?" Gu Xianxia smiled bitterly, then he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, replying to the sect master, "I was too careless this time. You told me to buy some medicine, but when I was in Baolong City, I heard that there was 9-leaf yang grass here. That's a good thing, a panacea. I wanted to try my luck here, but I didn't expect this to be a trap set up by these guys. If the sect master didn't come today, I'm afraid I would have died here." Zhao Hai patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go take a rest and deal with your injuries. You are doing this for the good of the gang. If the gang had everything, then you wouldn't have to take this risk. Laura, arrange a room for Hall Head Gu so that he can have a good rest." Laura complied, then led Gu Xingqing away. Gu Xingqing nodded and left. White Tiger's Might, Xiao Yafeng, and Hu Mengyin stared blankly at the small shop in front of them. The small shop was very lively. What was even more surprising was that there was a sign hanging on the small shop. It had the words "For Righteous Gang Branch" written on it. This was really beyond their expectations. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would have a branch in the city. Although the branch wasn't big, it looked very lively. Moreover, the 3 also saw 2 acquaintances in the branch, the Pine Daoist and the Ku Daoist. The Pine Daoist and the Ku Daoist were friends with the 3. However, they had their own matters to attend to at the time, so they were separated from each other. Now that they saw the Pine Daoist and the Ku Daoist greeting the people in the room, it seemed like they were very familiar with it. The 3 couldn't help but be curious. They knew that the Pine Daoist and the Ku Daoist weren't very talkative people. Letting them greet people was indeed a bit difficult for them. The 3 looked at each other and then nodded. Then they walked towards the branch. When the 3 arrived at the door, Pine Daoist and the Ku Daoist saw them. The 2 quickly stood up and greeted them. Pine Daoist smiled and said, "Old White, Old Xiao, and little sister Mengyin, you're back. Why are you here first? I thought you went back to the sect." White Tiger's Might looked around and saw that there were more than a dozen people sitting in the room. The strength of these people was different. Some of them had reached the teleportation realm, but there were only 3 of them. The rest were at the transcending realm or below. White Tiger's Might kept his fist towards Pine Daoist and the Ku Daoist and said, Pine Daoist, old Ku, why are you two doing this? Did the gang leader arrange this? Pine Daoist nodded and said, we have no other choice. The two of us were the first to join the gang. The gang leader asked us to greet the others here. Therefore, we've been doing this for the past few days. Right, the gang leader and the others are busy at the sect. If you bring back the things that the gang leader asked you to prepare, then go back quickly. Ching Song and the others now knew what the three of them had gone out to do, which was why they said this. When White Tiger's Might and the others heard this, they couldn't stay any longer. White Tiger's Might immediately said, alright, then we'll head back first. Let's meet again when we have time. Pine Tree and Ku Daoist both nodded. White Tiger's Might and the other two turned around and left the room, flying straight out of the city. While flying out of the city, White Tiger's Might smiled bitterly and said, it seems like we underestimated Big Brother. I didn't expect Big Brother to be so well prepared in just a few days. Looking at those people, it seems like they want to join the Four Righteous Gang. It seems like Big Brother has done a good job. Xiao Yifeng nodded and said, right, I still underestimated Big Brother. Big Brother has done a good job. Let's go, I really want to see what our sect looks like. Hu Mengying didn't speak, her eyes were blurred. Nobody knew what she was thinking. Chuiwei Mountain wasn't very far from Mashu City. It didn't take long for the three of them to arrive at the periphery of the mountain. Upon arriving, the group couldn't help but stare blankly at the mountain. Chuiwei Mountain was completely different from the first time they saw it. At this time, the mountain was shrouded in a faint mist. And with the addition of the antique architecture, it gave people the feeling of entering a fairyland. Soon, they discovered that the mist wasn't just for show. Not only did the mist make it impossible for people to see the situation on Mount Suiwei, it also blocked people's spiritual force, making it impossible for people to use their spiritual force to see what was going on. The group immediately understood that someone must have set up a formation on Mount Suiwei in order to prevent people from seeing what was going on. The three couldn't help but sigh. Although they didn't know who arranged this formation, they had to recognize that it was really ingenious. Just as the three were about to go inside, two people suddenly flew out of the mist and blocked their path. However, when the two people saw the appearance of the three, they couldn't help but stare. Then one of them cupped his fist and said, Old Bai, you're back? Great, let's go. The gang leader is waiting for you. The three cupped their fists and said, Old Bao, what's the situation in the gang right now? Who was the one who laid down this array? It's really amazing. Old Bao's name was Bao Ding. He was also a friend of the White Tiger Gang. However, their previous friendship could only be regarded as ordinary. White Tigers might only knew that Bao Ding was alone in the Void Realm. Therefore, when the Four Righteous Gang was established, White Tiger went to look for Bao Ding, hoping that Bao Ding would join the Four Righteous Gang. When Bao Ding heard that Zhao Hai was going to participate in the life and death arena, he decided to watch the competition before deciding whether or not to join the Four Righteous Gang. When Bao Ding heard White Tiger's might, he couldn't help but smile and said, Let's go. Let's talk about this formation. It was arranged by the gang leader. I didn't expect the gang leader to not only be strong, but also have a deep understanding of formations. Amazing. Upon hearing this, the White Tiger Gang couldn't help but be stunned. Then he said, Big Brother arranged it? The group couldn't believe it. Zhao Hai was a body cultivator, and under normal circumstances, body cultivators weren't very proficient in formations. This was because body cultivators needed to spend a lot of time on cultivation. Naturally, they wouldn't have the time to study formations. Bao Ding Tian nodded and said, Right, it was arranged by the gang leader. Now, the refining hall and alchemy hall of the Four Righteous Gang have been officially established. Moreover, we've also opened up a few medicinal fields on the mountain. In the past few days, we've also accepted some weaker disciples and gave them some ordinary tasks. A few days ago, we acted together and dealt with a few fellows who dared to stretch their claws towards the Four Righteous Gang. Ha ha ha, we've really gone too far. Upon hearing Bao Ding Tian, Tiger's Might and the others couldn't help but stare. They didn't think that so many things would happen in the few days that they were gone. Just as the group wanted to ask more, they discovered that they had already arrived at the main peak of Tsuiwei Peak. When the group landed, they saw Zhao Hai standing there waiting for them. When the group saw Zhao Hai, they quickly gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Big brother, we're back." Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, "It's good that you're back. Let's go inside and talk." "Old Bao, you've worked hard." Bao Dingtian nodded, then he turned around and left. After the group entered the room and sat down, Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Might and said, "Second brother, how did things go this time?" Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Rest assured, big brother. This time, we brought back a total of 8 formations. Although they aren't top-level formations, as long as they're properly arranged, their power wouldn't be small." "Big brother, how many people does the Four Righteous Gang have right now?" "From what I can see, the Four Righteous Gang has a lot of people." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Quite a lot. Currently, the Four Righteous Gang has 230 teleportation realm cultivators and 105 transcending realm cultivators. Moreover, this number is constantly increasing. We've already established the Refining Hall, Alchemy Hall, Foreign Affairs Hall, Sundry Hall, Battle Hall, and other halls. We currently have 7 people in the Refining Hall, 8 in the Alchemy Hall, 10 in the Foreign Affairs Hall, 20 in the Sundry Hall, and 100 in the Battle Hall. The rest have no positions." Tiger's Might and the others didn't expect the Four Righteous Gang to have so many people. Their faces showed a hint of joy, but then they frowned and said, "Big brother, we only notified 100 people before. Where did so many people come from? Won't it be unsafe?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Rest assured, the people in charge of these halls were introduced by you. You can rest assured that as long as we control these halls, there won't be any problems. As for the other people, they were introduced by others. They came here and joined the Four Righteous Gang. Seeing that the Four Righteous Gang was a good place, they introduced their friends to join. That's why there are so many people in the Four Righteous Gang. You don't have to worry about it." Tiger's Might nodded. Then Xiao Yafeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, I heard that you had some coordinated actions before. You even killed a few people?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "A few days ago, our Four Righteous Gang's Alchemy Hall's Hall Master, Gu Xianxia, went to another city to buy herbs. However, he fell into a trap and was besieged by several people. Fortunately, he informed the gang leader in time, so we went to support him and killed those who dared to attack him." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod and said, "So it's like that. I thought it was something big, but it's good that it's nothing. I didn't expect Big Brother to be able to arrange formations. The formations here are very exquisite. Looking from the outside, it looks like we're in a fairyland." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I've learned it before." "Right, let me take a look at the formations you brought back. I want to see what kind of formations they are." White Tiger's Might nodded, then he took out a jade slip and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai received the jade essence and sent his spiritual force into the jade slip. Before long, he took back his spiritual force. He now knew what kind of formations White Tiger's Might bought. Tiger's Might bought a total of 8 formations. If these 8 formations were used separately, then they wouldn't be very powerful. They wouldn't be able to be used as a defensive formation. However, if these 8 formations were combined, then they would be able to display a very powerful might. Although they couldn't be compared to the top formations of the Great Sects, they were still quite good. Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to White Tiger's Might and said, "Good, these 8 formations are actually used as a set. Where did you get them?" "This is a good thing. In general, you can't buy them even if you have money." Bai Huwei smiled and said, "Coincidentally, we bought this formation from a friend. This person isn't an ordinary person. He's from the Wang family of formations in the Void Realm. The Wang family has always been famous for their various formations. He's just a side branch of the Wang family. This formation was refined by his father, but his father passed away shortly after refining it. He's never been valued in the Wang family. In order to get more money to buy cultivation materials, he had no choice but to sell this formation to me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I've heard of the Wang family's name. Their family has always been famous for their research on formations. They're also one of the few families in the void that can make large artifacts. Formations made by their family are really extraordinary. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right. Bai Hui smiled bitterly and said, it's very good. I heard that these 8 formations can be used as a set. But since the creator is dead, the best combination of these formations has been lost. Therefore, although these 8 formations can be used as a set, they can't display their full power. This can be considered as a weakness. Bai Hui smiled bitterly and said, yes. Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, this is already very good. You can leave the formations to me in a while. Even if I can't display 100% of their power, I can still display 80% or 90% of their power. White Tiger's Might nodded, then he turned his head and said, Big brother, take us around. We still don't know what the main hall is like. When Jiao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, right, the last time you came back, the headquarters didn't have anything. Let's go, I'll take you around. Jiao Hai nodded and said, all right, let's go. Jiao Hai led Tiger's Might and the others around for a tour. Only after this tour did White Tiger's Might realize that the Four Righteous Gang was now divided in such detail. It can be said that although the Four Righteous Gang was small, it had everything. After visiting all the places, Jiao Hai led White Tiger's Might and the others back to their room. After the group sat down, Jiao Hai gave each of them a jade slip and said, there's a list in the jade slip. On the list are all the things that the Four Righteous Gang currently has. The exchange method is also written at the back. Right, the 3 of you, each of you must donate 3 things. It doesn't matter if the things are expensive or cheap, everyone must donate. Almost everyone in the gang has donated. When White Tiger's Might and the others heard Jiao Hai, they nodded. The 3 of them didn't say anything as they took out something and gave it to Jiao Hai. When Jiao Hai saw the things that they took out, he couldn't help but stare. The things that the 3 of them took out were of the best quality. There were elixirs and ores. These things were very useful for a cultivator. Spirit herbs could be refined into pills. When necessary, it could even help a person level up. As for ores, they were even more extraordinary. Ores could be refined into magic tools. A good magic tool was a cultivator's second life. Jiao Hai looked at White Tiger's Might and the others and said, you don't need to take out so many good things. Although the others also donated things, the things that they took out weren't good. Tiger's Might smiled and said, how can we be the same as them? The Four Righteous Gang was created by the few of us. No matter what, we are still the gang leaders. How can we compare with them? Jiao Hai looked at White Tiger's Might and the others and said, all right, you can do it this time, but don't do it in the future. We established the Four Righteous Gang in order to let more people join us, so that we won't be bullied. However, we also don't want you to give away your own things. Also, how many things do you have? There are hundreds of people, and there will be more and more in the future. If you keep giving away things, then it won't be enough. White Tiger's Might and the others smiled and nodded. Jiao Hai looked at the group and sighed, no matter what, the Four Righteous Gang has been established. There are no external forces to deal with the Four Righteous Gang. However, we still have to be careful. After the Four Righteous Gang was established, it's like a piece of fat meat. A lot of people want to take a bite out of it and swallow us. Therefore, we have to be careful at all times. White Tiger's Might and the others nodded. Then White Tiger's Might said, Big brother, what do you think we should do next? Jiao Hai frowned and thought for a moment, then he said, after you arrange the defensive formation, take me to see the person from the Wang family. I want to invite someone who is proficient in formations to join the Four Righteous Gang. We need to establish a formation hall in the Four Righteous Gang. Just having a refining hall isn't enough. Jiao Hai nodded, then he said, that's right. White Tiger's Might nodded and said, all right, let's go see Wang Chang. However, big brother, you shouldn't have too much hope. First, it's because of the Wang family. Second, it's because of his father's death. His father was very proficient in formations, but because he wasn't strong enough, his lifespan was too short. Because of his father's death, Wang Chang became so poor that he couldn't even guarantee the most basic cultivation resources. Because of this, although he's talented in formations, he's now focused on cultivation. Jiao Hai nodded. He could understand what White Tiger's Might was thinking about. There were a lot of cultivators who were obsessed with refining artifacts or formations. Although they respected them on the surface, they actually looked down on them in their hearts. In their opinion, such people didn't do proper work. This was because only by cultivating could they prolong their lives. This was the purpose of cultivation. Xiaoyafeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, I've heard that a lot of people on other planets have heard of your name. Some of them aren't convinced and want to challenge you. How do you think we should deal with this matter?" When Zhao Hai heard Xiaoyafeng, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he said, "Where did the news come from? Is it accurate?" Xiaoyafeng replied, "It should be accurate. This news wasn't spread by one or two people, it was spread by a lot of people. In fact, this is also normal. You're now famous, so a lot of people want to step on you to become famous. Therefore, there will be a lot of people who want to challenge you." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "This is a bit troublesome. If it's someone who doesn't have any influence, then it's fine. But if it's someone from a big influence, then if I defeat him, then his face would be damaged. Some broad-minded people wouldn't have any ideas, but some narrow-minded people would make things difficult for us. Making things difficult for the Four Righteous Gang isn't a good thing." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "You're right." When Xiaoyafeng and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They knew very well that the Four Righteous Gang had just been established. Moreover, they had recruited some adult experts. Although this would increase the strength of the Four Righteous Gang in a short period of time, at the same time, many of these people wouldn't be on the same side as them. The reason why the Four Righteous Gang was so popular was because these people thought that they could rely on the Four Righteous Gang. Another reason was because of Zhao Hai's strength. If something were to happen to Zhao Hai at this time, then these people might be tempted. If that's the case, then the Four Righteous Gang would be in danger. Zhao Hai sighed softly and said, "It seems like the Life and Death Arena's legendary arena lord will remain. If someone really wants to challenge me, then I'll invite them to the Life and Death Arena. If they dare to go, then everything will be simple. If they don't, then nobody would say anything if I don't accept the challenge." Zhao Hai sighed and said, Xiaoyafeng and the others nodded. Zhao Hai's method was good. Using the Life and Death Arena as a platform, this matter would be easily resolved. If the other party agrees to challenge Zhao Hai in the Life and Death Arena, then they would be responsible for their own life and death. If they don't agree, then no one would say anything if Zhao Hai doesn't fight with them. Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Big brother, you're very thoughtful. Alright, big brother, we'll go back and rest first. Once we're done here, I'll take you to Wangchang." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Rest can wait. You gather everyone. We'll take the Hell King's ship and go to the Life and Death Arena to look for Tianjian and Yingjun. They contributed a lot to the establishment of the Four Righteous Gang. We need to thank them." Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Alright, then I'll go gather everyone." After he said that, Tiger's Might walked out. Zhao Hai also led Xiaoyafeng and Hu Mengyin out of the room and onto the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship was hovering in the air. But after Zhao Hai's formation was completed, outsiders couldn't see the ship. Looking from the outside, there were only clouds floating above Zuiwei Mountain. There was nothing else at all. When the three arrived at the Hell King's ship, Laura and the others immediately greeted them. Although Laura and the others spent some time on Zuiwei Mountain, they still spent most of their time on the Hell King's ship. This was something that couldn't be helped. The Hell King's ship can control space and there were a lot of people on board. It was more convenient for them to be on the ship. After Xiaoyafeng and Hu Mengyin greeted Laura and the others went to talk with Hu Mengyin. Only Zhao Hai and Xiaoyafeng were left on the deck. Xiaoyafeng looked at the Hell King's ship and couldn't help but sigh, "Big brother, who are sister-in-law and the others? This Hell King's ship isn't simple. I've seen a lot of large artifacts, but this is the first time I've seen one like this. The Hell King's ship is very big. If sister-in-law and the others' families come, wouldn't there be trouble?" Zhao Hai looked at Xiaoyafeng and smiled faintly, "You don't need to worry. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. I've already told you their identities, but I can't tell you. You just need to know that there won't be any problems." Hearing Zhao Hai, Xiaoyafeng nodded and said, "Alright, it's fine as long as you're aware of it." But looking at the size of the Hell King's ship, I'm afraid the entire Four Righteous gang would be able to fit inside. Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "You're looking down on the Hell King's ship too much. With the current size of the Righteous Four gang, not to mention the entire Righteous Four gang, even 10 of them wouldn't be a problem." When Xiao Yefeng heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but light up as he said, "If that's the case, then wouldn't it be the same as the Ark ship? If that's the case, then the Righteous Four gang would be very rich." Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Yefeng with a puzzled expression and said, "Ark ship? What Ark ship?" Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Xiao Yefeng knew that Zhao Hai didn't know about this matter. He couldn't help but let out a long breath and said, "The Ark ship is a unique large artifact in the Void Realm. This kind of large artifact rarely appears. Its origin is also very mysterious. Every time this large artifact appears, it would bring endless disasters to the Void Realm. Ark ships are just a nice name. In the Void Realm, people generally call them misfortune arcs. It means that they can bring misfortune to people." Xiao Yefeng paused for a moment, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "The misfortune arcs don't look very big, they're no different from other large artifacts. They also have different styles. Some are ship-shaped while others are chariot-shaped. However, they all have one thing in common: the interior of the ark is a very large space. This space can hold a lot of people. Because of this, no matter how big the ark is, it can hold a lot of people inside." Zhao Hai listened to Xiao Yefeng's words. The misfortune arc that Xiao Yefeng talked about was really similar to the Hell King's ship. However, Zhao Hai didn't know if the misfortune arc was as big as the Hell King's ship. However, this was impossible. How can the misfortune arc space be compared to the Hell King's ship space? The Hell King's ship space can be connected to the space when necessary. The entire space can be said to be the Hell King's ship space. There was simply no comparison. Xiao Yefeng looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Don't you think it's very mysterious? What's even more mysterious is that I heard that the ark space can hold living things. Some herbs can even grow inside. There are even pseudo-spirit veins inside." Zhao Hai looked puzzled at Xiao Yefeng and said, "Herbs can grow inside? What's a pseudo-spirit vein? What's a pseudo-spirit vein?" Xiao Yefeng shook his head and said, "I don't know about that either. It's just that there's a legend in the Void Realm. It's said that there's a formation inside the ark. As long as you put a few pieces of jade essence in it and activate it, it would be able to absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings. This would make the spiritual energy inside the ark even denser. It's as if there's a spirit vein inside." Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes shone as he said, "There's such a formation? Wouldn't it be faster to cultivate in such a formation?" Xiao Yefeng nodded and said, "That's right. If one cultivates in such a formation, one's cultivation speed will definitely be faster. Actually, there's a saying that I think is the most credible. There's a legend in the Void Realm that says that the Ark battleships don't belong to this plane. It's very likely that they're from a higher plane." Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Xiao Yefeng's words reminded him of something. If the Ark ships were really from a higher plane, then it would make sense. However, Zhao Hai's eyes couldn't help but flash with a cold light. He suddenly thought of the extraterritorial devil race. The extraterritorial devil race was most likely something from a higher plane. Now that an ark had appeared, it seemed like this plane was going to be very lively. Xiao Yefeng sighed and said, "But we don't need to worry. Every time the Ark of Misfortune appears, it would attack large forces. For small forces like us, the Ark of Misfortune wouldn't put them in its eyes." Zhao Hai nodded and didn't say anything. Then he looked at Xiao Yefeng and said, "No matter what, developing ourselves is the most important thing. Let's talk about other things in the future." Xiao Yefeng nodded. At this time, White Tigers might lead the others to the Hell King's ship. All of them were teleportation realm experts. With more than 200 teleportation realm experts gathered together, they were indeed a force that couldn't be underestimated. No matter where they were, it was the same. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and said, "Everyone, for the establishment of the Four Righteous Gang, the people in charge of the life and death arena, Mr. Tianjian and Mr. Yin Jun, have helped us a lot. Although the life and death arena was designed by me, the construction was also done by the people in charge of the life and death arena. This is a favor to the Four Righteous Gang. Because of this, I'm going to take everyone to meet Mr. Tianjian and Mr. Yingjun. Everyone should get to know each other. If there are any problems in the future, we can communicate and contact each other. This will be good for the Four Righteous Gang. Everyone shook their heads. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose it. The Life and Death Arena was a large force in the Void Realm. If the Four Righteous Gang were to establish a relationship with them, then it would only be good for the gang. Seeing everyone shake their heads, Zhao Hai said, "Alright, then let's go and meet Mr. Tianjian and Mr. Yingjun." Along with his order, the Hell King's ship slowly moved and flew towards Martha City. Outside of Martha City, Zhao Hai didn't immediately look for Tianjian and Yingjun. Instead, he went to the branch and met with Pine Tree and Bitter Daoist before heading towards the Life and Death Arena. The people in the Life and Death Arena already knew about the existence of the Hell King's ship. Seeing the ship arrive, they weren't nervous at all. Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might came down from the ship. Many of the people in the Life and Death Arena took the initiative to greet the two. Among these people, there were some who helped Zhao Hai and the others with the construction of the sect. They received a lot of benefits from Zhao Hai, so they had a good impression of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai greeted these people one by one. At the same time, he led Tiger's Might to the Life and Death Arena. After a while, the Life and Death Arena held another competition. Although the level of the competition wasn't as high as Zhao Hai's, it was still able to support an expert. It was said that this person had already won 5 times in a row. However, these weren't what Zhao Hai cared about. The fights in the Life and Death Arena no longer attracted Zhao Hai's attention. Naturally, he didn't care about it. Tianjian and Yingjun were in the room dealing with some matters. Although they were only the stewards of the Martha City branch, they still had a lot of things to deal with. They needed to communicate with the higher-ups about the situation in Martha City as well as the matter of the Four Righteous Gang. The Life and Death Arena was very supportive of the champions who went out to establish their own forces. As long as the champions belonged to the Life and Death Arena, then when necessary, their forces could also be used by the Life and Death Arena. It was precisely because of this that Tianjian supported Zhao Hai. When they heard that Zhao Hai had arrived, Tianjian and Yingjun immediately came out of their rooms to welcome him. As soon as they came out, they saw Zhao Hai and Bai Huwei coming in. Tianjian quickly cupped his fist and laughed, "Leader Zhao, how did you find the time to come here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Leader Zhao, how did you find the time to come here?" When he heard Tianjian, Zhao Hai also laughed and said, "Brother Tian, you're mocking me." "What leader? If you think highly of me, then just call me Brother Zhao. Today, I came to invite you on behalf of the Righteous Four Gang." When Tianjian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Invite us? What do you want us to do?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'd like to invite the two of you to visit the Four Righteous Gang and have a drink with us. We haven't had a drink together for quite some time. How about it, would the two of you be willing to give me face?" When Tianjian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "So it's like that. That's easy to handle. We just need to inform the two of you and then we'll go with you. Please wait for a moment. Come in and have a seat." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Alright, there's still a ship of people waiting outside. We won't go in, we'll wait outside. Brothers, please hurry up. My liquor bug is starting to move." Tianjian laughed and said, "Alright, wait for a moment. I'll just say a few words." After he said that, he turned around and called over a cultivator from the Life and Death Pendulum. After saying a few words, he followed Zhao Hai outside. Before long, the group arrived at the Hell King's ship. The cultivators of the Righteous Four Gang were already standing on the deck. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived, Zhao Hai turned to the cultivator from the Righteous Four Gang and said, "Come, let me introduce you. This is the person in charge of the Life and Death Arena, Mr. Tianjian. This is the person in charge of the Life and Death Arena, Mr. Yingjun. These two have helped the cultivators of the Life and Death Arena a lot. Later on, when you see these two, please be polite. Do you understand?" The cultivators from the Righteous Four Gang replied, "Yes, leader. We have seen Mr. Tian and Mr. Yin." This made Tianjian and Yingjun stare. The two quickly said, we don't dare. There's no need to be so polite. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite. Laura, let's have a few drinks." Laura nodded, then she immediately ordered people to set up a table on the deck. After that, dishes were served one after another. Zhao Hai invited everyone to sit down. After everyone was seated, Zhao Hai picked up his wine glass and stood up. "Everyone, the Righteous Four Gang is now officially established. Although the Righteous Four Gang has been established before, today is the official day. Mr. Tian and Mr. Ying can bear witness to this. Everyone should know that the purpose of the Righteous Four Gang is unity. I ask everyone to keep this in mind." Everyone picked up their wine glasses and stood up. Then they turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Remember the leader's order." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Today, I'll announce the first two rules of the Righteous Four Gang. Those who betray the gang shall be killed. Those who fight among themselves shall be killed. Those who don't save the members of the gang shall be killed. These three rules will never be changed. Does everyone remember this?" Everyone replied in unison, "We will obey the leader's order." Zhao Hai raised his glass and said, "All right, everyone will remember this. Let's drink. The Righteous Four Gang is now officially established. Cheers." Everyone from the Righteous Four Gang raised their glasses and said, "Cheers." After everyone drank a glass of wine, Zhao Hai smiled at everyone and said, "All right, now that we've finished, let's drink to our heart's content." Everyone cheered, the atmosphere of the scene became lively. After Zhao Hai sat down, Tian Jian and Yin Jun said, "Two brothers, later on, you'll be witnesses to the establishment of the Righteous Four Gang. Hee hee. How about it? Isn't this face big enough?" Tian Jian smiled bitterly and said, "Kid, I didn't expect you to do this today. Later on, if the Righteous Four Gang gets into trouble, then we'll be able to watch." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "What? Didn't you want to watch before? Don't even think about it, I won't give you that opportunity. But you can rest assured, the Righteous Four Gang won't casually cause trouble." Tian Jian and Yin Jun couldn't help but smile bitterly. They now understood that Zhao Hai might look like an honest person, but in fact, he was the one who caused the most trouble. If someone said that he wouldn't take the initiative to cause trouble, the two of them really wouldn't believe it. After drinking a few more glasses of wine, Zhao Hai suddenly pointed and said, "You two, take a look. This is the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang. I believe that you won't be disappointed." Tian Jian casually looked up and said, "Kid, you're joking. It's not like we haven't seen the blueprints of the Four Righteous Gang's headquarters." They weren't wrong, the jade slip that Zhao Hai gave them had a three-dimensional map of the Four Righteous Gang's buildings. They were very familiar with the buildings of the Four Righteous Gang. Therefore, they didn't care too much about these things. But when they saw the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang, they couldn't help but stare. They didn't expect that the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang would be so beautiful. It was filled with smoke, just like a fairyland on earth. And with the thin mist, the buildings were faintly discernible, making them look mysterious and tranquil. Tian Jian and Yin Jun didn't speak for a long time. After some time, they turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, is this the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang? How come it's different from the blueprints?" Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "There's no difference, it's exactly the same. It's just that some smoke has been added. This smoke is actually a formation that can block spiritual force from probing the headquarters." Tian Jian let out a long breath and said, "Who made this smoke?" "It's amazing." Zhao Hai chuckled and said, "It's me. Actually, it's nothing special, it's just an improved version of a barrier." Tian Jian stared, then he turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, "You're saying that you arranged this formation yourself? You also know about formations?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I know a little, not much." Tian Jian looked at Zhao Hai. After a while, he smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't think that you would have this kind of ability. It seems like I've underestimated you. There's nothing in this world that you don't know." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You can't say that. There are a lot of things that I don't know. Come, let's drink. You should also take a good look at this place. You have contributed a lot to the construction of this place." The Hell King's ship also lowered its altitude as it circled around Jade Mountain. This allowed Tian Jian and Yin Jun to get a good look. After walking around, Tianjian and Yingjun discovered that this place was indeed built the same as on the drawing. It was just that there wasn't so much smoke on the drawing, and there weren't many drawings of Suiwei Mountain below the house, so it didn't have such an imposing aura. Now that it was built, it naturally looked extraordinary. Actually, Tianjian and Yingjun weren't the happiest when they saw the scenery. After all, they were only looking at the buildings with appreciation. Although they felt that the buildings were beautiful, they didn't think too much about it. On the other hand, when the other members of the Four Righteous Gang saw the buildings, they were very happy. This was because this was their home. People who wandered outside yearned for a home the most. A stable home, a place where they could rest when they were tired. And the Four Righteous Gang was their home. Everyone on the Hell King's ship looked at the Four Righteous Gang with tears in their eyes. Zhao Hai, Tianjian, and Yingjun drank a few cups of wine. Then they picked up their cups and went to each table to make a toast. Moreover, they would chat from time to time. After drinking for several hours, everyone was finally satisfied. Zhao Hai drove the Hell King's ship to send Tianjian and Yingjun back to the life and death arena. Then he drove the ship back to the Four Righteous Gang. After everyone returned to their residences, Zhao Hai began to arrange the 8 defensive formations. Actually, he didn't tell the truth to Tiger's Might. The 8 defensive formations weren't installed in the correct order. However, this wasn't a problem for Zhao Hai. As long as he used the processing machine to calculate the best combination of the 8 formations, it wouldn't be difficult for him to arrange them. However, installing the formations wasn't easy. In the next few days, Zhao Hai was busy arranging the formations. At the same time, he had Laura and the others arrange various tasks for the people of the Four Righteous Gang. At the same time, the refining hall and the alchemy hall of the Four Righteous Gang began to operate. The Four Righteous Gang began to get on the right track. The Four Righteous Gang began to distribute tasks. These tasks weren't very difficult. Most of them were tasks to find herbs or ores. For the people of the Four Righteous Gang, these tasks weren't unfamiliar to them. The people of the Four Righteous Gang were equivalent to rogue cultivators in the Void Realm. They didn't have any backing. Sometimes, they could only rely on the shops in the Void Realm to make a living. Naturally, the Void Realm was very big. It was very easy for them to survive. If they were lucky, they might even be able to get some treasures. However, these treasures were raw materials, not pills or artifacts. If they kept the raw materials in their hands, they would never be able to turn them into pills or artifacts. If they want to turn these raw materials into something useful, then they would need someone to refine them. But finding someone to refine them wasn't easy. The higher the grade of the materials, the higher the refining cost. Moreover, the success rate wasn't guaranteed. Because of this, the best way to turn raw materials into pills or artifacts was to find a shop opened by a big force. This way, the success rate would be guaranteed. However, the cost was enough to make them feel pain. However, the shops of the major powers also had a way to help them refine pills and artifacts for free. This method was to complete missions. Some big forces would sometimes issue some missions through their shops. Of course, these missions weren't good missions. Some of them were very dangerous, and some of them took a long time. Therefore, those big forces didn't like to do them. They would give these missions to rogue cultivators like Tiger's Might and Pine Tree. Previously, when Tiger's Might and the others came to the life and death arena, Pine Tree accepted such a mission. This mission took a long time. It took Pine Tree about 3 years to complete it. The main purpose of this mission was to get the big force to refine an artifact for him. But after he finished the mission, Tiger's Might came to him and asked him to join the Four Righteous Gang. Pine Tree was also tempted, so he didn't look for the big force to refine an artifact for him. Now, the Four Righteous Gang had also started to issue missions. However, these missions were different from the missions issued by the big sections. The missions issued by the big sects would give you a rough location. On the other hand, the missions issued by the Four Righteous Gang didn't have a location. You can only rely on yourself to find it. Although this would greatly increase the difficulty of the mission, the cultivators were still very happy when they received these missions. This was because although these missions were difficult, the rewards they could get were also very generous. Pine Tree accepted a mission to find an ownerless iron ore vein. Although this mission didn't seem easy, Pine Tree knew that it wasn't that difficult. Don't forget that this was the Void Realm. There were a lot of ordinary iron ore veins here. Naturally, the big forces would want to find some ore veins with high production and good locations. However, some ore veins with low production and bad locations were ownerless. Pine Tree just happened to know of such an ownerless ore vein. Pine Tree knew that this ore vein wasn't on the big planet, but in the void. When he went to do a mission before, he found an ownerless iron ore vein on a big meteorite outside the planet. Because this iron ore vein was on the meteorite, it hadn't been discovered. However, Pine Tree knew that this ore vein was very good. The ore inside was very rich in iron. After Pine Tree accepted the mission, he didn't immediately tell Xiao Hai and the others about the location of the ore vein. Instead, he went directly to Marshu City and then took the transmission formation to Bitterbar City. From there, he took the interstellar transmission formation to Thundercloud Star. Then he left the planet and entered the void before flying towards the meteorite's location. Pine Tree spent a lot of time on this journey. One must know that the interstellar transmission formation couldn't be used casually. Every time it was used, not only was the cost very high, but it also had to be activated when there were enough people. Pine Tree had this experience before, so he wasn't in a hurry. After taking the interstellar transmission formation to Thundercloud Star, he rested for 2 days and bought some necessities before leaving Thundercloud Star and entering the void. Cultivators could enter other cultivators without being affected too much. However, all the cultivators who entered the void had to be very careful. This was because the void was even more dangerous than the planet. In the void, there were a lot of death rays, energy clusters, and death rays. Cultivators still didn't know how they were produced. They only knew that if they were hit by a death ray, then even a teleportation realm cultivator would be killed in an instant. As for the energy clusters, they were even more peculiar. The energy clusters in the void weren't fixed. Even if nobody touches them, they would still explode. If someone moves around the energy clusters, then the energy fluctuations around the cluster would be too strong. Once the energy clusters explode, they would be able to blow up an entire planet. Cultivators wouldn't be able to resist the power of the energy clusters. They were incomparably powerful. Although these two things were powerful, they weren't the most dangerous things in the void. There were only 2 things that were most dangerous in the void. One was the cultivators who came to the void. The cultivators who came from the void were all ruthless and merciless. It was best to avoid them if you met them. If you really couldn't avoid them, you should make the first move. Otherwise, you would always be the one who suffered losses. The second danger was the meteorites. Those who had never been to the void would never understand how fast the small meteorites, which looked like they were moving slowly, were when they collided. Even a cultivator in the teleportation realm would find it difficult to avoid the sudden splash of meteorites. If they were hit by those small meteorites, it would be very dangerous for the cultivator. It was precisely because of this that all the cultivators who entered the void were very careful. They would make thorough preparations before entering the void. This wasn't Xianxia's first time entering the void. Therefore, he spent a few days on the Thundercloud Star to prepare before leaving the Thundercloud Star and entering the void. In the void, the slightly larger meteorites had their own trajectories. Xianxia stayed on the big meteorite for a long time, so he knew the trajectory of the meteorite. It would take at least 10 days to reach the big meteorite from the Thundercloud Star. And this was under the condition that he flew at full speed and didn't encounter any accidents. Xianxia wasn't a reckless person. Although he wanted to reach the big meteorite as soon as possible, he was very careful. It took him 15 days to reach the big meteorite. This meteorite was the size of a big egg, but its shape was somewhat irregular. The diameter of the meteorite was about the same as the moon. It was also desolate and had some small craters on it. Xianxia didn't rush to the meteorite. Instead, he flew around the meteorite a few times and carefully observed it. Actually, he wanted to see if there were other people on the meteorite. In the void, meteorites like this would sometimes become temporary residences for cultivators. If he rashly went up and there were other people on the meteorite, then it would be very dangerous. It would easily cause a conflict. Xianxia didn't rush up to the meteorite. Instead, he flew around the meteorite a few times and carefully observed the meteorite. Fortunately, there was no one on the meteorite, everything was normal. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief as he slowly landed on the meteorite. He looked around the meteorite before he stopped in front of a crater. He carefully observed the bottom of the crater before he waved his hand, causing the dust at the bottom of the crater to fly up, revealing a layer of iron-like ground. When Xianxia saw this, he couldn't help but nod with satisfaction. This iron-like ground was actually iron. When a small meteorite hit this big meteorite, the friction created a high temperature. This high temperature caused the iron ore in the meteorite to melt, turning it into an iron-like ground. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief. Then he waved his hand and wrote the words "For Righteous Gang" on the iron-like ground. This meant that the iron ore on this meteorite belonged to the For Righteous Gang. Although it seemed like a child's play, it had become a law in the Void Realm. If any cultivator of a force discovered an ore vein and wanted to take it for themselves, they would have to leave the name or mark of their force there. This way, others would know at a glance that there was already an owner here and wouldn't take it for themselves. If they dared to erase your mark and forcibly take it for themselves, it would cause a conflict. Therefore, ordinary forces wouldn't do such a thing unless they knew the other party's background and weren't afraid of the other party. Only then would they do something like forcibly taking it for themselves. Zhao Hai looked at Xianxia and said, "You're saying that you found a large amount of iron ore on a meteorite outside Thundercloud City? Moreover, it's marked with the For Righteous Gang's mark?" Pine Tree nodded. He had already returned from Thundercloud City. He received a mission to look for iron ore, so he didn't hide it from Zhao Hai. He nodded and said, "Yes, I found it a long time ago. But at that time I didn't join any sect, so the lode had no use for me. For a person like me, it's simply impossible for me to mine it for money. But now that the gang needs iron ore lodes, I accepted the mission and went to check it out. I found that it wasn't occupied by anyone, so I left a mark of the For Righteous Gang there." Pine Tree nodded and said, "Yes, I found it a long time ago. But at that time I didn't join any sect." Zhao Hai happily replied, "Good, that's great. We need such an ore vein right now. We have a lot of good things in the gang, but we don't have any ordinary ore veins." "Good, you've made a great contribution this time. Let's go, we'll head to Thundercloud Star right now." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good." Xianxia didn't expect Zhao Hai to be this anxious. He quickly said, "Gang Master, aren't you a bit too anxious? That ore vein isn't small. If we go, I'm afraid that we won't be able to bring back all the ore in one go. Moreover, it would take time to mine it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, we still have the Hell King's ship. Come with me." After he said that, Zhao Hai walked out. At this time, White Tiger's Might and Xiaoyafeng arrived outside Zhao Hai's room. Seeing Zhao Hai and Xianxia come out, White Tiger's Might quickly asked, "Big brother, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "It's nothing, Xianxia found an iron ore vein. We're going to take a look. You stay in the gang and don't go out. Although we've just been established, it's hard to guarantee that no one will come looking for trouble. If someone comes looking for trouble, you can ignore them. But if they're looking for me, tell them that I'm not at home. If they want to compete with me, then prepare for the life and death arena." Bai Hui hurriedly said, "Big brother, you can leave this matter to me. You should stay at home and take charge." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "You can't go. I'll take the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship can carry the ore from the ore vein. Can you go? Your sister-in-law won't let you take the Hell King's ship with you." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, White Tiger's Might couldn't help but stare. Then he nodded impatiently. When it comes to the Hell King's ship, aside from Zhao Hai, no one else in the gang could do anything. Xiaoyafeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, where is the ore vein? How long will you be gone?" Zhao Hai turned his head to Xianxia. Xianxia replied, "The ore vein is in the void outside of Thundercloud Star. There's a large meteorite there. I don't know how long it will take, but generally speaking, it would take about 10 days to reach the meteorite." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "Then let's go for a month. I'll be back in a month. You don't have to worry about it." "Alright, let the others know. If there's something you can't solve, then ask Tian Jianbang for help." Wait for me to come back and thank him. Qing Song, let's go. Qing Song nodded and then flew towards the Hell King's ship with Zhao Hai. After arriving, the ship turned and flew towards Martha City. Just as they were about to arrive at Martha City, Zhao Hai turned his head to Qing Song and said, "Don't move. No matter what happens, don't make a fuss." Then his figure moved and left the ship. Qing Song looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. When Zhao Hai arrived outside the Hell King's ship, Qing Song discovered that Zhao Hai's figure was slowly growing bigger. In the end, he turned into a giant. However, Qing Song quickly discovered that it wasn't Zhao Hai who turned into a giant, it was him who became smaller. Not only him, but the entire Hell King's ship also became smaller. Qing Song finally understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai took the shrunken Hell King's ship and flew towards Martha City. He directly went to the transmission formation and then went to Bitter Bar City. After arriving at Bitter Bar City, Zhao Hai found a hotel to stay in. Then he called Qing Song out of the Hell King's ship. When Qing Song came out of the Hell King's ship, he looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "Leader, this is too amazing. How can the Hell King's ship have such a function?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "This is nothing, it's just a spatial ability. The Hell King's ship can only compress space, it didn't create an independent space. Didn't you notice that the Hell King's ship can only compress this much? This is the limit." Qing Song looked at the 1-meter-long Hell King ship that stopped beside Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. Zhao Hai looked at the shocked pine tree, then he smiled and said, "All right, don't worry about this. Go and inquire about when the transmission formation to the Thundercloud star will open. Then we'll prepare to go there." Pine Tree nodded and said, "Don't worry about it." Pine Tree nodded and turned around to leave. This interstellar transmission array wasn't a secret. Moreover, every time it was opened, it was almost always made public. The interstellar transmission array would announce how many people were preparing to go to other planets, when it would open, and so on. Naturally, if you were in a hurry and weren't afraid of spending money, then you can use the interstellar transmission formation by yourself. Naturally, the interstellar transmission formation in Bitter Bar wasn't only connected to Thundercloud star, it was also connected to other planets. However, this didn't matter. When the interstellar transmission formation was activated, it only needed to change the coordinates to be transferred to other planets. Because of this, as long as the interstellar transmission formation was activated, they could leave Bitter Bar planet. Zhao Hai didn't stay in the hotel for long before Qing Song returned. Upon entering the room, Qing Song turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, I've inquired about it. In 3 days, the interstellar transmission formation won't open. When that time comes, we can leave." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Get a room in the store. We'll be staying here for a few days. After we get a room, we'll go out and take a look. I want to see what the biggest city on Bitter Island looks like. If possible, I want to buy some good things for the gang." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "All right." Qing Song nodded and said, "All right, leader, I'll be going." Zhao Hai nodded, then Qing Song turned around and left. Before long, Qing Song returned to Zhao Hai's room. Then he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, I've already prepared a room. Should we go out now?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he stood up and followed Qing Song out. Before long, the two arrived on the streets of Bitter Bar planet. In order to make it easier to use the interstellar transmission formation, the hotel they found wasn't far from the interstellar transmission formation. It can be said that the hotels here were the densest on Bitter Bar planet. Zhao Hai also discovered that there were a lot of differences between the cultivation realm and Earth. For example, on Earth, there were a lot of hotels near stations. But in the cultivation realm, there were also a lot of hotels near interstellar transmission formations. It was very similar. After the two left the hotel, Zhao Hai turned to Qing Song and said, "Qing Song, how many times have you been to Bitter Bar City before?" Pine Tree thought for a moment and said, "Many times. I can't remember how many times I've been here. People like me usually receive missions from big forces. Most of those missions are in foreign planets. Therefore, I usually come here to take the transmission formation." Pine Tree nodded and said, "That's right." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's like that. Then how much do you know about Bitter Bar City?" Pine Tree replied, "I understand a lot. Bitter Bar City is divided into 12 districts. Each district is named after the zodiac, the Spirit Mouse District, the Divine Ox District, and so on. Each district is controlled by a major force. For example, the Spirit Mouse District has the Spirit Mouse Gang, the Divine Ox District has the Mighty Bull Gang, and so on. Our current location is the Golden Dragon District, which is the largest district in Bitter Bar City. The Golden Dragon Gang is the real controller of this district. I heard that the Golden Dragon Gang is very powerful. There are several major forces behind the Golden Dragon Gang. However, nobody knows how many major forces are supporting the Golden Dragon Gang. But how many people do they know? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, interesting. Sure enough, the bigger the city, the more complicated it is. Do you know where Bitter Bar City sells the most materials? Xianxia didn't think about it and replied, the Free Trade Hall. Zhao Hai said, Free Trade Hall? What kind of place is that? Pine Tree replied in a deep voice, the Free Trade Hall is located in the center of Bitter Bar City. It belongs to the Coiling Snake District. The Free Trade Hall is a huge building with 30 floors. It's more than 1,000 acres. As long as you hand over a piece of jade essence to the management office, you can set up a stall there. Anyone can go there and buy things. However, you need to have good eyesight to buy things there, because there are as many fake goods as there are real goods. If you don't have good eyesight, then you deserve to be fooled. There's a rule in the Free Trade Hall that goods cannot be returned once they leave the hands of the owner. In other words, even if you buy something fake, you won't be able to return it. Zhao Hai narrowed his eyes and muttered, interesting, this is very interesting. Let's go and take a look at the Free Trade Hall. I want to see how good my eyesight is. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, although there are a lot of fake goods in the Free Trade Hall, there are also a lot of good things. There are some people who don't know what's good, so they would treat the good things as fake or even ordinary goods. Therefore, there are a lot of people who go there every day. Some will find treasures while others will lose everything. Zhao Hai nodded, then he smiled and said, I didn't think that there would be fakes in the Void Realm. Pine Tree, you said that I want to buy 1,000-year-old ginseng. How can I fake it? When Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sect Master, have you never seen a fake before? Zhao Hai shook his head. Xianxia's expression couldn't help but fall as he said, it's actually very easy to fake ginseng. Take 1,000-year-old ginseng for example. If someone were to fake it, they would make 100-year-old ginseng or even a 10-year-old one. Then they would use medicine to ripen the ginseng. This way, the ginseng would become bigger. Although it looks the same as 1,000-year-old ginseng, its efficacy would be very low. Although Pine Tree had already told Zhao Hai how big the Free Trading Hall was, Zhao Hai still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw it. He didn't expect the Free Trading Hall to be this big. The entire Free Trading Hall wasn't made of stone like what Zhao Hai imagined. The entire hall was actually made of metal. It was a huge metal shelf. From the outside, one could see the various floors of the hall. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but stare. But after a while, he understood that these cultivators simply didn't use glass. This was because whether it was wind or rain, the cultivators wouldn't be affected. Because of this, the Freedom Trading Hall only had a metal frame made of glass. Pine Tree looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but smile. When he saw the trading hall for the first time, he also had the same expression as Zhao Hai. He said, the trading hall isn't as simple as it seems. I heard that when there's a storm, or if the weather is bad, the hall would be covered with an energy shield. This way, the people inside wouldn't be affected. Pine Tree looked at Zhao Hai and smiled faintly. Zhao Hai stared, then he nodded. The energy shield that Pine Tree described didn't need a lot of energy. This was because it wasn't used to block the attacks of cultivators, but to block the weather. The amount of energy needed was very small. Compared to the income of the Free Trading Hall, the amount of energy needed was very small. The Free Trading Hall had 30 floors. Moreover, it covered a large area. Even if each stall only handed in 1 jade essence per day, how many jade essences would they get in the end? This was an astronomical number. Because of this, the amount of jade essences they took out to open the shield wouldn't affect their income. Naturally, the amount of income was other people's business. For Zhao Hai, it had nothing to do with him. He was just an ordinary person who came here to buy things. After looking at the free trading hall for a while, Zhao Hai let out a long breath and said, "Just by looking at the free trading hall, you can see how big Bitter Bar City is. Amazing, really amazing." Pine Tree smiled and said, "Right. Bitter Bar City is the only city on Bitter Bar Planet that doesn't have a wall. This is because this place is too big. If you want to build a wall, it would take a lot of work." Zhao Hai nodded and led the way to the trading hall. Naturally, they didn't need to pay to buy things in the trading hall. The two of them smoothly entered the trading hall. As soon as he entered the trading hall, Zhao Hai saw countless heads. He really didn't know how many people there were in this trading hall. In short, as far as the eye could see, there were cultivators bargaining everywhere. No one looked at Zhao Hai, they were all busy bargaining. When Zhao Hai saw this, he smiled faintly and walked towards the hall. In the hall, one could see people setting up stalls everywhere. Some of the stalls were very big and sold a lot of things. Some of the stalls were very small and sold very few things. There were all kinds of people here. Zhao Hai looked at the stalls in the hall as he walked forward. He didn't walk very fast and would occasionally stop to look at the things on the stalls. However, to Zhao Hai's disappointment, there weren't any good things here. Everything that was displayed outside didn't catch his eye. Zhao Hai wanted to get some things that the space didn't have. However, in the end, he was disappointed. After looking at dozens of stalls, he still didn't find anything good. Zhao Hai sighed and continued to walk forward. At the same time, he turned his head to Qing Song and said, "This place looks very messy. Is it that everywhere is this messy, or is it that other places are better?" When Qing Song heard Zhao Hai, he quickly smiled and said, "Other places are a lot better. Above the second floor, the first floor is divided into several areas. For example, the magic artifact area, the pill area, the ore area, the medicinal materials area, and so on. The first floor is completely free, there aren't any divisions. Naturally, this is also the place where the most good things are." "Oh? This is the place where the most good things are? What's going on?" When Zhao Hai heard Qing Song, he couldn't help but be puzzled. Qing Song smiled and said, "Because there are a lot of people here who don't know what's good and what's bad. Because of the chaos here, the people who come here to trade are mostly people who go out to do tasks and inadvertently get some things. They want to exchange these things for jade essence, but the things they get are very strange. There are some things that they don't even know how to classify. Because of this, the trading hall simply divided the first floor into a free trading area, allowing these cultivators to trade here." Zhao Hai nodded, then he whispered, "If that's the case, then I should take a stroll around this place. Qing Song, I'll give you this, you can use it. Go to the upper floors and see if you can find anything good. Even if it's fake, it doesn't matter. I'll take a stroll around this place, I want to see if there are any good things here." Qing Song nodded and said, "I'll give this to you." As he said that, Zhao Hai took out a space bag and gave it to Qing Song. Qing Song took the space bag and used his spiritual force to explore it. He stared, this was because there were countless jade essences inside the space bag. There were so many that he couldn't count them all. Qing Song looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Take it. Go up and see if there's anything that the gang needs. In fact, there's no need to look, as long as there's something good, the gang will need it. You just need to spend the jade essences inside." Qing Song looked at Zhao Hai. After some time, he nodded and said, "Yes, gang master. I understand." Then he received the space bag before he turned around and left. Zhao Hai strolled around the trading hall. As he walked, he looked around. There really wasn't anything that caught his eye. Suddenly, an item on the stall attracted his attention. It was a tree root, but this tree root looked very strange. It was clearly a tree root, but its outer skin was colorful. When it was placed there, it looked like a snake. Zhao Hai couldn't help but curiously walk over. As he walked, he looked at the small stall. It wasn't a big stall. The owner of the stall was a transcending realm cultivator. He didn't look very young. There weren't many things on the stall, only a few. Zhao Hai looked at the other things on the stall. There weren't many good things. There were some ordinary herbs, some unremarkable stones, and even some fragments of artifacts. He didn't know what they were used for. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai arrive at his stall, he immediately became enthusiastic and said, "Mister, you must have taken a fancy to the things in my stall. Although there aren't many things in my stall, everything is genuine. I'm sure that Mister will be satisfied." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Mister, please take a look at the things in my stall." Zhao Hai nodded. He didn't pretend and directly picked up the snake-like tree root. Then he carefully looked at it. When the cultivator saw Zhao Hai pick up the tree root, his face couldn't help but show a bitter smile. He was very clear about the origin of this thing. It must be said that the origin of this thing wasn't small. This was the tree root of the famous serpent fruit tree. The serpent fruit tree was a very useful tree for cultivators. Especially for body cultivators, the serpent fruit tree was a very rare good thing. The serpent fruit looked very strange. The serpent fruit was red, but there were snake-like patterns on its skin. It looked very scary. However, the effect of this serpent fruit was very powerful. Its effect was to make a person's meridian stronger and more flexible. Looking clearly, it was the tendons and veins, not the meridians. Tendons and meridians were not the same thing. Tendons and meridians referred to the large tendons of a person's body, while meridians referred to the channels through which the spiritual energy in a person's body circulated. The serpent fruit's function was to make a person's meridians more flexible. This was the most troublesome thing for body cultivators. Body cultivators paid attention to the development of strength. But sometimes, when one's strength increased, their meridians would become stiff. In this case, even if a cultivator deliberately trained, it would still be very difficult for them to compete with other cultivators. But the serpent fruit could solve this problem. However, although the serpent fruit was very useful, transplanting it was very difficult. Within 3 days after the serpent fruit tree was dug out, one must find a place with a similar environment and plant it. Otherwise, the serpent fruit tree's root would die. The serpent fruit tree's root on the cultivator's stall was a dead serpent fruit tree. Moreover, it had been dead for almost a month. The reason why the cultivator placed it here was to attract people's attention. Now, the serpent fruit tree's root was useless. Zhao Hai looked at the serpent fruit tree's root. He was sure that it was dead. Then he put down the serpent fruit tree's root and sighed, "It's a pity that it's dead." The cultivator smiled bitterly and said, "If it wasn't dead, then I'm afraid it would have already been bought. When I got the serpent fruit tree's root, I thought that it had just been plucked, so I wasn't in a hurry to sell it. I didn't know that the serpent fruit tree's root had already been plucked 2 days ago. When I found it, it was already dead, so I couldn't bear to throw it away." After a month, a lot of people came to see it, but after finding out that it was dead, they were very disappointed. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "How about this? I want to refine an artifact, but I don't know if this thing can be used. How about you sell it to me?" When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he shook his head and said, "This thing is useless. Moreover, a lot of cultivators have tried to refine artifacts with the serpent fruit tree's root, but none of them succeeded. If Mr. wants to use it as an experiment, then I advise you to forget about it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "How about this? Buy all the things in your stall for me. This root can be considered a bonus. What do you think?" The cultivator stared, then he looked at Zhao Hai suspiciously. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to buy this root. However, this root was indeed useless. The cultivator couldn't help but sigh and said, "All right, I'll do as Mr. says." Discovered dead plant roots. Dead for less than a month. Resurrection. 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 When the space issued this prompt, Zhao Hai felt relieved. He already knew that the resurrection time of the dead plant was less than 3 months. He was afraid that the cultivator would be afraid of him. If the snake fruit tree had been dead for more than 3 months, then Zhao Hai would be very disappointed. Fortunately, the cultivator didn't lie, the snake fruit tree had been dead for less than 3 months. Zhao Hai immediately said, "Resurrect immediately." Along with his command, a white light immediately appeared in the space and surrounded the snake fruit tree's roots. Then the snake fruit tree's dissipated vitality slowly recovered. When the white light disappeared, the snake fruit tree's roots were completely restored. Zhao Hai immediately looked for a place to plant the snake fruit tree. After doing this, Zhao Hai looked at the other things that he bought from the cultivators. Sure enough, they were all ordinary things, nothing good. Zhao Hai casually threw those things into the space and then turned his attention to the other stalls. After looking around for a long time, he still didn't see anything good. At this time, Xianxia came over. When Zhao Hai saw the anxious expression on Xianxia's face, he couldn't help but stare. He quickly went over and looked at Xianxia. "Xianxia, what's wrong? Why did you come down so quickly? How did you spend all the money so quickly?" When Xianxia saw Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but relax and said, "Leader, come with me. I saw something good, but I'm not sure. Come take a look." Zhao Hai was puzzled as he followed Xianxia. While walking, he asked, "What is it?" Xianxia replied, "It's an ore, a black gold ore." When Zhao Hai heard Pine Tree's words, he couldn't help but stare blankly. Then his expression turned serious. He didn't think that it would actually be a piece of black gold ore. Black gold was a very common name, but everyone who knew about this or knew how precious it was. It had to be said that the ability of black gold was too simple. It only had one ability, and the sharpness of magic tools with black gold would be 30% higher than other magic tools. And this was also the strongest aspect of black gold. You could imagine two swords made of the same material, one with black gold and the other without. The sword with black gold would be 3 times sharper than the other sword. How powerful was this ability? Most likely, after the two swords clashed a few times, the other sword would be cut in half. Furthermore, black gold ore was a versatile additive ore. It could be fused with almost any metal, and it could be used to create weapons. This was the most valuable aspect of black gold ore. It can be said that any cultivator would want to obtain a piece of black gold ore. This was because obtaining a piece of black gold ore meant that one's weapon would be sharper than other people's weapons. This was very advantageous in a battle. The two quickly arrived at the 3rd floor of the trading hall. Then Xianxia led Zhao Hai to a larger stall. In front of the stall, there were several people standing in front of it. In the middle of the stall, there was a piece of ore the size of a basketball. Several people were looking at it. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai and said, "When I was looking at the black gold ore, several other people were also looking at it. However, I couldn't see through it. On the other hand, the other people were very optimistic about it and wanted to buy it. But because I was the first one to look at it, the stall owner agreed that he wouldn't sell it to others before I gave him an answer. Therefore, I went to look for you. But I didn't say that I couldn't see through it, I just said that I don't have that much money on me." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at the black gold ore and said, "How much is this black gold ore?" Xianxia replied, 10 million jade essences. This number wasn't small. Some small sects might not even have 10 million jade essences in a year. But for this black gold ore to cost 10 million jade essences, it was really expensive. But Zhao Hai didn't say anything, he just nodded and walked forward. Pine Tree quickly followed behind him. At this time, a person standing behind the stall saw Pine Tree. He quickly said to the others, "Excuse me, the mister who was looking at the ore has returned. I already promised him that I won't sell this piece of black gold ore to anyone else until he says that he wants to buy it." Pine Tree nodded. Pine Tree nodded. The people surrounding the black gold ore dispersed. Then they turned to look at Xianxia and Zhao Hai. Xianxia cupped his fist towards the stall owner and said, "Thank you, stall owner. This is my big brother. He has the money, but he wants to buy the ore first." The stall owner's eyes flashed, then he nodded and said, "Mister, please take a look." Zhao Hai nodded, then he walked towards the ore. He felt that something was wrong. Zhao Hai carefully observed the black gold ore. This black gold ore was really good. Its surface flashed with a black light, and this light seemed to be sharp. Upon seeing this, Zhao Hai was certain that this black gold ore was real. But what was strange was that if this black gold ore was real, then why did he feel that something was wrong? Zhao was very confident in his intuition. He didn't understand why he had such intuition, but one thing he was sure of was that there was something wrong with this black gold mine. After thinking about this, Zhao Hai couldn't help but carefully look at the black gold ore again. After looking at it for a long time, he didn't find anything wrong. Then he looked at the stall owner and said, "Mister, do you mind if I take a look at it?" The stall owner smiled faintly and said, "I don't mind. Mister, please feel free to do as you please. True gold fears no fire. I'm selling good things, so naturally I'm not afraid of people looking at it." Zhao Hai nodded, then he took the black gold ore and carefully looked at it. His eyes couldn't help but flash, then he slowly closed his eyes and sent his mind into the black gold ore again. Before long, Zhao Hai was able to come in contact with the mind of the black gold ore again. But what made Zhao Hai feel strange was that he could feel another kind of mind inside the black gold ore again. This mind was filled with vitality. This made Zhao Hai even more curious. He didn't know what was going on with this black gold ore again. Before long, Zhao Hai's mind was connected with the mind of the black gold ore again. After connecting with the mind of the black gold ore, Zhao Hai slowly understood what was going on. Zhao Hai's mind shook, but his face didn't show any expression. Then he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the stall owner and said, "Mister, I'm very interested in this black gold ore again. How much are you planning to sell it for?" When the stall owner heard Zhao Hai, his eyes couldn't help but flash with relief. At the same time, a proud expression appeared on his face as he said, 10 million jade essence, no bargaining." Zhao Hai frowned. He thought for a moment before he said, "Deal." Then he took out a jade essence and gave it to the stall owner. When the stall owner saw that Zhao Hai was this quick, he couldn't help but stare. But then he immediately received the space bag and scanned it with his spiritual force. Then he nodded and said, "Exactly 10 million, thank you mister for your patronage." Zhao Hai waved his hand, then he received the black gold ore into the space. Then he turned around and left. After Zhao Hai left, several cultivators immediately surrounded the stall owner. One of the cultivators said, "Old you, I didn't think that he would actually succeed. 10 million gold coins. Ha ha ha. I wonder what his expression would be when he sees that the black gold only has one layer on the outside while the inside is a pile of dirt." Old you chuckled and said, "Who cares about him? This is the free trading hall. The rules here are that once the goods are sold, the goods can be returned. If he wants to come back, then he won't be able to. But I didn't think that those two fellows would be able to take out 10 million jade essence. It seems like you really can't judge a book by its cover." Another cultivator smiled and said, "Even if they have money, they still gave it to us. Ha ha ha. If we can meet a few more of them, then we'll be rich." This caused the other cultivators to laugh along with him. After Zhao and Pine Tree left the booth, Pine Tree turned to Zhao and said, "That's great, leader. We have such a large piece of black gold. Later on, the magic artifacts of the gang will have a big upgrade." "That's great." Looking ahead, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "That piece of black gold is fake." When Qingsong heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes widened as he looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief and said, "Fake? Leader, are you saying that the ore is fake?" Because he was too excited, his voice was very loud, causing the people around to look at him. Zhao Hai looked around, then he grabbed Qingsong and walked outside. While walking, he said, "Let's go back and talk. There are too many people here." After he said that, he ignored Qingsong and walked towards the third floor of the trading hall. Then he flew up with Qingsong following closely behind. Because the trading hall didn't have walls, many people would directly fly into the hall. Moreover, they wouldn't just land on the first floor, they would also land on the first floor of the 30th floor. Because Bitter Bar City was too big, there was no restriction on flying above the city. In fact, there weren't any cities in the Void Realm that forbade flying. Compared to the true spiritual domain, the rules in the Void Realm were much smaller. They didn't speak along the way. Before long, the two returned to their hotel. After entering Zhao Hai's room, Qingsong anxiously looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, what's going on? Why did you say that the black gold is fake? If it's fake, then why did you buy it?" Zhao Hai looked at Pine Tree and smiled faintly. Then he flipped his hand and took out the piece of black gold ore. He smiled and said, "Black gold ore has a sharp aura. From the outside, this piece of black gold ore looks real. And in fact, this piece of black gold ore is real. Hearing Zhao Hai's tongue-twisting words, Pine Tree immediately fainted. Zhao Di looked at Pine Tree and smiled. This piece of black gold ore is very interesting. You haven't touched it before, so you don't know. It can be said that this piece of black gold ore is half real and half fake. This piece of black gold ore is just an outer shell. I don't know why, but the inside of this piece of black gold ore is empty. When those people found this piece of black gold ore, they wanted to sell it as a whole. They didn't want others to know that it was empty inside. Therefore, they opened a hole in the black gold ore and then put some things inside before sealing the hole. Because of this, I said that this piece of black gold ore is fake, because it's just an outer shell, but there's something else inside. Xianxia stared at Zhao Hai. He didn't know what to say. After some time, he opened his mouth and said, "Leader, if you know this, then why did you buy it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "What I want to buy isn't the black gold, but the things inside." Xianxia stared, then he looked at the black gold in confusion. He picked it up and inspected it with his spiritual force, but he couldn't find anything. He couldn't help but give up. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and waited for Zhao Hai's explanation. Zhao Hai took the piece of black gold ore from Pine Tree's hands and said, "Although black gold ore is a metal, its weight isn't very heavy. But this piece of black gold ore is at least a few pounds heavier than real black gold ore. Although most people can't feel the difference in weight, I can feel it. This is because I have seen black gold ore before, so when I touched it, I knew that this piece of black gold ore was fake. The reason why I wanted to buy it was because I felt the aura of something else on this piece of black gold ore. And that thing is much more valuable than this black gold ore." Pine Tree nodded and said, "That's right. That's why I wanted to buy it." Xianxia looked at Zhao Hai, confused. Zhao Hai said, "Have you heard of something called golden mud?" Xianxia stared, then his expression changed as he said, "Golden mud? Leader, you're saying that this black gold is filled with golden mud? Could it be that you're mistaken? Golden mud is a priceless treasure." Zhao smiled faintly. "There's no mistake. Golden mud is about the same weight as gold, and it hasn't been refined, so it looks like gold. That's why a lot of people think that golden mud is ordinary gold, and gold is about the same weight as black gold. That's why those guys poured some gold into the black gold mine. Of course, that's what they thought was gold, but in fact, what they poured into the black gold mine was actually golden mud." Zhao smiled faintly and said, "You can't be wrong. Golden mud, this was a good thing. It was also known as vitality soil. Its biggest use was that it can be stored in a spatial item. If you get a high-grade spirit herb, then you can plant it in the golden mud. Not only can it make the spirit herb live well, it can also increase the spirit herb's medicinal properties and shorten its growth time." To be honest, golden mud was a weakened version of spatial soil. Spatial soil was something that didn't exist in this world. It only existed in Zhao Hai's space, so it was very precious. Moreover, the more things Zhao Hai saw, the more he could feel the preciousness of spatial soil and spatial water. It can be said that if spatial soil and spatial water were to be taken out, then cultivators would break their heads. Since golden mud was a weakened version of spatial soil, it can be seen how precious it was. Pine Tree's eyes lit up as he looked at the black gold ore again. Although Zhao Hai spoke with certainty, the black gold ore still hadn't been opened. Because of this, Pine Tree still couldn't believe that this was real. Zhao Hai looked at Pine Tree and knew what he was thinking. It was no wonder that Pine Tree would have such a big reaction. If the golden mud was only a small piece, then Pine Tree's reaction would be a bit excessive. This was because the golden mud was too small. If he were to plant an elixir, then he wouldn't be able to plant anything else. However, the golden mud had another characteristic that determined its value. This characteristic was its ability to level up. That's right, it was leveling up. The leveling up of the golden mud and the leveling up of the spatial soil were different. Because the spatial soil was large enough, there was only one way to level it up, and that was to increase its level. This way, the growth time of the crops would be shorter. But the leveling up of the golden mud was different. The golden mud might be the most special thing in this plane. Because of this, it had no way to increase its level. The only way it could level up was to increase its surface area. However, leveling up the golden mud wasn't that easy. First of all, the golden mud needed a material to level up. This material was jade essence, and it had to be a top-grade jade essence. Jade essence also had attributes. Generally, cultivators would trade jade essences with non-attribute jade essences. These jade essences only contained very pure energy. This energy was a kind of chaotic energy that could be used by people of any attribute. Of course, it was mostly used in formations. On the other hand, attribute jade essences were more precious jade essences. The energy inside attribute jade essences had attributes. For fire-type cultivators, fire-type jade essences were more helpful. The same was true for earth-type jade essences. Because attribute jade essences were very precious and rare, no cultivator would trade their attribute jade essences. Everyone who obtained an attribute jade essence would hide it and keep it for their own use. Even if they obtained an attribute jade essence that was different from their own, they would keep the attribute jade essence and look for an opportunity to exchange it for another attribute jade essence. But to level up the golden mud, it needed attribute jade essences. Moreover, it couldn't be a single attribute. It needed jade essences of all 5 elements to level up. Leveling up the golden mud was very simple. As long as you have jade essences of all 5 elements and you put the golden mud on the jade essences, it would automatically absorb the energy of the jade essences. The more jade essences it absorbed, the larger the golden mud surface area. Theoretically speaking, as long as there were enough attribute jade essences, the golden mud could continue to level up. It could be imagined that a piece of land that could be sown in a spatial equipment would be of great significance to a sect. It was precisely because of this that Pine Tree was so excited. Zhao Hai looked at Pine Tree's expression and couldn't help but smile. Then he waved his hand and sent out a stream of energy towards the black gold Oregon. A cracking sound was heard as the black gold ore split open from the middle. However, the black gold ore wasn't damaged at all. His control over his energy was truly amazing. As the black gold ore split open, a golden light emerged from the black gold Oregon. Then a golden ball appeared inside the black gold Oregon. This golden ball didn't fill up the entire black gold ore, there was still a small part of it that was empty. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he smiled faintly and said, "Fortunately, it seems like those idiots only got a small amount of golden mud. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. I'll have to look for them and get the rest of the golden mud." At this time, Pine Tree picked up the golden ball and carefully looked at it. But the more he looked at it, the more he felt strange. This was because this golden ball didn't seem to be any different from ordinary gold. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. Then he waved his hand as 5 attribute jade essences appeared in his hand. He placed the attribute jade essences on the table and said, "Put it on the jade essences." Pine Tree did as he was told. He knew that this was the best way to test the golden mud. Ordinary gold wouldn't have any reaction when placed on the jade essences. But when the golden mud was placed on the attribute jade essences, it would immediately absorb the jade essences and strengthen itself. Pine Tree placed the golden ball on the attribute jade essences. His eyes stared at the golden ball, wanting to see how it would react. He was afraid that Zhao Hai would make a mistake. If the golden ball turned out to be just an ordinary golden ball, then their losses would be great. But under Pine Tree's gaze, the jade essences were like nails meeting a magnet. They were sucked into the golden ball. Then the jade essences began to shrink. Before long, the jade essences completely disappeared. At the same time, the golden mud grew bigger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this, Pine Tree was so excited that his face turned red. He looked up at the smiling Zhao Hai and loudly said, "Leader, it's true. This golden mud is real." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Of course it's real. Alright, there's no need to be so excited. I still have a lot of attribute jade essences. Let's give the golden mud to my people and let them absorb enough attribute jade essences." Right, go out and see if you can get more attribute jade essences. Any attribute jade essences are fine, the more the better. Pine Tree was happy, but his eyes were still staring at the golden ball. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. "Rest assured, when the golden mud gets bigger, I will give everyone in the gang a piece. You will also have one." Pine Tree smiled and said, "Don't worry. When the golden mud gets bigger, I will give everyone a piece." Ching Song didn't make a sound. After a while, he let out a long sigh and said, "Forget it, leader, I'll leave the golden mud with you. First, it can slowly grow bigger. Second, it won't be easy for others to find out about it. If too many people have the golden mud, then other forces will surely know about it. Although our righteous four gang's strength is good, we're still too weak compared to those great forces. If those great forces know about the golden mud, then they will certainly try to snatch it. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the righteous four gang will be finished. Therefore, I'll leave the golden mud with you. Don't tell anyone about it." Zhao Hai looked at Pine Tree. After some time, he laughed and stood up, then he patted Pine Tree's shoulder and said, "Good, good. You're worthy of being friends with Tiger's Might and the others. You didn't disappoint me. All right. I'll leave the golden mud to you." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the golden mud. Just as the golden mud was received, a prompt was heard from the space, high-level land detected. Land can absorb the power of the 5 elements and grow on its own. Absorbing new land and adding it to the space. Absorption complete. Space's land upgrade. When Zhao Hai heard this prompt, he couldn't help but stare. He thought that the golden mud wouldn't bring any changes to the space's land. He didn't think that the space would be able to absorb the biggest advantage of the golden mud. For him, this was a pleasant surprise. Zhao Hai didn't show it. Instead, he took a lot of elemental jade essence and placed it next to the golden mud. Then he turned his attention to the table. There were still a lot of black gold or fragments on the table. Although there weren't a lot of them, it was still enough to make a few artifacts. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the black gold or fragments into the space. Then he waved his hand and had Pine Tree sit down. Then he said, "Our harvest this time was very good. We actually got black gold ore in golden mud. Although we can't let people know about the golden mud, we can tell them about the black gold Oregon. After we return, I'll have them make you an artifact with black gold Oregon." Pine Tree smiled and nodded. "All right, then I'll have to thank the sect master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "There's no need to be polite. Go and take a rest. Tomorrow, remember to take a look at the attribute jade essence. We won't be going to the free trading hall for now." Pine Tree nodded, then he stood up and gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then he turned around and left. On the other hand, Zhao Hai returned to the Hell King's ship and stayed with Laura and the others. When Laura and the others saw that Zhao Hai had returned, they immediately went forward to greet him. Before this, they stayed on the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship was also in their hotel room. They didn't return to the space because they were afraid that Pine Tree would become suspicious. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, I didn't expect our harvest to be this big. The space's land hasn't been upgraded for a long time. I didn't expect it to upgrade this time. This is great." Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, "Right, it's great. It seems like I need to come out and take a look. The universe is infinitely big, there are a lot of good things out there." Laura nodded, then she said, "I just took a look. Someone went to Chuiwei Mountain to challenge you. It seems like you'll be busy after we go back." Zhao Hai stared, then he asked, "What's going on? Who is it?" Laura smiled faintly, then she waved her hand as a projection appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Inside the projection was a cultivator wearing a scholar's robe standing in front of Chuiwei Mountain. Opposite him was Tiger's Might and the others. The scholar had a book in his hand as he looked at Tiger's Might and the others. Then he sneered and said, "Call Zhao Hai out. I want to fight him." Bai Huwei glanced at this person and said in a deep voice, "I'm sorry, sir. Our leader isn't here." The scholar looked at White Tiger's Might and sneered, "He's not here or he doesn't dare to come out. I didn't think that the famous Death Knight would actually be afraid to fight." White Tiger's Might and the others were obviously angry. However, they still remembered Zhao Hai's instructions. Because of this, they didn't want to fight with the scholar. Instead, they said, "Our sect master isn't here. Please leave your name." Wen Gon looked at White Tiger's Might and said, "All right, remember this. I'm Wen Daolin, nicknamed Iron Gut Scholar." Tiger's Might nodded, then he said, "Our sect master will be back in a month. But our sect master has a rule. If you want to challenge him, then you have to go to the life and death arena. He won't accept your challenge." When Wen Daolin heard White Tiger's might, he couldn't help but stare. Then his complexion changed, he sneered and said, "You want to scare me with this? Humph, it's not that easy. I'll be waiting for him in the life and death arena. I hope he can keep his word." Then Wen Daolin turned around and left. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he looked at the projection. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Where did this Iron Gall scholar come from? Do I have a grudge with him? Why does it seem like he hates me?" Laura shook her head and said, "I don't know yet. However, Tiger's Might has already arranged for people to investigate the origin of this Iron Gall scholar. It wouldn't take long for us to find out where he came from." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Don't worry about him. He looks like a teleportation realm cultivator. I've never been afraid of a teleportation realm cultivator." Laura and the others were also confident in Zhao Hai, so they didn't say anything. At this time, Meg had already prepared a delicious meal for Zhao Hai. The group had a good meal on the Hell King's ship. The next day, after Zhao Hai and Qing Song had their meal, Qing Song left. Zhao Hai didn't stay inside the space. He also looked around Bitter Bottom City. It must be said that Bitter Bottom City was very big. This was the first time that Zhao Hai saw such a huge city. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was the number of cultivators in Bitter Bottom City. There were hundreds of millions of people in Bitter Bottom City, and all of them were cultivators. This made Zhao Hai startled. He didn't expect Bitter Bottom City to have so many cultivators. After walking around Bitter Bottom City for a day, Zhao Hai returned to the hotel at night. Qing Song had already returned and was waiting for him. Seeing Zhao Hai come back, Qing Song immediately went forward to greet him. After the two sat down in Zhao Hai's room, Qing Song took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Zhao Hai. "Leader, these are all attribute jade essences. Take a look at them." Zhao Hai nodded, then he received the spatial bag and looked inside. Seeing that there were a lot of attribute jade essences inside, he nodded and said, "Good, continue to collect them. Don't be afraid of spending money. We can deal with ordinary jade essences, but the most important thing right now is to collect attribute jade essences." Pine Tree nodded, then he said, "Sect Master, do you think we should ask the people in the sect to help us collect attribute jade essence? This way, we will be able to collect them faster. We can issue missions and use attribute jade essences to exchange for contribution points. This way, I believe we will be able to collect a lot of attribute jade essences." Zhao Hai patted his head and laughed, "I actually forgot about this method. Alright, I'll immediately notify Tiger's Might and have him issue such a mission in the guild." Then Zhao Hai took out a small transmission formation. Then he took out a jade slip and placed it inside the transmission formation. With a flash of white light, the jade slip disappeared. This small transmission formation was given to Tiger's Might by Zhao Hai. It was said that they would contact each other through this small transmission formation. However, Zhao Hai didn't think about this before, so he didn't use it. Not long after Zhao Hai sent the jade slip, a white light flashed on the transmission formation as a jade slip appeared. Zhao Hai took the jade slip and looked at it. Then he couldn't help but sneer. Pine Tree saw that Zhao Hai's expression wasn't right, so he immediately asked, "Sect Master, what's wrong?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "A guy ran to the Four Righteous Gang and challenged me." "Hee, interesting. I just came out and he already went to challenge me. I'll deal with him when I get back." Pine Tree's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice, "Who is it?" Zhao Hai said in a low voice, "Iron Gut Scholar Wen Daolin." "Have you heard of this person?" When Pine Tree heard the name Iron Gall Scholar, his expression couldn't help but change. This was immediately noticed by Zhao Hai, so Zhao Hai asked. Qing Song nodded and said, "I've heard that Iron Gut Scholar Wen Daolin isn't from the Bitter Ba Star. He's been active in the Moonshine Star and is a famous expert there. Although he's in the Instant Shift realm, I've heard that he killed a Vitra realm expert. He's very difficult to deal with. I didn't expect him to come to the Bitter Ba Star and challenge the Sect Master." "Sect Master, you can't be careless with this person." Zhao Hai raised his eyebrows and asked, "Killed a Vitra realm expert? Was this for real? It seems like we can't underestimate him." "Don't worry, I won't take him lightly. It's the same for any enemy. A lion will use all its strength to hunt a rabbit. I don't want to fail miserably." Pine Tree nodded and didn't say anything. To be honest, he was very confident in Zhao Hai's strength. He had heard that the Iron Gut scholar had defeated a Vidra realm expert, but no one had seen it with their own eyes. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had killed a Vidra realm expert in front of countless people. Naturally, he believed in Zhao Hai's strength. For the next day, Zhao Hai and Pine Tree continued to collect attribute jade essences while the other strolled around the Bitter Ba city. Pine Tree didn't say anything about Zhao Hai's actions. In any case, Zhao Hai was the sect master now. Nobody could stop him from doing what he wanted. After walking around for a day, Zhao Hai and Pine Tree went to bed early. The next morning, the two checked out of the hotel and went to the transmission square, preparing to leave using the interstellar transmission formation. Pine Tree had already booked a spot for the transmission formation, so they only needed to go to the transmission formation and show their jade tokens. Beside Zhao Hai, the Hell King's ship was still floating. However, people thought that the Hell King's ship was just an ordinary artifact. They didn't think that there would be people on the ship. At the transmission square, there were already a lot of people waiting. These people were also here to take the interstellar transmission formation. When Zhao Hai looked at them, he could see that there were a lot of people, about 1,000 people. Before long, people came to check their jade tokens. Then they organized groups of people to stand on the transmission formation. Zhao Hai's group also had a lot of people. All of them were going to Storm Star. With a flash of white light, Zhao Hai, Pine Tree, and the others disappeared from the transmission formation. The next moment, they appeared in a larger transmission formation. After arriving at the plaza, Zhao Hai looked around. He discovered that he was now in a big city. This city had a lot more people than Bitter Relief Planet. Moreover, the transmission plaza was much bigger than Bitter Relief Planet. Zhao Hai looked at Bitter Relief Planet. After coming out of the transmission formation, Zhao Hai turned to Pine Tree and said, "Let's go to the void." Pine Tree knew that with the Hell King's ship, they didn't need to prepare anything. Therefore, he nodded and led Zhao Hai to the sky. The two flew very high. Before long, the city below them turned into a small square. After determining that the people below couldn't see them, Zhao Hai waved his hand as the Hell King's ship expanded. The two boarded the ship and then it flew at full speed towards the sky. The friction of the atmosphere and the gravity of the planet couldn't affect the Hell King's ship. Before long, the Hell King's ship's hull shook as it flew out of Storm Star. At this time, Laura and the others arrived on the deck of the Hell King's ship. Everyone turned their heads to look at Storm Star. From the sky, Storm Star looked even more beautiful. It was a blue and green planet with occasional yellow spots. It was very beautiful. Laura let out a long breath and said, "This place is beautiful." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I think Bitter Relief Star is also very beautiful." "Alright, let's go. Pine Tree, you lead the way." Pine Tree nodded and pointed in a direction. The Hell King's ship flew straight ahead. While the Hell King's ship was flying forward, a person suddenly appeared in front of it. This person seemed to be injured. When he saw the Hell King's ship, he immediately greeted it and waved his hand. It seems like he wanted Zhao Hai and the others to help him. Zhao Hai looked at the person and said, "Don't worry about him. Just ram him. If he dares to block us, we'll just ram him to death." Laura nodded. Then the Hell King's ship accelerated and rushed forward. The cultivator who wanted to block the Hell King's ship was startled when he saw that the ship didn't slow down. His body moved to the side and avoided the Hell King's ship's impact. Looking at his nimble movements, it seems like he wasn't injured at all. Zhao Hai looked at the person and sneered, "If we're not in a hurry, I'll just waste him." Pine Tree smiled bitterly and said, "There's nothing we can do about it. There are a lot of things like this in the void. I'm sure that person isn't alone. If we slow down, then we'll be surrounded. A large artifact is very valuable." Pine Tree smiled bitterly and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai frowned and said, "Aren't there a lot of large artifacts in the void? Moreover, most of them are controlled by great forces. If they dare to steal a large artifact, aren't they afraid that they would be hunted down?" Elder Pine smiled bitterly and said, "The void realm is very big. After they buy a large artifact, they can take it to other places to sell it. Moreover, Sect Master, you still don't know about this. In the Void Realm, there's a free star field where you can sell any sex items. Even if it's an item from a great influence, you can also sell it. There are also people who are responsible for erasing the sex imprint on the items. Like large artifacts, they can also help you change the style of the artifact. This way, nobody would doubt you. There's nothing you can't sell there, and there's also nothing you can't buy. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "There's such a place? If we have time, we should go and take a look. If we can buy a few large artifacts, then that would be great." Pine Tree smiled bitterly and said, "It's not that easy. Even in the free star field, large artifacts rarely appear. Even if there are large artifacts, they would be snatched away by the great sex. We won't be able to get our hands on them." After saying this, Pine Tree sighed and said, "Moreover, the free star field is also the most dangerous star field. It's truly lawless. A lot of people who want to sell things in the free star field end up disappearing. It's the most dangerous place in the void." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. However, he just nodded and didn't say anything. The Hell King's ship continued to move forward. Pine Tree was also aware of the benefits of large artifacts. While riding a large artifact, you don't need to be as careful as when you're on your own. As long as you look at a direction, you can just move forward. Aside from large meteorites, most things wouldn't be able to harm you. Originally, Qing Song estimated that it would take 10 days to arrive, but the Hell King's ship only took 5. Seeing the huge meteorite not far away, Qing Song couldn't help but relax. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, that's the iron vein that I found. I've already marked it." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Leader, that's the iron vein." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the moon-sized rock. His eyes flashed with joy. At this time, his eyes narrowed, then his expression turned cold as he muttered, acting recklessly, "Actually coming here too. Mine." Zhao Hai nodded, then his eyes flashed with joy. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Pine Tree also looked towards the meteorite. Before long, he discovered several people mining on the meteorite. This caused Pine Tree's eyes to turn cold as he said, "Leader, let me deal with them." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry. I want to see who they are." Then he waved his hand as the Hell King's ship sped up and flew towards the meteorite. The people on the meteorite also discovered the Hell King's ship. When they saw the ship flying towards them, they knew that the situation wasn't good. They turned around and flew away. However, it can be seen that they were in a group, they didn't split up. Zhao Hai wasn't polite as he drove the Hell King's ship to chase after them. The Hell King's ship was much faster than the people on the meteorite. When the group saw this, they immediately scattered. However, Zhao Hai didn't stop as he chased after his target. Seeing that he couldn't escape, the person turned his head and roared. Then he waved his hand as a hammer-shaped artifact attacked the Hell King's ship. The Hell King's ship didn't stop as it rushed forward. The hammer-shaped artifact suddenly turned into a house-sized hammer as it smashed towards the Hell King's ship. Boom! The hammer hit the Hell King's ship, but it didn't cause any damage. The Hell King's ship was sent flying. The cultivator's face turned pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then Zhao Hai waved his hand as Iron Tiger appeared beside him and pounced towards the cultivator. The cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai's reaction to be this fast. It was already too late for him to dodge as Iron Tiger grabbed him and brought him back to the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai looked at the dispirited cultivator on the ground. This person wasn't very tall, but he was very tyrannical. His muscles were firm, his skin was dark, and his face was swollen. He looked a bit down, but now his face was yellow. It was obvious that he was injured. Zhao Hai looked at him with a cold expression as he said, "Who are you? Didn't you see the mark left on the meteorite by the Four Righteous Gang? You actually dared to steal from the Four Righteous Gang. It seems like you don't want to live." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai with an angry expression as he coldly said, "I don't want to live. All the good things have been taken by you big forces. Do you want us to live? I don't mind. If I don't mind, how can we live? You big forces are forcing us to live." When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but stare. Then he turned his head to Pine Tree and said, "He actually said that we're forcing them to live? Ha ha ha, this is too funny. Brother, from what you said, it seems like you're not from that big force? Instead, you're a rogue cultivator? When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Right, I'm a rogue cultivator." "What's wrong with being a rogue cultivator? Aren't rogue cultivators people?" Zhao Hai laughed. Then he waved his hand and took back the iron tiger. Then he waved his hand again as a white light surrounded the cultivator. When the white light disappeared, the cultivator's complexion changed a lot. The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. He didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai looked at his appearance and smiled faintly. "Brother, you might have misunderstood something. Our Four Righteous Gang isn't a big force. Our Four Righteous Gang has only been established for less than a month. Moreover, our Four Righteous Gang is made up of rogue cultivators like you. Because we've had enough of those big forces, we formed the Four Righteous Gang. Everyone is united in order to avoid being bullied by those big forces." "Brother, you've misunderstood." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. Then he stood up and looked at Zhao Hai with wide eyes as he said, "Mister, are you telling the truth?" Zhao Hai laughed and said, "With your current appearance, why would I lie to you? How about it, brother? Come, join our Four Righteous Gang. You won't be bullied in the future." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. After some time, he said, "If you're really a rogue cultivator, then where did you get this large artifact? It's impossible for a rogue cultivator to buy a large artifact." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Naturally, a rogue cultivator can't afford a large artifact. This large artifact wasn't bought by me. It was my wife's dowry." The cultivator didn't expect Zhao Hai to answer like this. He looked at Zhao Hai in disbelief. Then he looked at Qing Song. Qing Song also looked at him and smiled faintly. This made the cultivator confused. This was because Zhao Hai and Qing Song didn't seem to be hostile towards him. Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and smiled faintly. "Your Excellency doesn't need to answer me. How about you come with me to the Four Righteous Gang and see if I'm telling the truth? If I'm telling the truth, then it wouldn't be too late for you to join us. What do you think?" When the cultivator heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. Then he immediately said, "I have an appointment with my companions. I'll go look for them." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Please go ahead. We don't want to force you to stay." The cultivator looked at Zhao Hai, then his figure moved and flew out of the Hell King's ship. In a blink of an eye, he disappeared into the void. Qing Song looked at the departing figure of the cultivator and said to Zhao Hai, "Leader, I'm afraid that he won't come back." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's up to him whether he comes back or not. It's just some iron ore, nothing valuable. Speaking of which, these guys are really stupid. They actually came here to steal iron ore. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to sell it for much money. What a waste of time." After he said that, Zhao Hai directed the Hell King's ship to fly back to the large meteorite. Upon arriving at the meteorite, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Laura, I'll leave it to you." Laura nodded, then she waved her hand as the Hell King's ship's ram flew towards the large meteorite. With a bang, a lot of dust fell from the meteorite. However, the ram didn't return. Instead, it continued to strike the meteorite like a snake. Before long, the outer shell of the meteorite disappeared, revealing a reddish-brown rock inside. Zhao Hai looked at the reddish-brown meteorite and smiled faintly. "Good, it's actually a piece of iron ore." "Good, good. Laura, let's go." Laura nodded. Then she waved her hand as the Hell King's ship's ram flew back to the ship. Then the ship's hull turned to the side as the cannons on the ship shot out laser beams. The laser beams were like a beam of light as they hit the large meteorite. Pine Tree looked at the scene in confusion. But before long, his eyes widened. It was as if he was looking at a ghost. In fact, it wasn't strange for him to be surprised. This was because under his gaze, the large meteorite was cut into small pieces. Each piece was almost the same size. This was too shocking. Pine Tree calmed his emotions, then he looked at the magic cannons in shock. To be honest, he didn't know what these cannons were for. He thought that they were just decorations. But now, he knew that these cannons were actually weapons. Although these cannons weren't used to attack people, Pine Tree knew that cutting a large piece of iron ore wasn't an easy thing to do. The might of these cannons wasn't small. After the meteorite was cut open, it immediately flew towards the Hell King's ship. It was as if the ship was a huge magnet. Then the side of the Hell King's ship split open, allowing the meteorite to enter the ship's cabin. Pine Tree stared blankly at all of this. He felt as if he was going crazy. He had seen large artifacts before, but this was the first time he had seen one like this. Wasn't this large artifact a bit too powerful? Under Pine Tree's gaze, the huge meteorite was being cut into smaller pieces. The Hell King's ship was like a beast that devoured gold. It didn't know when to stop eating. Slowly, the meteorite became smaller and smaller until it completely disappeared. Pine Tree stood there in a daze. He simply forgot about the time. When the Hell King's ship's magic cannons disappeared, he recovered. He looked at Xianxia and muttered, "Leader, how long did this take?" Xianxia nodded and said, "How long did this take?" Xianxia calculated the time and said, "Less than 10 hours. Pine Tree stared blankly as he said, "Less than 10 hours, less than 10 hours. It took less than 10 hours to mine the entire load. This is incredible." Xianxia smiled faintly and didn't say anything. In fact, if he wanted, he could have the Hell King's ship refine the ore into high-quality iron ore. However, Xianxia wasn't prepared to do this. The Hell King's ship's mystical abilities were already exposed enough. He didn't want others to know too much about it. Just as Xianxia and the others finished cleaning up, several figures appeared in the distance. Xianxia looked at them and saw that they were the people he released before. When these people appeared on the Hell King's ship, they looked around in confusion. Xianxia smiled at the cultivator he released before and said, "Do you want me to take a look at the four righteous gang? Then may I ask for your names?" "I don't know your names yet." The cultivator who was caught by Xianxia cupped his fist towards Xianxia and said, "This one is Carlo. These are my good friends. We have a nickname, the 8 Great Rogue Cultivators of the Thundercloud Sect." Upon hearing this name, Pine Tree couldn't help but stare. Then he carefully looked at Carlo and the others before cupping his fist and said, "So it's the 8 Great Rogue Cultivators of the Thundercloud Sect. This one is Taoist Pine Tree of the Four Righteous Gang. This one is the leader of the Four Righteous Gang, Death Knight Xianxia." When these people heard Pine Tree, they couldn't help but stare. Carlo's expression couldn't help but change. He carefully looked at Xianxia and said, "So your excellency is Death Knight Xianxia. This one has been disrespectful. Was the Four Righteous Gang founded by your excellency?" Xianxia's recent fame was quite big. Cultivators on many planets had heard of his name. However, not many people knew that he founded the Four Righteous Gang. Xianxia nodded and said, "Right, I'm Xianxia. The Four Righteous Gang was founded by me and a few friends. Its headquarters is on Bitter Bottom Planet. Do you want to come with me to Bitter Bottom Planet?" Carlo nodded and said, "That's exactly what I was thinking. We want to take a look at the Righteous Four Gang. If what your excellency said is true, then we wouldn't join the Righteous Four Gang. But if what your excellency said isn't true, then we won't join the Righteous Four Gang even if we have to risk our lives." Carlo's words were resolute and decisive. And with his previous performance, Xianxia believed that he wasn't speaking nonsense. Xianxia smiled faintly and said, "I believe that you wouldn't have the chance to risk your lives against me. Laura, bring me some wine. I want to have a drink with you." Laura nodded, then the Hell King's ship turned around and flew towards Thundercloud Star. At the same time, Meg and the others brought food and wine. Xianxia invited Carlo and the others to sit down. Carlo and the others weren't polite this time. After they sat down, a cultivator beside Carlo cupped his fist to Xianxia and said, "Mr. Xianxia, hello. This one is Evan. There's something that I don't understand. I hope that Mr. can clear it up for me." Xianxia looked at Evan. This fellow was really like his name. Because of this, Xianxia politely replied, "Mister, please speak. As long as I know, I'll tell you everything." Evan nodded, then he looked around and said to Xianxia, "If I'm not mistaken, isn't this the place where we mined before? But I want to know, where is the meteorite that we mined before? Mister wouldn't tell me that this isn't the place, right?" When Xianxia heard this, he couldn't help but smile and said, "Of course it's that place. You're not mistaken. As for the meteorite, I've already mined it clean. It can be said that the meteorite no longer exists. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "You're right." When Evan and the others heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then they looked at Zhao Hai with puzzled expressions. Evan looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, you mean to say that you only used 10 hours to mine a large meteorite? How is that possible?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Why would I lie to you? It's true that we have already mined it clean. As for how I did it, I can't tell you." Haha. Come, let's drink. Since Zhao Hai said this, the others naturally wouldn't ask anything. So they raised their glasses and drank with Zhao Hai. After everyone drank for a while, Zhao Hai had Laura arrange a room for Carlos and the others to rest. However, he and Evan didn't. Time passed day by day. After 5 days, Zhao Hai and the others finally returned to Thundercloud Star. On the other hand, Carlos and the others didn't come out. This saved Zhao Hai a lot of trouble. After returning to Thundercloud Star, Zhao Hai shrunk the Hell King's ship. Then he used Thundercloud Star's interstellar transmission formation to return to Bitter Shell Star. Thundercloud Star was much bigger and more prosperous than Bitter Bar. Because of this, there were a lot of people going to other planets every day. Because of this, returning to Bitter Bar from Thundercloud Star wasn't the same as Bitter Bar. One didn't have to wait until there were enough people to leave. Instead, one could use the interstellar transmission formation at any time. Although this was only a small matter, Zhao Hai saw something else from this matter. This was the strength of the Void Realm. At this point, Zhao Hai was sure that Bitter Ba planet was a relatively remote planet in the Void Realm. It was like a remote mountain village in a country. Moreover, it was a small village that only passes by once every few days. Zhao Hai also knew that Thundercloud Star wasn't a big place in the Void Realm. At most, it was just a small town. Have you ever seen a big city that only has one bus per day, not to mention other places, just Bitter Bar Star? Zhao Hai hadn't been to Bitter Bar Star, but at least he had been to Bitter Bar City. The size of Bitter Bar City surprised Zhao Hai. Bitter Bar City's rules were something that no other city in the True Spirit Realm could compare to. Zhao Hai didn't know how many people were in Bitter Bar City. However, he was certain that the population of Bitter Bar City was very large. It was much more than any other city in the True Spirit Realm. Moreover, all of the people in Bitter Bar City were cultivators. Although in the cultivation realm, the true strength of an area depended on its peak experts, one thing was certain. Peak experts weren't born. They also started as ordinary cultivators and slowly cultivated. A huge number of ordinary cultivators were the soil that produced experts. Zhao Hai was sure that Bitter Bar City had a lot of experts. After Zhao Hai returned to Bitter Bar Star, he immediately used the transmission formation to return to Martha City. After coming out of Martha City, he had the Hell King ship expand. Then he had Laura knock on the door of Carlo and the others. Carlo and the others had been in seclusion for the past few days. This was because they discovered that the spiritual chi inside the Hell King's ship was very abundant. It was even more abundant than outside. This made them very surprised. It was precisely because of this that Carlo and the others had been cultivating in the room for the past few days. For cultivators, it was normal for them to be in seclusion for several days. They didn't think much of it when they heard Laura knocking on the door. When Carlo and the others came out of their rooms, the Hell King's ship had already entered the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang. Carlo and the others were stunned as they looked at the magnificent headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang. Tiger's Might and the others came out of the hall to greet Zhao Hai. After Zhao Hai had Laura and the others unload the ores, he led Carlo and the others into the hall. Carlo and the others had been paying attention to the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang. To be honest, the headquarters of the Four Righteous Gang wasn't very big, but it wasn't very small either. But when Carlo heard the number of people in the Four Righteous Gang, he believed Zhao Hai's words. This was indeed a sect composed of rogue cultivators. Moreover, after joining, they had to donate 3 things. Anything was fine, but they had to donate 3 things. This was the rule of the Four Righteous Gang. Upon hearing this rule, Carlo and the others didn't get angry. On the contrary, they now understood the situation of the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang could be said to be poor. They had to start from scratch. Now that Carlo and the others joined the Four Righteous Gang, the number of teleportation experts in the hall increased once again. It can be said that the number of people joining the Four Righteous Gang had increased, but not by a lot. It wasn't as much as the first few days. Zhao Hai knew that this was normal. But at the same time, he also realized that the Four Righteous Gang was still nothing in the Void Realm. They could only be regarded as one of the smallest forces in the Void Realm. Perhaps Zhao Hai didn't have this idea before, but now he had it. This was because he had seen the vastness of Bitter Bottom City. He was very clear that there was a big influence in Bitter Bottom City, and that influence was several generations older than the Four Righteous Gang. Although the Four Righteous Gang had more than 300 teleportation realm experts, Zhao Hai didn't believe that such a large population would only have a few hundred teleportation realm experts. This was simply impossible. Zhao Hai didn't believe that such a large population would only have a few hundred teleportation realm experts. After dealing with the matters of the gang, he arranged for Carlo and the others to settle down as well as the ores. Then he took out the black gold and gave it to Tai Xiong. He had Tai Xiong make an artifact for Pine Tree. After that, Zhao Hai no longer cared about the matters of the gang. In fact, the Four Righteous Gang's operations were very good. The mission system that Laura and the others made was a very good thing. With this mission system, the entire Four Righteous Gang could operate smoothly. This was because anything in the Four Righteous Gang could be considered as a mission. After dealing with the matters of the gang, Zhao Hai naturally turned his attention to another matter, which was the challenge of the Iron-Gutted Scholar. At this time, Tiger's Might and the others had some information about the Iron-Gutted Scholar. The Iron-Gutted Scholar, Wen Dawson, came from a plane called the Profound Tao World. He had always been active in Moonshine Planet. His famous technique was the 10,000 Scrolls calligraphy. The 10,000 Scrolls calligraphy was a very peculiar method of attack. All of its attacks were related to various scriptures. Confucian scriptures, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist scriptures, and all kinds of scriptures could be used as their attack methods. And when they used different scriptures, their attack methods were also different. The Confucian scriptures' attack methods were more focused on aura attacks. Moreover, they were very versatile. When they were motionless, they were as gentle as jade. When they were moving, they were as sharp as a sword. The Buddhist scriptures' attack methods were more focused on spiritual force and physical strength. These two methods seemed to be completely opposite, but the Buddhist scriptures could combine these two methods very well. On the other hand, the Taoist scriptures' attack methods were very peculiar. Moreover, they were very varied and unpredictable. Wen Daolin, who could use the 10,000 Scrolls calligraphy to attack, could also use a variety of scriptures to attack. Naturally, his attack methods were also ever-changing. These were the information that Tiger's Might and the others could find. However, there were also a lot of information that Tiger's Might couldn't find. As for whether Wen Daolin really killed a Vajra Realm cultivator, nobody could prove the authenticity of this information. Wen Daolin didn't leave Martha City these days. He was really waiting for Zhao Hai. Although he didn't go to the life and death arena, he had already promised Zhao Hai that he would fight Zhao Hai in the life and death arena. He wouldn't go back on his word. Of course, Zhao Hai had to deal with this matter. Although Zhao Hai was very famous a while ago, some of the cultivators who joined the Righteous Four Gang hadn't seen Zhao Hai fight. Moreover, the Righteous Four Gang had just been established. If Zhao Hai backed down in the face of such a challenge, it would definitely be a big blow to the Righteous Four Gang. It would be an even bigger blow to Zhao Hai's personal reputation. Therefore, no matter what, Zhao Hai had to accept this challenge. On the third day after Zhao Hai returned to Tsuiwei Mountain, while Zhao Hai was discussing with Tiger's Might about the collection of attribute jade essences, a voice was suddenly heard, "Zhao Hai, come out." When Zhao Hai heard this voice, he couldn't help but frown. Then he smiled faintly and said, "This guy is a bit interesting." Tiger's Might, is that the Iron-Gutted Scholar here? Tiger's Might nodded, then he angrily said, "Brother, you have to teach him a lesson. Our Righteous Four Gang has just been established, yet he came to make trouble. If we don't teach him a lesson, then we'll lose face." Zhao Hai patted Tiger's shoulder, then his figure moved and left the room. Zhao Hai stood outside Tsuiwei Mountain and looked at the Iron-Gutted Scholar Wen Daolin. Wen Daolin was still dressed like a gentleman. He was still holding a book in his hand. He looked like a gentle scholar. However, the expression on his face was very arrogant, as if he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Zhao Hai kept his fist towards Wen Daolin and said, "Is Mr. calling me? What's the matter?" Wen Daolin looked at Zhao Hai, then he coldly snorted and said, "You're Zhao Hai? Why haven't you come to see me since you returned to the Righteous Four gang? Don't tell me you don't dare?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Daolin, then he said with a puzzled expression, "Do I have an old relationship with Mr.?" Wen Daolin shook his head and said, "No." Zhao Hai continued, "Do I have a grudge with Mr.?" Wen Daolin shook his head again and said, "No." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I don't have an old relationship with Mr., nor do I have any enmity with him. We're not friends, nor are we enemies. To put it bluntly, Mr. is just a passerby in my eyes. You're not a great person, so why should I see you?" When Wen Daolin heard Zhao Hai, his face couldn't help but turn pale. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're really arrogant. My lord is here to challenge you. Do you dare to accept the challenge? Don't tell me that you don't even dare to accept the challenge." Zhao Hai looked at Wen Daolin, then he smiled faintly and said, "Of course I dare to accept the challenge. But as I said before, if Mr. wants to challenge me, then we can go to the life and death arena. You and I will fight there. Life and death are up to fate. If Mr. doesn't dare, then please go back. This kind of meaningless challenge, I won't accept it." Wen Daolin looked at Zhao Hai, then he sneered and said, "Do you want to use this method to scare me off? Do you think that you can scare me off by using the name of the life and death arena? You're too naive. Let me tell you, 3 days later, we will fight to the death in the life and death arena. You should get ready." Then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Mr., please wait. There's something I want to ask Mr." Wen Daolin stopped and looked at Zhao Hai, then he said, "What is it?" Zhao Hai looked at Wen Daolin and said, "Why does Mr. want to challenge me? You should at least give me a reason." Wen Daolin sneered and said, "I just can't stand your arrogance. I want to challenge you. Is this reason enough?" Then he ignored Zhao Hai and turned around to leave. Iron Gall Scholar challenges Death Knight. A huge poster appeared on the outer wall of the life and death pendulum. This poster was very interesting. On the left side of the poster was mainly black. On the right side stood Zhao Hai in his Death Knight attire. Zhao Hai was sitting on the back of an iron tiger while holding the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear in his hand. The iron tiger looked up to the sky and roared. It looked like a terrifying Death Knight that crawled out of the ground. On the right side of the poster was Wen Daolin, who was holding a book and wearing a white scholar's robe. He had a gentle smile on his face, making people unconsciously have a good impression of him. This poster gave people the feeling that Zhao Hai was the evil side and Wen Daolin was the righteous side. However, the real situation wasn't like this. In the cultivation realm, there was no absolute justice and evil. Unless a person was an enemy of the entire cultivation realm. Otherwise, even if your cultivation method was evil, nobody would care about you. What people cared about was only strength. This poster didn't say who was righteous and who was evil. It just gave people the feeling that black and white were opposing each other. It was used for publicity. Just as Wen Daolin said, he really went to the life and death pendulum and told the people there that he would challenge Zhao Hai 3 days later. However, Wen Daolin was disappointed this time. Once you join the life and death pendulum, you won't be able to arrange the time of your match before you become a legendary champion. Unless you were like Zhao Hai, the life and death pendulum wouldn't arrange the time of your match. The life and death pendulum had its own arrangements. It can be said that the life and death pendulum was like a business alliance. They did everything to make money and rarely lost money. Zhao Hai was now a legendary champion of the life and death pendulum. His appearance fee was very high. If the life and death pendulum casually let Zhao Hai fight, then not only would it be disrespectful to Zhao Hai, it would also make them lose money. But they wouldn't do such a thing. Therefore, in order to make money for him, life and death pendulum scheduled the match between Wen Daolin and Zhao Hai 1 month later. They had to use this 1 month to arrange the publicity and at the same time, send the odds. Of course, almost everyone now knew how powerful Zhao Hai was, so when arranging the odds, Zhao Hai's odds were also very low. If you bet on Zhao Hai to win, even if Zhao Hai won in the end, you wouldn't win much money. On the contrary, Wen Daolin's life and death odds were not low. Naturally, Wen Daolin's information was also investigated by the life and death pendulum. One must know that Wen Daolin's reputation in Moonshine Planet wasn't small. Moreover, there were rumors that he had killed a Vajra realm cultivator. Naturally, the life and death pendulum wouldn't let go of this opportunity. They began to promote Wen Daolin as an opponent on the same level as Zhao Hai. Just as the life and death pendulum began to advertise, Tianjian ran to Tsuiwei Mountain. When Zhao Hai heard that Tianjian came, he naturally welcomed him into his room. After sitting down in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at Tianjian and said, "Brother Tian, how come you have time to come to my place today? Don't tell me you want to talk to me about the challenge? There's no need for that. I already agreed, so I will definitely participate." Tianjian shook his head and said, "Of course I know that you already agreed. However, I'm not worried that you won't accept the challenge. I came here today for another matter." Zhao Hai looked at Tianjian with a puzzled expression. Tianjian said, "I know that you have the confidence to defeat Wen Daolin. However, the promotion in the arena is that you and Wen Daolin are on the same level. If you go up and take care of Wen Daolin, then wouldn't it be too boring? I want to ask you for a favor. Can you fight with Wen Daolin for a while? It would be best if you can pretend to be stronger than him. This way, if someone else comes to challenge you in the future, then we can arrange it. If we make money, then you won't be short of a share." Zhao Hai didn't think that Tianjian would say this. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and said, "Of course I can fight for a while. However, I have to say this first. If someone challenges me in the future and I can make a lot of money, then I won't pretend to be defeated. Acting is fine, but I won't go overboard." When Tianjian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but rejoice. "You can rest assured, I won't let you fail. This is the life and death arena. If you pretend to be defeated, the other party wouldn't let you off and kill you. According to the rules of the arena, you can still resist when the time comes. Therefore, you don't need to worry about me arranging for you to fail, you just need to help me put on a good show." Tianjian nodded and said, "Don't worry." Zhao Hai looked at Tianjian, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Brother Tian, did you forget that I'm the legendary champion of the life and death arena? I can also be considered as a member of the life and death arena. How can I not help you? You can rest assured. However, I have to say that I'm borrowing a lot of money right now. I can't give you a single cent less." When Tianjian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Don't worry, the life and death arena is very generous. We won't give you a single cent less. However, the life and death arena in Martha City is too small. I'm afraid that there won't be many people coming. I'll have to go back and report this matter." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "That's your business, it has nothing to do with me. You can arrange it. I'm only in charge of killing people. To be honest, if I didn't want to kill in the previous matches, then this time, I really have the urge to kill." Tianjian looked at Zhao Hai, then he frowned and said, "Because of Wen Daolin's challenge? To be honest, he's just a clown. You don't need to be angry about him." Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You're a clown, a self-righteous clown who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. But why did he choose this time to challenge me? Why did he challenge me as soon as I returned to the Four Righteous Gang? I've collected information about his activities in Moonshine Planet. You might not know, but in Moonshine Planet, he went everywhere to challenge teleportation experts. Moreover, he never showed any mercy. What made me feel strange was that after he killed those people, although he robbed them of their belongings, at the same time, he seemed to have received a lot of money from an unknown source. It seems like as long as he kills people, someone would give him money. Some of the people he defeated but didn't kill were just his means to deceive others. Finally, after he finished his challenges in Moonshine Planet, he ran to Bitter Shell Planet and the first thing he did was to look for me. Don't you think that this matter is very strange?" Zhao Hai sneered and said, "You're a clown, and you're a self-righteous clown who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth." When he heard Zhao Hai, Tianjian's eyes couldn't help but shrink. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Little Hai, are you telling the truth? Is he really like what you said?" Zhao Hai replied, "Life and death have their own information system. You can check it yourself." That guy's identity is definitely not simple. It's just that he has been very secretive about his actions, so nobody knows about it. Tianjian stood up, then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, I'll report this matter. This isn't a trivial matter. I'll look into it. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you should look into it. Most of the teleportation realm experts that he killed were natives of the Void Realm. It's very likely that this is a conspiracy against the entire Void Realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, you should look into it. Tianjian couldn't sit still. He didn't care how much of what Zhao Hai said was true. Just what Zhao Hai said was already shocking enough. He must report this matter and let the higher-ups of the life and death arena know about it as soon as possible. The reason why Tianjian was so worried was that the life and death arena was inextricably linked to some of the native forces of the Void Realm. If there were any changes in the native forces of the Void Realm, it would certainly affect the life and death arena. Therefore, for the sake of the life and death arena, as well as the native forces of the Void Realm, this matter must be investigated. Zhao Hai looked at the restless Tianjian and said, there's one more thing that you need to pay attention to. I think that there are a lot of people like Wen Daolin in the Void Realm. He's not the only one. Even if he's exhausted to the point of vomiting blood, how many people can he challenge? If this is really a big plan, then the execution of this plan would require countless people. Tianjian nodded and said, you're right. Tianjian felt that he couldn't sit here anymore. Why did he suddenly feel that a big net was coming towards the Void Realm? He now felt that it was difficult to breathe. Zhao looked at Tianjian and said, it's best to report this matter directly to Elder Tang, and then start a secret investigation. The other party is always in the dark, while you are out in the open. If you go too far, the other party will be aware that you already know about this plan, and then they may stop the plan. When that time comes, you won't be able to find anything. You can't always be on guard against this matter. There are thieves for 1,000 days, but there are no thieves for 1,000 days. Tianjian nodded, then he stood up and said to Zhao Hai, all right, I'll take care of this matter. I'll be leaving first. If there's anything, I'll contact you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he sent Tianjian outside. As soon as Tianjian arrived outside, he immediately flew away. He was very anxious at this time. Zhao Hai looked at Tianjian's back and smiled faintly, interesting. I didn't expect the Void Realm to be this lively. Hee, it's just right. If it's not lively, then how can the Four Righteous Gang develop? Zhao Hai was very clear that what he told Tianjian wasn't a lie. All of it was true. And this information wasn't found out by Tiger's might, but by the resurrected undead inside Zhao Hai's space. When Wen Daolin came to Green Mountain to challenge Zhao Hai already had Laura investigate Wen Daolin. Moreover, it was a comprehensive investigation. For this reason, Zhao Hai also sent a lot of people to Moonshine Planet. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to find out a lot of things. Zhao Hai didn't know who was targeting the native forces of the Void Realm. He also didn't know why Wen Daolin would look for him first after arriving at Martha City. Was it to cover up his actions or something else? But in any case, he still told Tianjian about this matter. It wasn't only because of his good relationship with the Life and Death Arena and the Yi family. His main purpose was for the Four Righteous Gang's benefits. He wanted the Four Righteous Gang to develop as soon as possible. The Four Righteous Gang was too weak right now. It was like a newborn baby living in the jungle with almost no ability to protect itself. If this baby couldn't find a shelter, it would be very difficult for it to survive. The shelter Zhao Hai chose was the Life and Death Arena. The Life and Death Arena was a large organization set up by the local forces in the Void Realm. With the protection of the Life and Death Arena, it naturally meant that all the local forces in the Void Realm would be protected. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't let the Life and Death Arena cause any problems for the local forces in the Void Realm. Of course, Zhao Hai wouldn't be so naive to think that the Four Righteous Gang would always rely on the help of the Life and Death Arena to stand up. Now that he had a good relationship with the Life and Death Arena, the Life and Death Arena would help the Four Righteous Gang. But if the Four Righteous Gang grew stronger one day and even threatened the status of the Life and Death Arena, would the Life and Death Arena still help the Four Righteous Gang like it was now? It was probably impossible. So what Zhao Hai wanted was for the Life and Death Arena to protect them now. When they were strong enough, He wanted to make the void realm chaotic, because only in chaotic times would some small forces have the opportunity to dig up. Now, the reason why Zhao Hai told Tianjian this was just to make arrangements in advance. What kind of fruit would he receive in the end would be determined by time. In the next few days, Zhao Hai didn't leave Tsuiwei Mountain, but he was still aware of the movements in Martha City. Martha City was very lively now. Many people came to watch Zhao Hai's competition. The promotion of the life and death arena was very good. A lot of people who came to Martha City were very optimistic about Wen Daolin. There were even some people who came from Moonshine Planet who thought that Wen Daolin was stronger than Wen Daolin. They thought that Wen Daolin wasn't worthy of being compared to Wen Daolin. There was no other way. Compared to Moonshine City, the Bitterbaugh Star was just a rural place. In the eyes of these people, Zhao Hai was just a little tyrant in the countryside. How could he be compared to Wen Daolin? It must be known that Wen Daolin was an invincible existence in the teleportation realm in a place like Moonshine Planet. Zhao Hai didn't have much of a reaction to these. They could say whatever they wanted. After all, no one would die from their words. The real place to see who was stronger was still on the life and death arena. Zhao Hai really wanted to see what kind of reaction the life and death arena would have after receiving the news. However, Zhao Hai was disappointed. There seemed to be no reaction from the life and death arena. There was nothing special about it. However, after thinking about it, Zhao Hai felt relieved. The life and death arena represented the entire void realm. It was a place where native forces were present. Even if there were any movements, it would be impossible for him to know about it. In order to not let the native forces of the void realm discover anything, Zhao Hai had Laura order the resurrected undead that were sent out by the space to be honest for the time being. They wouldn't make any movements. If necessary, they could even withdraw back to the space. Zhao Hai had no choice but to do so. He was very clear that a strong dragon couldn't suppress a local snake. Although the native forces of the void realm usually didn't reveal themselves, Zhao Hai was very clear that their influence wasn't small. If they really wanted to investigate something, it would be very difficult to hide it from them. Zhao Hai didn't dare to do so. He was very clear that the native forces of the void realm weren't weak. If they really wanted to investigate something, it would be very difficult to hide from them. Zhao Hai didn't want those people to know that he sent so many people to the void realm to inquire about information. This would only make the people of the void realm more suspicious of his identity. Although Zhao Hai didn't know the status of the people of the void realm, Zhao Hai was certain about one thing. The native forces of the void realm wouldn't target the true spirit realm. The ones who would target the true spirit realm were certainly forces from other planes. For the native forces of the void realm, the true spirit realm was just a plane that came to the void realm. It was no different from other forces that came to the void realm. There was no need for them to look at the true spirit realm differently. Of course, they wouldn't care about the grievances between the planes under normal circumstances. As long as the people of those planes didn't make too much trouble, they would generally turn a blind eye. Although he knew that the native forces of the void realm wouldn't target the people of the true spirit realm, Zhao Hai still didn't want others to know his identity. This was because the extraterritorial devils were quite powerful in the void realm. If the extraterritorial devils really targeted the true spirit realm, then once his identity was exposed, it would definitely cause the extraterritorial devils to hunt him down. Under such circumstances, Zhao Hai couldn't guarantee that the people of the life and death arena would still support him. Going against a powerful force for one person was something that no one in their right mind would do. No matter which force it was, they would prioritize their own interests. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't dare to take this risk. On the 7th day after Tianjian left, Zhao Hai was discussing with Tai Xiong how to deal with the iron ore. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, "Gang Master, someone is here to see you." Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he said, "Come in and talk." The person outside nodded and walked in. This person was a transcending dust stage cultivator. He was the person in charge of receiving the 4 righteous gang at the foot of the mountain. However, this person had another identity that others didn't know. He was an undead that was resurrected from the space. It can be said that he was one of Zhao Hai's own people. He cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, gang master." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Qin Xiao, who wants to see me?" Don't tell me it's another challenge. Xianxia immediately replied, reporting to the gang master, no, it's a mister called Yalin. I've already arranged for him to rest in the guest room at the foot of the mountain. When Zhao Hai heard Xianxia, he couldn't help but smile and said, so it's brother Ya. I'll go and see him. Tai Xiong, we need to hurry up and deal with these iron ores. Even if we can't refine them into iron ores, we still need to find a good place to store them. With these iron ores, our four righteous gang won't need to take revenge for iron ores for the next few years. Tai Xiong nodded and said, yes, gang master can rest assured. I'll take care of it. Zhao Hai nodded and then went outside. When he arrived outside, he directly flew towards the four righteous gang. Before long, he arrived at the four righteous gang's archway. Not far behind the archway, there was a house that was prepared to receive people from the four righteous gang. At this time, Yalin was standing outside one of the houses. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then his figure moved and landed in front of Yalin. Then he cupped his fist towards Yalin and said, brother, why are you here? What's the matter? Let's go inside and talk. Let's have a good drink. Yalin cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, brother Zhao, congratulations. I didn't expect you to establish your own force. This little brother is really envious. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but laugh and said, why would you envy me? If I had your status, then I wouldn't need to be here. Come, let's go inside and talk. Then Zhao Hai flew towards the sky, Yalin quickly followed. Before long, the two arrived at Zhao Hai's room. After sitting down, Laura and the others immediately served them tea. Yalin looked at Laura and the others with a surprised expression. He had heard that there were several women who married Zhao Hai with large artifacts. He had always been curious about what kind of women would do such a thing. Now that he saw it, to be honest, Laura and the others' beauty and strength made him surprised. Zhao Hai looked at Yalin and smiled, this is your sister-in-law, Laura. This is Yalin, brother Ya. Yalin quickly gave Laura a salute. After Laura returned the salute, she withdrew. Zhao Hai waved his hand and had Yalin sit down. Then he said, how come you have time to come here? How are the sales of those puppets these days? Yalin nodded and said, very good, the sales of those puppets have been very good. The first batch of puppets that you brought out is almost gone. I came today to get some more puppets and also to see how things are going. I heard that someone is challenging you, and he's quite strong. What's going on? Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's nothing, it's just a clown. I just dealt with him. I didn't expect the puppets to be selling so well. But it's strange, why didn't I see any puppets in Martha City? When Yalin heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but smile and said, there are only a few puppets. The great clans in the Void Realm have already digested all of them. You should prepare more, these puppets are very popular. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, all right. Zhao Hai nodded, then he took out a spatial bag and handed it over to Yalin, here are 10 million puppets. Take them first. If you don't have enough, come find me. Yalin nodded. Yalin wasn't polite as he received the spatial bag. Then he also took out a spatial bag and gave it to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was puzzled as he received the spatial bag. Yalin smiled and said, I know that your four righteous gang has just been established, so you need everything. Therefore, I prepared these for you. These things are also your share after selling the puppets. Zhao Hai opened the spatial bag and looked inside. There were a lot of good things inside. There were all kinds of ores, herbs, artifacts, formation flags, common pills, and even a lot of jade essence. Almost everything that a sect needed was inside the spatial bag. Moreover, there were quite a lot of them. These things are very important to us, but I want to ask you for a favor. Next time, in addition to these things, I don't want ordinary jade essences. I want some attribute jade essences. Of course, the more, the better. Yi nodded and said, all right, I won't say thank you. These things are very important to us, but I want to ask you for a favor. Next time, in addition to these things, I don't want ordinary jade essences. Although Yalin was stunned, he still nodded and said, all right, I'll do my best. You should know that attribute jade essences aren't easy to obtain. I can only do my best. What's wrong, brother Zhao? Do you need a tribute jade essences? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I do need some. If you can get them, then that would be the best. Alright, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you can't get them. Right, you haven't eaten yet. Laura and the others should have already prepared dinner. Let's go and have a drink or two. We haven't had a drink together for quite some time. Yaolin smiled and said, Alright, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. Today, we must have a good drink. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he stood up and led Yaolin to the back. Before long, the two arrived at the dining room. Laura and the others had already prepared a table full of dishes. After the dishes were placed on the table, Laura and the others left. Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. Laura, call Tiger's Might and the others over and have a drink or two. In any case, we're all old acquaintances. Laura nodded and then turned around to leave. This didn't mean that Zhao Hai wasn't good to Laura and the others. He didn't let them eat with him, but since they were all men, it would take a long time for them to drink together. On the other hand, Laura and the others weren't familiar with Yaolin, so they weren't used to eating together. In fact, Laura and the others preferred to eat by themselves. Eating while casually chatting was much better. Before long, White Tiger's Might and the others arrived. White Tiger's Might and the others were already acquainted with Yaolin, so the two sides didn't hold back. After greeting each other, they sat down, making the atmosphere of the dining room livelier. After eating, Yaolin said his goodbyes and left. Because Yaolin got the robot business for his family, his position in the family had become more stable. At the same time, the Yi family gave Yaolin more authority, allowing him to participate in the family's management. It was obvious that Yaolin was being groomed as the successor of the patriarch. Because of this, Yaolin had a lot of things to do, so he didn't have much time to stay in the Four Righteous Gang. After sending off Yaolin, Zhao Hai relaxed once again. He wasn't in a hurry to put the things inside the spatial bag that Yaolin gave him into the Four Righteous Gang's treasury. After all, those things belonged to him. If he put all of them into the Four Righteous Gang's treasury, then it would arouse the suspicions of the gang. The Four Righteous Gang can be said to belong to Zhao Hai, but it can also be said that it doesn't belong to Zhao Hai. Therefore, Zhao Hai wouldn't put all of his good things into the Four Righteous Gang's treasury. As long as the Four Righteous Gang can continue to develop, then it would be the same even if he didn't put anything into it. If a sect was run well, then it would be impossible for it to lose money. However, Zhao Hai was also worried about the future of the Four Righteous Gang. This was because the Four Righteous Gang had almost no income aside from doing missions. This was absolutely not good for a gang. If a gang wants to develop, then they must have their own industry. In other words, they must have their own stable source of income. This way, they can rely on a steady stream of financial support to slowly develop. Right now, the Four Righteous Gang didn't have a stable source of income. It could be said that the current Four Righteous Gang didn't have any income at all. This was the biggest headache for Zhao Hai. It wouldn't be easy for the Four Righteous Gang to have too much income. In the Void Realm, all industries were controlled by those big forces. If the Four Righteous Gang wanted to develop in that industry, they would first have to face the suppression of those big forces. It would be very difficult for them to develop in peace. While Zhao Hai was having a headache over the income of the Four Righteous Gang, a month had passed unknowingly. The battle between Zhao Hai and Wen Daolin was about to begin. This time, the battle between Zhao Hai and Wen Daolin was even more lively than the previous battle between Zhao Hai and King Kong Ape. Although Zhao Hai was a little famous before, his fame was not as great as it was now. At that time, Zhao Hai did not defeat King Kong Ape. Although he had the title of Death Knight, his reputation in the entire Void Realm was only average. But now, it was different. Zhao Hai defeated King Kong Ape and became the legendary champion of the Life and Death Ring. His popularity was much greater than before. His opponent was not a simple character. Wen Daolin had the reputation of being invincible in the teleportation realm on Moonlight Planet. One could imagine how strong he was. In some aspects, Wen Daolin was even more famous than Zhao Hai. This had nothing to do with the strength of the two, but it was related to the planet they were on. Just as Zhao Hai thought before, Bitter Crust could only be regarded as a rural place in the Void Realm, but Moonlight City could be regarded as a big city. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's take the well-known NBA as an example. Bitter Crust, where Zhao Hai was from, was like the Raptors or the Timberwolves. They were all bitter cold places. No matter how good you were at playing in these two places, it was impossible to be more popular than in a big city like Los Angeles. Zhao Hai was very famous in the Bitterba planet. And when he defeated Ape King Kong, this made him even more famous. However, when people heard that he came from the Bitterba planet, they couldn't help but look down on him. This was because the Bitterba planet was too remote. Wen Daolin was different. Wen Daolin had been active on Moonlight Planet. He had only recently arrived on Bitter Crust, and the situation on Moonlight Planet was much better than Bitter Crust. Therefore, Wen Daolin's fame was still greater than Zhao Hai's. After a month of publicity, people began to know about Martha City. Although Martha City was famous for refining weapons, it was only famous on Bitterba Planet and the surrounding planets. No one had ever heard of such a small place. Martha City was famous for refining weapons, but it was only famous on Bitterba Planet and the surrounding planets. But now, Martha City was famous because of Zhao Hai and because of this competition. A lot of people didn't understand why Wen Daolin came to such a small place. Moreover, he came here to challenge Zhao Hai. Although they didn't know why, they still came. They wanted to see whether Zhao Hai, who was known as the Death Knight, or Wen Daolin, who was known as the Iron Gut Scholar, was stronger. These days, Wen Daolin was in high spirits. A lot of his friends from Moonshine Planet had come to Martha City. These people simply didn't put Zhao Hai in their eyes. Wen Daolin also felt that Zhao Hai wasn't his opponent. Therefore, these days, he had been drinking with his friends and having a good time. Soon, the day of the competition arrived. Wen Daolin was surrounded by a group of friends when he arrived at Martha City's Life and Death Ring. Standing in front of the ring, Wen Daolin couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "Sure enough, it's a rural place. Even the Life and Death Ring is so small. It's really boring. In this kind of Life and Death Ring, there's no meaning in killing people." A cultivator next to him laughed and said, "Brother Daolin, just bear with it. In a place like this, it's already good to have a Life and Death Ring. That guy got a legendary Life and Death Ring in a place like this and thinks that he's great. It's too ridiculous. Today, you should let him know that a legendary Life and Death Ring in a place like this is nothing." The other cultivators also joined in, attracting the attention of the surrounding people. However, these people didn't feel ashamed, instead, they felt proud. In their view, the people of Martha City were country bumpkins while they were city dwellers. They looked down on these country bumpkins. But what they didn't know was that in the eyes of Martha City's cultivators, Wen Daolin was already a dead man. Perhaps people in other places didn't know about Zhao Hai's strength, but the people of Martha City were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. They were very clear about how strong Zhao Hai was. Because of this, they were certain that Wen Daolin would die. Just as Wen Daolin and the others were standing in front of the Life and Death arena, they suddenly felt the sky darken. They were startled, they quickly looked up and saw a large ship floating above them. They stared blankly as they stared blankly at the large ship. Although these people came from Moonshine Planet and have seen a lot of large artifacts, these large artifacts belong to other forces. Not to mention sitting on them, they didn't even have the chance to observe them. But now, a large artifact was floating above them. They were willing to bet that the large artifact was less than a kilometer away from them. Such a distance was too close for a cultivator. While Wen Daolin and the others were staring at the large artifact, they suddenly heard a discussion coming from all around. "Zhao Hai is here. I didn't expect him to come directly with a large artifact. I heard that this large artifact belongs to a few women, and these women only took a fancy to Zhao Hai after watching Zhao Hai's performance in the Life and Death Ring. Yeah, I also heard this from others. Do you think it's true? If it's true, then it's too amazing. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing. What's so surprising about it? If you have the strength of Zhao Hai, then there will also be beauties throwing themselves at you. Humph, did you see those idiots? That pretty boy among them actually said that he wants to kill Zhao Hai. Ha ha ha, don't they know that Zhao Hai has already killed a Vajra realm cultivator? Do they think they can touch Zhao Hai? Too naive. That's not necessarily true. Didn't you hear that when Daolin also killed a Vajra realm cultivator? His strength should be able to fight with Zhao Hai. I don't think so. He said that he killed a Vajra realm cultivator, but who has seen it? Anyway, I haven't seen it. Why do you care so much? Look, Zhao Hai is coming down. When Daolin heard these discussions, his face couldn't help but turn livid. He didn't expect that the people in Maru City would have such a low evaluation of him. At this moment, a group of people flew down from the large artifact above his head. These people were all wearing black cultivator robes. Among these people, there were a few figures wearing white robes. When they flew closer, people noticed that these white figures were actually female cultivators. They were all wearing white palace robes with light veils covering their faces. Although their faces couldn't be seen clearly, their figures were more attractive than the other. The one flying in front of these people was naturally Zhao Hai. The rest of the Four Righteous gang followed behind Zhao Hai. These people came today to cheer for Zhao Hai. In fact, some of these people also believed that Zhao Hai would fail. Zhao Hai also saw Wen Daolin. Wen Daolin was looking at Zhao Hai with a livid face. When he saw Zhao Hai looking at him, he couldn't help but snort coldly and stare at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Daolin and smiled faintly. Then he ignored Wen Daolin as he turned around and led everyone into the life and death arena. After entering the life and death arena, Laura and the others went to the spectator stands. At the same time, Zhao Hai went to see Tianjian and Yinjun. The two were still in the room where they first met Zhao Hai. Seeing Zhao Hai come in, Tianjian couldn't help but smile and said, I heard that you actually called the entire Four Righteous gang. Do you want the Four Righteous gang to laugh at Wen Daolin? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, what's there to laugh at about a dead man? It's just a group activity organized by the gang. There's nothing special about it. When Tianjian and Yinjun heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but laugh. They appreciated Zhao Hai's confident attitude. At the same time, they also discovered that Zhao Hai was still very calm. However, Yinjun still looked at Zhao Hai and said, Zhao Hai, you need to be careful. Although nobody has seen Wen Daolin kill a Vajra realm expert, his strength cannot be underestimated. In a place like Moonshine Star, there's a reason why he's invincible in the teleportation realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, don't worry, I never underestimate my opponents. Alright, it's about time. I really want to see Wen Daolin's 10,000 scrolls calligraphy. After he said that, Zhao Hai stood up and walked outside. Tianjian and Yinjun looked at Zhao Hai's departing back and smiled faintly. Yinjun looked at Tianjian and said, what do you think about Zhao Hai's acting? Don't let others see through it, otherwise, it wouldn't be fun. Tianjian smiled and said, although I haven't seen his acting skills, I think his acting skills shouldn't be bad. Because when I told him about this matter, he didn't hesitate to agree. Looking at him, it seems like he has experienced all these things before. Yinjun frowned as he looked at Tianjian and said, you're saying that Zhao Hai has experienced it before? How is that possible? Did he fight in the life and death arena in other places? Tianjian shook his head and said, that's not necessarily the case. But you should know that in some places like the life and death arena still exist. Maybe he fought in his own plane before. When Yinjun heard Tianjian, he stared. Then he nodded and said, that's possible. He's very experienced in this kind of competition. When it's time to be ruthless, he would definitely be ruthless. This isn't something that a first-time participant can do. Tianjian nodded and said, before, Zhao Hai told me that he didn't want to kill those people. But he still made a move. So I'm sure that he has fought in similar competitions before. Because of this, he knows when to be ruthless and when to let go. Look at Tiger's Might and the others, aren't they his best assistants now? He's very good at reading people. Yinjun nodded. He had no choice but to agree with what Tianjian said. This was because what Tianjian said was right. Zhao Hai was very good at reading people, very good at reading people. At this time, cheers were heard from outside. The two knew that Zhao Hai and Wen Daolin were going on stage. Yinjun turned to Tianjian and said, let's go and see. Tianjian nodded, then he stood up and followed Yinjun. Zhao Hai, dressed in his Death Knight attire, stood quietly in the life and death arena. Opposite him was Wen Daolin, who had a calm expression. Wen Daolin was still dressed like a scholar. He was still holding a book in his hand. Wearing a white robe, he looked very decent. He had a cultured and elegant temperament. Coupled with the book in his hand, he looked like a scholar, not a cultivator who would kill without batting an eyelid. Cheers were heard all around. The cultivators who came to watch the competition seemed to be crazy. This was because they could vent as much as they wanted. This was the place for them to vent. Zhao Hai calmly looked at Wen Daolin from behind his mask. Although he still didn't understand why Wen Daolin wanted to challenge him, as long as he challenged him, he would be an enemy. Zhao Hai would never be lenient towards his enemies. Wen Daolin also calmly looked at Zhao Hai. To be honest, a large part of the reason why he challenged Zhao Hai was because he was jealous of Zhao Hai. It took him a long time to become a star on the Moonshine Planet. Moreover, he had to constantly challenge others. After experiencing countless life and death situations, he finally gained his current fame. As for Zhao Hai, his way of becoming famous was very strange. Part of it was because of his strength, but a bigger part of it was because of the hype created by the Life and Death Arena. The Life and Death Arena continued to promote Zhao Hai's life and death matches. They used special events to hype up Zhao Hai's fame, allowing Zhao Hai to have his current fame. He became famous overnight. Although Zhao Hai's road to fame wasn't short, for a cultivator, it wouldn't be long. Because of this, Wen Daolin didn't like Zhao Hai. Naturally, he had other tasks on the Bitter Crust planet. However, after arriving, he decided to challenge Zhao Hai for the first time. He wanted to kill Zhao Hai, the Death Knight of the Bitter Crust planet. Wen Daolin looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "When cultivators fight, they rely on other things to help themselves. You've already fallen to the bottom. I heard that you're a body cultivator, yet you're still pretending to be a knight. Zhao Hai, you're really disappointing." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Everyone has the right to choose their own image. Haven't you always been pretending to be a cultured person? I wonder how many books you've read." Wen Daolin coldly snorted and said, "You'll know how many books I've read in a while." Zhao Hai looked at Wen Daolin and said, "Then what are you waiting for? Even if it's you, are you waiting for me to admit defeat? Or do you want to admit defeat?" Wen Daolin coldly snorted and said, "In this world, there are only Wen Daolins who fight to the death, there are no Wen Daolins who admit defeat. Moreover, you're not worthy of me admitting defeat. If you admit defeat, then I'll spare your life." Zhao chuckled. "I'm the opposite of you. Even if you take the initiative to admit defeat, you will still die today. You shouldn't have challenged me. Really, you shouldn't have. You could have lived for a long time, and with your talent, you could have had a better future. But today, you will lose everything, including your life." Zhao chuckled. "But today, you will lose everything, including your life." Wen Daolin sneered and said, "There are a lot of people who want to take my life. But until now, no one has succeeded. You won't succeed either." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I often say these words to others. I didn't expect someone to say it to me today." "Good, then let me see what kind of ability you have." Then Zhao Hai didn't say anything else. He extended his hand as the Power King bow appeared in his hand. He pulled the bowstring and shot an arrow. This arrow went straight towards Wen Daolin's face. When Wen Daolin saw that Zhao Hai had made the first move, he couldn't help but sneer. In fact, the battle between him and Zhao Hai had already begun. The two of them were exchanging words in order to suppress each other. At the same time, it was also to make the other lose his composure. And whoever lost his composure and attacked first would be at a disadvantage. In Wen Daolin's opinion, he had won this battle. But was this really the case? Of course not. Zhao Hai knew what Wen Daolin was planning. However, the influence of momentum on Zhao Hai was too small. Zhao Hai had been controlling his murderous aura. If he was willing to release his murderous aura, then no matter what kind of momentum it was, it would collapse in front of his murderous aura. However, Zhao Hai didn't release his murderous aura. He was very clear about how frightening his murderous aura was. If he released his murderous aura, then he would certainly be treated as a homicidal maniac. This wouldn't be good for his future development. When Wen Daolin saw Zhao Hai's arrow, he couldn't help but sneer. Then he began to recite slowly, I've heard that for a time, the Buddha of the Shiwei kingdom would only give a tree to the solitary garden." Along with his voice, a golden light emerged from Wen Daoling's body. Then the golden light slowly converged into the image of a Buddha. Then the Buddha opened its half-closed eyes and stretched its hand forward to grab Zhao Hai's iron arrow. The iron arrow was instantly crushed. The iron arrow was crushed, but the Buddha was still there. The Buddha turned its gaze towards Zhao Hai. Then the Buddha, who had been sitting on the lotus platform, suddenly stood up. Then the Buddha stretched its hand forward and sent a palm towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai coldly snorted. He continuously pulled the Herculean king bow and shot an iron arrow towards the Buddha. However, the Buddha seemed to have an indestructible body. All the iron arrows that hit its body were deflected. Zhao Hai's arrows didn't seem to have any effect on the Buddha. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but knit his brows. He didn't think that the other party would be this difficult to deal with. One must know that his Herculean king bow had a force of 2.5 million jin. But even with such an attack, it still couldn't break through the Buddha. It seems like Wen Daolin wasn't easy to deal with. Although the Buddha wasn't slow, it wasn't as fast as Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai rode the iron tiger and kept jumping around the life and death arena. The Buddha couldn't hit him. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly realized that the Buddha in front of him had disappeared, revealing Wen Daolin's figure. Wen Daolin looked at Zhao Hai and coldly snorted, then said, "The Tao can be Tao, but it is not the eternal Tao. The name can be named, but it is not the eternal name. The name can be named, but it is not the eternal name. The name can be named, but it is not the eternal name." Along with his voice, a white-haired and white-bearded Taoist with a horsetail whisk slowly appeared beside Zhao Hai. This Taoist had a sword on his back. After he appeared, he waved the horsetail whisk in his hand. The horsetail whisk was like a large net that enveloped Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but coldly snort. Then he put down the Herculean king bow and took out the jade dragon golden tongue spear. Then he roared and waved the jade dragon golden tongue spear in his hand. An incomparably powerful energy went straight towards the horsetail whisk. Whoosh! The energy released by Zhao Hai's spear cut through the net of horsetail whisk. This time, Wen Daolin's attack had no effect. Zhao Hai took this opportunity and roared as he leaped forward and charged towards Wen Daolin. At this moment, the Taoist suddenly pulled out the sword on his back and slashed towards Zhao Hai. The Taoist's body was now the size of 100 mago. His sword was also nearly 50 meters long. When Zhao Hai slashed his sword, it felt as if Mount Tai was pressing down on him. Although the Taoist was tall, his movements were very agile. He didn't seem to be clumsy at all. Zhao Hai wasn't afraid at all. He waved the jade dragon golden tongue spear in his hand and clashed with the Taoist. Translator, WQL Editor, Alim. It was really out of people's imagination that a common knight and a Taoist who was almost 100 m in height could fight each other on the stage. However, Zhao Hai was able to do it. Although he was forced into a difficult situation by the Taoist, he still managed to block the Taoist's attacks. Moreover, his counterattacks were getting stronger and stronger. The Taoist's figure was slowly fading. There was only one explanation for this: the Taoist was about to die. Upon seeing this, the people who supported Zhao Hai couldn't help but cheer. At this moment, the Taoist who was about to disappear suddenly attacked a few times. After forcing Zhao Hai back, the Taoist's figure completely disappeared, revealing Wen Daolin's figure. Wen Daolin's body floated in midair. He looked at Zhao Hai with an ashen face. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Zhao Hai, you forced me to do this. I want you to die a horrible death." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and fiercely tapped a few times on his body. With these few taps, a trace of pain appeared on his face, but at the same time, an astonishing aura emerged from his body. Then an illusory figure slowly appeared on his body. This illusory figure actually had the appearance of a scholar. Moreover, this scholar's appearance was very similar to Wen Daolin's. This scholar's illusory figure was also holding a book in his hand. The only difference was that he had a sword at his waist. His eyes were like cold lightning as he stared at Zhao Hai. Most importantly, this scholar's figure was very solid. The aura on his body was even more astonishing. He was actually in the Vajra realm. A cultivator in the teleportation realm actually turned into the Vajra realm in an instant? What was going on? Could it be that when Daolin used some secret technique to stimulate his potential? When everyone saw the illusory figure of the Vajra realm book, their first thought was that when Daolin had used some secret technique to stimulate his potential. In the cultivation world, there were many secret techniques to stimulate one's potential. However, there were very few people who dared to use such secret techniques. This was because all the secret techniques that stimulated one's potential would have very strong side effects. Some of them would even reduce one's lifespan, blood and chi, and even regress one's cultivation. It was very terrifying. Therefore, unless it was the last moment, even cultivators who knew these secret techniques would not use this kind of secret technique that could stimulate one's potential. However, Zhao Hai knew that when Daolin did not use any secret technique to stimulate one's potential. He might have used a secret technique, but it was definitely not a secret technique to stimulate one's potential. It was a secret technique to hide one's cultivation. What he did just now was to uncover his hidden cultivation and restore his strength. He was a Vajra realm cultivator. Zhao Hai looked at the illusory scholar on the life and death arena. He sneered and said, "Wen Daolin, you're really shameless. I didn't expect you to be a Vajra realm cultivator, but you actually hid your strength to deal with me. Now that you've revealed your Vajra realm cultivation, do you want people to think that you used a secret technique to stimulate your potential? Wen Daolin, do you really think that you can defeat me like this? Do you really think that my victory over a Vajra realm cultivator is fake?" The illusory scholar that Wen Daolin created looked very flexible, just like a real person. When he heard Zhao Hai's words, the illusory scholar couldn't help but show a stunned expression. Then he immediately recovered and looked at Zhao Hai with a sneer, "You can say whatever you want. In any case, your mouth is on your body. You can say whatever you want." Although his words sounded like he disdained to argue with Zhao Hai, everyone felt that he was guilty. Zhao Hai looked at Wen Daolin and laughed, "Wen Daolin, you have nothing to say. Because I hit your sore spot, you used this trick to deceive a lot of people, right? Invincible in the teleportation realm? You're a Vajra realm cultivator. Of course you're invincible in the teleportation realm. But unfortunately, you've miscalculated this time." After saying that, Zhao Hai didn't waste any more words. He leaped up his spear and attacked Wen Daolin. Wen Daolin's illusory scholar figure also moved. He recited a passage while holding a sword in his hand. The passage he recited was a spiritual attack, but the sword in his hand was a real killing sword. Wen Daolin, who was at the golden steel stage, was much stronger than Wen Daolin, who was at the blink realm. He was much stronger than Wen Daolin. Even if Zhao Hai didn't use his full strength, it would still be very difficult for him to deal with him. This was good. Zhao Hai didn't need to act anymore. He really had to fight with Wen Daolin for a while. Zhao Hai didn't want to use any other moves, he just wanted to use his identity as a Death Knight to defeat Wen Daolin. The battle on the stage attracted everyone's attention. Even Tiger's Might and the others were looking at the stage with a worried expression. Only Laura and the others didn't seem to be worried. They just calmly sat there and watched the battle. They even chatted from time to time. To be honest, Laura and the others' behavior made Tiger's Might dissatisfied. Laura and the others were Zhao Hai's wives. Now that Zhao Hai was fighting with his life on the line, and his opponent was one level higher than him, not only were they not worried, they were even chatting with each other. This was really inexcusable. White Tiger's Might was also curious, he wanted to know what Laura and the others were talking about. Because of this, he couldn't help but listen carefully. Then he heard Laura's voice, "How many moves do you think Brother Hai will use to deal with that guy?" He actually dared to lie to Brother Hai. "I think Brother Hai must be very angry this time." Lizzie's voice was heard, "I don't think so. Brother Hai wouldn't be angry over such a person. In any case, he's going to die in Brother Hai's hands. There's no need for Brother Hai to be angry over him." Margaret shook her head and said, "It seems like Big Brother Hai still needs some time before he can kill that guy. After Big Brother Hai returns, should we prepare some good food for him?" Margaret shook her head and said, "All right." Chirp chirp chirp. After White Tiger's Might heard what Laura and the others said, he immediately fainted. He didn't think that Laura and the others would say this at this time. Were they not worried about Zhao Hai at all? the answer was yes, they weren't worried about Zhao Hai at all. Nobody understood Zhao Hai more than Laura and the others. They were very clear about Zhao Hai's strength. If Zhao Hai was willing to go all out, then Wen Daolin would already be dead. At this time, Zhao Hai only wanted to use his Death Knight status to defeat Wen Daolin. The battle was still going on, but the situation was slowly changing. One can't help but admit that although Wen Daolin wasn't as strong as the Diamond Ape, his means of attack were much more varied than the Diamond Ape's. And these changes were the main reason why the battle had dragged on for so long. This was because Zhao Hai had already gained the upper hand in the battle. Wen Daolin's illusory face was also shocked. He didn't see the battle between Zhao Hai and the Vajra Ape. However, he knew about the Vajra Ape. He didn't fight against the giant apes, so he didn't know how strong they were. When he saw that the Vajra Ape had just entered the Vajra realm, he thought that the Vajra Ape's strength was ordinary. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been defeated by a teleportation expert. Wen Daolin even began to think that the reason why Zhao Hai became famous so quickly was because of the life and death arena and Zhao Hai's conspiracy. In the life and death arena, Zhao Hai was chosen. Then they found some weak opponents for Zhao Hai to fight against. This allowed Zhao Hai to achieve 50 victories. In the last battle, they even found a Diamond Realm cultivator to make Zhao Hai famous. This was the reason why Zhao Hai became so famous. It was precisely because of this idea that Wen Daolin disliked Zhao Hai even more. In his opinion, Zhao Hai was a liar, an actor promoted by the life and death arena. But after really fighting with Zhao Hai, especially after he used all of his strength, Wen Daolin understood how terrifying Zhao Hai was. He thought that he could easily defeat Zhao Hai with the strength of a Diamond Realm cultivator. Then, he would torture him and finally kill him. He even thought about how to torture Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai blocked his attack and counterattacked. The counterattack was getting sharper and sharper. Now, in 10 moves, Wen Daolin could only attack 1 or 2 moves. The rest of the time, he was on the defense. God, a Diamond Realm cultivator was only on the defense against a Teleportation Realm cultivator. What was going on? Was the world changing? Wen Daolin wasn't the only one who was surprised. Although Wen Daolin was very surprised, he wasn't the most surprised. The people who were watching the life and death arena were the most surprised. When the people who were looking at the life and death pendulum saw Wen Daolin reveal his Vajra Realm cultivation, they thought that Wen Daolin was using a technique to stimulate his potential. However, Zhao Hai's words made them suspicious. It didn't take long for people with keen eyesight to discover that Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. Wen Daolin was indeed a Vajra Realm cultivator, he was just hiding his strength. The reason why they could see it was because Wen Daolin was very familiar with the mastery of the Diamond Realm strength. If a person used a potential technique to gain the strength of a Diamond Realm cultivator in a short time, they would only be strengthened in terms of strength. However, they still didn't know how to use this strength. However, Wen Daolin wasn't like that. He was very skilled in the use of the Diamond Realm strength. Even some cultivators who had been in the Diamond Realm for a few years couldn't compare to him in the use of the Diamond Realm strength. No one would believe that he used a potential technique to enhance his strength. It was very clear that Wen Daolin was a Diamond Realm cultivator in the past. Some people who didn't have good eyesight slowly discovered this point. This was because even if their eyesight wasn't good enough, they still understood some common sense. For example, a technique that could stimulate one's potential couldn't be used for a long time. The longer it was used, the greater the side effects. Now, Wen Daolin and Zhao Hai had been fighting for almost an hour. For such a long time, even if one didn't use a potential technique, one would be exhausted. It was absolutely impossible to persist for such a long time under the condition of using a potential technique. For Wen Daolin to persist for such a long time, it could only mean that he really didn't use a technique that stimulated his potential. Zhao Hai was telling the truth. He was originally a Diamond Realm cultivator. He hid his strength and deliberately went to challenge a Teleportation Realm cultivator. In the end, he got the title of Invincible in the Teleportation Realm. Shameless, too shameless. They had never seen such a shameless person. Those cultivators who entered the life and death pendulum with Wen Daolin felt ashamed. Many of Wen Daolin's original friends were even more livid. They were angry because they thought that they had been cheated. The cultivators who followed Wen Daolin were all his friends. Most of these people became his friends after being defeated by Wen Daolin. They originally admired Wen Daolin very much, but now they realized that they had been cheated. The battle on the field was still going on, but now no one supported Wen Daolin. Even those who originally bet on Wen Daolin to win would no longer support him. No matter what kind of person they were, they wouldn't support a liar, a shameless liar. It was already shameless enough for a Diamond Realm cultivator to go against a Teleportation Realm cultivator. He actually hid his strength and got the title of Invincible in the Teleportation Realm. Moreover, he didn't feel ashamed. Instead, he felt proud and complacent. This was a little too shameless. He was so shameless that no one could stand it. Although Wen Daolin didn't know that he was now infuriated, he knew very well that he was in trouble. He really didn't expect Xiao Hai to be so strong. All this while, the strength of the Vajra realm had always been his final trump card. He had never exposed his identity as a Vajra realm cultivator in the Void realm. Although it was exposed a few times, everyone who knew about it was dead. This time, he didn't hesitate to expose the strength of the Diamond Realm because he knew very well that Xiao Hai really wanted his life. Xiao Hai really wanted to kill him, so Wen Daolin had no choice but to expose his true strength. He just wanted to kill Xiao Hai as soon as possible. As for what would happen after he exposed his strength, he couldn't care less now. However, even if he exposed his strength, he still couldn't do anything to Xiao Hai. He was even slowly at a disadvantage, which made Wen Daolin feel very bad. However, no matter how bad he felt, it was useless because he couldn't do anything to Xiao Hai. Xiao Hai didn't take the initiative to attack from the beginning and then always had the upper hand. In fact, he was the one who took the initiative to attack. He was forced into a disadvantage by Xiao Hai bit by bit. Under such circumstances, it was the hardest for him to turn the situation around. Xiao Hai looked at Wen Daolin. He felt that it was about time to end this with Wen Daolin. Therefore, he began to speed up his attack and attack power. The pressure on Wen Daolin increased greatly. Now that he no longer had any strength to counterattack, he could only take a defensive stance. Wen Daolin gritted his teeth. The illusory image of the scholar was slowly fading. This also meant that he was getting closer and closer to failure. After being disappointed, there was only one fate for him, and that was death. Wen Daolin looked at Xiao Hai, whose face was covered by the mask. He couldn't see the expression on Xiao Hai's face, but from Xiao Hai's cold eyes, Wen Daolin could feel the cold killing intent of Xiao Hai. Wen Daolin knew that Xiao Hai wouldn't let him go. Thinking of this, Wen Daolin couldn't help but grit his teeth. Then he said in a deep voice, "Wait, I have something to say." Wen Daolin couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to carry out his plan, the spear in Zhao's hand suddenly flew out, piercing through the illusory scholar's body and into his chest. Wen Daolin looked at Zhao's face and saw that Zhao's spear had stopped moving. Wen Daolin couldn't help but let out a long breath. Wen Daolin felt a sharp pain in his chest. He discovered that his chest had been pierced by the Jade Dragon Golden Tongue spear. Wen Daolin's expression was filled with shock and fear. He looked at Xiao Hai as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then he pointed at Xiao Hai and said, You didn't keep your word?" Xiao Hai sneered as he looked at Wen Daolin and said, "Keep my word? You don't need to say such unpleasant words. I'm very clear about what you're planning. You just want to use this opportunity to slow down and prepare a backup plan. Then you'll fight until both sides suffer, right? Hee, Wen Daolin, don't forget that this is the life and death arena. Only life and death can determine victory and defeat here. Although I can spare some people, that person has to be worthy of me doing so. But you're clearly not worthy. Wen Daolin's vitality was still very strong. However, Xiao Hai's spear was filled with despair. This was the key to Wen Daolin's death. Wen Daolin couldn't speak anymore. He didn't even need to use the final attack that he had prepared. He just fell to the ground. Xiao Hai rode the Iron Tiger and put away his Jade Dragon Golden Tongue spear. Then he put away Wen Daolin's corpse. Then he turned his head to look at the stands. Then he rode the Iron Tiger back to the passage and disappeared into the darkness. It wasn't until Xiao Hai disappeared into the passage that the stands burst into cheers. These people didn't really want to see Xiao Hai win, they just wanted to vent. At the same time, they were dissatisfied with Wen Daolin. Therefore, when they saw Zhao Hai kill Wen Daolin, they felt that Zhao Hai had helped them vent their anger. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the passage, he put away the Death Knight armor. Then he went to the room where Tianjian and Yin Jun were. The two had already returned. When they saw Zhao Hai come in, the two laughed at him. Tianjian said, "Good, good. I didn't expect you to kill another Vajra realm cultivator. I really didn't expect that Wen Daolin would be a Vajra realm cultivator. Little Zhao Hai, this time it was our mistake. We didn't investigate clearly, I hope you don't mind." Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "I won't." After all, Wen Daolin had never shown his true strength before. It's normal that you couldn't investigate. Tianjian smiled bitterly and said, "I didn't think that Wen Daolin would hide his strength so deeply. Alright, we'll give you an explanation for this matter. Little Hai, you can go back first. We'll send you your division in a few days. After all, it will take a few days for the division to be calculated." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I didn't expect you to give me my division immediately. There's no need for that. I just wanted to tell you that if someone challenges me in the future, I'll send them to you. So you should be prepared." Tianjian smiled faintly and said, "Don't worry, there won't be many opportunities like this in the future. You don't know, but your fight with Wen Daolin was broadcasted live on the Life and Death arena. As long as an ordinary person spends a piece of jade essence, they can enter any of the Life and Death arena to watch the fight. Everyone can hear and see what you said to Wen Daolin. After seeing your strength, I don't think that person would have the courage to challenge you." When Zhao Hai heard Tianjian, he couldn't help but stare. He didn't think that Tianjian and the others would think of broadcasting. However, this was also good. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "So this time, I'll have a lot of division?" When Tianjian heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "Right, you're right. This time, you'll have a lot of division, a lot of division." Ha ha ha. Zhao Hai also laughed as he stood up. Then he cupped his fist and said, "Alright, it's good to have a lot of division. I'll be going back first. If you have time, you must come to the Four Righteous Gang for a drink." Tianjian and Yin Jun stood up and smiled as they cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai. After that, Zhao Hai turned around and left. Looking at Zhao Hai leaving the room, Tianjian's expression turned ugly. Then he said, "It seems like Wen Daolin's background isn't simple. There are a lot of techniques to hide one's strength. However, a Vajra realm cultivator wouldn't easily hide their strength. But Wen Daolin has been hiding his strength for a long time. If it weren't for Little Hai, then we wouldn't have known about it. Now that the arena knows about this, I'm afraid that they wouldn't doubt Little Hai's words." Yin Jun sighed and said, "I really didn't expect Little Hai to be right. Old Tian, how do you think he got this information? Where did his information come from?" Tianjian was silent for a moment, then he said, "Actually, we've been neglecting some people." "No, some people. Those are the women around Zhao Hai. We've been suspecting the identities of the women around Zhao Hai. We wondered if they had known Zhao Hai for a long time. Therefore, we sent people to investigate their identities. But after we couldn't find anything, we didn't care too much about it. But can women who have large artifacts be so simple? Since we couldn't find out their identities, doesn't that mean that they aren't simple?" Yin Jun stared, then he frowned and said, "You mean, Zhao Hai's information was investigated by those women? Those women's identities aren't simple?" Tianjian smiled bitterly and said, "It's not just those women. Isn't Zhao Hai also very mysterious? So far, have we found out about Zhao Hai's identity? He's a body cultivator, but he has always been using the image of a knight. Besides this, what else do we know about Zhao Hai? Where did he come from? How strong is he in the end? Do we know about this? We don't know. Is this still a mystery?" Yin Jun looked at Tianjian and said, "Then what do you mean? Do you think that Zhao Hai was sent by someone to deal with us? Or is he a member of a great clan?" Tianjian shook his head and said, "That's not necessarily the case. If he was really sent by a great clan to deal with us, then he wouldn't have done so many things, let alone create the Four Righteous Gang." Yin Jun said, "Then what is his identity?" Tianjian shook his head and said, "I don't know yet. But I don't think he has any hostility towards us. Maybe he has some difficulties, so he doesn't want us to know his identity. Injun nodded, then he said, I think we should talk to the higher-ups and ask them to help Zhao Hai when necessary. We should contact the Four Righteous Gang as well as Zhao Hai. We might be able to find out his origin. Xianxia nodded and said, that's the only thing we can do right now. But no matter what, we should still take care of Zhao Hai and the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai didn't know about Tianjin and Injun's evaluation of him. At this time, he had already returned to the Hell King's ship and was flying towards the Four Righteous Gang. At this time, the people on the ship were completely convinced of Zhao Hai's strength. Zhao Hai was able to kill a Vitra Realm cultivator face to face. Although Zhao Hai had killed a Vitra Realm cultivator before, the attacks of the great apes were always simple. One couldn't see through their strength. Because of this, a lot of people underestimated the strength of the great apes. Because of this, the shock that the battle gave them wasn't that big. But this time was different. Wen Daolin was an orthodox cultivator. Moreover, his attacks were more beautiful than an ordinary cultivator's. In such a battle, Zhao Hai was still able to defeat Wen Daolin. This was what surprised the cultivators the most. At this point, no one doubted Zhao Hai's strength anymore. The way the cultivators of the Four Righteous Gang looked at Zhao Hai had changed. For many of them, this was the first time that they saw Zhao Hai in action. Seeing Zhao Hai's godlike attacks in the life and death arena, the last bit of dissatisfaction in their hearts disappeared. Zhao Hai also noticed these people's gazes. He smiled faintly as he turned his head to the crowd and said, today, everyone will have a good drink on the Hell King's ship. Let's celebrate my victory over an enemy. Laura, you go and prepare. Laura nodded and then went to prepare. On the other hand, the people of the Four Righteous Gang were cheering. Zhao Hai looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Today, I let everyone drink on the ship. In addition to celebrating, there is also a big matter related to the Righteous Gang that I want to discuss with everyone. Everyone looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. They didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to say. However, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. Before long, tables and chairs were brought out. Everyone sat down before Laura and the others brought out dishes. Naturally, these dishes were made by the universal machine. Laura and the others couldn't cook for so many people. After everyone sat down, Zhao Hai stood up with his glass of wine and said, today, I'm very happy because I defeated an enemy. Although he used some despicable means, I still won. Come, let's have a toast. Everyone raised their glasses and gave Zhao Hai a toast. After drinking, Zhao Hai poured himself another glass of wine. Then he looked at everyone and said, besides celebrating, I also have something to discuss with everyone. Our Four Righteous Gang has been established for some time now. Although the Four Righteous Gang was established by me, by Hu Wei, Xiao Yafeng, and Hu Mengyin, all of you have joined the Four Righteous Gang. Moreover, you have also donated a lot of things to the gang. Therefore, the Four Righteous Gang's matters should be discussed with you. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at everyone and said, since you've joined the Four Righteous Gang and donated a lot of things to the gang, the Four Righteous Gang should also have some merits. Everyone didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. Pine Tree looked at Zhao Hai and said, Gang Master, what do you want to say? Although we have donated things to the gang, to be honest, the things that all of us have donated can't be compared to you. Just tell us what you want to say. Zhao Hai looked at them and nodded, alright, this matter is related to the future development of our Four Righteous Gang. Although our Four Righteous Gang seems to be developing very well, in fact, we have been living off our past. So far, our Four Righteous Gang doesn't have a stable source of income. This is not good. Sooner or later, our Four Righteous Gang will go bankrupt. Without any income, it is impossible to maintain a gang like this. Zhao Hai nodded and said, alright, this matter is related to the future development of our gang. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions couldn't help but change. They quickly understood that Zhao Hai was right. The Four Righteous Gang really didn't have a stable source of income. They were all relying on Zhao Hai's savings to support themselves. If one day, Zhao Hai can't support them, then the Four Righteous Gang would be finished. When they thought of this, they couldn't help but feel ashamed. They had really become lazy. After joining the Four Righteous Gang, they thought that there was nothing to worry about and that they didn't have to worry about making a living. Therefore, they didn't realize that the four righteous gang was the biggest unstable factor. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Today, I'm telling you this because I want to hear your opinions and see if you have any good ideas. The four righteous gang needs a stable source of income." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but think about it. However, they hadn't thought about this before, nor had they run a sect. They weren't idiots enough to say that they would accept some missions. It was obviously unrealistic. No gang could support themselves by accepting missions, unless it was a very small gang. Although a gang like the Four Righteous Gang wasn't big in the Void Realm, it was impossible for them to support themselves by accepting missions. It was really difficult for them to find a relatively stable source of income without accepting missions. In the current Void Realm, ordinary forces had their own stable sources of income, such as magic weapons, elixirs, magic arrays, and income from the life and death arena. Of course, ordinary businesses like restaurants and hotels were monopolized by those big forces. If the Four Righteous Gang wanted to get involved, it would be very dangerous. It would be fine if they didn't cause any trouble, but if they wanted to make a big deal out of it, those big forces wouldn't agree. However, it was obviously impossible to support the Four Righteous Gang on a small scale. If they wanted to make a big deal out of it, they would be blocked by those big forces. Therefore, it wasn't easy to do business. It was precisely because of these reasons that Zhao Hai hadn't found a suitable business for the Four Righteous Gang. He decided to ask for everyone's opinion and see if they could give him any good ideas. However, it seemed that he would be disappointed. After some time, Elder Pine Tree sighed and said, "Boss, there are a lot of businesses right now. However, those businesses are controlled by the great clans. I'm afraid we won't be able to get involved. As for what kind of good business there are, I can't really say." Elder Pine Tree sighed and said, "All right." When the others heard Pine Tree, they also nodded. Naturally, they didn't have any good ideas. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he knit his brows and said, "If we're talking about businesses, then I do have some ideas. I think that our Four Righteous Gang can make wine." Everyone stared, then they looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, are you talking about making wine?" Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Right, spirit wine is a consumable. Moreover, it consumes a lot of spirit wine. Even if you reach the Vajra realm, you would still need to drink some spirit wine. Therefore, spirit wine business should be very profitable." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. Spirit wine is a consumable." Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But big brother, we don't know how to make wine." Zhao Hai replied, "You don't know, but I do. Actually, making wine isn't difficult. The difficult part is the raw materials. How about this, do you know where the bitter crust star produces the most food? Let's go take a look and then decide if we want to do business with wine." Zhao Hai was also forced into a corner, so he could only use his old method. However, he didn't want to use the space as materials. Therefore, he was prepared to use the materials on the bitter crust star to make wine and then sell it. First, they would find a stable source of income. After this period of time, they would think of other ways. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, if we really make wine, who would we sell it to?" Zhao Hai replied, "I've also thought about this. I have some friendship with the Yi family Xiaolin. You should know that after we make the wine, we can sell it to the Yi family." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but nod. What Zhao Hai said was correct. They knew that he had a friendship with Yaolin. If they can really make wine and sell it to the Yi family, then they would have a stable source of income. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but smile. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, don't be too happy. In fact, this matter is very difficult. Spirit wine isn't lacking there. If we make ordinary wine, nobody would like it. Ancient Heart Saint, go back and check if there are any herbs or plants in Bitter Bottom Planet that are suitable for making wine. After you're done, report to me. Pine Tree, find some time to go to Bitter Bottom City and buy all the wine that you can find there. We'll analyze it bit by bit." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Don't be too happy about it. Let's take a look at it." The two stood up and nodded. Zhao Hai then turned to Tai Xiong and said, Tai Xiong, when you go back, prepare more iron. We want to make a batch of tools for making wine. Tai Xiong also nodded. Zhao Hai then turned to look at the others and said, everyone also has a mission. You need to go and take a look around and see if there's a suitable place to grow food. No matter where it is, even if it's an ownerless wasteland, buy the land there. If it's an ownerless wasteland, or if it's an ownerless wasteland, then you can buy the land there. If it's an ownerless wasteland, then you can inquire about the price of food there and bring some food back. Everyone nodded. Zhao Hai then raised his wine cup and looked at everyone as he said, everyone, the Four Righteous Gang isn't just mine. It's everyone's Four Righteous Gang. Let's work together and make the Four Righteous Gang even better. Come, cheers. Everyone followed Zhao Hai and raised their cups, then loudly said, cheers. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. People were still talking about the brewing business. They were full of yearning for the future. The Hell King's ship hovered above the Four Righteous Gang. After drinking for a while, everyone got down from the ship and returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai didn't go back, he stayed on the ship. After everyone left, Zhao Hai waved his hand and released Wen Daolin. Wen Daolin looked at Zhao Hai and said, naturally, Wen Daolin was now resurrected. When he appeared in front of Zhao Hai, he immediately bowed and said, young master. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wen Daolin and said, Wen Daolin, tell me, which plane did you come from? Why are you hiding your strength? Wen Daolin nodded and said, yes, young master, I am indeed from the Tao Profound World, and I am a core disciple of the number one sect in the Tao Profound World, the Heavenly Tao sect. However, this is only my identity on the surface, my secret identity is a spy of the extraterritorial demon race in the Tao Profound World. When Zhao Hai heard Wen Daolin, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Wen Daolin and said, you're saying that you're a spy of the demons? So you're not from the Profound Tao World? Wen Daolin shook his head and said, no, Syndicate Master, I was born in the Profound Tao World, but my family has always been a spy of the extraterritorial demon race. My family is a spy that the extraterritorial demon race arranged in the Profound Tao World to monitor the movements of the Profound Tao World. If necessary, we will also provoke a dispute in the Profound Tao World. When Zhao Hai heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he nodded and said, so that's how it is. Then why did you hide your identity and enter the Void Realm? Wen Daolin said in a deep voice, the people from the Tao Profound World can enter the Void Realm at any time. I entered the Void Realm not because of the extraterritorial devil race, but because of the Tao Profound World. The Tao Profound World has joined forces with several other realms, wanting to occupy a place in the Void Realm. Therefore, they first sent some experts from their respective sects into the Void Realm to hide our strength and let us challenge the young cultivators of the various native forces in the Void Realm. They let us challenge those geniuses and kill them. This way, even if we can't break the foundation of the native forces, it will make the native forces suspicious. When the Tao Profound World and the other realms enter the Void Realm, they won't have time to pay attention to us. Zhao Hai replied, does this have nothing to do with the extraterritorial demons? Wen Daolin shook his head and said, it doesn't matter at all. I know a bit about the extraterritorial devil race's situation. In recent years, the extraterritorial devil race had invaded several planes. But because they occupied these planes, the other planes were very wary of them. Their every move was being watched by the other planes. If the extraterritorial devil race were to make a move, I'm afraid that the other planes would join forces to deal with them. Although the extraterritorial devil race isn't weak, they wouldn't be able to stop so many planes working together to deal with them. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at Wen Daolin and said, then why did your family become a spy for the demons? Wen Daolin shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I only know that one of the ancestors of my family entered the Void Realm and returned to the family. After that, the family became a spy for the demons. I suspect that the ancestor has been controlled by the demons. Moreover, the descendants of our family have to believe in the great celestial demon since birth. Therefore, in our view, it's only right for us to work for the demons. After all, they are the descendants of the great celestial demon and are our masters. Zhao Hai understood what Wen Daolin meant. This was a kind of faith control. Someone like Wen Daolin must have been brainwashed by his family. Even if he grew up and became a Vajra realm cultivator, he would still regard himself as a servant of the great celestial demon. He would want to work for the demons and treat it as an honor. Zhao Hai said, "How much do you know about the demons? Have you heard about the true spirit realm?" Wen Daolin nodded and said, "I've heard that the extraterritorial devil race hates the real spiritual world the most. Moreover, they ordered us that if we meet people from the real spiritual world in the void realm, we must eliminate them as soon as possible." Zhao Hai nodded. He finally confirmed his guess. The demons wanted to deal with the true spirit realm. It's just that they haven't found the opportunity yet. Zhao Hai waved his hand and received Wen Daolin. What Wen Daolin said was very useful to Zhao Hai. As for the other information about the sky demons, Zhao Hai could slowly sort it out in the space. It wouldn't be too late to tell Wen Daolin about it later. Laura and the others stayed by Zhao Hai's side. When Zhao Hai received Wen Daolin, Laura opened her mouth and said, "I didn't expect the demons to have such an order. It seems like they really hate the true spirit realm. Brother Hai, what should we do about this? Should we send this information back to the true spirit realm?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "There's no need. The true spirit realm already knows about this. As for the invasion of the demons, I don't think it would happen in a short period of time. I just don't know if there are any demons in the true spirit realm. One must know that the true spirit realm had sent a lot of people to the void in the past. I'm afraid that some of those people would return. If some of them became spies for the demons, then things would become troublesome." Laura nodded, but then she said, "If that's the case, then it would be troublesome. We can't just send this information back to the true spirit realm. We need to make sure that those people are safe before we tell them about it. It seems like this matter won't be solved in a short time. Brother Hai, do you really want to brew wine here?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, All right. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Yes, I'm serious. What else can we do besides making wine? Originally, I wanted to take the Hell King's ship to Bitter Bottom Star to get some iron ore and then come back to sell it. However, this idea was later rejected. We can't use the ship to do this forever. The Four Righteous Gang needs other sources of income. Isn't making wine very good? We've done it before in the lower realms, and it's quite good. It can be said that we have some experience. It wouldn't be a problem to do it here." Laura nodded and said, "All right, then we'll wait for the ancient heart sage to sort out the herbs and plants. Then we'll have the universal scanner analyze them and get the best recipe for making wine. Then we'll start making wine." White Tiger's Might and Zhao Hai walked out of the teleportation array. The two of them weren't on the Bitterba planet but on the Profound Theory planet. The Profound Theory planet was a very famous planet in the Void Realm. It was famous for producing all kinds of arrays in the Void Realm. Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might didn't come here to buy arrays. They came here to look for someone. The person they were looking for was the person from the Wang family who sold arrays to White Tiger's Might. The Wang family was a very famous family in the Void Realm. Although the strength of the people in this family might not be very high, they were the best in the Void Realm when it came to the use of magic arrays and the research of various magic arrays. It was precisely because of this that the Wang family was able to achieve what they had today. Now, the Wang family was one of the most famous families in the Void Realm. No force in the Void Realm dared to easily offend the Wang family. Not only did the Wang family make and research formations, they were the best in the Void Realm. Their family was also the most famous family of formation cultivators in the Void Realm. Their family's combat power was very strong. In terms of using formations to fight, no one could compare to them. There was another reason why those major forces were unwilling to provoke the Wang clan, and that was the Wang clan's method of breaking formations. Not only were the Wang clan good at setting up and using formations, but they were also good at breaking formations. In the Void Realm, every clan had their own mountain guarding grand array. Many of the mountain guarding grand arrays were sold from the Wang clan, or were arranged by the Wang clan's people. Under such circumstances, which major force was willing to offend the Wang clan? If someone really offended the Wang clan would reveal the weakness of their mountain guarding grand arrays to others. It was precisely because of these reasons that the Wang family was able to develop so quickly in the past few years. Their influence was already at the top of the Void Realm. When a clan grows big and fast, it will give birth to a lot of branch families. Some of these branch families will live very well while some of them will be in dire straits. Just like Yao Lin's clan, their clan was a branch of the Yi clan, but it was a branch that was doing well. On the other hand, some of the Yi clan's branches weren't doing very well and could only rely on the main clan to survive. And these branches were often worse off than the servants of the main clan. The same was true for the Wang family. The Wang family wasn't any smaller than the Yi family. There were countless branch families in the Wang family. Of course, some of them lived well while some of them didn't. Wang Chong's branch family didn't live very well. Wang Chong's grandfather's generation was also very prosperous, so the family still had some resources. However, his father's generation wasn't so good. His father was obsessed with researching magic arrays. He was constantly experimenting with new magic arrays and didn't care about the family's affairs. Experimenting with arrays also required materials. All of the materials were exchanged with jade essence. He didn't know how to manage the business. Slowly, Wang Chong's branch family declined. His father was obsessed with researching arrays, and his strength wasn't strong enough. In the end, he passed away early. With his father's death, their family was even more finished. Wang Chong and his mother had to rely on the main family to survive. In a big family like the Wang family, they were even worse off than the servants. Fortunately, Wang Chong was still quite capable. Although his cultivation talent wasn't very good, he was very hardworking. After so many years of cultivation, although he was still a transcending dust realm cultivator, he had reached the peak of the transcending dust realm. It was possible for him to break through to the teleportation realm. However, Wang Chong was also stuck at this step. He hadn't been able to reach the peak of the teleportation realm because he didn't have jade essence. Without jade essence, there were no pills. Without jade essence, there were no cultivation materials. In this case, if he wanted to rely on his own efforts to become a teleportation realm cultivator, it would be very difficult. When Wang Chong was at his wit's end, his mother gave him a set of arrays. This set of arrays was the one that Wang Chong sold to Tiger's Might. Wang Chong and Tiger's Might knew each other by coincidence. Wang Chong didn't have any status in the Wang family, but if he wanted to cultivate, he needed materials and jade essence. Therefore, he would also do some missions. Wang Chong met White Tiger's Might while doing missions. The two of them hit it off at first sight and became good friends. When Zhao Hai asked Tiger's Might to buy a mountain protecting formation, White Tiger's Might immediately thought of Wang Chong. Although Wang Chong didn't have any status in the Wang family, he was still a member of the Wang family. Therefore, White Tiger's Might first thought of him. Wang Chong's mother just gave him the array that his father had researched. She wanted him to sell the array in exchange for cultivation materials so that he could successfully advance to the teleportation realm. One side wanted to buy, the other side wanted to sell. The two were good friends, so this transaction was easily completed. As far as White Tiger's Might knew, although Wang Chong's cultivation talent was very ordinary, he was very talented in arrays. It's just that he spent a lot of time on cultivation. He wasn't as obsessed with arrays as his father. However, he still made some arrays from time to sell. Because he didn't have enough money and materials, the arrays he made couldn't be sold for a good price. After Zhao Hai carefully understood the situation from Tiger's Might, he became even more determined to pull Wang Chong into the Four Righteous Gang. If the Four Righteous Gang wanted to develop in the future, then it would be inseparable from arrays. Whether it was refining or fighting, arrays were inseparable. All the major forces had their own array formation hall, which specialized in array research. Zhao Hai also wanted to establish a array formation hall in the Four Righteous Gang. It would be used to study arrays and help the Four Righteous Gang advance further. Because of this, after arranging the matters of the Four Righteous Gang, Zhao Hai received Tiger's Might and personally came to Profound Theory Planet to look for Wang Chong. He wanted to pull him into the Four Righteous Gang. This wasn't White Tiger's Might's first time coming to Profound Theory Planet, so he was very familiar with the place. After the two came out of the transmission formation, White Tiger's Might immediately led Zhao Hai to a nearby transmission formation. They were currently in Profound Theory City, the largest city in Profound Theory City. It was also where the Wang family's main residence was located. However, Wang Chong didn't live here. He had a job in the main residence. He was a small steward in a place called Iron Mountain City. Iron Mountain City was famous for its fine iron, and fine iron was very useful to the Wang family. They needed a lot of fine iron to make some ordinary formations or to experiment with new formations. Because of this, the Wang family had a hall in Iron Mountain City, and Wang Chang was a steward in this hall. Iron Mountain City wasn't big, so even a hall master didn't have much authority here, let alone a small steward. Because of this, Wang Chang's life was very tight. What made Wang Chang even more annoyed was that the hall master of the Wang family in Iron Mountain City was actually a member of the Liu family, a servant family of the Wang family. The Liu family had been servants of the Wang family for dozens of generations and was very trusted by the Wang family's main family. It could be said that in the eyes of the Wang family's main family, the Liu family's status was much higher than the Wang family's branch family. As for the Liu family in Iron Mountain City, their surname was Liu and their name was Hong. This person was a real villain. His grandfather was a steward of the Wang family's main residence. His status was very high, and his authority wasn't small. The reason why Liu Hong came to Iron Mountain City was because the city was very profitable. When Liu Hong was in the Wang family, he was often angered by the young masters of the Wang family. Because of this, his heart was filled with hatred towards the Wang family. After he became the hall master of the Iron Mountain Hall, he discovered that one of the stewards was a member of the Wang family. Moreover, he was from a branch family. This made him very happy. Because of this, he vented his resentment towards the Wang family's main residence on Wang Chang. Wang Chang had suffered a lot in Iron Mountain City. Recently, Wang Chang wasn't having a good time. He sold the formation left behind by his father and received a large sum of money. However, he didn't know how this news reached Liu Hong's ears. Naturally, Liu Hong was jealous of Wang Chang's large sum of money. Therefore, these days, Liu Hong was looking for opportunities to make money from Wang Chang. But Wang Chang couldn't find any problems with Liu Hong's method of making money. Liu Hong just gave Wang Chang some impossible tasks, and if Wang Chang didn't complete them, then Liu Hong would punish Wang Chang. This was the rule of the Iron Mountain Hall. Therefore, Wang Chang couldn't say anything about it. Originally, Wang Chang wasn't prepared to work in the Iron Mountain Hall. However, he had signed an agreement with the Wang family. If he didn't work for 20 years, then he would have to pay a penalty of 10,000 jade essences. Although Wang Chang received a lot of money from selling the formation, he was still reluctant to pay the penalty of 10,000 jade essences. Therefore, he could only work in Iron Mountain City. On this day, because Wang Chang didn't complete his task, Liu Hong found an excuse to punish him with 10 pieces of jade essence. After handing over the jade essence, Wang Chang angrily walked home. He calculated that in the past few days, he had been punished by Liu Hong for almost 200 pieces of jade essence. This made Wang Chang angry and distressed, but there was nothing he could do. Wang Chang's mother was also a cultivator. Her strength had reached the transcending realm. However, because of her innate talent, she couldn't break through to the teleportation realm. Now, she didn't have much lifespan left, so she lived with Wang Chang. Because Wang Chang had been busy cultivating, he didn't get married. The mother and son relied on each other for survival. Although Wang Chang was bullied outside, he was still very filial to his mother. When he walked to the door of his house, he didn't rush in. Instead, he stood outside the door and took 2 deep breaths to calm his emotions. Only then did he prepare to enter the house. At this time, a laugh was suddenly heard. "Chang, why aren't you at the door yet? Could it be that you know I'm coming and are waiting for me?" When Wang Chang heard this voice, he couldn't help but be surprised. Then he was happy. He turned his head and saw White Tiger's Might. At the same time, he also noticed Zhao Hai standing next to White Tiger's Might. Wang Chang cupped his fist towards White Tiger's Might and said with a smile, "Brother White, how come you have time to come here? And this is?" White Tiger's Might smiled and said, "Didn't I come here specifically to look for you? This is my big brother, Zhao Hai. He's also the leader of our 4 righteous gang. Big brother, this is my good friend, Wang Chang." Zhao Hai cupped his fist towards Wang Chang and said, "Brother Wang Chang, I've always heard tigers might talk about you. Meeting you today is truly a blessing." Wang Chang hurriedly returned the greeting and said, I don't dare. I don't deserve such praise from Mr. I'm just a nobody. I've heard of Big Brother Zhao's name even in this Iron Mountain city. The name of the Death Knight is really well known. Is Chang'er back? Who are you talking to? An old woman's voice was heard. Then the door behind Wang Chang opened and an old woman appeared. This old lady looked to be in her 50s. Her hair was already a little white, and her waist was a little bent. Her clothes were a little shabby, but they were very clean. Her hair was also very neatly combed. From between her eyebrows, it could be seen that she was also a beauty when she was young. Upon seeing this old woman, Wang Chang immediately said, Mother, look who's here. Then he pointed towards Tiger's Might. Tiger's Might quickly saluted the old woman and said, Auntie, I've come to see you. White Tiger's Might and Wang Chang's mother had met before, so they weren't unfamiliar with each other. When the old woman saw White Tiger's Might, she couldn't help but smile and said, It's Tiger's Might. Is this your friend? Come in, don't just stand outside. Then she led the two into the house. Zhao Hai quickly saluted the old woman and said, Zhao Hai greets the old madam. The old woman quickly replied, I wouldn't dare. Please come in. Wang Chang also led them into the house. Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might didn't remain polite and entered the house. The house wasn't very big. When they entered, they saw a small living room. The two rooms on the left and right seemed to be bedrooms. Then there was the kitchen. When they entered the house, Wang Chang immediately asked Zhao Hai to sit down. His mother went to prepare tea for them. Before Zhao Hai could stop her, the old woman had already entered the kitchen. Zhao Hai had no choice but to sit down. After the three sat down, White Tiger's Might looked at Wang Chang and said, Brother, what's wrong? I see that you don't look very happy today. What's the matter? When Wang Chang heard White Tiger's Might, he couldn't help but smile bitterly and said, It's nothing. It's just that I'm not very happy here. Because I didn't complete the task for the past 2 days, I was always punished. So I'm a bit unhappy. When Tiger's Might heard Wang Chang, he couldn't help but smile and said, Brother, if you're not happy, then why are you still working? You're not short on money right now, so don't work anymore. Wang Chang smiled bitterly and said, I want to quit, but if I don't, then I'll have to pay 10,000 jade essences. You know, the formation I sold you was only worth 100,000 jade essences. I really can't bear to pay 10,000 jade essences. Also, I was planning to keep the money to buy the pill contract. It's already not enough. If I pay 10,000 more, then it won't be enough. When White Tiger's Might heard Wang Chang, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded. Then White Tiger's Might turned to Wang Chang and said, Chang, if you're not happy, then don't work anymore. How about joining the Four Righteous Gang? As long as you join the Four Righteous Gang, you won't need to spend that much money on pills. Moreover, we'll also pay for the penalty. What do you think? As soon as Wang Chang heard White Tiger's Might, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at White Tiger's Might and said, Brother White, don't joke around. I'm still in the transcending realm. Aren't all of you Four Righteous Gang cultivators in the teleportation realm? Also, what can I do in the Four Righteous Gang? Tiger's Might looked at Wang Chang and said, Brother, you don't need to lie to me. I know what you're thinking. Although you're working hard on your cultivation, what you really like is formations. I dare say that no one in the Wang family can compare to you. If you weren't a branch disciple, then you would already be the best formation master in the Wang family. Come to the Four Righteous Gang. We can give you a chance to show off your talent. You can become the hall master of the formation hall of the Four Righteous Gang. Moreover, we can help you become a teleportation realm cultivator. Zhao Hai didn't speak, he was paying attention to Wang Chang's reaction. When he saw Wang Chang's expression, Zhao Hai said, You don't need to doubt Tiger's Might's words. In fact, you're only one step away from entering the teleportation realm. But if you rely on pills, then even if you become a teleportation realm cultivator, your achievements won't be too great. Teleportation realm requires the accumulation of time. You've only become a transcending realm cultivator through your own cultivation. To be honest, your cultivation environment isn't much better than a rogue cultivator's. In this case, you can still cultivate to the transcending realm, which is already very amazing. But if you continue to cultivate like this, then I'm afraid that you won't be able to enter the teleportation realm in a short time. Even if you're lucky and enter the teleportation realm with pills, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult for you to advance. I can have them share their cultivation experiences with you. That way, you can smoothly advance to the teleportation realm. Moreover, Wang Chang, I believe that ordinary cultivation methods aren't suitable for you. There are 3,000 great Taoists, and each one of them has its own Tao. If you have a good understanding of formations, then you should start with formations and find your own path of cultivation. If you join the Four Righteous Gang, then we can provide you with such an environment. Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at Wang Chang and said, but after you join the Four Righteous Gang, things will be different. The Four Righteous Gang has a lot of teleportation realm cultivators. In the future, when the Four Righteous Gang develops, there will be a lot of Vajra realm cultivators. Wang Chang quietly listened to Zhao Hai. After some time, he looked up at Zhao Hai. Then he turned his head to look at his mother and said, Brother Zhao is right. But I have a request. If possible, I hope that Brother Zhao can help my mother enter the teleportation realm. Zhao Hai turned his head to look at Wang Chang's mother. Then he frowned. At this time, Wang Chang's mother said, Little Chang, what nonsense are you talking about? Mother is already so old. How can I enter the teleportation realm? You should join the Four Righteous Gang. It will be good for you. You don't need to worry about mother's matters. Wang Chang didn't listen to his mother. He turned his head to Zhao Hai and said, because my mother married my father, she can be considered a daughter-in-law of the Wang clan. The Wang clan has a rule for daughters-in-law. As a daughter-in-law of the Wang clan, she must contribute to the Wang clan. Mother is still a woman. Unless she becomes a teleportation realm cultivator, then this rule will automatically become invalid. Mother can do whatever she wants, nobody can control her. I hope that she can regain her freedom and join the Four Righteous Gang with me. When Zhao Hai heard Wang Chang, he couldn't help but ask, if your mother reaches the teleportation realm, does she have to go to the Wang clan to register? If the Wang clan finds out that your mother has become a teleportation realm cultivator, will they still let her go? Wang Chang said in a low voice, they will, they definitely will. They will definitely let my mother go. The Wang clan has too many teleportation cultivators, and our clan is just a small branch that they don't care about. No one will care about us. Zhao Hai nodded. Then he thought for a moment before he turned his head to Wang Chang's mother and said, what does madam do now? Do you have a lot of time to cultivate? When Wang Chang's mother heard Zhao Hai's question, she stared for a moment before her expression changed. In the end, she replied, I don't have a lot of work, I'm just responsible for planting some herbs. Zhao Hai nodded, he understood. It must be said that in the cultivation realm, planting was the most tedious work. However, it could also be said to be the simplest. It depends on what you're responsible for. If it's food, then it's very simple. You don't need to care about it. After you plant it, you'll be responsible for harvesting it. Maybe you'll need to water it or remove the weeds. However, if one were to plant herbs, then it would be very troublesome. Even the most common herbs have certain requirements for their growth environment. Cultivators need to constantly pay attention to the growth of the herbs as well as their environment. This would take a lot of time to pay attention to the herbs. Moreover, in the process of taking care of the herbs, very few cultivators would use magic. This was because no matter what magic it was, there would be a certain amount of energy fluctuations when used. Some herbs were very sensitive to energy fluctuations, so if one were to use magic, then the herbs would be finished. Of course, this didn't mean that spells couldn't be used at all. Spells could still be used, but first, you had to have complete control over your spells. You had to be able to control your spells as if they were part of your body. You had to be able to use them at will. However, a lot of cultivators don't have the means to do this. Therefore, when they take care of the herbs, they can only do it by themselves. This greatly affected their cultivation. It was precisely because of this that the various sects, under normal circumstances, would give the work of taking care of medicinal herbs to some of the new disciples in order to temper the temperament of these disciples, so that they would be able to cultivate more steadily in the future. This was actually a process of tempering the heart. But Wang Chang's mother, as the daughter-in-law of the Wang family, was given the job of taking care of herbs. From this point, it can be seen that the Wang family didn't value Wang Chang's mother at all. Although Wang Chang's mother only said a few words, Zhao Hai already obtained a lot of information. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Old madam, you still need to continue taking care of these things. I need to go back and prepare some pills. To be honest, old madam is already old. Her body has accumulated a lot of toxins. First, we need to remove these toxins. Then we'll use pills to adjust her body. Finally, we'll use pills to help old madam advance to the teleportation realm. Old madam's situation is different from yours. You're still young, so for your future, I hope that you can rely on your own comprehension and slowly advance to the teleportation realm. But if old madam doesn't use pills, then it would be impossible for her to become a teleportation realm cultivator. Even if she uses pills, her chances aren't very good." Wang Chang has been quietly listening to Zhao Hai. When he heard Zhao Hai, Wang Chang's expression couldn't help but change. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and nodded, "All right, mister, I'm willing to take this risk. As long as mister can help my mother enter the teleportation realm, then I, Wang Chang, will follow mister's lead from now on." Wang Chang no longer called Zhao Hai big brother Zhao. Instead, he called him mister. It can be seen that he was starting to respect Zhao Hai. This was because Zhao Hai didn't lie to him. He didn't tell him that he would be able to help his mother enter the teleportation realm. Wang Chang was also a cultivator. He was very clear that at his mother's age, it was almost impossible for her to enter the teleportation realm. If Zhao Hai patted his chest and said that he would definitely be able to help his mother enter the teleportation realm, then that would be a lie. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Chang and said, "I can only say that I will try my best. I believe that you also know about the old madam's reward. I will try to look for you as little as possible in the next few days. Don't show any dissatisfaction. Even if you have to pay a fine, it doesn't matter. All the jade essences will be paid by the four righteous gang. Alright, we'll take our leave first." Then Zhao Hai stood up and gave Wang Chang a salute before turning around and leaving. Tiger's Might also stood up. He patted Zhao Hai's shoulder and said, "Brother, this is the first time that my big brother values someone so much. We'll take our leave first." Then he followed Zhao Hai out of Wang Chang's house. After the two left Wang Chang's house, they found a small inn in Iron Mountain. After finding a room, White Tiger's Might went to Zhao Hai's room. After sitting down, he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, how confident are you?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I'm not confident at all. How about this, you stay in Iron Mountain City. I'll go to Profound City to take a look and get some elixirs." White Tiger's Might nodded, then he said, "Then do I need to check on Wang Chang's situation in the next few days? If there's a need, should I reach out and help him?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Absolutely not. No matter what, Wang Chang is now a member of the Wang family. If we intervene, the Wang family might be alerted. Especially since Wang Chang and Lu Hong aren't on good terms. If you rashly go and help, then you might ruin things. How about this, you stay in Iron Mountain City for a few days and buy some iron or other metal materials. In any case, our four righteous gang is currently lacking in everything. Just treat this as an ordinary purchase." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he could only nod. He knew that Zhao Hai was right. Any great family wouldn't allow their children to leave the family and join other forces. Even if they were the most ordinary disciples, they wouldn't be able to do so. It's just that the Wang family was too big. Therefore, they weren't very strict in this regard. Many of the Wang family's disciples had joined other sects, so the Wang family didn't care. As long as you do what the family asked you to do before you leave, the family wouldn't care. However, if White Tiger's Might's actions were too obvious, and with Lu Hong's interference, then Wang Chang would have trouble joining the four righteous gang. Because of this, Zhao Hai didn't allow Tiger's Might to have too much contact with Wang Chang. He was afraid that it would attract Lu Hong's attention. Zhao Hai didn't go to Profound Theory City at all, he just returned to the space. There were a lot of good things inside the space, so it wouldn't be difficult to make the potions that Zhao Hai mentioned. However, it would require the universal scanner to analyze the potions before it can be made. Jiao Hai stayed inside the space for 7 days. During these 7 days, Jiao Hai, Laura, and the others were busy making the potions. Jiao Hai didn't make pills like he did in the Void Realm. Jiao Hai would generally make potions out of pills. This was because even if the pills were refined, there would still be some residue left behind. On the other hand, potions were liquid, so they could be drunk directly. Not only were they good for absorption, they also didn't have any residue left behind. Jiao Hai made a total of 15 bottles of potions. 3 of them were for Wang Chang's mother to remove the toxins in her body, 5 were for changing her body's condition, and the remaining 7 were for her to level up. Because Wang Chang's mother was already old, Jiao Hai prepared a few more bottles of potions for her to level up. After preparing everything, Jiao Hai returned to Iron Mountain City from the space. In the past few days, Bai Huwei had been collecting iron in Iron Mountain City. Although there was a branch of the Wan family in Iron Mountain City, there were still many branches of other clans. These branches would sell iron and other metals. Although the clans were dominating the mines, they didn't dare to be too ruthless. They didn't dare to take everything that was produced in the mines for themselves. Doing so would cause public outrage. Therefore, if they took out some materials and sold them, people wouldn't be as angry as they would be if they wanted to buy them. Tiger's Mite's harvest in the past few days was also quite good. He still had a lot of jade essence in his hands. Although Iron Mountain City was a small city, it still had a lot of iron. Although the 4 righteous gang had a lot of amassed iron, they didn't have much of it. Although amassed iron was a material that needed a lot of amassed iron, this didn't mean that they didn't need other materials. In fact, they still needed a lot of amassed iron. It just so happened that they came to Iron Mountain City this time. The city had a lot of amassed iron, so Jiao Hai and the others naturally wouldn't let go of this opportunity. 7 days later, Jiao Hai returned to Iron Mountain City. White Tiger's Mite also knew that Jiao Hai had returned. He immediately went to Jiao Hai's room and had Jiao Hai sit down. Then White Tiger's Mite looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Big brother, how did it go?" Jiao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Very good. We'll go to the Wang family tonight. We should have a result in about a month." Upon hearing Jiao Hai, White Tiger's Mite couldn't help but let out a long breath. Then he frowned and said, "Big brother, isn't a month too rushed? I think the old madam hasn't been focused on cultivation for a long time. Although her cultivation is at the peak of the transcending realm, it seems to be unstable." Jiao Hai nodded and said, "Don't worry, her cultivation isn't stable. It's not just because she doesn't pay attention to cultivation, it's also related to her body. In fact, I'm not sure if the old madam can advance to the teleportation realm. This is because the old madam's body is on the verge of collapsing. If we don't make a move this time, then the old madam's lifespan would be over 100 years. 100 years of lifespan, in the eyes of ordinary people, was already considered a long lifespan. But for a cultivator, 100 years of lifespan was really too short. For all cultivators, 100 years of lifespan was equivalent to a person suddenly being told by a doctor that they could only live for a month at most. When White Tiger's Mite heard Jiao Hai, he couldn't help but be startled. He looked at Jiao Hai and said, "Big brother, is what you said true? If that's the case, then it's even more impossible for the old madam to become a teleportation realm cultivator. 100 years of lifespan, is it already the end?" Jiao Hai nodded and said, "You can say that, but in fact, it's not that serious. 100 years of lifespan isn't short. As long as we use good potions, the old madam can still become a teleportation realm cultivator. However, it would be impossible for her to advance." Jiao Hai nodded. White Tiger's Mite let out a long breath, then he said, "Big brother, I'm afraid the cost this time isn't small. If you want to concoct those pills, I'm afraid it's impossible without good herbs." Jiao Hai smiled bitterly, then he said, "As long as we can get Wang Chang to join the 4 righteous gang, the cost doesn't matter. Jade essence is something that needs to be spent. It's enough to spend it in useful places." White Tiger's Mite nodded. Jiao Hai said, "We need to be more careful this month. From Wang Chang's words, we can tell that Lu Hong knows that Wang Chang has money. But he doesn't know how much jade essence Wang Chang has. Therefore, he will be paying attention to Wang Chang's reaction. If we have too much contact with Wang Chang, then he will certainly be suspicious. Therefore, when we go to the Wang family, we need to be careful and try not to be discovered. White Tiger's Might nodded. Then the two went to the hotel's restaurant. After having a simple meal, they returned to their respective rooms and waited for the sky to turn dark. Iron Mountain City was a small city. Once the sky turned dark, very few people would come out. Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might left the hotel after dark. The two walked around the Wang family's residence a few times. After confirming that there was no one watching them, they went to Wang Chang's residence. Actually, Zhao Hai was thinking too much. Who was Wang Chang? He was just a small person from the Wang family's side branch. If Lu Hong could suppress him, then there was no need to talk about other people. In Lu Hong's view, Wang Chang simply had no way out. Therefore, they could only stay in the Wang family's residence. If they had a way out, then they would have already left. They wouldn't have waited until now. It was precisely because of this that Lu Hong didn't send anyone to watch Wang Chang. Perhaps in Zhao Hai's eyes, Wang Chang was a talented person. But in the eyes of the Wang family, Wang Chang was just a side branch disciple with no way out. Although Lu Hong was still looking for trouble with Wang Chang wasn't in the mood to care about these things. His mind was now filled with Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might. He wanted to know when Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might would come. He also wanted to know if Zhao Hai could make his mother a teleportation expert. While Wang Chang was thinking about these things, a knock was suddenly heard from the outside. Wang Chang stood up and opened the door. Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might were standing outside. When Wang Chang saw the two, he immediately became excited and said, "Brother Zhao, Brother Bai, you're here." "Mother." "Brother Zhao and Brother Bai are here." When Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might entered the room, old Madame Wang came out with a teacup. Her face didn't have any expression. She had long been indifferent to life and death. In her eyes, the most important thing was Wang Chang. Nothing else mattered to her. Therefore, when she saw Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might, she smiled faintly and said, "Chief Zhao and Tiger's Might are here. Come, sit down. Chang, you go to the room. I want to talk to Chief Zhao alone." Wang Chang stared. He looked at his mother with a puzzled expression. He didn't know what his mother wanted to say to him. Old Madame Wang just nodded at him. Wang Chang had no choice but to go to the room. When White Tiger's Might saw this, he also followed. Now, only Zhao Hai and old Madame Wang were left in the living room. Old Madame Wang looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Chief Zhao, after you came last time, I thought about it. Chang'er wouldn't have any future in the Wang family. How did the Wang family treat us all these years? We don't owe the Wang family anything. Therefore, I want to let Chang'er join the Four Righteous Gang. I hope that Chief Zhao can take care of him in the future." When Zhao Hai heard old Madame Wang, he couldn't help but stare. Then he smiled and said, "Old Madame is too polite. Just call me Zhao Hai or Little Hai. If Wang Chang joins the Four Righteous Gang, then he will be one of us. Naturally, I will take care of him. Old Madame Wang doesn't have to worry about this." Madame Wang nodded and said, "I believe in you, gang leader Zhao. I know Hu Wei very well. Although he has a fiery temper, he is a good person. If you can make friends with someone like him, you must be a good person too. The reason why I'm telling you this today is to tell you that no matter what Chang'er says, you don't have to take it to heart. I'm already so old and I know my own situation very well. I'm afraid that I don't have much time left. In addition, I haven't practiced much these years, so I'm afraid that I won't be able to enter the teleportation realm in my lifetime. So you don't have to take Chang'er's words to heart. Chang'er listens to me the most. If I ask him to join the Four Righteous Gang, he will definitely agree." Zhao Hai understood what old Madame Wang meant. He looked at old Madame Wang and said, "Old Madame, rest assured. I, Zhao Hai, am a man of my word. Today, I came here to deliver the potions to old Madame Wang." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and took out 3 bottles of potions and placed them on the table. Zhao Hai pointed to the 3 bottles and said, "Old Madam, these 3 bottles are the detoxification potions. You can start drinking them in a while. Every 3 hours, drink 1 bottle. I believe that the toxins in your body will be eliminated by tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, we'll come back and see the results." As for what old Madam said about Wang Chang joining the Four Righteous Gang, old Madam Wang can rest assured. If you don't want him to join the Four Righteous Gang, then I wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. When old Madam Wang heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but stare. Then she looked at the bottles of potions that Zhao Hai placed on the table. Then she nodded and said, "All right, if Chief Zhao wants me to try it, then I'll give it a try." Zhao Hai nodded. Then he looked at old Madam Wang and said, "There's another thing that I need to tell old Madam. Old Madam, these potions were specially made for you. They are harmful to others. Therefore, old Madam shouldn't think about keeping them. Old Madam, we won't be staying any longer today. We'll come back tomorrow night." When old Madam Wang heard Zhao Hai, she was once again stunned. To be honest, she knew that she didn't have much time left. After receiving the 3 bottles of potions, she wanted to keep them for Wang Chang. However, Zhao Hai saw through her thoughts. Moreover, he reminded her that the potions were specially made for her. Giving them to others would be harmful. No matter whether Zhao Hai was telling the truth or not, she didn't dare to give them to Wang Chang. This was what surprised old Madam Wang. She didn't think that Zhao Hai's eyesight would be this brilliant. Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Mite were sitting in Zhao Hai's room. White Tiger's Mite looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what did the old madam say to you? Does she not want Changzi to join the Four Righteous Gang?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "No, the old madam wants Wang Chang to join the Four Righteous Gang. She wants us to ignore Wang Chang's words. Her meaning is very simple, she wants us to ignore him and let Wang Chang join the Four Righteous Gang. She doesn't have confidence in herself, she doesn't believe that she can become a teleportation cultivator." White Tiger's Mite nodded. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what did you say? Did you give the potion to the old madam?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I did. We'll go and see how the old madam is doing after taking the potion. If she's doing well, then she can continue to take the potion. If she's not doing well, then we'll have to get 2 more potions. We must clear the toxins in her body." White Tiger's Mite nodded. Then he looked at the sky and said, "Big brother, it's getting late. I'll go back first. I'll take you around the city tomorrow." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "All right, let's go out tomorrow. I want to see what good things there are in the city." White Tiger's Mite chuckled and said, "What good things can there be in a small city? But I heard that in a few days, the city will be auctioning several mines." Upon hearing White Tiger's Mite, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. Then he said, "Auctioning mines? Whose mines? What kind of mines?" White Tiger's Mite smiled bitterly and said, "Who else could it be? Of course it's the Wang family's mine. It's a poor mine, so there's no value in mining it. Therefore, they wanted to sell it. I went to take a look and saw that the Wang family had already mined it. However, the iron yield was too low, so it wasn't worth mining. Therefore, they wanted to sell it." Zhao Hai said, "Take me to the mine tomorrow. If it's still valuable, we'll buy it." White Tiger's Mite shook his head and said, "Big brother, I think you shouldn't have too much hope. I've seen the mine, and there's nothing good there. The rate of production is too low." Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "Let's see. All right, you should go rest. Tomorrow, accompany me out of the city." White Tiger's Mite nodded and turned to leave Zhao Hai's room. After White Tiger's Mite left, Zhao Hai returned to the space. The next morning, after Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Mite had their breakfast, the 2 left Iron Mountain City. Iron Mountain City's location was very strange, it was built in the middle of a mountain range. The mountain roads were very inconvenient. It can be said that going in and out of the city depended on magic formations. If one didn't rely on magic formations and went in and out by themselves, then it would take a lot of time. White Tiger's Mite led Zhao Hai to the mountain range outside the city. It was a relatively short mountain compared to the other mountains around it. Moreover, there were no plants on the mountain, only strange rocks. White Tiger's Mite pointed to the small mountain below and said, "Big brother, this is the mountain." This mountain was originally very popular because there were people who found silver iron ore on this mountain. Moreover, it was a silver iron ore with a lot of iron content. Because of this, people thought that there would be a rich silver iron ore mine here. But who would have thought that although there were silver iron ores here, they were actually poor ores? Moreover, they were the poorest type of ore. Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved and landed on the small mountain. He carefully looked at the small mountain and saw that there were several mines on the mountain. Moreover, these mines were very deep. There were also some iron ores on the side. However, these iron ores looked like ordinary rocks. Zhao Hai was also a person who knew the value of the ore. With just a glance, he could see that the silver iron ore content in the ore was very low. It wasn't worth mining. However, Zhao Hai still took out an iron ore. Then he received the iron ore into the space and had the processing machine analyze it. Just as the iron ore entered the space, a prompt was heard: invisible iron ore detected, 75% iron content, associated silver iron ore detected, 0.1% iron content. Zhao Hai stared, then his eyes couldn't help but flash with excitement. Maybe other people didn't know what invisible iron was, but he knew that it was a very special type of iron. What Zhao Hai said was that this invisible iron was between memory iron and mercury. It was well known that mercury was a liquid metal at room temperature. On the other hand, memory iron was a type of metal that could restore itself. From this, one could see the properties of invisible iron. Invisible iron was a type of metal that could restore itself after being damaged. Moreover, as long as a cultivator injects spiritual qi into the metal, it could transform. It can be said that this metal was similar to liquid silver. However, it wasn't as hard as liquid silver. Invisible iron had always been a hot commodity in the cultivation realm. In the cultivation realm, it was hard to find even a kilogram of it. Zhao Hai didn't expect this humble mine to be an iron ore of invisible iron. As long as they have this mine, then the artifacts of the four righteous gang would be able to transform. Zhao Hai looked at the small mountain, then he turned to Tiger's Might and said, "All right, let's go back." Tiger's Might didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant. However, he could see that Zhao Hai was very happy. Therefore, while the two were flying back, Tiger's Might turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what do you mean? You're not thinking of selling this mountain, are you?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Why wouldn't I buy it? Of course I'll buy it. Let's go. After we go back, you can go and inquire about the day of the auction. We need to buy this mountain at all costs." White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "But big brother, why? This place has no value, why do you want to buy it?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry about this. You'll understand in the future. Go back and inquire about it." White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and couldn't help but nod. Zhao Hai understood that the Wang family must have experimented with these ores. Because the silver iron ore here was very difficult to refine, the Wang family decided to give up on this mountain. The reason why Zhao Hai was happy was because refining the invisible iron wasn't an easy matter. There were a lot of sects that didn't know about the existence of the invisible iron. They didn't even know about its refining method. They only used ordinary refining methods. It was impossible for them to refine the invisible iron. If you want to refine the invisible iron, then you can't use ordinary refining methods. You must use water refining methods. This water refining method was very similar to the water refining method that Zhao Hai learned a long time ago. However, there were also some differences. In any case, it was impossible to refine the invisible iron using the fire refining method. Because of this, a lot of sects didn't know about the existence of the invisible iron. They tried refining ordinary metals, but after failing to refine the invisible iron, they determined that the mountain had no value. Because of this, the Wang family decided to give up on the mountain. After Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might returned to Iron Mountain City, White Tiger's Might went out to inquire about the auction. They wanted to know when the auction would be held, as well as the conditions for the auction. When night fell, White Tiger's Might returned to the hotel. He also brought back news that the auction would be held in 7 days. Moreover, there were no conditions for the auction. As long as you can take out the money, then you can participate. The Wang family didn't care about your status. The location of the auction would be the auction house in Iron Mountain City. Although Iron Mountain City wasn't big, it still had a small auction house. This auction house mostly sold iron and other things, so it wasn't very big. Everyone knew that the Wang family was going to auction a mine, so it was held in such a small auction house. After knowing these conditions, Zhao Hai felt relieved. Then Zhao Hai led White Tiger's might to the Wang family. When the two arrived at the Wang family's door, the door opened. Wang Chang looked at Zhao Hai with excitement. When he saw Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please come in." Zhao Hai nodded and then followed White Tiger's might inside. Upon entering the Wang family's residence, Zhao Hai and Bai Hui couldn't help but stare. This was because there was a person sitting in the living room, old Madame Wang. However, old Madame Wang's current appearance was very different from yesterday. Yesterday, old Madame Wang's hair was white, her complexion wasn't very good, she looked like an old woman. But today, old Madame Wang looked different. Although her hair was still white, her complexion was ruddy. She looked more spirited, and her body exuded vitality. Although she still looked like an old woman, she gave people the feeling that she was still vigorous despite her age. Zhao Hai looked at old Madame Wang's appearance, then he smiled faintly and said, "It seems like old Madame has taken my medicine." "Old Madame, how do you feel today?" Zhao Hai could already see that old Madame Wang drank the 3 bottles of medicine that he gave her. The toxins in her body had basically been expelled. It was precisely because there were no toxins in her body that she looked so energetic. Old Madame Wang stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai quickly let old Madame Wang bow and said, "Old Madame Wang is too polite. I'm not worthy of such a big bow." Old Madame Wang stood up and looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Mr. is worthy of such a big bow. After taking Mr.'s medicine, I feel very good today." "Thank you, Mr." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Old Madame Wang is too polite. Old Madame Wang, please take a seat. I have a few words to say." Old Madame Wang sat down. Zhao Hai looked at old Madame Wang and said, "Old Madame Wang, I think you need to take a leave of absence for a period of time. I don't know if you can do it. However, if you tell them that you're going into seclusion, I think they won't refuse to give you a leave of absence, right?" When old Madame Wang heard Zhao Hai's words, she said, "Mr. doesn't have to worry about this. It's not a problem at all. Although we're very busy with work, we still have holidays every year. I haven't rested for a few years. According to the Wang family's rules, I can rest for more than a year at any time. Moreover, no one can stop me." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then old Madame Wang can take a leave of absence and say that you're going into seclusion for a period of time. It doesn't need to be too long, just a month. After that, you can arrange to stay at home. Here are 5 bottles of medicine. Take 1 bottle every other day. After 5 days, I'll give you another bottle." Old Madame Wang nodded and said, "Mr., rest assured. This old one will take the medicine on time. To be honest, this old one really wants to live longer. This is because I want to see my son become successful and famous." Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "If that's the case, then I'll wish old Madame Wang success in advance. Old Madame Wang, we'll go back first. Today. We'll come back 5 days later." After saying that, Zhao Hai stood up. When old Madame Wang saw Zhao Hai stand up, she quickly said, "Mr., you can't. Mr. has done a great favor for the Wang family. How can we let Mr. leave like this? Mr. must stay today and have a drink with my son." When Zhao Hai heard old Madame Wang, he quickly smiled and said, "Old Madame Wang, there's no need to be so polite. We'll have to drink some wine. But when the 2 of you arrive at the 4 righteous gang, we can drink at any time. Now isn't the time. Old Madame Wang, we'll take our leave first. We'll come back 5 days later." After saying that, Zhao Hai kept his fist towards old Madame Wang before he turned around and left. Wang Chang escorted the 2 to the door. His face was still filled with excitement. He was a filial son. Zhao Hai's potions made old Madame Wang's body better. For Wang Chang, this was better than any other benefits. Therefore, he was very excited. However, Zhao Hai didn't stay in the room for a long time. Therefore, Wang Chang didn't even have a chance to talk to Zhao Hai. Now that Zhao Hai left, Wang Chang cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai and said, "Mr., I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I, Wang Chang, will remember it. Mr. can rest assured that I will definitely join the 4 righteous gang. I will follow Mr.'s lead." The reason why Wang Chang said this was because he also understood that it was very difficult for his mother to become a teleportation realm cultivator. He proposed this condition to test Zhao Hai. He wanted to see if Zhao Hai really wanted him to join the Four Righteous Gang. If Zhao Hai was sincere, then he would definitely try his best to help his mother. If Zhao Hai wasn't sincere, then he would just be perfunctory. But now, it seems that Zhao Hai was sincere. It was precisely because he knew that Zhao Hai was sincere that Wang Chang was so excited. Regardless of whether his mother could become a teleportation realm cultivator or not, it seems that his mother's body was much stronger than before. This made Wang Chang determined to join the Four Righteous Gang. Even if his mother couldn't become a teleportation realm cultivator, it would still be the same. Zhao Hai looked at Wang Chang's appearance and couldn't help but smile faintly as he said, "All right, don't worry. It won't be too late for you to join the Four Righteous Gang after Madame Wang regains her freedom. Let's go back, we're too eye-catching standing here." Then he led White Tiger's Might away. Wang Chang looked at the backs of the two people before he clenched his teeth and turned back to his room. As soon as he returned to his room, Wang Chang turned his head to look at Madame Wang. Then he knelt down and said, "Mother, I've decided. 1 month later, regardless of whether you can become a teleportation realm cultivator or not, I will still join the Four Righteous Gang. Please don't be offended." Madame Wang looked at Wang Chang and said with a gratified smile, "My son has grown up. You should do this. If you don't, Mother will be unhappy." Although Wang Chang was determined to join the Four Righteous Gang, he was also very clear about the strength of the Wang family. Even if he and his mother left the Wang family, no one would care. However, Wang Chang didn't want to cause any trouble for the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai treated him like a national scholar, so he naturally wanted to repay the favor. Therefore, Wang Chang didn't make any reaction. He still went to work every day and endured Lu Hong's punishment every day. He was waiting for a month. Although Wang Chang didn't believe that Zhao Hai could make his mother become a teleportation realm cultivator within a month, he still had a glimmer of hope. Even if he couldn't see his mother become a teleportation realm cultivator, he would be satisfied if he could see his mother's body get better. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had been busy inquiring about the mine these days. He wanted to see if anyone wanted to buy the mine. For example, if someone wanted to compete with him for the mine, would that person know something? There weren't many people who knew about this kind of thing, but it was precisely because of this that as long as they knew about it, they wouldn't tell anyone about it. They would use all kinds of methods to get their hands on it, just like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had White Tiger's Might inquire about it. He even asked Wang Chang to help him find out how many people were competing for the mine. Zhao Hai's reaction made White Tiger's Might very curious. White Tiger's Might didn't understand why Zhao Hai was so interested in the poor mine. Time passed day by day. Old Madame Wang drank a bottle of the potion that Zhao Hai gave her every day. In the beginning, old Madame Wang didn't care much about the potion. However, after drinking the first bottle, old Madame Wang changed her mind. The potion that Zhao Hai gave her was really useful. After drinking the first bottle, she immediately felt the vitality in her body become more exuberant. Moreover, some of the hidden injuries in her body were also healed. She became more energetic, and even her cultivation stabilized. This discovery made old Madame Wang understand that the potion that Zhao Hai gave her was really good stuff. Therefore, in addition to taking the potion, she also began to cultivate diligently. Wang Chang was the happiest about his mother's changes. He found that his mother's hair was turning black little by little, and her skin was getting better and better. She was becoming younger and younger. After 5 days, old Madame Wang looked 10 years younger. She originally looked like an old lady, but now she looked like a middle-aged beauty. This change was something that old Madame Wang and Wang Chang didn't expect. However, the two of them were even more grateful to Zhao Hai. At this time, Zhao Hai also came to their house. Wang Chang invited Zhao Hai to the room. White Tiger's Might looked at the younger old Madame Wang and was shocked. He didn't expect that old Madame Wang would have such a big change in just a few days. White Tiger's Might couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai in surprise. Others might not know, but White Tiger's Might was very clear. The potions that Zhao Hai took out were made by him. He had never heard of anyone who made these potions before. In other words, these potions were most likely invented by Zhao Hai. This made him very surprised. However, Bai Huwei didn't say anything. He knew that this wasn't the time to talk about this. Zhao Hai didn't pay attention to Bai Huwei's reaction. Instead, he looked at the old madam and nodded. The old madam's body has been adjusted. Now, you can take the potion and try to break through to the teleportation realm. However, I need to tell the old madam that because your body was adjusted by the potion, it would be very painful and even dangerous for you to break through to the teleportation realm. If the old madam agrees, then I'll leave the potion for you. If you don't agree, then I won't hesitate. Since the poison in your body has been removed, your body has been adjusted. Now, you have 1 year of life left. Even if you don't become a teleportation realm cultivator, you would still have 1 year of life left. Zhao Hai nodded and said, the old madam's body has been adjusted. Now, you can use the potion to break through to the teleportation realm. Old Madam Wang and Wang Chong stared when they heard Zhao Hai. Wang Chong didn't know how many years his mother had left. However, he was certain that his mother didn't have 1 yuan left. Now that Zhao Hai said that his mother had 1 yuan left, regardless of whether his mother could break through to the teleportation realm or not, he would be very happy and grateful to Zhao Hai. On the other hand, old Madam Wang was even more excited. No one understood her situation better than she did. She was very clear that she only had about 100 years of lifespan previously. Now, her lifespan had increased to 1 yuan. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. However, when she saw Wang Chong standing in front of her, old Madam Wang felt that 1 yuan of life wasn't enough. This was because Wang Chong still needed her to take care of him. She wanted to see Wang Chong start a family. Humans are like this. When you know that you only have a few months to live, you may be sad, but after a long time, you can only accept this fate. However, when you suddenly know that you can live for 1 more year, you will suddenly think, if I can live for 1 more year, then why can't I live for a longer time? When she thought of this, old Madam Wang made up her mind. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Mister, I choose to break through. Zhao Hai looked at old Madam Wang and smiled, alright, since old Madam has chosen to break through, then things will be easier. Here are 7 bottles of potions. Old Madam, take 1 bottle every 3 days. According to my calculations, if everything goes well, old Madam should drink 5 bottles to break through to the teleportation realm. If you still haven't reached the teleportation realm after drinking 5 bottles, then you can drink the remaining 2 bottles. If you still haven't broken through after drinking all the potions, then I will give you other potions. Old Madam, I'll take my leave first. Once you have a result, have Wang Chong send me a letter. Then Zhao Hai stood up and left. Wang Chong sent Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might out of the house. Then he turned his head to look at old Madam Wang and said, Mother, do you want me to prepare a quiet room for you? Old Madam Wang thought for a moment and nodded, alright, if you can really break through to the teleportation realm, then that would be good. Prepare yourself. Right, in the next few days, if you have nothing to do, don't go looking for Mr. Zhao Hai to avoid being discovered. Wang Chong nodded and went to prepare the room for old Madam Wang. After Zhao Hai returned to the hotel, White Tiger's Might followed Zhao Hai to his room. After the two sat down, White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother, how confident are you? Old Madam isn't young anymore. If something happens to her, then I'm afraid young Master Chong will hate us for the rest of his life. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, there's no need to worry. Even if my potion can't help old Madam break through to the teleportation realm, it wouldn't put her in any danger. Alright, you can go and rest. White Tiger's Might nodded, then he turned around and left. The next day, Zhao Hai and Bai Huwei strolled around the city before they returned to the hotel. They didn't go out because tomorrow was the day of the auction. They had to prepare for the auction. A day passed by in a blink of an eye. Today was the day of the auction. Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might arrived at the auction early in the morning. When they arrived, they couldn't help but stare. This was because there were a lot of people present. Some of these people looked like ordinary cultivators, while some of them looked very imposing. One could see that their background wasn't small at all. Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might entered the auction and sat down in the auction hall. The two didn't go to the private rooms of the auction. There were people with high status sitting there, and Zhao Hai's current status clearly wasn't qualified. Naturally, if he was willing to pay more, then he could enter one of the private rooms. However, Zhao Hai didn't think that was necessary. Therefore, he and White Tiger's Might just sat in the hall and calmly waited for the auction to begin. Although this auction was called a small auction, its area wasn't small. The entire auction house was a 3-story building. The first floor had a patio with chairs placed in the middle. This was the auction hall. The second and third floors had some VIP rooms, where some people with status sat. There were more than 20 rows of chairs on the first floor. Now, these chairs were half full. There were still a lot of cultivators coming in one after another. Some of them knew each other, while others didn't. However, most of the people sitting on the first floor were transcending realm cultivators. There were very few teleportation realm cultivators. Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might, these 2 teleportation realm cultivators, were quite eye-catching. More than an hour later, the hall was filled with people. At this time, a bell rang in the hall, causing the entire hall to turn silent. This was because everyone knew that the auction was about to begin. In the innermost part of the hall, there was a small stage. The stage wasn't high, only about half a meter. On the left side of the stage, there was an auction table with a wooden hammer on it. Soon after the bell rang, a cultivator around 30 years old appeared on the stage. He first stood in the middle of the stage and cupped his fist to the crowd. Then he said, "Thank you for coming to Iron Mountain City's auction house. I am the chief auctioneer of Iron Mountain City's auction house. My surname is Lu Quangue. Some of my old friends might know me, but some of my close friends might not know me. But this doesn't matter, since all of you are Old Lu's friends. Old Lu's auction items are absolutely fair. If you find out that Old Lu is lying, then when we meet in the future, you can scold Old Lu." Some people in the audience chuckled. There were a lot of people who knew this auctioneer. Iron Mountain City's auction house would hold auctions every once in a while. Generally, Lu Quangue would host them. This person's reputation wasn't bad, and the reputation of Iron Mountain City's auction house was also very good. Therefore, there were a lot of people who came. After Lu Quangue said this, he turned around and stood at the auction table. Then he said, "Next, we'll bring out the first auction item." Following his words, a very beautiful female cultivator came up from the back. This female cultivator was holding a tray with an iron plate on it. This was the first time that Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might had participated in this kind of auction. Therefore, they were puzzled as they looked at the tray in the hands of the female cultivator. The iron plate on the tray looked like an ordinary iron plate, but there was nothing special about it. They didn't understand what the Iron Mountain auction house was doing. At this time, Lu Quangue opened his mouth and said, "A lot of old friends know what this iron plate is, but there are a lot of new friends who don't. Old Lu, let me introduce it to everyone. This iron plate is unique to our Iron Mountain City. Each iron plate represents 10,000 gene of accumulated iron. Because it is too troublesome to assemble the accumulated iron here, we use iron plates as a substitute. Everyone who buys an iron plate can go to the auction house and receive 10,000 gene of accumulated iron from the auction house. It is absolutely genuine, so please rest assured. Alright, let's begin the auction. 10,000 gene of accumulated iron, the base price is 100 jade essences, and each bid must be at least 10 jade essences." Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might heard Lu Quangue and immediately understood what the iron plate was for. At the same time, they didn't think that the price of accumulated iron would be so cheap. However, Zhao Hai didn't want to participate in the auction. For them, 10,000 gene of accumulated iron wasn't very useful. But for other cultivators, 10,000 gene of accumulated iron was very attractive, especially since the price was so cheap. Therefore, people started to increase the price. But it was clear that people didn't want to increase the price by too much. 10,000 gene of accumulated iron was worth at most 500 jade essences in the market. If the price was higher than that, people might as well go outside and buy it. Why would they come here to bid? In the end, the 10,000 gene of accumulated iron was sold for 300 jade essences. Lu Quangue was already familiar with this situation. After the female cultivator gave the iron plate to the cultivator, he began to move on to the second item. The second vibrator was still an iron plate that represented iron. However, this time, the iron was no longer yun iron, but silver iron. Silvery iron was the mineral that Zhao Hai saw in the mines. This silvery iron can increase the sharpness of weapons, but at the same time, it can also increase the brightness of weapons. It was a commonly used metal when making weapons. Zhao Hai still didn't make a move. The price of the 10,000 jin of silvery iron was cheaper than the market price, so the mood of the cultivators present wasn't very high. On one side, 5 iron plates were auctioned. These 5 iron plates were made of various kinds of iron materials, and these iron materials were common in the market. Naturally, it didn't cause much of a stir. Obviously, Lu Quangue had already thought of this, so he didn't show any signs of anxiousness. After the 5 iron plates were auctioned, Lu Quangue said, "Next is the 6th item. This item is extraordinary. It is located in a silvery iron mine outside of Iron Mountain City. Although this mine isn't very high, it produces a lot of ores. Of course, this mine is a poor iron mine, but according to the estimates of professionals, the entire mine can produce 1,000,000 jin of silvery iron without a problem. Now, we will auction the ownership of this mine. The starting price is 100,000 jade essences, and each increment must not be less than 10,000 jade essences." The previous iron plates had a starting price of a few hundred jade essences. But now, the starting price of this mine had directly risen to 100,000 jade essences. This could be considered as a small climax. However, the people who came to the auction had some understanding of this mine. Therefore, although Lu Quangue's words were very pleasant to hear, nobody made a bid. When Lu Quangue saw this situation, he couldn't help but feel embarrassed. He couldn't help but curse the Wang family to death. Everyone knew about this broken mine, so it would be strange if someone wanted to buy it. Zhao Hai also wasn't in a hurry to make a bid. He looked at the surrounding cultivators and found that nobody had any intention to make a bid. Therefore, he didn't feel anxious. When Lu Quangue saw that this situation couldn't go on, he immediately opened his mouth and said, "Everyone, although mining the silvery iron mine is a bit troublesome, but the harvest is still very good. Moreover, don't forget that although this silvery iron mine is a poor mine, who knows if there is also a poor mine below the mountain? This is actually an opportunity, a big opportunity." Still, nobody made a bid. Lu Quangue couldn't help but sigh. In his opinion, this mine was going to be sold out. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, 110,000 jade essences. When Lu Quangue heard this, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. In any case, someone finally made a bid. He turned his head and saw 2 unknown teleportation realm cultivators. The 2 of them were sitting there with a calm expression. Lu Quangue quickly said, "This mister made a bid of 110,000 jade essences. Is there anyone who wants to increase the price?" "Everyone, this is a mine. A few 100,000 jade essences can buy a mine. This is really worth it." Still, nobody increased the price. Lu Quangue also knew that his words were in vain. Everyone knew about the situation of the mine, so it was already good for someone to make a bid. Therefore, after saying a few more words, he began to count the bids. After counting 3 times, nobody increased the price. In the end, the mine was successfully auctioned off. The person who came out to auction the mine was naturally Zhao Hai. The auctioneer handed over a contract to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai handed over 110,000 jade essences to the auctioneer and then received the contract. From this moment on, the mine belonged to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai came to this auction because of the mine. Now that the mine was in his hands, he naturally felt relaxed. However, he didn't leave and continued to watch the auction. The auction was very good. Following that, some special ores were auctioned. Although these ores were also available in the market, they weren't very common. Zhao Hai didn't expect to see them appear in this auction. These ores also caused people to fight over them. Zhao Hai didn't participate. He had these ores in his space, so he had no use for them. Therefore, he didn't participate in the auction. After 3 hours of the auction, more and more good things came out. But at this time, the auction was nearing its end. Lu Quangue was very happy. Today's auction had prepared a total of 30 items. Now, only 5 were left. These 5 were the best things to be auctioned. Lu Quangue looked at the audience and then said, "The following are the last 5 items of the auction. These 5 items were carefully prepared by the auction house. Please take a look at them." Then Lu Quangue waved his hand and the 5 female cultivators on the stage arrived. Each of the 5 female cultivators had a tray in their hands. These 5 trays were filled with ores. These 5 pieces of ore each had their own characteristics. The first ore gave off a yellow glow, the second one gave off a green glow, the third one gave off a silver glow, the fourth one gave off a blue glow, and the last one gave off a red glow. Lu Quangue proudly said, "I'm sure everyone can see that these 5 ores are actually 5 elements iron ores. I'm sure everyone has heard of the name 5 elements iron ores. 5 elements iron ores, each type of iron ore contains the power of the 5 elements. They are innate attribute ores. It's best to use them to make artifacts. Of course, it would be even better if someone uses them to make high-grade formations." Then Lu Quangue continued, "Although these are 5-element iron ores, they aren't being auctioned together. Instead, they are being auctioned separately. The first one is a gold element iron ores. Everyone should know that gold element iron ores are incomparably sharp. If you add them to your artifacts, then your artifacts would be invincible. Alright, I won't say anything more. Let's begin the auction." Lu Quangue didn't say the price of the auction. This was an auction with no reserve price. But the higher the price, the higher the price. So when his voice fell, a voice was heard from a private room on the 3rd floor, 1 million jade essences. When Zhao Hai heard the price, he couldn't help but sigh. Tiger's Might said, "Good guy, 1 million jade essences. I didn't think that the 5-element iron ores would be so valuable." Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Might, then he gently smiled and said, "What's wrong? Do you want one? If you do, then why don't you bid for one?" Bai Hui's eyes flashed with light, but then the light dimmed. Bai Hui sighed and said, "Forget it, the gang needs money right now. Money is needed everywhere. A piece of ore is very useful to me, but it wouldn't be of any help to the gang. Moreover, the people who can sit on the 3rd floor certainly aren't simple. Now is their time, it wouldn't be good for us if we get involved. They will certainly come looking for us afterwards, which would be even more disadvantageous for the gang." Zhao Hai looked at Bai Hui, then he patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, Big Brother owes you this time. Don't worry, later on, Big Brother will get you some 5-element iron ores. I'll make you the best artifact you can use." White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai, then he faintly smiled and said, "Big Brother, I'll remember what you said. If you don't get me a good artifact in the future, then I won't do it." Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he patted Tiger's Might's shoulder. At this time, the people on the 3rd floor began to bid. The identities of the people on the 3rd floor weren't ordinary. Their bids weren't lower than 100,000 jade essences. In the end, the 5-element iron ores were sold for around 10 million jade essences. This was the cultivation world, and this was reality. Zhao Hai, the leader of the 4 righteous gang, spent 110,000 jade essences to buy a silver iron ore. However, the other party would rather spend 10 million jade essences to buy a piece of silver iron ore. This was because that piece of silver iron ore was more valuable than a silver iron ore. For the rogue cultivators at the bottom, spending 1,000 jade essences to buy something was already a great price. Many rogue cultivators would think twice before spending 1,000 jade essences. As for the cultivators with status, they would never consider the number when spending money. 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million, for them, it was just a number. When the 5-element iron ores were sold, the auction also came to an end. Zhao Hai stood up, then he took one last look at the 5-element iron ores before he turned around and left. When Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might left the auction house, the two immediately left the auction house and went straight to the silver ore. When they arrived at the silver ore, they unexpectedly found a person there. Moreover, they knew this person, it was the hall master of the Wang family's Iron Mountain City branch, Lu Hong. Of course, it was impossible for Lu Hong to know Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might. Although Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might had seen Lu Hong before, Lu Hong had never seen them. Therefore, seeing Lu Hong here, Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might were a bit surprised. Lu Hong looked at the two people in front of him. In his eyes, these two people were fools. They actually spent more than 100,000 jade essence to buy a waste mine. The Wang family had already estimated that even if all the silver and iron in the mine were extracted, it would only be worth about 15 or 60,000 jade essence. But now, these two people actually spent 110,000 jade essence to buy it. Although it seems like they were still making a profit, in fact, they didn't make any profit at all. This was because mining required manpower, and refining silver and iron required investment. So even if they extracted all the ores in the mine, they would only be able to break even. It was impossible for them to make a profit. If he were to use it himself, then it would be even more unnecessary. With so much money, he might as well buy silver and iron directly. That would save him a lot of trouble. However, this had nothing to do with him. He just came here to handle the handover. Therefore, when he saw Zhao Hai and Tiger's Might, Lu Hong immediately greeted them. Then he smiled at Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might and said, "I presume that the two of you didn't sell this mine? Please let me have a look at your contract." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Hong, he was puzzled and said, "May I ask who this mister is?" When Lu Hong heard Zhao Hai, he quickly smiled and said, "I am Lu Hong, the hall master of the mysterious Wang family's Iron Mountain City branch. This mine originally belonged to our Wang family, and we were the ones who sent it to the auction house. Please show me the contract, then I can officially hand over the mine to you." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm Lu Hong, the hall master of the Wang family's Iron Mountain City branch." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "So it's Mr. Lu Hong. Alright, please take a look." Then Zhao Hai took out the contract and showed it to Lu Hong. After Lu Hong looked at the contract, he said, "Alright, two misters, from now on, this mine is yours. I'll take my leave." Then he cupped his fist to the two before he turned around and left. When Lu Hong disappeared, White Tiger's Might coldly snorted and said, "This guy must have come to laugh at us. Big brother, I don't understand why you want to buy this silver and iron mine. With the money, why don't we just buy silver and iron?" Zhao Hai looked at White Tiger's Might, then he looked around and said, "Do you really think that I came here for the silver and iron? I don't care about silver and iron. In fact, this mine isn't a silver-iron mine. It's just an associated mine. The real mine is invisible iron." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother, what is this invisible iron? How come I've never heard of invisible iron before?" Zhao smiled faintly and said, "Of course you didn't. In fact, not many people know about invisible iron. Just like its name, it is a metal that cannot be refined using ordinary refining methods. Its characteristics are also very special. After it is refined, you can refine it into any shape you want, such as a knife, but you cannot use it as a simple knife. When you inject your spiritual chi into the knife, you can change the shape of the knife according to your will. Be it a sword, a shield, a spear, or a hammer, it can change its shape at will. When you withdraw your spiritual chi, it will revert back to its original shape. Only invisible iron has this characteristic, and it is precisely because of this characteristic that it is called invisible iron. Because of this, invisible iron is called invisible iron." White Tiger's Might stared blankly at Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai finished, White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai in shock and said, "Big brother, is what you said true? Is there really such a metal?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then with a wave of his hand, a long staff appeared in his hand. This staff was none other than liquid silver. Then under White Tiger's Might's gaze, liquid silver began to transform into all kinds of shapes and weapons. White Tiger's Might was completely dumbfounded. It wasn't until Zhao Hai took back liquid silver that White Tiger's Might sobered up. His face showed an ecstatic expression as he said, "Amazing, big brother, this is amazing. Are you saying that this mine is filled with invisible iron?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, this place is filled with this kind of ore. Think about it, how much invisible iron can we refine? If everyone in the Righteous Four gang has a weapon made of invisible iron, then how strong would our fighting strength be? Hu Wei, this is not an ordinary mine. This is the foundation for the development of the Gang of Four. It is the wings for the Gang of Four to soar. With this invisible iron, the Gang of Four will definitely be able to occupy a place in the Void Realm." White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai's expression, then he suddenly laughed and said, "Big brother, I want to thank you. In fact, this mine is much better than the 5-element iron. Ha ha ha. How can a few pieces of 5-element iron compare to the righteous 4 gang's growth? Big brother, I believe that the righteous 4 gang will definitely soar. Xiaohai nodded, then his figure flashed and landed on the mine. Then he took out a pile of runes from his space and began to arrange them. White Tiger's Might looked at Xiaohai in confusion. He didn't know what Xiaohai was doing. Before long, Xiaohai finished arranging a formation. This formation looked very complicated, but for some reason, when White Tiger's Might saw this formation, he felt a sense of déjà vu. After the formation was arranged, Xiaohai stood inside. White Tiger's Might also quickly followed. Then a white light flashed as the two disappeared. In the next moment, the two appeared in the headquarters of the Righteous 4 gang. White Tiger's Might didn't know when a transmission formation was built in Suiwei Mountain. He also didn't know that Xiaohai had the ability to arrange a transmission formation. Moreover, it was an interstellar transmission formation. One must know that an interstellar transmission formation wasn't easy to arrange. Every step required careful calculations. Moreover, the production of this kind of transmission formation was very troublesome. It required a lot of high-grade materials and a lot of energy every time it was used. This was the reason why there were so few interstellar transmission formations. Moreover, they were all established by major forces. However, Xiaohai's interstellar transmission formation didn't have that many requirements. In White Tiger's Might's eyes, Xiaohai just fiddled with it for a while. This was very strange. However, White Tiger's Might didn't ask too much. Seeing Xiaohai and White Tiger's Might return, the entire Righteous 4 gang was alarmed. Xiaohai immediately called everyone to the Hell King's ship. After everyone sat down, Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, "How are your preparations?" Upon hearing Xiaohai, Xiaoyafeng immediately replied, "Big brother, you can rest assured. Everyone's preparations have been good. We've also purchased a lot of food. Heart Saint has also prepared a lot of herbs. We can start brewing now." Xiaohai nodded and said, "Alright, it's good that you're ready. However, I came back this time because I want everyone to put things aside. There's something more important that I need everyone to do. You might not know this, but Tiger and I came back directly from Profound Secrets. We bought a mine there. I want everyone to immediately organize themselves and head to the mine with the Hell King's ship. We need to bring the ores back to the 4 Righteous gang as soon as possible. We can't afford to delay for even a moment." When everyone heard Xiaohai, they couldn't help but look at Xiaohai in confusion. Xiaohai looked at everyone and said, "I can only tell you that the ores are very important. Tai Xiong, once the ores are brought back, make sure to store them properly. Without my command, don't touch any of them." Although Tai Xiong didn't know why Xiaohai wanted to do this, he still complied. After being in contact with Xiaohai for a few days, Tai Xiong already knew that Xiaohai was very good at refining. Moreover, he might be better than him. Because of this, Tai Xiong didn't dare to disobey Xiaohai's orders. Under Xiaohai's command, the entire 4 gang began to move. Those who weren't in the teleportation realm also began to move. Although there were some who couldn't leave because of their mission, everyone still boarded the Hell King's ship. Then the ship shrunk and appeared in front of the mine through a transmission formation. After that, the people of the 4 gang began to move the mountain. Even the people in Iron Mountain City who were close to the mine didn't notice the changes. They didn't expect Xiaohai to use the power of the mine to move the mountain. Cultivators, especially those in the teleportation realm, almost all of them had the ability to move mountains and seas. Naturally, this was a bit of an exaggeration. However, this also showed their ability. These people were very powerful. For them, moving a mountain was a very simple task. Xiaohai's plan for the mine was to move everything, whether it was an invisible iron or not. He would rather move the wrong way than let it go. Because of this, the 4 gang moved the mountain very quickly. On the other hand, Xiaohai didn't stay in the mine. After a few days, he returned to Iron Mountain City. He wanted to pay attention to the situation in Iron Mountain City. At the same time, he also wanted to pay attention to Wang Chong and old Madame Wang. If necessary, he would certainly take them away. However, Xiaohai also knew that this was impossible. If he really did this, then the Wang family would certainly react. If the Wang family noticed the four gang and the invisible iron ore, then the four gang would be finished. The contract wouldn't be able to bind the Wang family at all. After Zhao Hai returned to Iron Mountain City, he discovered that there was no reaction from the people in the city. The people seemed to be oblivious to what was happening. Nobody knew that the four gang was frantically moving the mountain. In fact, the people of Iron Mountain City couldn't be blamed for this. There weren't many people in the city to begin with. Most of the cultivators were living in the city. Even the people from the major powers who came here to mine would use the transmission formation to go to the mines. After mining the ores, they would use the transmission formation to return to Iron Mountain City. They didn't care about what was happening outside the city. Although the location of the mine that Zhao Hai bought wasn't very remote, everyone knew that it was an abandoned mine. Naturally, no one would go there to observe it. Therefore, no one knew that the Four Righteous Gang was crazily moving the mountain there. For Zhao Hai, this was definitely good news. He paid attention to the changes in the city. If there were any changes in Iron Mountain City, then he would immediately make arrangements. Fortunately, as the days passed, there were no changes in the city. People didn't notice that the mountain outside the city was disappearing. They also didn't notice that the old madam of the Wang family was different from before. 15 days passed. On this day, Zhao Hai was resting in the hotel. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Zhao Hai stood up and opened the door. Wang Chang was standing outside with an excited expression. Zhao Hai quickly let Wang Chang in. Then he looked at Wang Chang and said, "What happened? Did the old madam successfully break through?" Wang Chang nodded, then he knelt down in front of Zhao Hai. With tears in his eyes, Wang Chang said, "Wang Chang thanks the sect master for his kindness to the Wang family. I, Wang Chang, will be one of the sect master's people. If the sect master wants me to go east, then I'll definitely go west. I'll go through fire and water, even if I have to die 10,000 times." Zhao Hai pulled Wang Chang up, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, it's not that serious. Hee, it's good that the old madam has broken through. You should go back and make arrangements so that you and your mother can regain their freedom as soon as possible. If you listen to me, then after you go back, you should first let the old madam regain her freedom. Then you can resign. If you resign first, then they might not let the old madam go. Remember, once you regain your freedom, immediately leave Iron Mountain City and head south. At that time, I'll have tigers might meet you." Wang Chang nodded, then he said, "Yes, sect master can rest assured. Then I'll be leaving." "Right, sect master, my mother asked me to give this to you." Then Wang Chang took out 2 bottles of potions and handed them over to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You can keep them. Although you don't need them now, you'll need them when you start to break through to the teleportation realm." When Wang Chang heard Zhao Hai, he didn't become polite. After receiving the 2 bottles of potions, he cupped his fist towards Zhao Hai before he turned around and left. After Wang Chang left, Zhao Hai immediately returned to the mine. At this time, the mine had almost been completely moved. The mountain that was originally not that high had now completely disappeared. Not only did it disappear, there was even a large pit there. The reason why this was done was because of Zhao Hai's request. Zhao Hai discovered that the distribution of the invisible iron was very strange. The mountain that he bought was filled with invisible iron ores while the surrounding mountains didn't have any. Moreover, the higher up the mountain, the more invisible iron ores there were. At this time, a pit nearly 500 meters deep had been dug. But Zhao Hai also saw that there was no point in digging any deeper. This was because the invisible iron ores had already disappeared. However, this wasn't important. What was important was that the Four Righteous Gang had obtained all of the invisible iron ores. And the amount of invisible iron ores was too large. Zhao Hai calculated that even if the Four Righteous Gang were to develop into a large gang with hundreds of millions of members, they would still be able to guarantee that everyone would have a weapon made of invisible iron ores. One can imagine how much invisible iron ores Zhao Hai had obtained. Zhao Hai calculated that the ores would be completely dug out in about a day. At that time, they would be able to leave. Old Lady Wang stood in front of a large courtyard and looked at the large plaque hanging above the gate. There were 4 words written on it, Wang Clan. This was the Wang clan's clan hall, which specialized in managing the 5 clans. All the matters of the Wang clan had to be settled here. Old Lady Wang, the daughter-in-law of the Wang clan, was now a teleportation realm expert. Naturally, she had to come to the clan hall to register. Only after registering here could she regain her freedom. She didn't need to work for the Wang clan anymore. She could go wherever she wanted and do whatever she wanted. Old Madame Wang looked at the plaque of the clansman hall with a myriad of emotions. She thought that she would never come here again. The last time she came here, she was also registered as a widow. This was definitely a place of sadness for her. However, she still came here today. The last time she came, she was just a small cultivator. The people here didn't even look at her. But now, it was different. This time, she wanted to regain her freedom. Although she was still a nobody in the Wang clan, for her, today was very important. Old Lady Wang took a deep breath and stepped into the clan hall. There were a lot of buildings in the clan hall. There were also a lot of tall trees. Therefore, after entering the courtyard, the light was very dim. It gave people a gloomy feeling. Old Madame Wang didn't like this feeling. In fact, no one in the Wang family liked the clansman hall. This was because no matter who made a mistake in the Wang family, the clansman hall would come out and punish them. For the Wang family, the clansman hall was definitely not a good place. Old Lady Wang slowly walked inside. Although she wasn't familiar with the clan hall, she wasn't unfamiliar with it. She had been here before, so naturally, she found the place very quickly. This was a small room with the words "Change of Registration" written on it. Old Lady Wang walked in. This room wasn't big. There was a bar in the room. Behind the bar sat several female cultivators. These female cultivators seemed to have nothing to do, they were chatting there. When they saw someone coming, they didn't have much reaction. They still had a look of indifference. Old Lady Wang went to the bar and bowed to the female cultivators inside. "Hello, I'm here to register." One of the female cultivators glanced at Old Madame Wang and nodded. "Register what?" Old Madame Wang said in a low voice, "I've just advanced to the realm of teleportation, so I'm here to register." The female cultivator glanced at Old Madame Wang and nodded. She pointed to a crystal pillar beside the counter and said, "Inject your spirit chi into the crystal pillar. If the crystal pillar lights up, it means you're a teleportation cultivator. If it doesn't light up, it means you're not." Old Madame Wang nodded, then she walked to the crystal pillar and placed her hand on it. Then she injected her spirit chi into the crystal pillar. At first, the crystal pillar didn't have any reaction. Only when Old Madame Wang increased the amount of spirit chi did the crystal pillar light up. These female cultivators were people who worked in the clan hall all year round. When they saw Old Madame Wang's appearance, they knew that she relied on medicine to forcefully advance to the realm of teleportation. A person like this wouldn't have any future prospects. However, this was the clan's rule. They didn't make things difficult for Old Madame Wang. When Old Madame Wang released the pillar, the female cultivator nodded and said, "You pass. Congratulations, please state your name and your husband's name." Old Madame Wang nodded and said, "All right, my surname is Chen, my name is Chen Shuyun. My husband's name is Wan Yuxing. He's already passed away." The female cultivator nodded and took out a jade token. After inputting some information into the jade token, she handed it to Old Madame Wang and said, "All right, you can go now. From today onwards, the clan won't give you any work. If you still want to work for the clan, please go to the mission hall or the miscellaneous hall to register." Old Madame Wang nodded and took the jade token. Then she turned around and left. After walking out of the clan hall, Old Madame Wang sighed. Then she turned around and looked at the clan hall. Her eyes flashed with a complicated expression. She couldn't be ruthless to the Wang clan. After her husband Wan Yu died, if the Wang clan didn't arrange a job for her, then her life with Wan Cheng would be even more difficult. However, she wasn't grateful to the Wang clan at all. The job that the Wang clan arranged for her wasn't good. If it wasn't for those jobs, then she would have already become a teleportation cultivator. Moreover, the Wang clan didn't want to train Wang Cheng. This made her feel ungrateful to the Wang clan. But in any case, she was now free. Her children were also free. she believed that their life would be better. Old Madame Wang used the transmission formation to return to Iron Mountain City. Then she went straight home. At this time, Wang Cheng was anxiously waiting for her. When he saw her return, Wang Cheng immediately greeted her and said, "Mother, how did it go?" Old Madame Wang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'm free now. Chang'er, go to the Sundry Hall tomorrow and resign from your job. I'll pack my things at home. After you resign, we'll leave Iron Mountain City immediately." Wang Cheng nodded and said, "All right, I'll do it tomorrow. But mother, do you think we should tell the sect master about this?" Old Madame Wang thought for a moment, then she said, "No need. The sect master has already arranged it. We don't need to tell the clan master. After we deal with it tomorrow, we'll leave the city." Wang Cheng nodded, then the mother and daughter began to pack their things. Although they didn't have anything valuable in their house, they had been using these things for a long time. In addition, their family wasn't very rich, so naturally, they were reluctant to throw away those things. After a day, the mother and daughter finished packing their things. The next morning, Wang Cheng left the house and took the transmission formation to Xuanji City. The Wang family's main residence was in Xuanji City, so their Sundry Hall was also in the city. If Wang Cheng wanted to leave the Wang family, then he would have to go to the Sundry Hall and pay a fee before leaving. The Wang family's Sundry Hall was different from the Clansman Hall. The Wang family was a great clan. They had a lot of vassal clans under them. Many of these vassal clans came to the Sundry Hall to receive tasks. Because of this, the Sundry Hall was much busier than the Clansman Hall. Because the Sundry Hall was very busy, there were a lot of people coming in. Because of this, the Sundry Hall's rooms were very big. It was a building with more than 10 floors. Wang Cheng walked into the building. There was a map on the first floor of the building. Wang Cheng looked at it and then walked to the elevator at the side. He went straight to the 6th floor. When he reached the 6th floor, he came out of the elevator and found himself standing in a corridor. He looked around and found that there were rooms here, and these rooms had a sign hanging on them. There were words written on it, and these words simply explained what these rooms were for. Wang Cheng went to a resignation sign and knocked on the door. A voice was heard, "Please come in." Wang Cheng pushed the door and went inside. There were 4 tables in the room with 4 people sitting behind them. When the 4 people saw Zhao Hai come in, one of them immediately said to Zhao Hai, "Hello, what's the matter?" Wang Cheng nodded and said, "Hello, I'm here to resign." The person nodded and said, "Please come and sit down." Wang Cheng nodded and then went to the table and sat down. The person looked at Wang Cheng and said, "Where do you work? Is there a reason for your resignation?" Wang Cheng looked at the person and said, "I'm working in Iron Mountain City's branch. I'm the manager of the mining area. My name is Wang Cheng. I just want to resign and focus on my cultivation. Since I can already break through to the teleportation realm, I need more time to cultivate." When the person heard Wang Cheng, he nodded. Naturally, he could see that Wang Cheng had already reached the peak of the transcending realm. At this time, he could indeed break through to the teleportation realm. Therefore, it was reasonable for him to resign and cultivate. However, he was still curious and said, "The family seems to have regulations for people who go into seclusion. Every year, cultivators have 2 months of seclusion. What's wrong? 2 months isn't enough?" Wang Cheng shook his head and said, "It's not enough. To be honest, I resigned not only because I want to cultivate, but also because I'm not happy working in the Iron Mountain Hall. My father passed away and left me with a formation. Because I want to break through to the teleportation realm, I sold the formation and wanted to use the jade essence to buy some pills to help me cultivate. But when the hall master found out, he started to give me some work that I can't do. Then he started to punish me, so I don't want to work anymore." Wang Cheng shook his head and said, "I'm sorry." When the cultivator heard Wang Cheng, he couldn't help but stare. Then his eyes flashed as he said, "If you want to resign, then resign. Don't push the blame onto others. Alright, hand over 10,000 jade essences and you can leave. From now on, the Wang family won't be able to control you. If you want to take more missions in the future, then you can. However, your resignation will be recorded. When Wang Chang heard what the cultivator said, he couldn't help but stare. In the resignation office, people who resign can express their reasons for resignation. Most importantly, the resignation office will report the reasons for resignation. Then the family will investigate. If the resignation was due to a problem with the superior, then the family will punish the superior. The cultivator's performance before was normal, but then he completely changed. However, when Wang Chang saw the name on the cultivator's badge, he understood what was going on. The cultivator was surnamed Liu. Moreover, he might even know Liu Hong. Wang Chang didn't say anything. He took out a spatial bag and handed it over to the cultivator. After the cultivator received the spatial bag, he opened it and looked inside. Then he coldly nodded and said, "The amount is just right. This is your resignation certificate. You can leave now." Wang Chang received the resignation certificate before he turned around and left. To be honest, he was completely disappointed with the Wang family. After returning to Iron Mountain City, Wang Chang and old Madame Wang immediately left their house. They left the city and went straight to the south. Old Madame Wang and Wang Chang left Iron Mountain City and headed towards the southern part of the city. After the two left the city, they walked for another 2 li before they started to look around. However, they didn't see anyone. Wang Chang and old Madame Wang's expression couldn't help but change. They were now panicking and didn't know what to do. At this time, a person came out of the forest. As soon as he came out, he looked at Wang Chang and old Madame Wang and laughed. "Old Madame Chang, I've made you wait for a long time. Big brother sent me to pick you up." When Wang Chang and old Madame Wang saw White Tiger's might, their expressions couldn't help but loosen. Old Madame Wang smiled and said, "We've just arrived. Where are we going now?" White Tiger's might smiled and said, "Old Madam, there's no need to be anxious." After saying that, Bai Huwei took out a copper whistle and placed it in his mouth. Then, he blew it with all his might. After a sharp sound was heard, old Madame Wang heard a rumbling sound from afar. She and Wang Chang looked towards the source of the sound and saw a carriage coming from afar. In the blink of an eye, the carriage arrived in front of them. When the carriage arrived in front of the two discovered that the carriage was actually made of bronze. Even the horses pulling the carriage were made of bronze. However, when the horses ran, there was no difference between them and normal horses. White Tiger's might smiled at the two and said, "Old Madame Chang, please get on the carriage." Old Madame Wang and Wang Chang didn't say anything. They nodded and got on the carriage. White Tiger's might also got on the carriage. Then the bronze carriage turned around and ran towards the distance. The carriage's speed became faster and faster until it finally flew up. Wang Chang and old Madame Wang were looking at the situation outside the carriage. When they saw the carriage flying, the two were startled. Wang Chang turned to Tiger's might and said, "Big brother Tiger's might, this large artifact is very mysterious. Does it belong to you?" White Tiger's might smiled and said, "Actually, it belongs to Big brother. We'll be there soon." Wang Chang nodded and didn't say anything, but his eyes were full of excitement. It was a kind of longing for a new life. Not long after, the carriage stopped. Wang Chang and old Madame Wang alighted from the carriage. Then, they were stunned by the scene in front of them. They were now next to a large pit. In the pit, there were several hundred years of cultivators busying themselves. And above the pit, there was an incomparably huge ship-shaped artifact. While the two were in a daze, Zhao Hai's voice was suddenly heard, "Ha ha ha, Madam Changzi, you're here. Please come up." Zhao Hai was standing on the side of the Hell King's ship, waiting for the two. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, old Madame Wang and Wang Chang gave Zhao Hai a salute. Then Tiger's might, Wang Chang, and old Madame Wang appeared on the deck of the Hell King's ship. Zhao Hai gave old Madame Wang a salute and said, "Madam, please go inside and take a rest. Once we're done here, we'll return to the Four Righteous Gang." At this time, Laura came over. Zhao Hai turned his head to Laura and said, "Laura, invite the old madam to the cabin to rest. Changzi, you stay here for now." Old Madame Wang didn't say anything. She gave Zhao Hai a salute and then followed Laura. Although old Madame Wang's cultivation wasn't high, she was able to reach the teleportation realm with Zhao Hai's help. However, she had experienced a lot of things in her life. Naturally, she could see that Zhao Hai and the others were secretly mining here. Moreover, they were about to leave, so this wasn't the time to talk. Wang Cheng stayed behind and followed Zhao Hai to observe the situation below. Before long, Xiao Yifeng flew out of the pit and landed on the Hell King's ship. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, it's almost done. The detector no longer has any reaction." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew what detector Xiao Yifeng was talking about. It was an invisible iron detector that he made. If there was any invisible iron nearby, then the detector would react. Since the detector didn't respond, then it meant that all of the invisible iron had been dug out. Zhao Hai looked around and then said, "Have everyone board the ship. We'll leave immediately." Then his figure moved as he went down from the Hell King's ship. Xiao Yifeng also followed Zhao Hai into the pit. Then dozens of 8 cyan jade chariots immediately flew out of the Hell King's ship and landed on the bottom of the pit. The cultivators in the pit got on the chariots. Then the chariots moved and sent everyone to the Hell King's ship. At the same time, Zhao Hai began to arrange a formation at the bottom of the pit. Before long, the transmission formation was finished. Zhao Hai's figure moved and returned to the Hell King's ship. Then under his command, the Hell King's ship shrunk and entered the transmission formation. The transmission formation flashed with white light before the ship disappeared. When the Hell King's ship completely disappeared, the transmission formation exploded. Moreover, the explosion was very powerful. The hole that Zhao Hai and the others dug was blown up. The ground shook as if there was an earthquake. With such a big movement, it was impossible for Iron Mountain City to not know about it. Before long, a large number of cultivators from Iron Mountain City arrived at the hole that Zhao Hai and the others dug. When they saw the situation inside the hole, they couldn't help but be startled. The strong and unstable energy fluctuations made them understand that there must have been an energy explosion. However, they didn't know why it happened. Among these people was Lu Hong. Lu Hong looked at the big pit and couldn't help but frown. He really didn't know what happened here. At this time, someone suddenly said, "Isn't this the Wang family's abandoned mine? A while ago, it seemed like it was bought by 2 people? Could the incident here be related to those 2 people?" When the person said this, everyone reacted. However, when they saw the big pit, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A lot of people knew about the abandoned mine. Although the hill wasn't very high, it was still about a kilometer above sea level. But now, there was only a 700-meter deep pit. The hill was completely gone. They didn't believe that the hill was blown up. If it wasn't blown up, then there was only one explanation: the other party dug the hill out. After thinking about this, everyone couldn't help but turn to look at Lu Hong. Lu Hong was also confused. He really didn't know what was going on. Could it be that the abandoned mine was a treasure? At this time, a cultivator on the side said, "It seems like the other party found out that this was an abandoned mine. If they don't dig up all the ores here, then they wouldn't be able to come back. Therefore, they dug up this place. Hee, but the people who bought this mine are quite interesting. It seems like they have some influence. To be able to dig up this place in such a short time, I'm afraid they must have mobilized several hundred people." When they heard this, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then they felt relieved. They all knew what the abandoned mine looked like. To be honest, they didn't believe that there was a treasure inside. This was the only explanation that made sense. When Lu Hong heard this, his face couldn't help but reveal a smile. The Wang clan had made a huge profit this time, selling an abandoned mine for more than 100,000 jade essences. Although this amount of money was nothing to the Wang clan, it was enough to show the Wang clan's ability to see the value in their eyes. Everyone took another look and found nothing. Only then did they turn around and return to Iron Mountain City. This matter was considered to be over. It was just a topic for everyone to talk about after a meal. Just as Lu Hong returned to the Iron Mountain City branch, he heard that someone had come to see him. Lu Hong quickly called the person over. When he saw the person, Lu Hong couldn't help but stare. This was because the person who came in was a servant of the Lu family called Lu Luer. Lu Luer had been a servant of the Lu family since childhood, so Lu Hong was very familiar with him. When he saw Lu Luer, Lu Hong couldn't help but stare. Then he anxiously said, "Lu Luer, why are you here? Did something happen at home?" Lu Luer gave Lu Hong a salute and said, I've seen the young master. This time, the third young master told me to look for you. He has some news for you. Then he took out a jade slip and handed it over to Lu Hong. Lu Hong was puzzled when he received the jade slip. Then he used his spiritual force to explore it. Then his face couldn't help but turn gloomy. He looked up at Lu Luer and said, Third brother didn't tell you to tell me anything? Lu Luer nodded and said, Yes, the third young master told me to tell you to keep an eye on Wang Chong. Don't let him cause any trouble. If you really can't do anything, then use him as leverage. The third young master has already suppressed the resignation of the Wang family. But if this matter becomes big, then it wouldn't be good. In any case, Wang Chong is still a member of the Wang family. If this matter becomes big, then the Wang family's side branches wouldn't let it go. When the time comes, the family wouldn't be able to explain themselves. Lu Hong nodded and said, All right, I understand. You go back and tell third brother that I'll take care of this matter. Lu Luer nodded and said, Yes, young master. I understand. Then I'll go back first. Lu Hong waved his hand, then Lu Luer turned around and left. When Lu Luer left, Lu Hong's face couldn't help but turn gloomy. He coldly said, Wang Chong, you dare to report me to the family? Let's see how I'll deal with you. Lu Luer said, Someone come. Then a voice came from outside the door, Yes, young master. Lu Luer said, Go to Wang Chong's house and take a look. If he's at home, tell him that I invited him to come here. I have something to discuss with him. The person outside the door immediately responded before he turned around and left. Lu Luer sat in the room with a gloomy expression. Before long, a voice came from outside the door, Young master, I'm back. Lu Hong said, Come in. The person outside the door responded before he pushed the door and walked in. As soon as the person came in, he bowed to Lu Hong and said, I've seen the young master. Lu Hong waved his hand and said, All right, tell me, is Wang Chong at home? When did he come? The person quickly replied, replying to the young master, Wang Chong isn't at home. There's no one at home. I went to their room and saw that their things have been cleaned up. It seems like they've moved out. Lu Hong stared, then he asked, Moved out? That's impossible. Wang Chong's mother is planting herbs in Iron Mountain City. How could they move out? The person replied, replying to the young master, this little one inquired. It seems that his mother has reached the teleportation realm, so she can no longer work. Therefore, they moved out. When Lu Hong heard this, his expression couldn't help but change. He muttered, How could this be? How could this be? With a flash of white light, the Hell King's ship appeared in the Four Righteous Gang. Then the Hell King's ship expanded and slowly flew out. Zhao Hai stood on the Hell King's ship. Beside him were Tiger's Might, Wang Chong, Old Madam Wang, and the others. Laura and the others were also accompanying Old Madam Wang. On the deck, Zhao Hai pointed at the buildings of the Four Righteous Gang and said, Do you see this? This is our Four Righteous Gang. In the future, this will be our home. Naturally, his words were directed at Wang Chong. Wang Chong's eyes shined as he looked at the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, All right, everyone has worked hard these past few days. Go back and have a good rest. In the evening, we'll hold a welcoming ceremony in the plaza. We'll welcome Brother Wang Chong to join the Four Righteous Gang. At the same time, we'll also welcome our own formation master. Everyone cheered. Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he turned to Tiger's Might and said, Tiger's Might, take Chong and the old madam to settle down. Find a good house for them. Tiger's Might nodded and said, Yes, brother. You can rest assured. Zhao Hai nodded, then he immediately arranged for everyone to send the invisible iron back to the refining hall. In the refining hall, Zhao Hai built a large warehouse. There were a lot of shelves in the warehouse. On the shelves were space bags. The contents of the space bags were written on the outside. It took some time for everyone to send the invisible iron back to the warehouse. After that, everyone dispersed. Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others also returned to their rooms. After taking a good rest, Zhao Hai had Laura and the others prepare some food and wine. These things were left to the processing machine, so Laura and the others didn't need to do much. In the evening, all the members of the Four Righteous Gang came to the square of the main peak of Tsuiwei Peak. There were many tables in the square, on which food and drinks were served. After they came, they all sat down at their own tables, except for the main table. Before long, Zhao Hai and Tigers might arrived. Besides Zhao Hai and the others, Tai Xiong, Gu Xianxia, Wang Chang, Qing Song, and Ku Daoist also sat at the main table. Old Madame Wang sat with Laura and the others. After Zhao Hai sat down, he looked around and saw that everyone's eyes were focused on him. Zhao Hai knew what these people were thinking. A lot of these people knew about ores. They thought that they dug up poor iron ores. But looking at Zhao Hai's appearance, it didn't seem like it. Because of this, they wanted to know what was different about the ores. Zhao Hai stood up while holding his wine glass. Then he said, "Today, we welcome Brother Wang Chang and Old Madam Wang to join our Four Righteous Gang. Come, let's give a toast to Old Madam. We wish Old Madam Wang good fortune and great progress in her cultivation." Everyone responded in unison. Then, they raised their wine cups at the same time and said loudly, "Old Madam, we wish you good fortune and great progress in your cultivation." This was the first time that Old Madam Wang experienced such a scene. She was at a loss for what to do. However, she still stood up and gave everyone a salute. After everyone drank their wine, Old Madam Wang sat down. Zhao Hai poured another glass of wine. Then he looked at everyone and said, "Come, let's give a toast to Brother Wang Chang. From now on, Brother Wang Chang will be the hall master of our Four Righteous Gang's formation hall." Everyone nodded. Then they stood up with their glasses and loudly said, "Let's give a toast to Brother Wang Chang." Wang Chang's face turned red from excitement. He also stood up with his glass and said, "Thank you, brothers. It's my honor to be able to join the Four Righteous Gang. Cheers." Everyone laughed. Then they loudly said, "Cheers." Then they raised their necks and drank the wine in their glasses. Zhao Hai also drank the wine in his glass. Then he poured himself another glass. Then he raised his glass and said, "Everyone has worked hard these past few days. I know that everyone wants to know why I bought the abandoned mine and why I wanted everyone to bring the ores back to the sect. Today, I will tell everyone." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but stare. Then he stood up and said, "Brother, this," Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "We're all brothers. I believe in everyone." When everyone saw the two of them, they couldn't help but be stunned. They looked at Zhao Hai and White Tiger's Might in confusion. They didn't know what the two of them meant. It seemed that there were still secrets in the ores, and they couldn't be told to everyone. This made everyone even more curious. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, you must remember what I said today. Don't spread it out, because this matter concerns the life and death of our Four Righteous Gang. Whether or not our Four Righteous Gang can develop depends on this batch of ores." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, their expressions couldn't help but become serious. At this time, Zhao Hai turned to look at Tai Xiong and said, "Tai Xiong, have you heard of the invisible iron?" When Tai Xiong heard Zhao Hai's words, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Then he frowned, as if he was recalling something. After a while, his eyes suddenly lit up. He raised his head to look at Zhao Hai and said excitedly, "Gang leader, are you talking about the invisible iron? The invisible iron that can't be refined by fire." Zhao Hai never thought that Tai Xiong would actually know about the invisible iron, so he nodded his head and said, "That's right, it's the invisible iron that can't be refined by fire." Tai Xiong immediately stood up. He looked at Zhao Hai and said with a trembling voice, "Gang leader, are you saying that the ores we brought back are the invisible iron ores?" Zhao Hai nodded his head, then laughed out loud, "You're right, the ores we brought back are all invisible iron ores, and they are also rich in invisible iron ores. Each stone can be refined to about 75% of the invisible iron." Tai Xiong was so excited that his entire body trembled. After a long while, he laughed out loud, "Ha ha ha, great, it's actually the invisible iron, it's actually the invisible iron, ha ha ha, the heavens bless my Four Righteous Gang, the heavens bless my Four Righteous Gang." Tai Xiong was so excited, but it caused the others to be confused. This was because they had never heard of any invisible iron, but looking at Tai Xiong's appearance, this invisible iron seemed to be a good thing. Zhao Hai looked at Tai Xiong's appearance, smiled slightly, patted Tai Xiong's shoulder, and said to Tai Xiong, "Alright, Tai Xiong, tell the brothers, let them know what this invisible iron is. Look, the brothers are all waiting." Tai Xiong had also slowly calmed down. He looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "I have only heard of this invisible iron, but have never seen it before. My Tai family's ancestor was lucky enough to see it once, because this invisible iron is too special, and the method of refining it can't be used with fire. That's why my ancestor recorded this invisible iron." At this point, Tai Xiong paused for a moment, then continued, "Invisible iron, just like its name, is a type of iron that does not have a fixed shape. Legend has it that weapons made of this kind of iron can change into thousands of forms, and with a weapon in hand, it is equivalent to having all the weapons in the world in hand, which is why it has the name of invisible iron." When everyone heard Tai Xiong's words, they were all stunned. Then, they all frowned, as if they didn't quite understand what Tai Xiong meant. Tai Xiong looked at everyone's expression and was also in a difficult position. This was because he didn't know much about the invisible iron, so he really couldn't say much. Zhao Hai glanced at Tai Xiong and knew that he couldn't say too much. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and continued, "Tai Xiong is right, the invisible iron is a type of metal that doesn't have a fixed shape. But this is not absolute. The invisible iron can be forged, it can be made into any kind of weapon. For example, when he makes a blade, if you don't use it, it will always look like a blade, but when you use it, when you inject your spirit energy into the blade, then you can make the blade into any shape you want. For example, if you are fighting with someone, you are using a blade, and the opponent is using a large shield. At this time, your blade cannot break through the opponent's shield, then what do? You can think about turning this blade into a flail, and under the use of your spirit energy, this blade will become a flail. In other words, as long as you inject your spirit energy into the blade, it can become any kind of weapon." There were no idiots at the scene. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Everyone's eyes lit up as they looked at Tai Xiong. It was obvious that they wanted to get a positive answer from Tai Xiong. Although Tai Xiong didn't understand, he understood after hearing Zhao Hai's words. He looked at everyone and nodded, "Sect Master is right, weapons made from invisible iron can indeed change into all kinds of forms." Boom! Everyone stood up. This news was too good for them. They had never thought that there would be such a weapon. This was too shocking. These cultivators had all experienced life and death situations, and they knew very well how important a good weapon was to them. If there really was a weapon that could change into all kinds of forms, then it would be even more important to them. In a battle between two people, one person's weapon was normal, while the other person's weapon could change. One moment, you saw a blade, and the next moment, it could be a sledgehammer. In this kind of situation, the person who could not change his weapon would naturally be at a disadvantage. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Alright, everyone, don't get too excited. Right now, those invisible iron are just ordinary ores, they haven't been refined yet. Everyone, sit down." Everyone calmed down and sat down, but their faces still had traces of excitement. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Everyone, remember, this invisible iron is very important to the Four Righteous Gang. But at the same time, the value of this invisible iron is also very high. If we let those big forces know that we have this invisible iron, then they will certainly come to rob us. With our current strength, we simply can't stop them. Therefore, for the safety of the Four Righteous Gang, you must not reveal the fact that we have this invisible iron. Do you understand?" Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Don't forget, this invisible iron is very important to the Four Righteous Gang." Zhao looked at everyone and said, "Alright, now that we have the invisible iron back, it will take some time before we can use it again. So don't always think about it, otherwise it might affect your cultivation. Let's do our best to act the same as before. Starting tomorrow, the Four Righteous Gang will officially start brewing wine." Zhao nodded and said, "Alright, we have the invisible iron back, but it will take some time before we can use it again. So don't always think about it." Everyone stared, they didn't think that Zhao Hai would suddenly say this. To be honest, since they knew that they had invisible iron, their hearts had become bigger. They really didn't want to brew wine anymore. This was because for them, brewing wine was just a small matter, it wasn't something that could be put on the table. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Do you think that brewing wine is really boring? Now that we have invisible iron, why should we brew wine? Should we take advantage of this opportunity to grow and expand? Should we even be able to sweep the world?" When everyone heard Zhao Hai, they couldn't help but chuckle. However, they quickly sobered up. They knew that this was impossible, they didn't have the strength to sweep the world. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "We have invisible iron, but we can't sell it. Moreover, we can't sell it. After we sell it, we won't be able to find another place to buy it. If we want to develop the invisible iron, we can't just rely on invisible iron. We also need jade essence as well as other things. In the end, we can't develop without jade essence." Everyone had now calmed down. When they heard Zhao Hai, they nodded. They also knew that Zhao Hai was right. If the four righteous gang wanted to develop, then it wouldn't be enough to rely on invisible iron. Moreover, invisible iron couldn't be used in a short time. The invisible iron was a treasure. If people didn't know about it, then it would be fine. But if people knew about it, then this treasure would immediately become a source of disaster, it would take everyone's life. Zhao Hai said, "Right now, we still need to follow the original development plan. Mr. will start with brewing wine. First, we need to balance the income and expenditure of the four righteous gang. Then we can slowly develop. As long as the four righteous gang has money, then we can buy more good things. And as long as we have more good things, we can attract more people to join the gang. Therefore, everyone should forget about the invisible iron for now and focus on your own business." Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai opened his mouth and said, "All right, the facts have been made clear to everyone. Now it's time to drink. Come, everyone, let's drink. Today, we're very happy, let's get drunk." Everyone loudly complied. Actually, it wasn't easy for cultivators to get drunk. Zhao Hai's talk about getting drunk was just a joke. This night, everyone was very happy as they drank until midnight before dispersing. After everyone left, Laura and the others cleaned up the square before returning to their rooms. When they returned to their rooms, they saw Zhao Hai sitting there with a dignified expression. In front of him was a projection. On the projection, there were many small squares. Each square represented a cultivator from the four righteous gang. These cultivators were doing all kinds of things, but most of them were resting while some were cultivating. It was clear that Zhao Hai was monitoring the people who came to the square today. Naturally, Zhao Hai wasn't a reckless person. When he spoke about the invisible iron in the square, even tigers might felt that he was being reckless, let alone Zhao Hai. The reason why Zhao Hai spoke about this matter today was because he had a plan to lure the snake out of its hole. He wanted to use this matter as a touchstone. He wanted to see how many people in the four righteous gang were loyal to them and how many would betray them. Although these cultivators could be said to be rogue cultivators in the Void Realm, the big forces wouldn't easily recruit them. However, this depended on the situation. It would be very difficult to join an organization empty-handed. But what if you didn't join empty-handed, but instead brought a token of allegiance? A token of allegiance didn't necessarily mean killing people. The so-called token of allegiance actually represented sincerity. When Chao Gai ascended to Liangshan, didn't he use the birth outline as a token of allegiance? From this, it can be seen that a token of allegiance didn't necessarily mean killing people, it just represented determination. Now that the four righteous gang had a lot of invisible iron ores, if these people wanted to join a big force, then they could use these invisible iron ores as a token of allegiance. When the time comes, they would naturally be able to join a big force. In any case, the treatment of the four righteous gang couldn't be compared to those big forces. Zhao Hai was naturally aware of this. Therefore, he deliberately spoke about the invisible iron ores in the square. He wanted to make those disloyal people move so that he could clean them up in one fell swoop. At this time, the entire four righteous gang was covered by Zhao Hai's barrier. Although it didn't look like anything was happening outside, Zhao Hai can guarantee that no information would be leaked outside of Green Mountain. Laura came in from the outside. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, "How is it, Brother Hai? Did you find anything?" Zhao Hai shook his head and said, "I didn't find anything. Those guys are fine." "Alright, you should be tired today. You should rest early." Laura shook her head and then sat beside Zhao Hai and said, "We're not tired." "How can we be tired with this kind of work?" "Brother Hai, have you thought about what the Four Righteous Gang will do in the future? Is it just the way it is now?" Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, the Four Righteous Gang can't develop too fast. Otherwise, not to mention others, even Tianjian and the others won't be able to tolerate us. So we can't be anxious right now." Laura nodded, then she said, "Although the teleportation realm cultivators are from the void realm, most of the transcending realm cultivators come from the space. This makes them easy to control. However, the teleportation realm cultivators are troublesome." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "The teleportation realm cultivators are people from the void realm." Zhao Hai nodded, but he still said, "In any case, the Four Righteous Gang can't just use the space's people. Otherwise, it might be discovered, which would be troublesome. Alright, let's go rest. If something happens, the space will remind us." Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "Alright." Laura and the others didn't oppose, then they went to the space to rest. This time, they obtained a lot of invisible iron. For Zhao Hai, this was a good thing. In the future, he can take out liquid silver and use it without worrying about other people's suspicions. After Zhao Hai and the others rested for an hour, an alarm suddenly sounded. Zhao Hai woke up and went to the living room of the space's villa. He looked at the screen and saw a cultivator fiddling with a small transmission formation. This transmission formation was as big as the one that Zhao Hai used to send messages. At a glance, one could see that it was used to send messages. Zhao Hai's expression couldn't help but change, then he said, "Pay attention to his transmission formation. Pull the coordinates of his transmission formation into the space. I want to see what he wrote." Then the cultivator finished writing on a jade slip and placed it into the transmission formation. Then the transmission formation flashed as a jade slip appeared in the space. Zhao Hai took out the jade slip and scanned it with his spiritual force. After reading the contents, Zhao Hai's expression sank. At this time, the image changed. Another person appeared on the screen. This person was using a spell, but it seems like this spell was also used to send messages. Zhao Hai looked at the two people and coldly snorted, "These monsters finally came out. Good, I'll catch you all in one fell swoop." But this was just the beginning. Then 4 or 5 cultivators sent messages. Naturally, all of these messages were intercepted by Zhao Hai. Without exception, all of these messages were sent to the outside world. The next day, Zhao Hai didn't say anything. He continued to do what he was supposed to do. This time, Zhao Hai did a good job. They bought a large piece of wasteland in a nearby city. Because the city was in a plain, there was a lot of land around it. Many of the locals made a living there by growing food. But in the cultivation realm, food wasn't very valuable. Therefore, although growing food was the main industry, they would still do other things. Otherwise, although they could support themselves by growing food, it would be difficult for them to cultivate. However, Zhao Hai already told Xiao Yafeng and the others that they could make a deal with these people and let them grow food with peace of mind. Once the food matured, they could buy it at a high price. This kind of pre-order model had never existed in the Void Realm. Many people who grew food didn't trust Xiao Yafeng and the others. However, Xiao Yafeng didn't completely rely on these people. They had already bought a large piece of land and were preparing to grow food. Ancient Heart Saint also sorted out a large number of spirit herbs. These spirit herbs were very common. But even if they were ordinary, they were still unique to the Bitterba star. In addition to the spirit herbs, there were also some plants that could be used to make wine. Zhao Hai took the things that Ancient Heart Saint chose to the space and divided them. In the end, he chose some of the plants that were most suitable for making wine. Moreover, the wine that was brewed had a very good taste. Then he wrote a recipe and handed it over to Ancient Heart Saint. Although Ancient Heart Saint was an alchemist, he was no stranger to making wine. This was mainly because there were spirit wines in the cultivation realm. And the spirit wines in the cultivation realm were all good things. Some spirit wines were even hard to find. Because of this, Ancient Heart Saint was no stranger to making wine. However, when he received the recipe that Zhao Hai gave him, he was surprised. This was because the recipe was very detailed. Every step of the wine was written clearly. As long as people followed the instructions, they would be able to make it. Naturally, this wasn't what surprised Ancient Heart Saint the most. He was surprised that Zhao Hai was able to combine the spirit herbs and the plants that were unique to the Bitter Ba star in such a short time. Although he didn't know how the wine would turn out, when he saw the detailed steps in the recipe, he knew that Zhao Hai wasn't joking. Now that the Four Righteous Gang had sold a large amount of land, the land naturally couldn't be left uncultivated. Because of this, Zhao Hai immediately transferred some transcending realm cultivators from the Four Righteous Gang. Then he recruited some low-level cultivators from the Four Righteous Gang and had them work together to plant the barren land. Because Zhao Hai's salary wasn't low, the salary that Zhao Hai gave to the low-level cultivators wasn't low. On the contrary, it was very high. Because of this, the recruitment of people was very smooth. The land that the Four Righteous Gang bought this time was more than 100,000 mu. However, for the cultivators, planting wasn't a big deal. Zhao Hai wanted to plant food, not spirit herbs. Therefore, they could use magic to plow the land. In just a few days, more than 100,000 mu of food had been planted. Zhao Hai dismissed most of the people he recruited. Only a few people and the people sent by the Four Righteous Gang were left to look after the land. As long as the food was planted, the remaining land would be easy to deal with. There was no need for so many people. The reason why Zhao Hai recruited these people was to show the locals that the Four Righteous Gang wasn't joking. They really needed a large amount of food. In the local area, food was planted. In Suiwei Mountain, some places that weren't suitable for growing spirit herbs could be planted with other materials needed for brewing wine. Because these things were very common, they didn't have high requirements for their growing environment. Therefore, they could be planted in ordinary mountainous areas. Naturally, Zhao Hai didn't destroy the vegetation in Suiwei Mountain too much. He just planted them in some places that weren't very good. In addition to planting these things, Zhao Hai also had White Tiger's Might and the others go to some big cities and issue some tasks. These tasks were effective all year round. They were to collect materials needed for brewing wine. Naturally, the price of these materials wasn't high, but they were easy to find. Bitter Crust Star was filled with these materials. A lot of ordinary cultivators could pick them up and then sell them for money. Not only did the Four Righteous Gang get a large amount of brewing materials, they also provided a way for ordinary cultivators to make a fortune. For 10 days, Zhao Hai was dealing with these matters. It was as if he didn't know that someone was spreading the news. The Four Righteous Gang seemed to be very calm. Nobody knew that a storm was about to befall the Four Righteous Gang. During these 10 days, Zhao Hai has been monitoring these people. He wanted to know if there were other people who were spreading the news outside, and what kind of news were they spreading. Needless to say, there were some people who were spreading the news. However, some of them were just ordinary news. They were just asking their friends to join the Four Righteous Gang. Although the Four Righteous Gang would certainly expand in the future, they didn't say anything about the invisible iron. However, there were some other people who didn't do the same. The information they spread out was actually related to the formless iron. They also wanted to use the formless iron as a sign of allegiance to gain the favor of some large faction. Zhao Hai calculated that in the entire Four Righteous Gang, there were about 20 people who were spreading the news about the invisible iron. This was a proportion that was not low. This also made Zhao Hai see that these teleportation realm cultivators weren't very reliable. He was very good to them, but they were still thinking about how to sell the Four Righteous Gang. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't be polite to such people. In Zhao Hai's room, White Tiger's Might, Xiao Yafeng, Hu Mengyin, Ancient Heart Saint, Tai Xiong, Wang Cheng, Qing Song, and Ku Daoist were all sitting in the living room. They didn't know why Zhao Hai brought them to his room. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and didn't beat around the bush. Instead, he directly said, "I called you here today to tell you something. When I told you about the invisible iron, Tiger's Might wanted to stop me. He blamed me for speaking too early. Although our Four Righteous Gang is made up of rogue cultivators, our hearts aren't necessarily united. We want to manage the Four Righteous Gang well so that it can develop. However, not everyone thinks the same way. They might want to use the invisible iron as proof of their loyalty." Tiger's Might, am I right? White Tiger's Might nodded and said, "Yes, big brother. I think you're too reckless in this matter. This matter shouldn't be revealed right now. If this news were to leak out, it wouldn't be good for our four righteous gang. Xiao Yifeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother, did you already think of this? Did you deliberately reveal this matter? When the others heard what Xiao Yifeng said, they turned to look at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, Yifeng, you're right. I deliberately revealed this matter. If I didn't, then those who aren't on our side would continue to be on our side. Moreover, they would continue to hide in the four righteous gang. At the critical moment, they would suddenly jump out and stab us in the back. Therefore, I revealed this matter. I only have one purpose in doing this, and that is to draw out those who aren't on our side and purify the interior of the four righteous gang. As long as the interior of the four righteous gang is clean, then all of us would be united. Then the four righteous gang wouldn't be able to develop. How can the four righteous gang develop? When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they were all stunned. Then, they all looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes. Tiger's Might anxiously said, Big brother, so you're saying that we've drawn out those guys? But why didn't I know about it? Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, Brother, it's not that I want to hide it from you, but it's better if more people know about it. With your temper, if you knew about it, would you still be able to act naturally? Also, I want to tell you that I'm sorry for what I did to you. In the past few days, I must have been monitoring you. Not only you, but also the members of the four righteous gang. I just want to find out who is not on our side. When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but stare. Then their expressions changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be so ruthless as to monitor everyone. Zhao Hai looked at everyone's expression, then he smiled bitterly and said, I know that you might hate me, but please believe me. I don't have any malice towards you. It's because our four righteous gang is too weak. We simply can't withstand a storm. As long as any major force knows that we have the invisible iron, then the four righteous gang would be finished. I might be able to escape with my own strength, but what about the others? There are so many people in the four righteous gang. No major force would accept all of them. When the time comes, if they don't die, then they would return to their previous lives. For the four righteous gang, for the brothers, I can only do this. Everyone who is an enemy of the four righteous gang is my enemy. Everyone didn't say anything, they just stood up and cupped their fists towards Zhao Hai and said, We are willing to die for Big Brother, leader. Zhao Hai stood up, then he waved his hand and said, All right, there's no need to be so polite. Come and sit down. I'm happy that you're not angry with me. Everyone sat down and looked at Zhao Hai. They now knew why Zhao Hai called them over. Zhao Hai must have discovered something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have called them over. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, Do you understand why I called you here today? Here is a list of names. Take it. Everyone on the list is to spread the news within the next 10 days. Moreover, it's all about the invisible iron. Immediately go and contact the others. Tomorrow, we'll take action and capture everyone on the list. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a few jade slips and gave them to Tiger's Might and the others. When Tiger's Might and the others took the jade slips and looked at the list, their expressions couldn't help but change. They couldn't be blamed for being surprised. The entire four righteous gang had more than 300 teleportation realm cultivators. But on this list, there were more than 20 people. This ratio was frighteningly high. Zhao Hai looked at the faces of the people around him and smiled wryly. Are you surprised? I didn't think that there would be so many people. Well, I have my own testimonies. After he said that, Zhao Hai took out a few jade slips. At the same time, he also took out a few small formations. These formations were boundary formations. Inside these boundary formations, there were several spells sealed. Zhao Hai showed the jade slips to Tiger's Might and the others. Then he said, Take a look. These are the things we intercepted in the past few days. The group took the jade slips and looked at the contents. Their expressions turned gloomy. The jade slips were all about the invisible iron. Moreover, each jade slip had the name of the person and their unique spiritual force. After the group looked at the jade slips, Zhao Hai said, Go out and contact the people who aren't on the list. We'll act together, we can't let them escape. The group nodded, then they stood up and gave Xiao Hai a salute before they turned around and left. After the group left, Laura came out. She looked at Xiao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, you told them about this matter. Aren't you afraid that they would be dissatisfied with you?" Xiao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "There's no other way. As a leader, if I don't let them see my methods, then how can I manage the Four Righteous Gang in the future? It's not good to rely on feelings. If they make great progress in the future, then wouldn't they want to be the gang's leader? I want them to know my methods. I want them to know that even if they make great progress, they still can't win against me. Only by doing this can I truly control the Four Righteous Gang." Laura nodded, then she sighed and said, "I've been inside the space for too long. I've already forgotten about these things." Fortunately, Big Brother Hai thought about it. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Four Righteous Gang would have a hard time in the future. Xiao Hai waved his hand and said, "Don't worry about it. Later on, we'll integrate the space into the Four Righteous Gang. At that time, even if those fellows wanted to stir up a storm, they wouldn't be able to do anything." Laura nodded. The Four Righteous Gang had two reasons. First, they wanted to establish their own influence in the Void Realm. If there were any changes in the True Spirit Realm, then they would be able to lend a hand. Secondly, they really wanted to gather all the rogue cultivators in the Void Realm so that the cultivators here would have a place to rely on. In the future, the cultivators of the real spiritual world would have a place to stay when they enter the Void Realm from the real spiritual world. Third, they wanted to train the cultivators of various races. Although there were a lot of cultivators in the space, there weren't a lot of them who were strong. This was mainly because these people didn't get enough training. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. A greenhouse wouldn't be able to raise a towering tree. Actually, to deal with the 20 cultivators, Xiao Hai and the space could easily deal with them. However, Xiao Hai didn't do so. He wanted to use this matter to tie the Four Righteous Gang into a rope. On this day, Tiger's Might and the others went to pay their respects to the cultivators. Because they usually did this, the people of the Four Righteous Gang didn't feel anything different. The next morning, Xiao Hai suddenly called everyone to the square. Looking at the people in the audience, Xiao Hai said, "Today, I've called everyone here because I have something to tell you. Our Four Righteous Gang has a traitor." Xiao Hai nodded. As soon as Zhao said this, the people in the audience couldn't help but look at the 20 people. The 20 people's faces also changed. They looked around with a guilty conscience and found that the people around them were looking at them. Their faces suddenly changed. Xiao Hai also looked at the 20 cultivators and said, "I'll give you the best chance. If you stand up now, then I'll spare your lives. If you resist, then I'll kill you." The complexion of the 20 people changed, but they still didn't move. Xiao Hai looked at them and said, "If you give up this last chance, then don't blame me for being impolite. I'll read your names. From now on, you're no longer a member of the Four Righteous Gang, you're now our enemies." Xiao Hai looked at the 20 people in front of him and said, "If you want to give up this chance, then don't blame me for being impolite." After he said that, Xiao Hai called out the names one by one. Everyone who heard their names turned pale. After Xiao Hai finished, Xiao Hai looked at the cultivators and said, "Do you have anything else to say?" A cultivator looked at Xiao Hai and knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. He couldn't help but sneer and said, "Xiao Hai, do you dare to make a move on us? We've already spread the news that the Four Righteous Gang has the invisible iron. Now, all the major forces in the Void Realm know about it. You can't afford to offend any major force in the Void Realm. If you let us go, then maybe we can help you beg for mercy and spare your lives. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Four Righteous Gang will be removed from the Void Realm." Xiao Hai looked at the cultivator and then at the others. Then he said, "Do you have the same idea?" The others looked at each other. Then one of the cultivators cupped his fist towards Xiao Hai and said, "Gang Master, you're good to us. But every man for himself, the devil takes the hindmost. We're also doing this for ourselves. The Four Righteous Gang can help us unite and prevent us from being bullied in the future. But that's a matter for the future. We don't know how long we'll have to wait for that day to come. Moreover, even if the Four Righteous Gang develops, can they give us more things than the other great forces? Instead of following the Four Righteous Gang and waiting for the future that we don't know when it will come, We might as well take these invisible irons and join those big forces. That way, we can get more cultivation materials. Isn't that better? Zhao Hai looked at the cultivator and then at the other cultivators of the Four Righteous Gang. Then he said, "Do you think so too?" Of course, Zhao Hai was not asking about the 20 cultivators, but the other cultivators of the Four Righteous Gang. To be honest, that cultivator's words were really moving. If the other members of the Four Righteous Gang thought the same, then there was no need for the Four Righteous Gang to continue operating. The other cultivators cupped their fists at Zhao Hai in unison and said in a deep voice, "We are willing to die for the gang master." Ha 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 ha, you guys didn't let me down. Xianxia, tell me, why don't you want to join the other big forces instead of staying in the Four Righteous Gang? Replying to the gang leader, I, Xianxia, escaped from my own realm. I'm just a lonely ghost in the void realm. Before I joined the Four Righteous Gang, it's not that I didn't go to those big forces to recommend myself, but I didn't succeed once. After joining the Four Righteous Gang, my strength wasn't much stronger than before. If I relied on the invisible iron to join those big forces, I wouldn't be valued by them because they were interested in the invisible iron, not me. Xianxia paused for a moment. He looked at the 20 cultivators and said, "Those big forces look down on me because they think that I don't have enough potential. Although this is one of the reasons, it's enough. From their reaction, I know that in their eyes, I'm not an amazing genius. Otherwise, they wouldn't care about my background and directly let me join them. But those big forces didn't let me join, which means that there are other stronger geniuses in their place. In those big forces, strength and talent speak for themselves. Even if I joined them with the help of the invisible iron, they will give me a high status. If my cultivation can't keep up, they won't give me a good face. Instead of spending money to join them and look at their faces, I'd rather stay in the Four Righteous Gang. At least everyone in the Four Righteous Gang is equal. The good things here can be obtained by our own efforts. But if I go to those big forces, I'm afraid that even if I work hard, I won't be able to get those good things." Xianxia's expression turned serious as he looked at the 20 cultivators and said, "The big forces look down on me because they think that my potential isn't enough. Although this is one of the reasons, it's enough." Pine Tree let out a long breath, then he said, "I'm also from a large force, so I'm very clear that large forces aren't necessarily good. In a large force, everything you get is earned by yourself. As for this invisible iron, to put it bluntly, it was the gang leader who found it. It has nothing to do with us. If the gang leader was willing to give it to us, then it means that he considers us as one of his own. If the other large forces obtained the invisible iron, then would they be like the gang leader and say it out loud? Would these invisible irons still fall on our heads?" At this point, Pine Tree didn't say anything else. He closed his mouth and looked at the people who betrayed the Four Righteous Gang with cold eyes. Those who betrayed the Four Righteous Gang didn't speak. What the person said before wasn't really to defend himself. His main purpose was to incite the thoughts of the other members of the Four Righteous Gang. As long as these people had the same thoughts as him, they wouldn't follow Zhao Hai to deal with the Four Righteous Gang. When the time comes, the Four Righteous Gang would have a chance to escape. And as long as they can escape, the secret of the invisible iron would naturally be spread out. At that time, the Four Righteous Gang would be able to use the invisible iron as a stepping stone to become a big force. However, they didn't think that Pine Tree would actually say these words. Moreover, his words were reasonable. Even if they wanted to incite discord, it was useless. The other party completely ignored them. When Zhao Hai heard Pine Tree's words, he couldn't help but laugh and said, "You're right. When it comes to talent, I'm afraid that no one here can compare to me. If I really want to join a big force, I'm afraid that big force would accept me. But I don't want to be bullied by a big force. That's why I want to establish the Four Righteous Gang." Moreover, Pine Tree just said that he had offended someone in his own realm, so he fled to the Void Realm. In other words, it would be very difficult for him to return to his own realm in his lifetime. Even if he joins a big force, it would be very difficult for him to return to his own realm because no matter which big force it is, it wouldn't offend another big force for the sake of one person. But the Four Righteous Gang is different. The Four Righteous Gang was established by the efforts of all of us. If the Four Righteous Gang develops well in the future and becomes a big force in the Void Realm that no one dares to offend, then you can go home and proudly return to your realm. Yes, the Four Righteous Gang's current treatment isn't as good as those big forces, but what the Four Righteous Gang can give you is something that those big forces can't. After saying that, Zhao Hai turned his head to look at the 20 people and said, "You chose to be enemies with the Four Righteous Gang, so you don't have to blame the Four Righteous Gang for being ruthless. Are you going to commit suicide or do you want us to do it?" The 20 people looked around and found that the people from the Four Righteous Gang had already taken out their weapons and surrounded them. The 20 people's faces couldn't help but change. One of the cultivators said, "Zhao Hai, we're not to be trifled with. If you want to kill us, we won't sit still. When the time comes, I'm afraid that the Four Righteous Gang will suffer a lot of losses. Why don't you let us go? We can swear a great heart demon oath that we won't tell anyone about the invisible iron. How about you let us go?" Zhao Hai's face was calm and he didn't say anything. At this time, another cultivator cried out, "Leader, please forgive me. I was just confused for a moment. I won't do it again." Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Are you done? If you're done, then do it." Following Zhao Hai's order, White Tiger's Might and the others immediately launched an attack. At the same time, Zhao Hai summoned his Death Knight suit and stood there quietly with the Power King Bao in his hand. The 20 cultivators also knew that it would be difficult for them to escape. They immediately surrounded each other and resisted the attacks of the other cultivators of the Four Righteous Gang. These 20 cultivators were all veterans, it wouldn't be easy to deal with them. Zhao Hai looked at them, then he suddenly pulled the Power King Bao and shot out arrows. The power of the Power King Bao was very strong. Ordinary teleportation realm cultivators would find it very difficult to block the attack of the Power King Bao. Although the 20 cultivators had seen Zhao Hai in action, they didn't know how strong Zhao Hai was. When they saw Zhao Hai and Wen Daolin fighting, Wen Daolin was able to easily block Zhao Hai's arrows. They thought that Zhao Hai's attack was only SOSO. But when they saw Zhao Hai's arrows, they realized how terrifying Zhao Hai was. Every time they shot an arrow, they would be able to use up their strength. At this time, how could they block Zhao Hai's arrows? Several of them were killed by Zhao Hai on the spot. These 20 cultivators were temporarily put together, so they didn't have any cooperation. They were just trying to block Zhao Hai's attack. But now, they couldn't block it. They were afraid of death, so their formation was messed up. The other members of the Four Righteous Gang were also veterans. They wouldn't let go of this opportunity. They rushed forward and completely messed up their formation. Once the formation was messed up, those people were finished. They were quickly wiped out by the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai looked at the corpses of those people and said, "Take all the good things from their bodies. Our Four Righteous Gang is too poor, these things are still useful. Old Madam Wang, you'll be in charge of the Four Righteous Gang's inventory. As long as everyone has enough contribution points, they can exchange for anything they want." Old Madam Wang and Laura had been watching the battle from the side. Old Madam Wang didn't make a move. She didn't expect that Zhao Hai would suddenly give her such a task. Although Old Madam Wang was a member of the Wang family, and her family was also very rich, she still hadn't done such a thing. This was a gang's warehouse. If she was in charge of it, this responsibility would be too big. Just as Old Madam Wang was about to say something, Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, "Old Madam, you don't have to decline this matter. The warehouse will be temporarily managed by Laura and the others. However, they still have other things to do, so they don't have the time. Let Laura teach you, you'll be familiar with it. The warehouse is an important place, I wouldn't feel relieved if I leave it to ordinary people." When Old Madam Wang heard Zhao Hai, she couldn't help but nod, "Yes, Gang Master. Please rest assured, this old woman will certainly manage the warehouse well." Zhao Hai nodded, then he looked at the corpses on the ground and said, "All right, everyone, go and do your own things. I hope that everyone will remember that the Four Righteous Gang can give you everything. I hope that everyone can treat the Four Righteous Gang as their own home." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand and received the 20 corpses into the Space City. Recently, Zhao Hai discovered that the undead in the Space City could be turned into undead if he wanted. In other words, the undead could switch between being dead and alive. This situation was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. He didn't know what to say, he could only say that this was a new form of life. After dealing with the corpses, Zhao Hai also cleaned up the square. After all, the square was damaged from the battle. After all, everyone returned to their rooms. This matter wasn't something to be proud of, so they weren't in a good mood. Instead, they returned to their rooms. Zhao Hai led Tiger's Might and the others back to the Hell King's ship. He had Laura and the others prepare a table of food and wine. After the group sat down and drank, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he sighed and said, "The Four Righteous Gang hasn't even started yet and we've already encountered such a thing. It's really not easy for a gang to develop." Tiger's Might wasn't in a good mood, but he still said, "Big brother, don't think too much about it. This isn't your fault, it's just that those people were too greedy. They wanted to join a big force, but they didn't think about the benefits of joining a big force. But this is also good. Now that we've cleaned up these people, everyone in the Four Righteous Gang can think about the same thing. This is a good thing for the Four Righteous Gang." Daoist Ku said in a deep voice, "That's right, faction leader. You don't need to think too much about it. They came this far because of themselves. It has nothing to do with you. Faction leader, now that we've planted the grain and collected a lot of other herbs, when do you think we should start brewing wine?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment, then he turned to Tai Xiong and said, "Tai Xiong, how are the things that I asked you to make for brewing wine?" Tai Xiong said in a deep voice, "Please rest assured, Gang Master. I've already sized them up. They can be used at any time." Zhao Hai nodded, then he turned to Wang Chang and said, "Changzi, I'll give you a few magic formations later. You and Tai Xiong need to make these formations as soon as possible. These formations are very important to our winemaking." Wang Chang nodded, then he turned to Wang Chang and said, "Changzi, I'll give you a few magic formations later." When Wang Chang heard Zhao Hai's words, he quickly responded. He had already been in the Four Righteous Gang for a few days, and his formation hall had already been built. Moreover, Zhao Hai had also given him a few helpers. However, Wang Chang hadn't made any magic formations in the past few days, which made him feel suffocated. He had long wanted to show off his skills, and now that he finally had the chance, he was naturally happy. Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Right now, we want to brew wine, but we still lack one thing, and that is food. Although we've planted food, it's impossible for it to be produced immediately, so we need to buy some food. After we buy the food, we can first make a batch of wine and see how it tastes. Then, we'll have the Yi family help us sell some and see how effective it is." Although everyone was a cultivator, they didn't know much about business. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they naturally didn't object and nodded. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said in a deep voice, "Brewing wine is indeed a good business, and it's also a long-term business. The longer the wine is stored, the better the taste. Chang, the magic formations I asked you to make are specifically used to store wine. The magic formation not only requires metal, but also other things. These things will form a small environment, allowing the wine to be stored better, and can stimulate the best taste of the wine. Therefore, you must work hard. This is related to the income of our Four Righteous Gang." Wang Chang and Tai Xiong both nodded. Zhao Hai continued, "Just the wine business is a bit too simple. I also want to make some other things. First of all, pills are indispensable to cultivators. Cultivators can choose not to drink wine, but they can't do without pills. Therefore, I think we can also make some pills to buy, but we won't make high-level pills, we will only make low-level pills. We also won't make ordinary pills, we will make potions." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone couldn't help but be surprised. Wang Chang even said to Zhao Hai, "Gang Master, you mean to make potions for my mother?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "It's similar. However, what we want to make is only the simplest potions. For example, those that heal injuries and those that recover vitality. Moreover, the price can't be high." When Gu Xianxia heard Zhao Hai, he couldn't help but frown and said, "Gang Master, I'm afraid we won't be able to make any money. Most cultivators know how to refine ordinary medicinal pills. Who would buy our medicinal pills?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly, then he looked at Ancient Heart Saint and said, "If our potions are better than their potions, and aren't that much more expensive, maybe even cheaper, do you think they would buy it?" Ancient Heart Saint smiled faintly, Then he looked at Ancient Heart Saint and said, if our potions are better than theirs, and not much more expensive, then do you think they would buy it? Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Ancient Heart Saint couldn't help but stare. Then he looked at Zhao Hai with excitement and said, Boss, do you really have a way to make this potion? Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, of course. Moreover, we can directly advertise that they can use herbs to exchange for our potions. They don't have to pay. Upon hearing Zhao Hai, everyone was stunned. Ancient Heart Saint looked at Zhao Hai and said, but boss, I'm afraid that we won't be able to make any profit. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, don't worry, we'll make a profit. Then Zhao Hai explained his thoughts on making this potion. At the same time, he gave Wang Chang and Tai Xiong a task to make a furnace that can refine large amounts of potions in a short period of time. The furnace used to refine potions was different from the furnace used to refine pills. Therefore, Zhao Hai redesigned the furnace. Even the formations inside were specially designed. Moreover, after Zhao Hai finished talking about the process of refining potions, Ancient Heart Saint also understood why Zhao Hai said that the cost of refining potions wasn't high. In fact, it really wasn't high. The pills used by cultivators in the cultivation realm were generally divided into two types. One was the more advanced pills. Because the herbs used for these pills were very good, the refining technique was very particular. Therefore, after refining it, it would automatically take the shape of a pill. The other type was the more low-level pills. The refining of these pills was very simple, and the herbs used were also very simple. However, after refining these pills, they would usually be packed into medicinal paste or powder. If you want to get the pills, you would need to make them yourself. If it was medicinal paste, then it would be fine as long as you knead it into a pill. If it was medicinal powder, then you would need to add honey or something else to make it into a pill. However, this process would increase the cost. Zhao Hai's potion was different. This potion was a liquid. During the refining process, a lot of water would be added. After refining it, because it was good for absorption, the potion's effect wouldn't be small. However, the production could increase. However, this potion also had a disadvantage. It needed to be packed in jade bottles. Moreover, it needed to be a small jade bottle. A small jade bottle could only be used once. For other pills, a jade bottle could hold many pills. But for potions, a jade bottle could only be used once. Naturally, the effect would be very good, and the jade bottle could also be counted as part of the cost. However, Zhao Hai also thought about it. They could introduce several different types of potions. One type was a small jade bottle that could only be used once. The other type was a large jade bottle that could be used many times. Moreover, when they sold the potions, they could also negotiate with the cultivators that the jade bottles would be returned. As long as they returned the jade bottles, they would give them a corresponding discount. This way, the cost wouldn't increase by much. Ancient Heart Saint was an expert in alchemy. Therefore, he could hear the benefits of Zhao Hai's potion. It was easy to absorb, cheap, and could be exchanged with herbs. This was equivalent to saving cultivators a lot of time to refine pills. This was very attractive to rogue cultivators. Therefore, the prospects of this potion would be very good. However, Ancient Heart Saint also understood that if they wanted to make money with this kind of potion, they could only rely on their production. The more they produced, the more money they would make. If they didn't produce enough, then they wouldn't be able to make any money. But no matter what, this was a business worth doing. For the current Four Righteous Gang, this kind of business was very important. In the next few days, Zhao Hai had white tigers might go out and look for a house in the surrounding cities. If they wanted to open a shop, then they couldn't just open one. For potions like this, they had to open a few more shops in order to make money. If they wanted to open a shop, then they needed to have a house. Therefore, Zhao Hai had white tigers might look for a house first. Even if the location of the house wasn't very good, it couldn't be too remote. At the same time, the interior of the shop had to be renovated. Wang Chang and Tai Xiong had to prioritize making medicinal furnaces, while Ancient Heart Saint had to purchase medicinal herbs. As for Hu Mengyin, she had to start training a group of shop assistants in the pharmacy. These pharmacists were all low-level cultivators of the Four Righteous Gang, they didn't have to be shop assistants for a lifetime, it was just like a mission. In the next 7 days, everyone was busy with this matter. After 7 days, Wang Cheng and Tai Xiong finally finished making the medicinal furnace. This medicinal furnace was really not small, it was about 100 meters tall, like a big cauldron, and had a diameter of 50 meters. Although this medicinal furnace was big, because it used a lot of machinery and equipment, it was very simple to operate. Whether it was putting medicinal herbs, adding water, or igniting the fire, one only needed to use a button to control it. There was no need to look at the temperature like other people refining medicine, this was completely unnecessary, the machine could do it on its own. Moreover, the concocted potion could be directly placed in the medicinal furnace, and when it was used, the potion could be released through the valve. Rather than saying that this was a medicinal furnace, it was better to say that it was a fully automatic medicinal production line. Zhao Hai also wanted to cater to the aesthetics of cultivators, so he made this automatic production line into the shape of a cauldron. After the medicinal furnace was completed, it was directly taken to the medicine hall. Although this thing was very simple to use, no matter what, it was still used to refine pills, so it was most suitable to place it in the medicine hall. The medicinal furnace was ready, and the ancient heart saint's medicinal herbs were also in place. Zhao Hai had a lot of jade bottles in his space. He originally wanted to use a glass bottle, but in the cultivation world, jade bottles were more popular than glass bottles, so he also used a jade bottle. As for the white tiger's mite house, it would take a few more days for it to be completed. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry, in any case, he hadn't started refining the medicinal herbs yet. It didn't take long before the ancient heart saint prepared all the medicinal herbs and began to refine the potions. On the day of refining, a lot of people came to the medicine hall. Everyone knew that the medicine hall had officially started to produce potions, and these potions were likely to become the Four Righteous Gang's first stable source of income. Because of this, everyone came to take a look. Zhao Hai was also in the pharmacy. He was looking at the huge cauldron in front of him. This cauldron wasn't simple. It had 3 legs, and each leg had its own purpose. One of the legs had 2 tubes. One of the tubes was used to pour water into the cauldron, while the other one was used to release the potions from the cauldron. Zhao Hai was also in the pharmacy. The other leg was used to add medicinal herbs, while the last leg was used to add jade essence. Jade essence was the energy of the cauldron. The usage of the cauldron and the alchemy all relied on jade essence. On the leg where jade essence was added, there were also some buttons. These buttons were used to control the operation of the cauldron. At this time, the medicinal herbs, water, and jade essence had been added to the cauldron. All that was left was to wait for the refining to begin. Zhao Hai looked at the ancient heart saint, then he smiled faintly and said, "Heart saint, this is our Four Righteous Gang's first business. This is something that will make your alchemy hall proud. I'll leave it to you to start." The ancient heart saint took a deep breath, then he nodded. Then he pressed the start button. Immediately, a buzzing sound was heard from the cauldron. The sound wasn't loud. If you didn't listen carefully, then you wouldn't be able to hear the sound coming from inside. Then a row of numbers appeared above the button. This row of numbers was to remind you how long it would take for the refining to be done. Looking at the numbers, Gu Xianxia couldn't help but sigh, 1.5 hours, the first batch of potions will be ready in 1.5 hours. I can't believe it's this fast. This time, I've added a few hundred gene of herbs. At least 1.5 hours, I can make at least 1,500 gene of potions. If this is divided into small bottles, then it would be more than 10,000 bottles. 10,000 bottles of potions in 1.5 hours is equivalent to 10,000 pills. This speed is really amazing. Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "Don't be surprised, it's nothing. Alright, let's take a rest. After 1.5 hours, the results will be out." Everyone wasn't in a hurry. For cultivators, they didn't lack patience. 1.5 hours later, the sound from the cauldron stopped. Then a few beeping sounds came from the cauldron. Then it became calm again. Everyone looked at the tube that contained the potions. The ancient heart saint took a deep breath, then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Guildmaster, I'll let you take out the first batch of potions." Zhao Hai didn't decline. he smiled faintly and said, "All right, I'll take it out first." Then he walked over to the tube that contained the potions. Then he took out a large jade bottle and pushed it against the tube. Then he turned on the switch, causing the potions to flow out. Everyone cheered. After Zhao Hai took half a bottle of potions, he closed the valve and said to the ancient heart saint, "In 2 days, Tai Xiong and the others will install the free-filling tool. In the future, your work will be even easier. This is a potion that recovers spiritual energy. Who wants to try it and see if it's useful?" Everyone chuckled. However, some of them still gave it a try. Because this potion was a low-level potion, it was more effective for low-level cultivators. For cultivators in the realm of teleportation, it wasn't very useful. However, these people were once low-level cultivators. They were able to distinguish between good and bad potions. This was especially true for Gu Xingxing. Gu Xingxing also wanted to know the effects of a potion that was made in just an hour. Therefore, he also made some potions and drank them. As soon as he drank the potion, he felt the spiritual energy in his body become lively. Although the increase wasn't obvious, the ancient heart saint was very clear that this was because of his high cultivation and the fact that he didn't use spiritual energy. If he automatically used spiritual energy, then the spiritual energy in his body would have been replenished. This discovery shocked the ancient heart saint. The ancient heart saint calculated that as soon as he drank the potion, there was a reaction almost immediately. In other words, the potion took effect very quickly. This was the most powerful part of this potion. In Dingstone City, a small pharmacy had quietly opened up. The scale of this pharmacy was very small. Looking at the interior of the shop, it didn't seem to be very big. The name of the pharmacy was strange. It was actually called the Fair Price Pharmacy. There were a lot of small pharmacies like this in a small city like Dingstone City. Because of this, nobody would pay attention to the opening of such a small pharmacy. Moreover, cultivators would usually look for shops that they were familiar with. Because of this small pharmacy had been open for a few days. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was deserted. Hong Jinglin's family lived in Dingstone City. He was also a native of the Void Realm. However, his talent could only be said to be average. He was only a transcending Dust Realm cultivator. In the Void Realm, transcending Dust Realm cultivators weren't considered much. Not all natives could mix around like the Yi clan. In the Void Realm, most natives were like Hong Yinglin. They could only rely on missions or their own fields to make a living. People like Hong Jinglin generally didn't mix around too well. This time, he just completed a mission. The income wasn't much and it was also somewhat dangerous. However, there was no other way. In order to make a living, he could only do it. After completing the mission, Hong Jinglin rested at home for a few days to recover from his injuries. Just as he walked out of the alley, he was stunned. This was because he saw that the small shop at the entrance of the alley had actually opened. Hong Jinglin was very clear about the shop in front of the alley. Although it was facing the street, there wasn't a shop here in the past. The people in front of the alley saw that there were other shops on the street, so they wanted to open a shop. However, their house was too small. Therefore, the shop was also very small. Although they rented it out before and opened a few small businesses, they all went bankrupt in the end. They didn't expect this shop to open again. Hong Jinglin was really curious about what was being sold here. But when he saw the name of the shop, he was stunned. Fair Price Pharmacy? What kind of shop was this? With a trace of curiosity, Hong Jinglin walked into the shop. The pharmacy city was very clean. At this time, there were only 2 clerks in the pharmacy. These 2 clerks were wearing black cultivator robes. They looked very enthusiastic. Upon seeing Zhao Hai, one of the clerks immediately greeted him and said, "Welcome. How can I help you?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Yes, sir." Hong Jinglin glanced at the store. There were only a few shelves in the store. On the shelves, there were rows of small bottles. Below these small bottles, there were labels. Hong Jinglin looked at the small bottles in confusion. He discovered that these small bottles had labels like blood replenishing potions, injury potions, and true essence potions. Hong Jinglin looked at the small bottles in confusion. Then he turned to the black-cloaked cultivator and said, "What's going on here? What was written on it? Why can't I understand?" The cultivator smiled and said, "Mister, our shop only sells low-grade potions. Although these potions have changed their names, their effects are the same as ordinary pills. This blood-replenishing potion is actually called a blood-replenishing pill. This is because the blood-replenishing pill is used to restore a cultivator's vitality after being injured. Blood-replenishing potions are also the same. A bottle of blood-replenishing potion is the same as a blood-replenishing pill, but its effect is better than a blood-replenishing pill. Moreover, you can also use the herbs used to refine the blood-replenishing pill to exchange for the potions. Everything else is the same. All the potions in our shop are in liquid form, which is more conducive to absorption and has better effects." Hong Jinglin stared, then he couldn't help but be disappointed as he said, "Are they all low-grade potions? But I can also refine these things, there's no need to buy them here." The cultivator wasn't angry at all, he just smiled and said, "I think Mister has misunderstood. The price of these potions is about the same as refining pills. Moreover, you can also use herbs to exchange for these potions. In other words, if you can refine 10 blood-replenishing pills, then as long as you give us the herbs used to refine the pills, you can exchange them for 10 bottles of blood-replenishing potions. These 10 bottles of blood-replenishing potions are equivalent to 10 blood-replenishing pills. Naturally, our potions will have better effects compared to the blood-replenishing pills. This way, you can save a lot of time to cultivate. Moreover, if your alchemy skills are average, then you can't guarantee that every batch of pills will be successfully refined. But as long as you give us the herbs, you can take the corresponding potions without any risk." As soon as Hong Jinglin heard the cultivator, his eyes couldn't help but light up. But then he couldn't help but ask, "But how can you make money like this?" The black-cloaked cultivator smiled and said, "Mister, this is our trade secret. Actually, I can tell you that the price of the potions isn't just these. Because we just started to promote these potions, we're currently having a discount. After a while, the price might increase." Hong Jinglin looked at the small jade bottles and said, "But these jade bottles also cost money. If you include these jade bottles, then wouldn't you be losing money?" The black-cloaked cultivator didn't seem to be impatient at all. He smiled and said, "This is exactly what I wanted to tell you. These jade bottles aren't free. We will keep a small deposit for these jade bottles. Of course, the deposit will be the same as the price of the jade bottles. If you want to buy medicine from us next time, you just need to bring back the jade bottles you bought last time and you can exchange them for a second batch of jade bottles. If you don't buy medicine from us in the future, you can return the jade bottles to us and we will refund you the corresponding amount." When Hong Jinglin heard this, he felt that it was very reasonable. If they were to give out jade bottles when buying medicine, then it would be very strange. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem like they were trying to make money. However, Hong Jinglin still looked at the small jade bottles curiously. Then he said, "These are all liquid potions. Are these things really as good as pills?" The black-cloaked cultivator smiled faintly and said, "Of course, they're definitely good. If you don't believe me, then you can try it." Hong Jinglin stared and said, "I can try it?" The black-cloaked cultivator said, "During the opening, there's a special discount." Hong Jinglin nodded, then he looked at his right hand and said, "My right hand was injured in a previous mission. It's still not completely healed. Give me a bottle of potion for external injuries. I want to try it first." The black-cloaked cultivator smiled and said, "All right, these are all external injuries potions. If you want one, then you can take it yourself. I'm afraid that you won't trust me." Hong Jinglin glanced at the potions on the shelf and casually picked up a bottle. Then he opened the bottle cap and saw that it was indeed a medicinal liquid. He immediately applied the liquid on his hand. As soon as the liquid was applied, he felt a cool feeling coming from his arm. This made the pain from his wound disappear. He stared at the wound on his hand and found that the wound was actually itching. This feeling meant that the wound was recovering. Hong Jinglin looked at the small bottle in disbelief. He didn't think that this small bottle of liquid would have such a big effect. He looked at the cultivator and said, "My blood qi and spiritual qi haven't completely recovered. Can I try other potions?" The black-cloaked cultivator smiled. and said, "Of course you can. This is a blood replenishing potion and this is an essence restoring potion. You can try them and drink them directly." Hong Jinglin nodded, then he picked up the 2 bottles and opened the cap. Then he drank the potions in one gulp. As soon as he drank the potions, he felt his body heat up. His body that was weak due to the blood loss actually recovered in an instant. At the same time, he also felt his spiritual qi become more active. His spiritual qi that wasn't fully recovered was actually restored in an instant. Hong Jinglin was shocked as he looked at the 2 bottles in his hand. He didn't know what to say for a while. One must know that it takes a certain amount of time to recover one's spiritual qi. But with these potions, it seems like he was able to recover in an instant. This was too miraculous. The black-cloaked cultivator looked at Hong Jinglin and smiled faintly as he said, "Mr. doesn't need to feel strange. All of our potions are refined using special methods. The speed at which they restore spiritual qi and blood qi is much faster than ordinary pills. Moreover, the effect of restoring spiritual qi and blood qi is much stronger than ordinary pills." Hong Jinglin looked at the black-cloaked cultivator and said, "But how did you do it? Could it be that you've added other medicinal herbs?" The black-cloaked cultivator smiled faintly and said, "This is our trade secret. I can't tell you. Is Mr. satisfied with our potions? Do you want to buy them?" When Hong Jinglin heard this, he knew that he was being a bit excessive. However, he still asked, "Can I exchange herbs for them?" The black-cloaked cultivator replied, "Yes, there's no problem." Hong Jinglin immediately took out a pile of herbs and said, "Give me these herbs and exchange them for the potions. Give me as many as you can." The black-cloaked cultivator smiled and said, "All right, please wait a moment." Then he and the other cultivator identified the herbs on the ground. Then he looked at Hong Jinglin and said, "Mister, these herbs can be exchanged for 50 bottles of origin-restoring pills, 30 bottles of external injury medicine, and 20 bottles of blood-replenishing pills. Do you think this price is reasonable?" Hong Jinglin nodded, he didn't object. He knew how many things he could refine with the herbs he took out. Just like what the black-cloaked cultivator said, the herbs he took out could at most refine 50 origin-restoring pills, 30 external injury medicine, and 20 blood-replenishing pills. But this only referred to the state of success. If he were to refine it himself, then it would be impossible for him to refine so many things. If he were to sell these herbs and buy these pills, then he would only be able to buy 30 origin-restoring pills, 20 external injury medicine, and 10 blood-replenishing pills. Because of this, he didn't hesitate at all. The cultivator smiled at Hong Jinglin and said, "Mister, if you have your own jade bottles, then we can put these potions into them. You don't need these small jade bottles. You can use large jade bottles to store them. As long as you can distinguish between them, then you don't need to leave a deposit for these small jade bottles. If you don't have a jade bottle, then please leave a jade essence deposit." Hong Jinglin was sitting in his house with 3 large bottles in front of him. These 3 large bottles contained the potions he wanted. To be honest, when he saw the black-cloaked cultivator pouring the potions into the 3 large bottles, he really doubted whether the potions would be useful or not. But soon he knew that his worries were unnecessary, the potions were indeed useful. When he went out, his body hadn't fully recovered. But now, his body had almost recovered. This was all due to the effect of these 3 bottles of potions. Hong Jinglin let out a long breath. He knew that he didn't have to be angry about the pills anymore. To be honest, even if the cheap potion store gave him less, he would still agree. But the other party gave him the potions that he deserved, which made him very touched. Although these potions were low-level goods, for some low-level cultivators, these potions were indispensable. In the eyes of many cultivators from the big sects, these low-level pills were worthless, but these low-level cultivators couldn't do without them. Without the energy-restoring pill, their spiritual qi wouldn't be able to recover quickly during or after a battle. Without the blood-replenishing pill, they would suffer from a loss of blood qi after an injury, which would make their body weak. Without the external injury medicine, their external injuries would take a long time to recover. And if any of these conditions couldn't be recovered in the shortest time possible, it would be enough to make them lose their lives. Low-level cultivators had their own survival rules. For low-level rogue cultivators like them, their living environment was cruel. It was far from what the disciples of the big sects could imagine. They were like rabbits in the jungle, they lived at the bottom of the food chain. They could only eat grass to survive, and at any time, they would become food for other animals. The reason why he took out 3 large jade bottles to store the potions was because he didn't want to part with the jade essence. Maybe in the eyes of the cultivators from the big sects, what could a piece of jade essence do? He was afraid that it couldn't do anything. Usually, when they rewarded people, they wouldn't give a piece of jade essence. That was too little and would lose their status. But for rogue cultivators like him, a piece of jade essence was their property. When necessary, a piece of jade essence could determine their life and death. A potion like this that was cheap and effective was definitely the most popular among them. Hong Jinglin was even lamenting why such a potion hadn't appeared earlier. Just as Hong Jinglin was sighing, a voice suddenly sounded, "Jinglin, Jinglin, are you home? Why aren't you saying anything?" When Hong Jinglin heard the voice, he was stunned. He quickly said, "I'm at home. Come in." The sound of the door being pushed open was heard. Then a person came in. This person was Hong Jinglin's good friend. His surname was Jing, and his name was Jing Yigong. The two of them grew up together, cultivated together, and went out to do missions together. As the saying went, they were friends who had an extra head and a different surname. When Jing Yigong entered the room, he saw that Hong Jinglin was actually sitting there with 3 large jade bottles in front of him. He couldn't help but stare blankly as he said, "I say, Jinglin, what are you doing? How many times did I call you before you answered? What happened to the bottle?" Hong Jinglin looked at Jing Yigong and smiled, "It's fine. Yigong, I found something good. Look at these 3 bottles, they contain potions. Blood replenishing potion, origin restoring potion, and external injury potion." Jing Yigong was puzzled as he looked at Hong Jinglin and said, "Potions? What's that? Did you fail in alchemy? I say, your alchemy talent is really bad. Later on, you can just give me the herbs. At least my success rate is higher than yours." Hong Jinglin glanced at Jing Yigong and said, "Don't make sarcastic remarks, your alchemy skills aren't much better than mine. I'll tell you, I didn't refine this potion, I traded for it, do you understand?" Jing Yigong looked at Hong Jinglin and said, "I don't understand. What did you exchange these potions for? You can refine them yourself." Hong Jinglin patted his head and said, "It's really hard to talk to an idiot like you. Alright, you listen to me. These potions were exchanged for by me using herbs. They are absolutely worth it." Then Hong Jinglin told him about the cheap pharmacy. Jing Yigong listened in a daze. After a while, he asked, "What's going on? Why would such a pharmacy appear? If they do this, then what do they rely on to make money? Are you sure that these potions are effective?" Hong Jinglin stared at Jing Yigong and said, "Don't talk nonsense. Whether or not it's effective, you'll know once you try it. Your injuries haven't healed yet, right? First, give me a cup of blood replenishing potion." Then Hong Jinglin took out a small jade cup. These jade cups were given to him by the cheap pharmacy. Inside each cup was a jade bottle. Hong Jinglin poured a cup of blood replenishing medicine for Jing Yigong. Jing Yigong wasn't polite and immediately drank it. As soon as he drank it, he immediately felt his body heat up. The feeling of weakness caused by the loss of blood qi had completely disappeared. Jing Yigong's eyes couldn't help but light up. He stared at the 3 bottles and said, "These potions are very good. Can you really use herbs to exchange for them? Moreover, there's no discount at all?" Hong Jinglin nodded and said, "It's the shop in the alley." Jing Yigong said, "Let's go, I'll also take a look. I also have a lot of herbs, I want to exchange them for some of these potions. With these potions, we'll have a bigger advantage when we fight in the future." Hong Jinglin nodded, then he led Jing Yigong to the cheap medicine store. In fact, in Dingshan City and the nearby cities, there were several such cheap pharmacies. Moreover, there wasn't only one of these pharmacies in each city. In the bigger cities, there were several such pharmacies. Moreover, there was only one owner of these pharmacies, the Four Righteous Gang. Generally, great sects wouldn't care about small pharmacies like these. In fact, great sects wouldn't do business with these low-level pills. This was because they simply couldn't make any money. Because of this, the great sects didn't pay attention to these small pharmacies. They wouldn't even notice that there was only one owner of these small pharmacies. Situations like what happened to Hong Jinglin and Jing Yigong often happened in these small cities. Zhao Hai didn't do any advertising, but these cultivators had their own circle. Soon, the news of the cheap pharmacies spread in this circle. Everyone knew about the existence of these pharmacies. After a few days of desolation, the business of the cheap pharmacies slowly improved. Their business didn't get better all of a sudden. Instead, it got better slowly and their income kept increasing. To be honest, when Zhao Hai said that he wanted to do this business, the ancient heart saint and the others were still doubtful. This was especially true in the first few days when business wasn't good. The ancient heart saint and the others almost lost their confidence. The ancient heart saint wanted Zhao Hai to find a way to advertise. In the void realm, advertising wasn't a great method. Many big shops would do some advertising. For example, they would invite some rogue cultivators to shout on the streets to advertise. Or they would invite people to act in some big restaurants to advertise. These things could be seen in the void realm. Don't underestimate the people in the void realm. In any realm, almost all merchants were the same. They only had one thing in mind, and that was to make more money. That was their pursuit. Because of this, the ancient heart saint wanted Zhao Hai to advertise. However, Zhao Hai didn't allow it. This was because Zhao Hai knew that the thoughts of the lowest level cultivators were different from the cultivators of the great sects. The cultivators of the great sects would buy things that were more famous, but the lower level cultivators wouldn't. They didn't even have the spirit to look at the famous things. This was because they knew very well that they couldn't afford those things. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't do any advertising. The things they bought were the lowest level items. When have you seen toothpicks being advertised? When have you seen 15 yuan pants being advertised? The same went for the potions that Zhao Hai bought. Soon, the business of the pharmacies improved. This was beyond the expectations of the ancient heart saint and the others. Seeing the income of the pharmacies increasing day by day, the ancient heart saint and the others were very happy. However, the ancient heart saint and the others were distressed. This was because most of the cultivators were using herbs to exchange for potions. The jade essences that they received were very little, but the herbs that they received were a lot. This made the ancient heart saint very distressed. These low-grade herbs could only be used to refine low-grade potions. They couldn't be used to refine higher-grade potions. In other words, the ancient heart saint and the others didn't have much income. However, Zhao Hai didn't find this strange. He just had the ancient heart saint store the herbs and then increase the production. After that, he opened shops all over the Bitter Crust planet. Hong Jinglin came to Dingstone City's cheap medicine shop this time. His body was injured and his face was pale. The moment he entered the shop, the black-cloaked cultivator from last time immediately came forward to greet him. After seeing Hong Jinglin's appearance, the black-cloaked cultivator quickly said, "Isn't this old brother Hong?" "Old brother, what happened to you?" Hong Jinglin's complexion didn't look too good. This time, he went out to do the mission. Although they completed the mission in the end, Jing Yigong was seriously injured. He lost an arm, and Hong Jinglin's injuries weren't light either. This was a huge blow to him. For a low-level cultivator, losing an arm would have a huge impact on their strength. Hong Jinglin knew that Jing Yigong was finished. In the future, he might not even be able to eat. Of course, he wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. However, Jing Yigong would be depressed because of this matter. This was the most terrifying thing. Although Hong Jinglin's mood wasn't good, he was still grateful for the black-robed cultivator's care. He looked at the black-robed cultivator and sighed, "Don't mention it. This mission was very tragic. I was injured, and old Jing who came with me last time lost an arm. I'm afraid he'll be crippled." When the black-robed cultivator heard Hong Jinglin, his eyes couldn't help but light up. Then the black-robed cultivator looked at Hong Jinglin and said, "Mr. Hong, can I invite you to the back to talk about Mr. Zheng's matter?" When Hong Jinglin heard the black-cloaked cultivator, he couldn't help but stare. However, he still agreed. This was because he knew that low-level cultivators like them wouldn't be targeted by ordinary people. This was because they didn't have anything, so there was no need to target them. Just like how an emperor would never scheme against a beggar, there was no need to do so. The two went to a room in the back and sat down. The black-robed cultivator poured a cup of tea for Hong Jinglin. Then he sat down and said, "Mr. Hong must be curious about the background of our fair price pharmacy." Hong Jinglin nodded. In fact, it wasn't just him. A lot of low-level cultivators were also curious about the background of the fair price pharmacy. Why were their potions so cheap and easy to use? The black-robed cultivator smiled and said, "Actually, this isn't a big deal. Our identity isn't a secret, we're from the Four Righteous Gang." When Hong Jinglin heard the black-robed cultivator, he couldn't help but stare. This was because he hadn't heard of the Four Righteous Gang. The black-robed cultivator looked at Hong Jinglin and knew that he hadn't heard of it. However, he didn't get angry. Instead, he smiled and said, "Mr. Hong might not have heard of the Four Righteous Gang, but I'm sure Mr. Hong has heard of another name." After saying this, the black-robed cultivator paused for a moment. Then he looked at Hong Jinglin and said, "Death Knight." Hong Jinglin stared, then his eyes couldn't help but open wide. Martha City wasn't far from Dingshan City. Naturally, Hong Jinglin had heard of Death Knight Zhao Hai's name. In fact, the small cities around Martha City and Dingshan City regarded Zhao Hai as their pride. Zhao Hai was famous in Martha City. Martha City and Dingshan City were both small cities. It was rare for a small city like this to have a famous person. Zhao Hai's sudden appearance made these small cities proud. Therefore, when Hong Jinglin heard the name Death Knight, he couldn't help but get excited. Hong Jinglin looked at the black-robed cultivator and said, "Did you say that Sir Death Knight joined the Four Righteous Gang?" The black-robed cultivator shook his head and said, "He didn't join. In fact, the Four Righteous Gang was founded by Death Knight Zhao Hai. In fact, we should call him leader. We are also members of the Four Righteous Gang." The reason why Leader founded the Four Righteous Gang was because he saw a lot of rogue cultivators being bullied by big forces. Strictly speaking, he was also a rogue cultivator. Therefore, he contacted some rogue cultivators and founded the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang has only been established for a month. The leader invested all the jade essence he obtained from the life and death arena into the Four Righteous Gang. However, he still felt that it wasn't enough. He thought that he could help rogue cultivators from another point of view. Therefore, he established the Fair Price Pharmacy. The Fair Price Pharmacy doesn't sell potions for money. In fact, the Fair Price Pharmacy has been losing money up until now. However, the leader wanted to help rogue cultivators. Maybe when the Fair Price Pharmacy opens up, we'll be able to buy more potions. Hong Jinglin looked at the black-robed cultivator. He only believed half of what the black-robed cultivator said. He wasn't a 3-year-old child. He didn't believe that there would be people like the black-robed cultivator who didn't want to make money and only wanted to help others. Then he wouldn't be a person, he would be a saint. And there were no saints in this world. However, Hong Jinglin believed at least half of it. This was because he believed that there was no need for the Four Righteous Gang to lie to him. He was just a rogue cultivator with nothing to his name. It wasn't worth it for the Four Righteous Gang to lie to him. The most important thing was that he didn't quite understand the other party's intentions. The other party kept talking about how good the Four Righteous Gang was, and how good Zhao Hai was, but didn't say why he was called here. Therefore, although Hong Jinglin didn't fully believe the other party, he didn't show any expression on his face. He just listened quietly. When the black-clothed cultivator saw Hong Jinglin's expression, he smiled faintly and said, "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lu Isi, a disciple of the Four Righteous Gang's Foreign Affairs Hall. Although I work here, I won't work here forever. I'll only work here for 3 months to a year. Then someone will come to replace me." Hong Jinglin still didn't quite understand what Lu Isi meant. He just nodded. Lu Isi looked at Hong Jinglin and smiled faintly. "I just told you that if you want to make money, you need to sell a lot of medicine. Since the Four Righteous Gang has just been established, we don't have a lot of people. Therefore, we need to recruit a lot of people. These people are specifically responsible for this kind of pharmacy. They can also be considered as members of the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang will give them the benefits they deserve. Everything will be treated the same as the Four Righteous Gang. If they cultivate well, they can even officially join the Four Righteous Gang. If your friend Mr. Jing is interested, he can come. Of course, if you're interested, you can do the same. When Hong Jinglin heard Luisi, he completely understood what Luisi meant. However, he still looked at Luisi and said, "How many benefits do we get every month?" Luisi smiled and said, "Because our Four Righteous Gang has just been established, the benefits aren't very high. Every month, we get 30 pills of various kinds. Of course, they're not the ones we sell now. They're more advanced pills. Every year, you can learn a cultivation method. Every month, you'll also get 100 pieces of jade essence. You can also do tasks to earn contribution points. With contribution points, you can exchange them for all the resources in the gang. Now that the Four Righteous Gang has just been established, we don't have a lot of resources. But I dare say that if you really become a member of the Four Righteous Gang, you'll be very surprised." Hong Jinglin looked at Luisi and said, "Righteous Gang, yes. Jing Yigong is now a cripple. He might be crippled for the rest of his life. Why do you want us to join the Four Righteous Gang?" Hong Jinglin looked at Luisi and said with a slight smile, "You don't have to be surprised. The Four Righteous Gang itself is made up of individual cultivators. What's wrong with recruiting individual cultivators into the gang? Besides, the gang leader said that there is no real trash in this world. It's just that he hasn't found a suitable position for him. Jing Yigong is missing an arm, but this doesn't mean that he can't cultivate. It doesn't mean that he can't become a strong man. Even if he really can't become a strong man, isn't it better to let him guard such a shop than to let him sit at home and eat out his savings, or rely on friends like you to survive? We need people, we need all kinds of people. We need talented people, but we also need people without talent. Therefore, we can give anyone a chance." Hong Jinglin believed Luisi's words because they really didn't have anything to lie about. Hong Jinglin stood up, then he bowed to Luisi and said, "I can't make a decision on this matter right now. I have to go back and discuss it with Jing Yigong. I'll take my leave first." Luisi also stood up, then she bowed to Hong Jinglin and said, "I'll be waiting for your good news. No matter what your final decision is, the Fair Price Pharmacy welcomes you." Hong Jinglin nodded and then walked out. Hong Jinglin didn't return to his own home, instead, he went directly to Jing Yigong's house. Jing Yigong and Hong Jinglin weren't married. Although the two of them weren't young, their blood wasn't cold. They still wanted to go further one day, so Hong Jinglin didn't want to waste too much time on family matters. Jing Yigong's house wasn't far from Hong Jinglin's house, the two houses were only a few hundred meters apart. When Hong Jinglin arrived at Jing Yigong's house, he didn't hesitate and directly pushed the door open. Upon entering Jing Yigong's house, Hong Jinglin stared. This was because he saw Jing Yigong sitting on the bed with an ashen face. Looking at Jing Yigong's empty right arm and lifeless eyes, Hong Jinglin felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. Hong Jinglin looked at Jing Yigong and said, "Yigong, are you all right? I have something to discuss with you." Jing Yigong turned his head to look at Hong Jinglin, then he nodded and said with a hoarse voice, "What's the matter? Speak." Hong Jinglin looked at Jing Yigong and made a decision in his heart. However, he still opened his mouth and said, "I just went to the cheap medicine shop. The people in the shop told me that their backer is the Four Righteous Gang. The leader of the Four Righteous Gang is." Hong Jingsen didn't speak quickly, he spoke slowly and in detail. He told Jing Yigong everything that Luisi had told him, including the benefits of the Four Righteous Gang. After he finished, Hong Jingsen turned to Jing Yigong and said, "Yigong, I've finished speaking. I intend to join the Four Righteous Gang, and I hope that you can join as well." Needless to say, the Four Righteous Gang is still a newly established sect. Once we get there, we'll be able to live a better life than we are now. Right now, we have to work hard all day long to earn a lot of income. But once we join the Four Righteous Gang, we'll be able to get a fixed 100 jade essences every month, as well as pills. These are things that we don't need to work hard to get. What do you think? What do you think? When Jing Yigong heard Hong Jinglin's words, his expression slowly changed. Finally, when Hong Jinglin finished speaking, Jing Yigong looked at Hong Jinglin and said, "Jinglin, you're not lying to me, right? Is there really such a good thing in this world?" Hong Jinglin looked at Jing Yigong who had recovered, then he smiled and said, "Yigong, do I need to lie to you about this matter? If I lied to you, then what would happen if you couldn't join the Four Righteous Gang in the future? Yigong, what I said is true. Jing Yigong immediately perked up. He looked at Hong Jinglin and said, that is to say, everything you said is true. Everything is true. Can we really join the Four Righteous Gang? Hong Jinglin nodded and said, that's indeed the case. But before that, we need to confirm whether the Four Righteous Gang really exists, and whether their leader is really Zhao Hai. If all of this is true, then joining the Four Righteous Gang wouldn't be a problem. Jing Yigong's eyes flashed as he said, no, not joining the Four Righteous Gang isn't a problem. We must join the Four Righteous Gang. Brother, this is an opportunity for us. Although I'm missing an arm, I don't think I'm any worse than the others. I just want to see what I'll be like if I join the Four Righteous Gang. If the Four Righteous Gang is really like what they said, where I can exchange for everything in the gang, then what would I be like? Brother, take me to the Fair Price Pharmacy. I want to join the Four Righteous Gang right now, I don't want to delay any longer. Hong Jinglin looked at Jing Yigong's appearance. He felt that Jing Yigong was a bit demonic. He was like a drowning person who suddenly grasped a straw. He thought that he had grasped the whole world and was pressing everything on this straw. He didn't think that it was just a straw. However, at this time, Hong Jinglin couldn't say anything. He was very clear that no matter what Jing Yigong was thinking, at least the Four Righteous Gang gave him hope and a reason to live. As long as he had this hope, he would be able to live longer and happier. Otherwise, he would become a zombie again. Hong Jinglin didn't say anything, he just led Jing Yigong to the Fair Price Pharmacy. Luisi was still there. When she saw the two arrive, she immediately invited them to the living room. Upon entering the living room, Jing Yigong immediately said to Luisi, Mr. Luisi, I want to know if what you said is true. Will the Four Righteous Gang really accept people like me? Luisi smiled and said, of course, I never lie. Especially about this kind of thing. I don't know if the two of you want to join the Four Righteous Gang? Just as Jing Yigong was about to speak, Hong Jinglin interjected, I want to visit the Four Righteous Gang first. Is that all right? When Luisi heard Hong Jinglin, she couldn't help but stare. Then she understood Hong Jinglin's idea. Hong Jinglin was afraid that she would deceive them, so he nodded and said, all right, when do you want to go? Hong Jinglin said, can we go now? Luisi didn't think about it and said, all right, please come with me. The shop still hasn't built a transmission formation, so we can only use the one in Dingshan City. Then she led the two outside. Before long, the three arrived at Dingshan City's transmission formation. Luisi led the two to the transmission formation, but he didn't follow. Instead, he took out a jade token and gave it to the two and said, please take this. When you arrive at the transmission formation, someone will receive you. Just say that I asked you to go and that you want to join the Four Righteous Gang. Then they will receive you. The two looked at the jade token and saw that it looked very ordinary. It wasn't anything special. The two didn't say anything, they just nodded and received the jade token. Then a white light flashed on the transmission formation before the two disappeared. When the two looked around, they discovered that they were in a transmission formation. However, this transmission formation was very small, there were only a dozen or so transmission formations. While the two were looking around, two cultivators wearing dark cultivator robes suddenly came over. The two cultivators looked at Hong Jinglin and Jing Yigong, then one of them said, who are you? I don't think I've seen you before. Hong Jinglin didn't dare to joke around. He discovered that several auras had locked onto them. If he didn't answer well, then he might be killed on the spot. Therefore, he immediately said, hello, we were introduced by Mr. Luisi from Dingshan City. The two of us want to join the Four Righteous Gang. This is the jade token that Mr. Luisi gave us. The cultivator received the jade token handed over by Hong Jinglin. After looking at the jade token, he nodded with a warm expression on his face. Then he smiled at the two and said, so it's two people who might become members of the Four Righteous Gang. Welcome, the Four Righteous Gang welcomes everyone who wants to join. Hong Jinglin didn't expect this place to be so welcoming. He looked at the other party and said, thank you, mister. Can we take a look around? In fact, we haven't decided whether we want to join the Four Righteous Gang or not. If it's not convenient, then we can just leave. The cultivator smiled and said, friends come from afar, there's no reason for us to let you leave. I'm a foreign affairs disciple of the Four Righteous Gang. My name is Bai Wei. Please come with me, I'll show you around the Four Righteous Gang. Under the guidance of Bai Wei, Hong Jinglin and Jing Yigong visited everything that they could see in the Four Righteous Gang. The two of them also had a certain understanding of the Four Righteous Gang. This understanding also made them decide to join the Four Righteous Gang. They decided to join the Four Righteous Gang not only because of its construction, but also because of its atmosphere. They discovered that the atmosphere of the Four Righteous Gang was very good. Everyone here was a member of the Four Righteous Gang. Their relationship with each other was also very good. It seems like they were all working towards a goal. But as for what this goal was, they didn't know. However, they could feel that the Four Righteous Gang was full of vitality. It was really strange that a gang could give people a feeling of exuberant vitality, but Hu Jinglin and Jing Yigong really felt it. When Bai Wei finished showing the two around the Four Righteous Gang, he brought them to the lake on top of Green Mountain. Then Bai Wei opened his mouth and said, you've already seen the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang's current scale is all due to the hard work of the gang leader. Now that the Four Righteous Gang wants to develop, it needs people. I won't hide it from you. You might not be as good as the first batch of people who joined the Four Righteous Gang, but as long as you are willing to work hard and make achievements, then you can become a true disciple of the Four Righteous Gang. Even if you join the Four Righteous Gang now, you can only be regarded as an outer disciple. While Bai Wei was talking, a cultivator wearing black robes came over from afar. Upon seeing this cultivator, Bai Wei's expression changed. Just as he was about to give a salute, the cultivator waved his hand. Then the cultivator looked at Hu Jinglin and Jing Yigong and said, Bai Wei, who are these two? Bai Wei seemed to understand what the cultivator meant, so he replied, these two are stable mountain cities Hu Jinglin and Jing Yigong. They were introduced by Luisi. They also want to join the Four Righteous Gang, but they haven't made up their minds yet. Therefore, I took them to see the Four Righteous Gang. The cultivator wearing black robes smiled as he looked at the two and said, so the two of you want to join our Four Righteous Gang? Welcome. How do you feel about our Four Righteous Gang? Hu Jinglin and Jing Yigong looked at the cultivator who had a warm smile on his face. His entire body gave off a warm and gentle feeling. Although they didn't know the cultivator's identity, they could feel from his aura that he was a teleportation realm cultivator. Therefore, they immediately gave a salute and said, greetings, sir. The cultivator waved his hand and said, there's no need to be so polite. How do the two of you feel about our Four Righteous Gang? Do you still want to join our Four Righteous Gang? Hu Jinglin nodded and said, very good. I can feel a vigorous vitality from the Four Righteous Gang. We want to join. Jing Yiguan also nodded and said, yes, we want to join the Four Righteous Gang. But I want to know if people like me can still cultivate and go further. While speaking, Jing Yiguan pointed at his severed arm. The black-cloaked cultivator looked at Jing Yiguan's severed arm and nodded, yes, you should know that you are a cultivator, and a cultivator must have an unyielding heart. If you think you can't, then even if your talent is good, you can't become a powerhouse. On the contrary, if you think you can, then even if your talent isn't good, you can still become a powerhouse. Moreover, a severed arm isn't a big deal in the cultivation world. If you become a void-piercing realm expert, then you can regrow your limb. Of course, this is still too far away for you, but if you can find some heavenly treasures, then maybe you can regrow your limb. If you join the Four Righteous Gang, then you won't be the only one helping you find those heavenly treasures, but the entire Four Righteous Gang will help you find them. Jing Yiguan listened quietly until the other party finished speaking. Then he nodded vigorously. He looked at the black-robed cultivator and said in a deep voice, thank you, sir. I want to join the Four Righteous Gang. I want to join now. The black-cloaked cultivator smiled faintly and said, all right. Bai Wei, take them to do the paperwork. Then he turned around and left. Hu Jinglin looked at the cultivator's back and said to Bai Wei, Mr. Bai, who is he? Does he have a high status in the Four Righteous Gang? Bai Wei looked at Hu Jinglin and looked at the departing figure with admiration. Then he said, he is the leader of the Four Righteous Gang, the founder of the Four Righteous Gang, Death Knight Zhao Hai. What? Hu Jinglin and Jing Yiguan stared blankly at Zhao Hai's back. They thought that Zhao Hai was at most the elder of the Four Righteous Gang. They didn't expect him to be the leader of the Four Righteous Gang. Zhao Hai was known as the Death Knight. Moreover, he was vicious and merciless. In more than 50 consecutive life and death battles, aside from White Tiger's Might and the others, he didn't spare anyone. Because of this, Hu Jinglin and Jing Yiguan always thought that Zhao Hai was a murderous person. But they didn't expect that Zhao Hai looked so sunny, so warm, and so gentle. This was too strange. They couldn't be blamed for thinking this. Hu Jinglin and Jing Yiguan haven't seen Zhao Hai's appearance. Almost all of Zhao Hai's posters were of the Death Knight. Aside from those who watched the matches, very few people knew what he looked like. But Hu Jinglin and Jing Yigong didn't watch the matches. So it was normal that they didn't know what Zhao Hai looked like. Bai Wei looked at the two and knew what they were thinking. In fact, many people who saw Zhao Hai for the first time would be surprised. Because of this, Bai Wei just smiled faintly and said, "Are you surprised? The famous Death Knight actually looks so gentle?" Hee, there's no need to be surprised. The leader is like this in private. As long as you're not his enemy, he wouldn't show any excessive behavior. You two, let's go. I'll take you to handle the procedures for joining the gang. Hu Jinglin and Jing Yigong looked at the direction where Zhao Hai disappeared. The two suddenly felt that following such a leader would give them hope. The Four Righteous Gang would certainly have a bright future. There were still a lot of people like Hu Jinglin and Jing Yigong. Naturally, there were also a lot of people who were released by Zhao Hai from the space. After these people entered the Four Righteous Gang through various channels, they were immediately assigned to the various cities of the Bitter Crust planet. With the support of a huge amount of funds, the small and medium-sized cities of the Bitter Crust planet had several affordable pharmacies. Zhao Hai didn't open affordable pharmacies in the big cities because that would be too conspicuous. Zhao Hai was now opening affordable pharmacies in the small and medium-sized cities. On one hand, it was to make money, and on the other hand, it was to buy the hearts of the rogue cultivators. Rogue cultivators were a force that wasn't valued by the major forces. In fact, the major forces didn't even consider them as a force. In their view, rogue cultivators were just a pile of loose sand. There was nothing to be afraid of. Zhao Hai wanted to turn these rogue cultivators into a force through the affordable pharmacies. In fact, this was possible. The affordable pharmacies almost solved the problem of the rogue cultivators. Not only would it bring a huge profit to the Four Righteous Gang, but it would also make the rogue cultivators treat the affordable pharmacies well. With the promotion of the Four Righteous Gang, the rogue cultivators would unconsciously treat the Four Righteous Gang as one of their own. In the future, if the Four Righteous Gang were to recruit people, it would be much easier for them. At the very least, the rogue cultivators would have a good impression of the Four Righteous Gang. At this time, the Four Righteous Gang was really short on manpower. Naturally, with their current financial resources, they couldn't afford to lose so many people. However, they could use various means to make the rogue cultivators feel a sense of belonging to the Four Righteous Gang. In fact, this wasn't very difficult. For example, the Four Righteous Gang would choose some of the rogue cultivators and have them open affordable pharmacies in small and medium-sized cities on other planets. The Four Righteous Gang wouldn't care about the initial investment, but they would give the rogue cultivators some potions on credit. This way, the rogue cultivators wouldn't have to take risks and would still have a decent income. Naturally, the rogue cultivators would be happy to do this. Although they wouldn't join the Four Righteous Gang, they would still be considered as members of the gang. On the other hand, the jade essence that the Four Righteous Gang collected was already 1-to-1. The herbs that they collected were enough for them to make potions, while the jade essence was the Four Righteous Gang's net income. 2 months passed by in this way. On this day, Zhao Hai called the leaders of the Four Righteous Gang to his room. After the group sat down in the living room, Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "Since we started the business has been doing quite well. We've already made 10 furnaces." Although everyone heard Zhao Hai, they didn't have any expression on their faces. Although they knew that the business was doing very well, they didn't know how much the business had earned in the past few days. All they saw were piles of herbs and not jade essence. Because of this, they didn't have any confidence in the business. Zhao Hai looked at everyone, then he smiled faintly and said, "Our business has been doing very well in the past 2 months. However, nobody knows how much we've earned. Fortunately, I have old Madam Wang and Laura's accounts. Today, I'll tell everyone how much we've earned in the past 2 months." Although Zhao Hai said this, everyone's interest wasn't very high. In everyone's opinion, it would be good if the potions didn't lose money. After all, the potions didn't make any money in the beginning, so they knew that they were losing money. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to Old Lady Wang and said, "Old lady, please tell everyone." Old Lady Wang nodded. She was now about to become the Four Righteous Gang's Minister of Finance. No one knew better than her how much the Four Righteous Gang had. Therefore, she was very happy about this. Old Madam Wang took out a jade slip and said in a deep voice, "In the past 2 months, the number of affordable pharmacies in our Four Righteous Gang has increased from the initial 42 pharmacies to the current 1,352 pharmacies, and it's still increasing. In the past 2 months, we've collected a total of 175 million kilograms of various medicinal herbs. Now, we've used more than 15 million kilograms of various medicinal herbs to refine medicine, and we've saved about 160 million kilograms of various medicinal herbs in the storehouse." She paused for a moment and looked at everyone's reaction. Everyone's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Because they weren't in charge of this matter, they didn't know how much income the potions had made in the past 2 months. They were really shocked. They didn't think that in the past 2 months, they would only be left with 160 million gene of medicinal ingredients. 160 million gene of herbs. Even if these herbs were very common and could reach the level of a few kilograms of jade essence, they still knew that these herbs were enough to bring tens of millions of jade essence to the Four Righteous Gang. If these herbs were made into potions, then the Four Righteous Gang's income would be even higher. Everyone unconsciously sat up straight. They now discovered that this potion business seemed to be very promising. Old Lady Wang looked at everyone and said, "In addition to these herbs, we have also received a lot of jade essence. The total income from these jade essences is about 50 million, and it's still increasing. However, because we opened a lot of shops and recruited a lot of people, our expenses have also increased. Of the 50 million jade essence that we have received, there are only 30 million left in the storehouse. Of the other 20 million, 10 million has already been taken out. The other 10 million is used as liquidity. The 30 million in the storehouse is our net income from potions in the past 2 months." Although they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked when they heard old Madam Wang's words. They didn't expect that the Four Righteous Gang would have so much income in addition to medicinal herbs. This was too scary. Could it be that this potion was really so profitable? Old Madam Wang's eyes lit up. Gu Xingqing looked at Zhao Hai with a puzzled expression. After a while, he said, "Leader, is this true? But how is this possible? 2 months? How could we earn 100 million jade essence just by relying on potions? This is impossible, right?" Zhao Hai smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to be too surprised. Selling potions is the most profitable industry. You underestimated the rogue cultivator's ability to sell potions. Therefore, I said that the business of potions is still very profitable. However, you should also remember that the Four Righteous Gang has made a lot of money through potions. Now, those big forces wouldn't look down on small shops like ours. Therefore, we can make a lot of money with ease. You should also remember that although we have made a lot of money from potions, we can't relax when it comes to brewing. We can't put all our eggs in one basket." Everyone agreed in unison. At this time, they were completely convinced by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was able to make a terrifying amount of 100 million jade essence in just 2 months. This really made them convinced. What they didn't know was that when Zhao Hai was on Earth, he had heard a saying. First, there are robbers, and second, there are those who sell potions. Robbers make money the fastest, but that was against the law. It couldn't be considered a business at all. Because of this, it can be seen how profitable it was to sell potions. However, Zhao Hai also knew that nobody knew how much money the business of potions made. If the great sects were to know that the business of potions was so profitable, then the Four Righteous Gang would have a hard time. The cultivation realm wasn't like Earth. Back on Earth, you can make a lot of money by relying on patents. Even if others were to get their hands on it, it would still be illegal. But in the cultivation realm, strength was the law. If you have strength, then you have the law. If you don't have strength, then nobody would care if you die or not. The reason why Zhao Hai wanted to do the wine business was to distract people. He wanted people to think that the business of potions didn't make a lot of money. Therefore, he wanted to do the wine business. The proliferation of cheap potion stores would certainly attract the attention of the great sects. These great sects would be able to find out that the Four Righteous Gang was behind the cheap potion stores. If the Four Righteous Gang could develop by relying on cheap potion stores, then it would certainly attract the attention of the great sects. These great sects would then use the Four Righteous Gang's development to launch cheap potion stores to make a lot of money. If this was the case, then these great sects would certainly come to snatch the business. And the Four Righteous Gang wouldn't be able to stop these great sects. Don't think that the Yi family would help Zhao Hai just because he cooperated with them. He wasn't that naive. He was very clear that if the Yi family knew how much money the Four Righteous Gang was making, then the Yi family wouldn't even need to do anything. The Yi family would make a lot of money by selling robots. But for the Yi family, the source of the robots had always been in Zhao Hai's hands. This meant that all the supply channels were in Zhao Hai's hands. This was something that a great sect like the Yi family couldn't accept. But now, for the sake of benefits, they had to accept it even if they didn't want to. Therefore, they wanted to cooperate with Zhao Hai and treat Zhao Hai well. This was because the robots could bring a lot of benefits to the Yi family. But if they knew that there was a business that could bring them even more benefits, then they wouldn't hesitate to give up on the robot business. At the same time, they wouldn't hesitate to give up on Zhao Hai and snatch this business from Zhao Hai's hands. Therefore, Zhao Hai must do this business. He also wanted to cooperate with the Yi family. He wanted the Yi family to think that the Four Righteous Gang wouldn't make a lot of money from the potion business. He wanted the Yi family to think that the Four Righteous Gang could be controlled by the Four Righteous Gang at any time. If they cut off their cooperation with the Four Righteous Gang, then the Four Righteous Gang would fall apart because of the lack of funds. This way, the Yi family would feel relieved to cooperate with Zhao Hai. They would even let the Four Righteous Gang grow stronger. They would even control the Four Righteous Gang's funds and make them a force in their hands. Although Lin had a good relationship with Zhao Hai, and Yao Lin also seemed to be a good person, Yao Lin didn't represent the Yi family. Even if Yao Lin was the eldest grandson of the Yi family, he still couldn't represent the Yi family. After all, the Yi family still had the patriarch and Yao Lin's father. The ones who had the final say were still them. Moreover, even Yao Lin wouldn't stand on Zhao Hai's side when it came to the development of the Yi family. Zhao Hai was only his friend, but the Yi family was his family, his roots. Zhao Hai looked at everyone and said, "The income from the potion business is very high, but the higher the income, the more dangerous it is for the Four Righteous Gang. Our Four Righteous Gang is currently too weak. If people knew about the income from the potion business, then it would be the same as letting them see a jade concentrate mine. It would be strange if they didn't think of ways to rob it. Therefore, the income from the potion business is only known to a few people in this room. If anyone dares to speak about it, then they would be treated as traitors. Do you understand?" Everyone's heart turned cold. Then Zhao Hai said, 2 months have passed, our Four Righteous Gang's first batch of wine is ready to come out of the kiln. I called you here today to tell you about the income from the potion business as well as to let you taste the wine that the Four Righteous Gang brewed. Laura, bring the wine, let's have a good drink. Laura nodded, then she waved her hand. Lizzie and the others immediately brought the wine over. What was different was that there were 4 jugs of wine on the table. These 4 jugs were different in appearance. The biggest jug had about 20 jeans of wine inside. This jug was completely black except for the center of the jug, there was a white knight. Below the knight were the words, Death Knight. Laura looked at the people who were sitting down and said, "This wine is called Death Knight. It's made from a special kind of poisonous grass from the bitter crust star as well as some other herbs. After drinking it, one's body would feel as if it's on fire. The wine's strength is very strong, making people feel as if they're drinking poison. This wine was named after Brother Hai's nickname." Everyone nodded, then they curiously looked at the jug of wine. Laura then pointed at the second jug. This jug was a bit smaller than the first, it could hold about 10 jeans of wine. However, the appearance of this jug was very special. This jug was completely white except for the center of the jug, there was a black king character. Below this character were 2 eyes. The eyes looked like the eyes of a tiger, they looked very scary. Below these eyes were the words white forehead tiger. Laura opened her mouth and said, "This white tiger wine is named after tiger's might. This wine is also a strong liquor, but it doesn't have the burning sensation. After drinking it, one's body would feel hot and full of strength. This wine can also replenish one's vitality." Laura nodded and said, "That's right." Then Laura pointed to the third jug of wine. This jug was cyan in color and had a picture of a wolf howling towards the sky. Above the wolf's head was a picture of a full moon. Below the picture were 3 words, Howling Moon Wolf. Laura smiled and said, "I won't say much about the name of this wine. When you first drink it, you won't be able to get full. Even if you drink it, you'll still feel a chill in your stomach. However, this wine is very strong. If you don't handle it well, then even cultivators would get drunk." Then there was the last jug of wine. This jug could only hold about 1 jean of wine. This jug was the most beautiful of the 3, it looked like a beautiful work of art. There was only 1 word written on the jug, fantasy. Laura looked at the jug of wine and smiled faintly. This jug of wine is the most special. Its name is based on its nickname. The most special thing about this wine is that when you drink it alone, it would be sweet and very delicious. Unknowingly, you would be able to drink a few more cups of it. Another wonderful use of this wine is that it can be mixed with other wines. You can add any other kind of wine to it, and the taste of each wine would be different. Most importantly, you can add ice, water, and other things to it. The taste of the wine would change, and it would become very delicious. Therefore, this wine is called fantasy. Speaking up to here, Laura paused for a moment, then she looked at everyone and said, "These 4 wines are the 4 main wines of our Righteous 4 gang. Today, everyone should taste them and see if there are any shortcomings in these wines. We need to correct them as soon as possible. If there aren't any shortcomings, then we can start negotiations with the Yi family." Everyone nodded, their faces were filled with smiles. This was especially true for White Tiger's Might and the other 2. Their smiles were very bright. They didn't think that the wines produced by the gang would be ordered with their nickname. This really gave them a lot of face. Zhao Hai looked at the 3, then he smiled faintly and said, "All right, everyone, don't be polite. I think we should start with the Death Knight. To be honest, I haven't drunk this wine before. I really want to see how it feels like to drink poison and how it feels to die. I want to see if it's worthy of my nickname." When everyone heard Zhao Hai's words, they couldn't help but laugh. The wine jugs were turned around in everyone's hands, then everyone poured a glass of wine for themselves. But when they looked at the wine in their hands, their faces couldn't help but show a trace of suspicion. This was because the wine's color was very strange. The wine was actually red, just like blood. However, there wasn't any smell of blood in it. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this. He looked at the wine in his glass, then he raised his glass and said, "All right, let's not talk too much about it. Come, let's have a drink." Everyone raised their glasses. Zhao Hai loudly said, "Cheers." Then he drank the wine in his glass. As soon as the wine entered their stomachs, everyone felt as if their stomachs were on fire. This fire instantly spread throughout their bodies. It felt as if every cell in their body was burning. This feeling was like being poisoned by fire. They felt as if they were about to be burned to death by the poisonous fire. However, this feeling only lasted for a moment. Then, an incomparably comfortable feeling came out of their pores. It was as if they were soaking in a hot spring. All the pores on their bodies were opened and they were breathing. This comfortable feeling made them sigh. Along with this sigh, everyone came back to their senses. Then, they looked at the jug of Death Knight wine and their expressions changed. This wine was the best wine they had ever tasted. There was no other wine that could compare to it. This wine was too delicious. Good wine. Ha ha ha. To be honest, I didn't think that this wine would taste this good. Very good. Come, let's go. Zhao Hai put down his glass and loudly said. Nobody objected, the Death Knight wine was too good to drink. When it first entered the mouth, it tasted like poison. However, the comfortable feeling that followed made people unable to stop themselves. If it didn't taste like poison at the beginning, then the comfortable feeling wouldn't be as intense. After everyone filled their glasses to the brim, they drained their glasses. Although they were mentally prepared, the moment they took a sip, they were still absent-minded. The feeling of conflict was too strong. Everyone forgot their purpose for a while and only knew how to drink. Before long, Zhao Hai picked up the wine jar and discovered that the Death Knight wine jar was empty. Zhao Hai stared, then he quickly said, "Why is it empty? Laura, bring another jar." Laura didn't go and get the wine, instead she looked at Zhao Hai and smiled, "Brother Hai, how could you forget that we're here to test the wine, not to drink it?" Zhao Hai stared for a moment, then he laughed and said, "Drinking this wine made me forget about the important matter. Alright, let's try the second wine, White Tiger." Ha ha ha. Let's see how second brother's wine tastes. Zhao Hai laughed and said, "Ha ha ha." Everyone reacted and laughed. Laura opened the jar of White Tiger's wine and poured everyone a glass. Everyone looked at it and then drank the wine in one gulp. This wine was a strong wine, but it didn't make people feel as if they were on fire. However, after drinking this wine, one would feel their blood boiling. It was as if their body was full of strength. Even an ordinary person would dare to fight a tiger. Everyone exhaled a mouthful of wine. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Good wine, it's really strong." Everyone also nodded. Although the White Tiger wine gave people a feeling that they couldn't stop drinking, this wine also had the effect of replenishing blood. It was very good. However, when it comes to taste, the White-Eared Tiger wine was a lot worse than the Death Knight wine. The Death Knight wine was really too overbearing. As long as you drink it, you would have the feeling of wanting to drink more. You would be intoxicated and unable to extricate yourself. You would just keep drinking and drinking. But the White Tiger wine was different. This wine was very strong, it gave people a feeling of bravery and made their blood boil. But to be honest, the wine's taste was far worse. After everyone drank 2 glasses of White Tiger wine, they took out the Howling Moon Wolf wine. When the wine was poured out, Zhao Hai couldn't help but stare. This was because the wine was cyan in color. However, Zhao Hai didn't find it strange. After everyone drank the wine, he raised his glass and gave everyone a toast. When the wine entered the mouth, it gave people a refreshing feeling. It didn't seem to have the taste of alcohol at all. But after swallowing the wine, one would be able to feel the taste of alcohol. It was very strange. Unknowingly, everyone drank the entire jar of Howling Moon Wolf wine. Then everyone turned their attention to the last jar of illusion wine. This jar had the least amount of illusion wine, but it was still enough for everyone. After everyone drank the wine, their expressions changed. This was because the wine tasted sweet when you first drank it. But when you moved the tip of your tongue, the wine immediately changed its taste. Then when you moved the tip of your tongue, the wine's taste changed again. But after swallowing the wine, the taste was still sweet, it was as if the wine didn't change at all. This meal was very enjoyable. Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the 4 wines that the 4 righteous gang brewed this time. These wines had their own characteristics, they would certainly be very popular. After drinking the wine, Zhao Hai told them to not leak the matter of the potions. Then Zhao Hai told White Tiger's Might to go to Bitter Bread Planetchi family and ask Yellen to come to the 4 righteous gang. After instructing them, Zhao Hai had them return. Then he returned to the space with Laura and the others. After sitting down inside the space, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh, I didn't expect them to be able to brew such good wine. Laura, why does the wine they brew taste different compared to the wine produced in the space? Laura replied, most of the wines produced by the space are made by the universal machine. Almost all of the wines produced by the universal machine have the same taste. However, the wines made by humans are different. Wines made by humans will always have subtle differences in the ingredients. Heat control, storage, and other aspects can't be exactly the same. Because of this, the taste of the wine would have some slight changes. But these slight changes aren't a bad thing, on the contrary, it's a good thing. Because of these slight changes, the wine would become alive. The wine made by the universal machine is like a lifeless robot, but the wine made by humans is actually alive. Laura nodded. The wine made by the universal machine is like a lifeless robot, but the wine made by humans is actually alive. When Zhao Hai heard what Laura said, he immediately understood what she meant. Why do people say that things made by machines are always rigid, while things made by humans have a vivid feeling? It was precisely because of this difference in details. Zhao Hai immediately understood what Laura meant. Why do people say that things made by machines are always rigid, while things made by humans have a vivid feeling? It was because of this difference. Zhao Hai nodded. Alright, let's use these 4 wines as our main products. Perhaps these wines would become an important part of the 4 Righteous Gang's development. After all, the wine's taste is very good. While Zhao Hai was resting inside the space, White Tiger's might had already departed from the 4 Righteous Gang. He went directly to Leaf City, the Yi family's lair. He was ordered by Zhao Hai to invite Yelin. Leaf City wasn't very big, at least it was much smaller compared to Bitterbar City. When White Tiger's might entered Leaf City, he was immediately noticed. However, White Tiger's might didn't care as he directly went to the Yi mansion. 2 guards were standing in front of the Yi mansion's entrance. These 2 guards were transcending realm cultivators. Looking at the tall Yi mansion, White Tiger's might took a deep breath before he walked over. When he arrived at the Yi mansion's entrance, White Tiger's might faced the 2 guards and said, I am White Tiger's might of the 4 Righteous Gang. I was ordered by the leader of the 4 Righteous Gang, Zhao Hai, to request an audience with young Master Yi Lin. I ask the 2 of you to pass on my message. When the 2 guards heard White Tiger's might, they couldn't help but stare. To be honest, only a few people in the Yi family had heard of the 4 Righteous Gang. However, the Yi family had heard of another name, Zhao Hai. Almost everyone in the Yi family had heard of Zhao Hai's name. They were very clear about what kind of person Zhao Hai was. Death Knight Zhao Hai, of course they knew about him. Moreover, they also heard that Zhao Hai was a good friend of the Yi family's young master Yelin. Although they couldn't confirm this information with Yelin, now that the 4 Righteous Gang had come on Zhao Hai's orders, they had no choice but to take it seriously. Because of this, one of the guards politely said to Tiger's Might, Mister, please wait in the gatehouse. I'll go in and pass on your message. White Tiger's Might nodded, then the guard immediately went inside the mansion. At the same time, the other guard invited White Tiger's Might to sit down in the gatehouse and served him tea. Yelin was currently in his study dealing with the family's affairs. Now that his status in the Yi family was very high, he was already participating in the family's management. Because of this, he had to deal with a lot of things every day. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, Young Master. A guard at the gate reported that someone has come to see the young master. Yelin stared, then he said, let the guards come in. The person outside the door nodded. Before long, the door to the study opened and a guard came in. When the guard came in, he cupped his fist and said, I've seen the young master. Yelin waved his hand and said, Who wants to see me? The guard immediately replied, replying to the young master, a person came in today. He claimed to be White Tiger's Might from the 4 Righteous Gang. He said that he was sent by their leader, Zhao Hai, to see the young master. This servant has already arranged for him to stay in the gatehouse. Yao Lin stared, then he said, let him in. The guard nodded, then he turned around and left. On the other hand, Yao Lin was still in a daze. This was the first time that Zhao Hai sent someone to see him. He really didn't know what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Before long, a voice was heard outside the door, Young Master, White Tiger's Might has arrived. Yao Lin nodded and said, all right, let him in. When the door was pushed open, White Tiger's Might walked in. Upon entering the study, White Tiger's Might immediately cupped his fist and said, I've seen young Master Ya. Yao Lin waved his hand and said, all right, you don't need to be polite with me. What did you come here for? White Tiger's Might smiled and said, young Master Ya, our leader wants to invite you to the 4 Righteous Gang. He has some business to discuss with you. When Yao Lin heard Tiger's Might, he couldn't help but stare and said, business? What kind of business? Is it the 4 Righteous Gang's business? If it is, then forget it, I'm not interested. When White Tiger's Might heard Yelin mention the business, he couldn't help but stare. But then he shook his head and said, "No, the business doesn't make much money. Our main purpose is to establish a relationship with some low-level cultivators. This way, if the Four Righteous Gang wants to find someone, it would be more convenient. This time, the business that the leader wants to talk to you about isn't the business of potions, but another kind of business, the business of wine." Yelin stared, then he looked at White Tiger's Might and said, "Wine business? Did your Four Righteous Gang start making wine?" White Tiger's Might nodded, then he smiled bitterly and said, "Yes, the business of potions doesn't make much money, but our Four Righteous Gang can't just sit back and eat. The money that we make from the life and death matches isn't enough for our Four Righteous Gang. Therefore, we can only think of other ways to do business. Since there's a cultivator in the gang who knows how to make wine, we've tried making several kinds of wine. We've already tried them before and the taste is pretty good. But we don't have any sales channels right now, so the leader asked me to invite you over to see if our wine is to your liking. If you think it's good, then the leader wants the Four Righteous Gang to cooperate with the Ye family in the wine business." Yelin quietly listened to White Tiger's Might's words. After White Tiger's Might finished, Yelin thought for a moment before he said, "All right, Zhao Hai and I are good friends, so I'll help you with this matter. You can go back first, you'll go to the Four Righteous Gang in 2 days. If the wine you make is good, then you can leave the sales to me." When Yelin entered his grandfather's study, the patriarch was sitting inside, looking at him with a smile. Yelin gave the patriarch a salute and said, "Grandfather." The patriarch smiled and said, "All right, there's no need to be so polite with grandfather. Sit down. I heard that you've been doing well recently. The shopkeepers said that you're neither arrogant nor impatient when dealing with matters. Good, that's the way to go." Yelin smiled and said, "It's just the shopkeepers praising me. Grandfather, I came here today for another matter. Zhao Hai just sent someone to look for me." The patriarch nodded and said, "What's the matter?" Yelin replied, "He said that he has a business to do with me. It's a wine business. He said that although the Four Righteous Gang has a potion business, it doesn't make much money. The Four Righteous Gang can't just sit there and do nothing. He wants to do a wine business and wants to cooperate with us." "Grandfather, what do you think he's doing? That puppet business is one of the top businesses in the world. How could he be short of money?" The patriarch looked at Yelin and smiled, "You're mistaken. The puppet business is a business that Zhao Hai cooperates with us. As for the wine business, it's a business that the Four Righteous Gang cooperates with us." Yelin stared, then he asked, "What's the difference?" The patriarch smiled and said, "There's a big difference. The puppet business was a business that Zhao Hai cooperated with us before he established the Four Righteous Gang. Moreover, the puppets aren't something that he can make by himself. Therefore, I think that the puppet business might be something that the great influence in his plane created. Because of this, he can't use the money that he makes from the puppet business to the Four Righteous Gang. This is because the money that he makes from the wine business would be given to the Four Righteous Gang." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "The Four Righteous Gang is a business that Zhao Hai started before he established the Four Righteous Gang. In other words, the profits from the wine business would be given to the Four Righteous Gang." Yelin stared, then he nodded and said, "I understand. But grandfather, if there's a great influence behind him, then why would he establish the Four Righteous Gang? You know the situation of the Four Righteous Gang. They're filled with rogue cultivators from various planes. What does he want to do? Does he want to break away from the great influence behind him?" The patriarch thought for a moment, then he said, "There's this possibility. Of course, there's also another possibility. He wants to represent the great influence behind him and establish a force in the void realm. This way, the great influence behind him would have a nail in the void. In the future, it would be easier for the great influence behind him to enter the void realm." Yalin's expression changed, and said, "Grandfather, what should we do?" The patriarch smiled faintly, "What should we do? If he wants to cooperate with us in the wine business, then it means that he has no hostility towards our Yi family. We'll just cooperate with him. Moreover, he's now cooperating with our Yi family in both businesses. If he really wants to do something to our Yi family in the future, Then we'll just cut off our cooperation with him and use our Yi family's power to make the other forces in the Void Realm stop cooperating with him. What do you think he'll do? Obviously, Zhao Hai also knows this, so he came to cooperate with us. He wants to tell us that he has no hostility towards our Yi family. Otherwise, he can just use the life and death arena to find other people to cooperate with. Wouldn't that be better? Yao Lin nodded and said, that's right. Grandfather, what do you think we should do about this matter? The patriarch smiled faintly and said, since he's already sent his goodwill, we can't just ignore it. You go and see what kind of wine the Four Righteous Gang makes. If it's good, then we'll take this business. In any case, our Yi family has a lot of hotels, we don't lack this kind of wine. Yao Lin nodded and said, yes, grandfather. Then I'll go. The patriarch nodded. Then Yao Lin stood up and left. The patriarch looked at Yao Lin's back and muttered, it's not that simple, it's definitely not that simple. Liner is too weak compared to Zhao Hai. That Zhao Hai isn't a simple person. It seems like we need to pay more attention to him. Yao Lin didn't know what the patriarch was thinking. He returned to his study and took care of some urgent matters. After that, he called someone over and gave them some instructions. Then he took the transmission formation from Yi City to Martha City and then directly went to the Four Righteous Gang. On the surface, the Four Righteous Gang looked the same as before. They only had a few hundred people. However, Yao Lin knew that the number of people in the Four Righteous Gang had increased a lot compared to before. If all of the people in the Four Righteous Gang were to gather, then the number wouldn't be small. To be honest, Yao Lin didn't expect the Four Righteous Gang to grow this fast. It was too fast, beyond his imagination. Fortunately, there were still a lot of teleportation realm experts in the Four Righteous Gang. As soon as Yi Lin arrived at the gate of the Four Righteous Gang, two cultivators of the separating dust stage immediately greeted him. They bowed to Yi Lin and said, Young Master Yi has arrived. Young Master Yi, please come in. Our leader is waiting for you, so we won't see you off. Yao Lin smiled faintly at the two and said, then I'll have to thank the two of you. Then his figure moved as he flew towards the main peak of the Jade Mountain. As soon as he arrived at the main peak, a teleportation realm cultivator immediately greeted him. The teleportation realm cultivator cupped his fist and said, Young Master Yi has arrived. Please come in. The leader has already prepared food and wine. He's waiting for you. Yao Lin chuckled and said, thank you. Then he followed the cultivator towards Zhao Hai's room. Before long, the two arrived in front of Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai was waiting for them. After the cultivator landed, he bowed to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, go. The cultivator turned around and left. Yao Lin looked at the cultivator and then smiled at Zhao Hai and said, good. I didn't expect Brother Zhao to be so ostentatious. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, ostentatious or not, it's far from it. However, it's not good for a gang to not have these rules. Let's go, your sister-in-law has already prepared the wine. This time, our Four Righteous Gang has made something good. 4 kinds of wine, collectively known as the Four Righteous Gang wine. Today, we'll let you have a taste of it. While the two were talking, they entered the room. They didn't stay in the living room and directly went to the dining room. Laura had already prepared the food and wine before she left. Inside the dining room were only the two of them. On the table were 4 jugs of wine. Yao Lin's eyes stared at the 4 jugs of wine. Each of the 4 jugs had its own characteristics. Each jug had the name of the wine written on it. After Zhao Hai invited Yao Lin to sit down, he pointed to the 4 jugs of wine and said, this is our Four Righteous Gang's Four Righteous Gang. Each of the wines is named after one of our nicknames. This one is the Death Knight wine, this one is the White Tiger wine, this one is the Howling Moon Wolf wine, and this one is the Fantasy wine. Yao Lin nodded. Zhao Hai took the White Tiger wine and smiled, come, have a taste. This is the White Tiger wine. Then he handed it over to Yao Lin. The two chatted while drinking. From time to time, Zhao Hai would introduce several wines to Yao Lin. To be honest, after Yao Lin drank the White Tiger wine, he thought that it was a good wine. If the other 3 wines could reach the same level, then he would be able to cooperate with Zhao Hai. But after drinking the other 3 wines, Lin knew that a golden mountain was placed in front of him. After drinking the Death Knight wine, Yao Lin didn't dare to stay in the Four Righteous Gang. He asked for 4 jugs of wine from Zhao Hai and then went to Martha City. After passing through Martha City, he directly returned to Leaf City. Upon arriving at Leaf City, he didn't say anything and directly went to the Patriarch's study. After reporting, he hurriedly went to the Patriarch's study. The Patriarch looked at Yao Lin and asked, "What happened? Why did you come back so quickly? Did something happen to the Four Righteous Gang?" Yao Lin replied, "Grandfather, you should try the Four Righteous Gang's wine first." Then he took out 4 jugs of wine as well as a jade cup. Then he placed the jugs and the jade cup on the Patriarch's desk. The old Patriarch looked at Yao Lin with some confusion, but he still nodded and said, "All right, then I'll try it. Come, bring the wine to grandfather." Yao Lin faintly smiled. He also picked up the white tiger wine and poured a cup for the old Patriarch. The Patriarch smiled and picked up his cup. He drank all of the wine in one gulp and then drank it. After a bit of aftertaste, he said, "Good wine, strong enough. It can even replenish blood energy. Although it's a small amount, it's still not bad, not bad, not bad." Yao Lin faintly smiled, then he picked up the Howling Moon Wolf wine and poured another cup for the Patriarch. After the Patriarch drank it, his expression became strange. Just as he was about to say something, a red light suddenly flashed on his face. Then he let out a long breath and said, "Good wine, but this wine is too sinister. I almost fell for it. Ha ha ha, good stuff. Come, pour some more for grandfather." Yao Lin smiled and poured another cup for the Patriarch. After drinking this cup, the Patriarch nodded and said, "This is something that women drink. It can also be considered a woman's wine. This wine is just like a woman's, it's ever-changing. Not bad." Yao Lin had a smile on his face, his eyes flashed with a hint of schadenfreude. Then he poured the Death Knight wine for the Patriarch. The Yi family head didn't notice Yao Lin's expression. He picked up the wine cup and smelled it, but he couldn't find out what it was. He couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, but he still drank the wine in one gulp. This wine was extraordinary. The Yi family head's face turned red. He tightly closed his mouth, as if he didn't even dare to breathe. Then, he suddenly let out a long breath. The redness on his face completely receded, and he revealed an incomparably comfortable expression. After a while, the Patriarch returned to normal. He let out a long breath, then he turned his head to look at the Death Knight wine and muttered, "What wine is this? Death Knight? Zhao Hai? Death Knight, ha ha ha, good name, good wine, good, very good. Lin, what do you think?" Yao Lin let out a long breath and said, "Another gold mine. But grandfather, I'm worried. This Zhao Hai is too good at making money. I'm afraid this isn't a good thing for us. I'm afraid that he won't be under our control in the future." Old Patriarchy looked at Yao Lin and said calmly, "What do you think? Tell Grandpa." Yao Lin nodded and said, "Grandpa, although I have a good relationship with Zhao Hai came to the Void Realm from another realm. If he develops in the Void Realm, what will happen to the people of the Void Realm in the future? So Grandpa, I want to control the Four Righteous Gang's source of income through the puppet business and the wine business. As long as we control the Four Righteous Gang to a certain extent, we can control them forever and make them work for our Yi family." Old Patriarchy looked at Yao Lin for a while before letting out a long breath and said, "Lin, you are the grandson I value the most. Do you know why I value you?" Yao Lin was stunned, then he shook his head and said, "I don't know." Old Patriarchy said in a deep voice, "The cultivation world is ruthless, but it also has feelings. As the patriarch of a family, you have to have feelings. You have to have feelings for the family, for your relatives, and for your friends. But at the same time, you have to be ruthless. Everyone who affects the development of the family is your enemy. You have to do everything you can to kill them." Yao Lin looked at Old Patriarchy with some confusion. He understood these principles, but he didn't understand why Old Patriarchy told him this. The Yi Patriarch looked at Yao Lin and said in a deep voice, "Grandfather values you the most because you are affectionate and righteous. Your relationship with Zhao Hai is very good, and he can be your friend. You didn't look down on him because of his status. He wanted to pull him into the Yi clan. But then he said that he wanted to do business with you, so you put him on an equal footing. You have always treated him as a friend, which you have done very well. Grandfather likes you the most, because no one can live without friends. If you want to monopolize the world, then the world is your enemy. If you treat others as friends, then they will treat you as a friend. Even if some people don't treat you as a friend, but if you make 10 friends, then as long as 5 or even 3 of them are your true friends, then you will have profited. But your approach today has disappointed me. Yao Lin was stunned, then he looked at the old patriarch with an ashamed expression and said, Grandpa, old patriarch waved his hand and said to Yao Lin in a deep voice, you previously treated Zhao Hai as a friend. When can you see a friend? It's only when you're in trouble. Eating and drinking together on normal days, can that be considered a friend? You want to control Zhao Hai? Were there people who wanted to control their friends? Lin when Zhao Hai first cooperated with our Yi clan in the puppet business, he was already on equal footing with us. Yes, he relied on our Yi clan to help him sell his things, but did he have to worry about selling his things? Even if you stop working with him, do you think others won't work with him? The Yi family has shares in the life and death arena, but remember, those are only shares. Can you really control the life and death arena? Not to mention you, even if it was the Yi clan, could they really control the life and death arena? If the Yi clan wants to control the life and death arena, then it would be an enemy of everyone. The Yi clan would be digging its own grave. As long as Zhao Hai passes the life and death arena, he would be able to find people to cooperate with him. Would he be afraid of us? Yao Lin was sweating profusely. Old Master Yi looked at Yao Lin and said in a deep voice, do you really think that we, the forces of the Void Realm, want to chase out everyone who isn't from the Void Realm? You're wrong, no one would think that way. The reason why the Void Realm is where it is today is because we can allow people from all realms to come here to do business and communicate. If we don't allow those people to come, then there would be other realms that would let them go. In the end, what's the difference between the Void Realm and the other realms? The reason why the local forces act as if they don't welcome people from other realms is that they want to fight for more benefits for themselves. They want to use this method to make the local forces the biggest force in the Void Realm. This way, the local forces will naturally be able to get a bigger share of the benefits. Yao Lin's expression completely changed. He had always thought that the forces in the Void Realm didn't welcome people from other realms. Now that he heard old Patriarch Ye's words, he knew that it wasn't the case at all. Old Patriarch Ye looked at Yao Lin and said, you're a businessman, so you should know that all businessmen must understand a principle, that flowing water never rots. You have to make the jade essence in your hands move. Only when the jade essence moves will it bring more jade essence. The reason why people from other realms come to the Void Realm is because the Void Realm is a place where countless realms gather. It can be said that the Void Realm is a place where the jade essence is the sea, and the people from other realms are small rivers. They have all seen the vastness of the sea and the fact that the water here will never rot. If they don't come one day, then the Void Realm will become a place where there are no rivers. Is it still a sea without rivers? It's just a pond. No matter how big the pond is, without new water sources, it will dry up sooner or later. At this point, old Patriarch Yi let out a long breath and said, the Void Realm is the sea, and the other realms are the rivers. The people who come to the Void Realm and the various forces here are the fish in the sea. But the people from other realms are the fish that flowed from the river to the sea. If they can't adapt to the sea, they can return to the river. But we are the fish that were born in the sea. If one day we can't survive in the sea, can we swim to the river? We can't. If we do, we will still die. Therefore, we can't block the river. We just need to be the biggest fish in the sea. The Patriarch looked at Yellen and said, you want the other forces to join forces to deal with Zhao Hai? That's impossible. What is Zhao Hai? Zhao Hai is a fish swimming in the sea. He's very small, but he can help other fish find food. If you don't want to eat the food he finds, then the other fish will eat it. If you don't let the other fish eat, then the other fish will unite and eat you. The Patriarch looked at Yellen and said, Zhao Hai is a fish that swam into the sea. Old Patriarch Yi said, do you really think that Zhao Hai cooperated with our Yi family because he had no other way? He just doesn't want the other forces to target him. Our Yi family is big enough. He just wants to make money together with the Yi family. Others will only pay attention to our Yi family and not him. However, he did a good job and gave us a lot of benefits. Our Yi family can earn a lot of money. Compared to the money we earn, what's the point of being his scapegoat? Speaking up to here, old patriarchy let out a long breath and said, even if we pay the price and make everyone not cooperate with Zhao Hai, have you thought about it? Do you think that he opened those cheap pharmacies for nothing? Those cheap pharmacies don't make a lot of money, but they can support a lot of rogue cultivators and make those ordinary rogue cultivators feel grateful to them. Even if Zhao Hai doesn't cooperate with us, he can still sell those wines to the cheap pharmacies. However, that would attract other people's attention. He doesn't want to get into trouble. Although he's not afraid of trouble, he doesn't want to get into trouble. Therefore, he cooperated with us. He would rather give us a part of the benefits than get into trouble. This is where he's smart. Old patriarchy looked at Yelin and said, control him? From the moment he cooperated with you, he was on equal footing with you. How can you control him? Lin, you have to remember that there are some people who only accept equal treatment. Anyone who wants to control them will become their enemy. They will do everything in their power to kill their enemies. You can't offend such people. You can be friends with them because only by being friends with them can you get benefits. Endless benefits. Do you understand? Yao Lin was trembling with fear as he said, yes, grandfather. I understand. Emotions and ruthlessness, I understand. Old patriarchy looked at Yao Lin and said, it's good that you understand. If a person is worthy of you treating them as a friend, then don't think about making them your subordinate. This is because you might turn your friend into an enemy. Even if they really become your subordinate, they will still be your enemy. If they stab you in the back, then they will be more terrifying than your real enemy. Therefore, put away your thoughts and don't think about controlling other people, especially those who can become your friends. Yao Lin said in a deep voice, yes, grandfather. I understand. I will definitely remember what you said. Old patriarchy nodded his head and said, all right, I'll only tell you this once. How much you comprehend will depend on yourself. If there's a next time, don't even think about the position of patriarch. Yao Lin's body trembled as he nodded. Old patriarchy waved his hand, then Yao Lin withdrew. Old patriarchy looked at Yao Lin's appearance and sighed, I hope you can remember my words. This Zhao Hai isn't simple. Yao Lin walked out of Elder Ye's room in a daze. His entire body was drenched in sweat. He didn't expect that his grandfather, who had always been overbearing, would have such a side to him. Therefore, being a good patriarch wasn't just about being heartless. Yao Lin had seen how his grandfather governed the Yi family since he was a child. In his opinion, Yi Tian was too iron-fisted towards the Yi family. He had reached the realm of being cold-blooded and ruthless. It was precisely because of this that Yao Lin wanted to learn from Old Yi. He wanted to become more ruthless, and he wanted to control Zhao Hai as well as the Four Righteous Gang. However, old patriarch's words made Yao Lin break out in cold sweat. If he really wanted to use this method to control Zhao Hai, then Zhao Hai would sooner or later become his enemy. What made Yao Lin even more afraid was that Zhao Hai would use all kinds of methods to make other people his enemy. When that time comes, not only him, but the entire Yi family would be in trouble. If the Yi family really got into trouble because of him, then with his understanding of the Yi family, he would definitely be executed. The more he thought about it, the more fearful he felt. A layer of sweat couldn't help but appear on his forehead. After returning to his study room, Yao Lin sat there quietly. He recalled the scene after meeting Zhao Hai. After a while, he let out a long breath and muttered, I really drank lard and was blinded by it. Brother Zhao, this is the last time I'll let you down. After he finished speaking, he let out a long breath. With a flip of his hand, he took out the 4 jars of wine. He carefully looked at the 4 jars of wine and muttered, Brother Zhao, I will definitely make up for my mistakes. Although you don't know about this matter. After he said that, Yao Lin put all of his attention on the 4 jugs of wine. He was thinking about how to open up the market for these 4 jugs of wine. But what Yao Lin didn't know was that everything he did was being observed by Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had already left a trace of liquid silver dust on Yao Lin's body, so he was naturally aware of Yao Lin's every move. At this time, Zhao Hai was watching Yao Lin from the space. After Yao Lin finished speaking, Zhao Hai let out a long breath. Then he smiled faintly and said to Laura, "Sure enough, the older the ginger, the spicier it is. Yao Lin is too far behind. Patriarchy is very clear that treating me as a friend is 1,000 times better than treating me as an enemy." Laura snorted and said, "If they really dared to scheme against you, I wouldn't mind tidying them up. But now, I can't deal with them. They're lucky." At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly smiled faintly. But people who knew him knew that when he smiled, it meant that he was about to kill someone. Just as Zhao Hai smiled, two people suddenly appeared in front of him. They were two dead people. But when they entered the space, they immediately recovered. The two people stood in front of Zhao Hai and gave a salute to Zhao Hai. "We have seen the young master." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Tell me, what's going on? Do you know the people who attacked you?" Zhao Hai knew these two people. In fact, these two were undead from the space. After they were resurrected, they were sent to the Four Righteous Gang by Zhao Hai. Now, they were working as clerks in the gang's pharmacies. However, the two weren't in Bitter Bar Star, they were in a small town called Heavy Stone Star. They were sent by the Four Righteous Gang and were relatively far away. The reason why Zhao Hai didn't have any business was because the shop opened by these two people was robbed. If these two didn't turn themselves into undead, then the robbers would have thought that they were dead. Zhao Hai was afraid that these two people would really be a threat. One shouldn't think that they couldn't die after being resurrected. In fact, they were only resurrected on the surface. If one really wanted to count, then they should still be considered as undead. Their life wasn't determined by their breathing or heartbeat, but by their soul. If their soul was destroyed, then they would still die. When these two people discovered that their shop was being attacked by cultivators, there were even teleportation realm cultivators among them. They knew that if they didn't think of a good way, then they would die. Because of this, they retreated and fought with those people. Then they looked for a suitable opportunity to let the other party hit them. This way, they could play dead openly. The two nodded, then one of them said, "The people who attacked us were wearing masks. Moreover, their masks seem to be specially made, they can block spiritual force detection." However, there were a few people who looked very familiar. It seems like they were the people who came to the shop to buy medicine many times before. Zhao Hai nodded, then he said, "I'm not sure." Zhao Hai nodded, then with a wave of his hand, a projection appeared in front of him. This projection showed the situation of the store that the two were looking at. Inside, there were all kinds of cultivators taking medicine. Zhao Hai said, "Pay attention and point out the people you suspect." Zhao Hai nodded, then he waved his hand and a projection appeared in front of him. The two nodded, then the projection began to speed up. The two couldn't help but stare at the screen. After some time, the two suddenly said, "Stop." The projection stopped. At this time, a few cultivators appeared on the screen. However, these cultivators didn't seem to be together. They were all standing in different places, looking at the potions while the two people were introducing them. The two people pointed at the two cultivators on the screen and said, "It's these two. They should have come to our store several times. Every time they came, they would buy a lot of potions. Moreover, all of them were jade essence. Because of this, we have a very deep impression of them. When I saw their figures, I felt that they were very familiar. There's no mistake about it." Zhao Hai looked at the two people on the screen and said, "All right, you don't need to worry about this matter. Go and rest." The two nodded and then turned around to leave. Zhao turned to Laura and said, "Find out when these people first came to the store, and how many times they came to the store. Also, record the figures of the people who robbed tonight. Tomorrow, there will be people who will go to the store to watch the fun. Record the figures of the people who came to watch the fun, and at the same time, monitor all the people who came to watch the fun." Laura nodded and said, "Don't worry, Brother Hai. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded, then his figure moved as he came out of the space. Then he immediately called White Tiger's Might and the others to his room. Tiger's Might and the others hadn't received any news yet, so they didn't know what had happened. They also didn't know why Zhao Hai had called them over. However, when they entered the room and saw Zhao Hai's gloomy face, they knew that something had happened. They all sat up straight and looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at them and said in a deep voice, just now, the badge of one of our brothers who opened a shop on Xianxia Star was broken. I suspect that there might be a problem there. Tigers might immediately choose 10 people to follow you to Xianxia Star. I'll leave some instructions at home and will be there soon. When White Tiger's Might and the others heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. White Tiger's Might said, Big brother, what's going on? Someone dared to make a move against us brothers? Zhao Hai replied, I don't know yet. Remember, Xianxia Star, Meteorite City. White Tiger's Might nodded, then he turned around and left. Zhao Hai turned his head to the others and said, from now on, the gang will enter a state of alert. Inform all the pharmacies under our banner to be more careful. If necessary, the pharmacies can be abandoned, but the people must come back alive. Changzi, open the mountain protecting formation for me. At the same time, send someone to inform Tianjin. Everyone nodded. Xiao Yifeng looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big brother, isn't this too much? Is there a need to mobilize so many people? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, however, it's not too much. This is because I still don't know if this is an isolated matter or if it's aimed at the Four Righteous Gang. The Four Righteous Gang's pharmaceutical business is very profitable. Although outsiders don't know about this, we still have to be careful. If people find out about this, then it's very likely that this matter will target the entire gang. We need to be careful. When everyone heard Zhao Hai, their expressions couldn't help but change. Xiao Yifeng nodded and said, yes, big brother. We'll immediately prepare. When will you leave? Do you need to bring more people with you? Zhao Hai shook his head and said, I'll go as soon as I'm done with the matters at home. There's no need to bring more people. I'll take Laura and the Hell King's ship. Everyone else will stay at home. If this is really a diversion, then having more people at home will buy us some time. Also, inform Tianjin about this matter. Tell him that if we have a problem here, ask him to come and support us. I think he'll give me face. Everyone nodded. Then Zhao Hai said, all right, let's go. Heart Saint, prepare some pills. Old Madam, besides some special treasures, you can give them to Heart Saint. Old Madam Wang and Ancient Heart Saint nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and said, let's go. This time it might not be as serious. Maybe some people were tempted by money. Let's just treat it as a drill. Everyone nodded before they turned around and left. When Zhao Hai saw that everyone had left, he entered the space. Inside the space, Laura and the others had already found the two suspects among the robbers. After comparing them with the computer, they found that there was a 90% chance that they were the same person. Needless to say, it was almost certain that it was the two of them. Zhao Hai looked at the two people, then he turned to Laura and said, what's the situation in Falling Star City? Did anyone find out about the shop? Laura replied, some people have already found out. There are also a lot of cultivators watching the show. The computer is currently comparing them. Zhao Hai nodded and said, everyone who's watching the show, whether they are robbers or not, use flowing silver dust on them. I want to see who dared to make a move on our Four Righteous Gang. Laura nodded and said, don't worry, we're already doing it. Before long, a picture was displayed on the computer. It was the scene of the shop that was robbed. A lot of cultivators were standing outside the shop, watching the show. There were also a lot of rogue cultivators who had an unbearable and angry expression on their faces. Zhao Hai knew that the cheap medicine that they sold made the hearts of these rogue cultivators turn towards them. Therefore, these rogue cultivators had such an expression on their faces. At this time, the computer suddenly locked onto two people. When Zhao Hai saw the two people, his expression changed. Then he couldn't help but coldly snort and said, you really have guts. You actually dared to stay there and watch the show. It seems like you want to wash away your suspicion. Good, this saves me a lot of trouble. Laura naturally understood what Zhao Hai meant. This was because the two people that appeared on the computer were the two suspects. The two of them actually went to the scene to watch the show. Moreover, they also pretended to discuss the matter with other people. Their expressions were filled with righteous indignation. Laura immediately left some flowing silver dust on the two. Now, the shop had been sealed by the Liu family, who controlled Starfall City. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Alright, keep an eye on the two guys. At the same time, prepare yourselves. We'll immediately head to Sinking Stone Star. If we don't eliminate these guys, then there will always be people who want to deal with us." Laura nodded. After that, Zhao Hai came out of the space. After coming out of the space, Zhao Hai went to Green Mountain to take a look. The situation here was very good. However, the people of the Four Righteous Gang were already on guard. Even the defensive formation had been activated. Zhao Hai looked around and found that everything was ready. Then he called Xiao Yefeng and the others over and gave them some instructions. After that, he boarded the Hell King's ship and left Green Mountain. Going to Sinking Stone Star required an interstellar transmission formation. Although the Four Righteous Gang had an interstellar transmission formation, they didn't have the coordinates of Sinking Stone Star. Because of this, Zhao Hai could only go to Bitter Bottom City and use the interstellar transmission formation there. After arriving at Bitter Bottom City, Zhao Hai asked around and found out that it would take 2 days for the number of people to be gathered. Zhao Hai couldn't wait any longer. He directly spent some money and used the interstellar transmission formation to go to Sinking Stone Star. The main city of Sinking Stone Star was Sinking Stone City. After arriving at Sinking Stone City, Zhao Hai didn't stop for a moment. Instead, he directly used the transmission formation to go to Meteorite City. After arriving at the Meteorite City's transmission formation, Zhao Hai immediately went to the shop. When he arrived at the shop, he discovered that Bai Huwei and the others had already arrived. However, they were stopped by several people. Zhao Hai led Laura and the others as he walked towards the store. At this time, the Hell King's ship had already been stored. At this time, there were a lot of people in front of the store. Tiger's Might was arguing with 2 people wearing blue robes. Although the 2 were transcending realm cultivators, they had arrogant expressions on their faces. This made people feel uncomfortable. Zhao Hai walked over and said, "What's going on? Why aren't you going in?" When Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai's voice, he immediately turned his head. When he saw Zhao Hai and Laura, he immediately gave Zhao Hai a salute and said, "Big brother, these are people from Meteorite City's Lu clan. They said that the store was closed because of a murder case. Nobody is allowed to enter." Zhao Hai turned his head to the 2 people from the Lu clan and said, "Why aren't we allowed to enter? Is this our store?" One of the 2 people from the Lu clan looked at Zhao Hai and said with an arrogant expression, "Just because you say it's your store, it's your store. Do you have proof? Show me proof. Besides, this is Starfall City, the Lu clan's territory. Anything that happens here will have to be handled by the Lu clan." Zhao Hai looked at the 2 people and coldly snorted. He waved his hand and took out a piece of paper. Then he held it up in front of the 2 people from the Lu clan and said, "Look carefully, this is the store's deed. This store is ours. We bought this store, so this place is ours. Get the hell out of here." When the 2 people from the Lu clan heard Zhao Hai take out the deed, they couldn't help but stare. Then when they heard Zhao Hai's words, their complexion couldn't help but change. One of them coldly said, "What did you say? Do you know where this place is? This is Meteorite City, the Lu clan's territory. You dare talk to us like this? Do you want to die?" Zhao Hai looked at the 2 people and said, "What? Is my contract fake? If it's not fake, then this store is mine. Get out of the way." The 2 cultivators coldly snorted and said, "In Falling Star City, our Lu clan's words are the law. If we say we won't let you in, then we won't let you in. What are you going to do about it?" Zhao Hai looked at the 2 cultivators, then he suddenly smiled and said, "The Lu clan is really powerful. You don't even allow us to go back to our own home. Our shop was robbed, so why can't we go in and count our losses? What? Is your Lu clan really so overbearing?" The 2 cultivators sneered and said, "Our Lu clan is overbearing. What do you want? Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. Someone actually dares to treat our Four Righteous Gang like this. Today, I want to see how strong your Lu clan is." Then Zhao Hai waved his hand. Everyone felt the sky darken as a huge battleship appeared in the sky. Then 2 carriages appeared on top of the battleship. In the blink of an eye, the carriages arrived at Zhao Hai's side. Zhao Hai turned to White Tiger's Might and said, "Get in." Let's go. Then Zhao Hai got on the carriage first. At this time, a voice was suddenly heard, "Mister, please wait." Zhao Hai turned his head towards the direction of the voice and saw several cultivators rushing towards them. These cultivators were wearing the Lu clan's blue robes. Zhao Hai turned his head and looked at the cultivators. His face slowly turned cold. The cultivators arrived in front of Zhao Hai in the blink of an eye. They were led by a middle-aged cultivator. When the middle-aged cultivator arrived in front of Zhao Hai, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Mister, this one is the Lu clan's foreign affairs elder, Lu Yifan. Nice to meet you." Zhao Hai looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "I don't deserve your courtesy. My men from the Four Righteous gang were killed in Falling Star City. We want to investigate it ourselves, but we can't even enter the city. I suspect that there is an inside story behind this. It may be the Lu family's people who instigated this. In this case, I am your enemy, not your friend. So there is no need for me to get to know you." After saying that, he turned around and was about to get into the car. When Lu Yifan heard Zhao Hai's words, he started sweating. He quickly said, "Mister, you've misunderstood. It's not that we don't want to let you in. We just want to protect the scene. We're looking for the murderer who killed the cultivators of the Four Righteous gang." Zhao Hai looked at Lu Yifan and said in a deep voice, "You're here to track down the murderer, and so are we. But I don't know why you won't let us in. Don't tell me that we don't even have the qualifications to investigate the deaths of our sex cultivators?" A cultivator behind Lu Yifan shouted at Zhao Hai, "You're so unreasonable. Our Lu family is doing this for your own good, but you don't even know how to be grateful. Do you think our Lu family is easy to bully?" Zhao Hai glanced at those cultivators and smiled. He didn't say anything and directly turned around to get into the carriage. At the same time, his voice was heard, "Pass down my order. The Four Righteous gang and the Lu family of Falling Star City are at war. Unless one side is completely annihilated, there is no way to stop. White Tigers might and the others haven't gotten into the carriage yet." When they heard Zhao Hai's order, their blood boiled. They said in unison, "Yes, sir." Then these people looked at the Lu family and coldly snorted. Then they turned around and got into the carriage. The 8 bronze horses galloped and in the blink of an eye, they rushed into the sky and entered the huge battleship. Lu Yifan stared blankly at Zhao Hai's words. He thought that Zhao Hai wouldn't do anything to him because he was a local tyrant. Therefore, he was prepared to play the good cop and bad cop, helping Zhao Hai settle down first. But he didn't expect that Zhao Hai wouldn't give him this opportunity. Moreover, he gave such an order. Unless one side was completely annihilated, there was no way to stop. This was tantamount to a kill order. From Zhao Hai's words, Lu Yifan could clearly feel the murderous aura. It seems like this matter wouldn't be easily settled. At this time, Lu Yifan felt a shadow move in the sky. Lu Yifan immediately reacted and said, "Not good." Quickly informed the patriarch. "We're in big trouble." As soon as his voice fell, he felt the sky suddenly turn white, and a huge beam of light shot straight in the direction of the Lu family. Lu Yifan stared, then he muttered, "It's over, it's all over." When Zhao Hai boarded the Hell King's ship, he immediately turned to Laura and said, "Laura, order the ship's laser cannons to bombard the Lu family's residence." Laura nodded and waved her hand. The ship's laser cannons immediately changed direction and bombarded the Lu family's residence. Zhao Hai turned to Tiger's Might and said, "You guys watch out. I'm going to arrange a transmission formation on this ship. Have Yefeng bring people over. Today, I'm going to destroy the Lu family." White Tiger's Might nodded. However, he couldn't help but hesitate. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, is this okay? Won't this cause dissatisfaction with the other clans?" Zhao Hai coldly snorted and said, "So what if they're dissatisfied? Our shop was robbed and our people were killed. It's very likely that it was the Lu family who did it. Otherwise, why would they close the shop and not let us see it? Do they think we're idiots? If they robbed anyone in the city, then the Lu family would have been killed long ago." When White Tiger's Might heard Zhao Hai, his expression couldn't help but change. Then he coldly snorted and said, "Good, so it was them. Brothers, did you hear that? Then why are you still being polite? Brother, we'll listen to you." Zhao Hai nodded, then he began to arrange the formation. At this time, the people from the Lu family reacted and immediately activated the mountain defending formation. At the same time, people from the Lu family went up to the Hell King's ship. At this time, Laura opened her mouth and said, "Tiger's might, block the Lu family's people. I'll use the laser cannons to break the defensive formation." Tiger's might nodded. Then he waved his hand as the other people from the Four Righteous gang followed him down from the Hell King's ship. Then they directly rushed towards the Lu family. Zhao Hai acted as if he didn't see their movements. He was still concentrating on arranging the formation. After some time, Zhao Hai finished arranging the formation. Then he turned to Laura and said, "Laura, tell Moon Wind to bring people over. I'll go down and help them." Laura nodded. At this time, White Tiger's might and the Lu family were already fighting. But the Lu family's defensive formation had yet to be broken. The Lu family's people were still rushing towards the Hell King's ship. White Tiger's might and the others were having a hard time blocking them. Naturally, Zhao Hai wouldn't use all of his strength. Therefore, he could only do it himself. After wearing the death suit and riding Iron Tiger, Zhao Hai's figure moved as he rushed out of the Hell King's ship towards the Lu family's people. After leaving the Hell King's ship, Zhao Hai took out his Power King's bow and shot iron arrows towards the Lu family. The Lu family's people were currently suppressing Tiger's might and the others. If it weren't for White Tiger's might and the others being rogue cultivators, then they would have suffered a loss. Fortunately, Tiger's might and the others were able to hold on. At this time, Zhao Hai suddenly joined the fray. Iron arrows rained down on the Lu family's people, killing several of them on the spot. The Lu family's people reacted and no longer dared to surround Tiger's might and the others. Instead, they dispersed. Tiger's might and the others let out a sigh of relief. Some of them were already injured. Zhao Hai continued to shoot iron arrows, but the effect wasn't great. The Lu family's people also had some skills. Seeing the iron arrows coming their way, they immediately moved aside, greatly reducing the damage of the iron arrows. Zhao Hai placed the Power King's bow back into his pouch and then took out his Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear. Iron Tiger roared as he pounced forward. When the Lu family's people saw that Zhao Hai didn't use his bow, they also shouted and pounced towards him. Zhao Hai and his spear shook as spear flowers appeared. They killed their way through the Lu family's crowd. With this, the Lu family's people fell down like wheat. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 people were killed by Zhao Hai. The Lu family's people were startled. They didn't think that Zhao Hai would be this strong. They were all stunned. At this time, they suddenly heard an explosion as the Lu family's guardian formation was broken. When the Lu family's people saw that the guardian formation was broken, their faces changed. But at this time, a voice was heard, "Who dares to offend my Lu family?" Along with this voice, an incomparably powerful pressure came from the Lu family's residents. This pressure was incomparably powerful. Everyone who felt this pressure couldn't help but take a deep breath before they stabilized their bodies. Otherwise, they would have fallen down. When Zhao Hai felt this pressure, his expression changed. Then he laughed and said, "Good, a spirit condensation expert. I didn't think that the Lu family would have a spirit condensation expert. I was just thinking about meeting a spirit condensation expert." Then he pointed his Jade Dragon Golden Tongue Spear forward. His killing aura soared to the sky. This was the first time that Zhao Hai released his killing aura in front of people. As soon as his killing aura came out, everyone felt as if the world had turned dark. The surroundings seemed to have turned blood red. Countless evil spirits howled as they flew around. The surrounding air was filled with the smell of blood. These people were also teleportation realm cultivators. Their willpower was incomparably strong. When they felt this, they immediately knew that they had fallen into an illusion. Everyone immediately calmed down. However, the pressure around them didn't lessen. Everyone's expression changed. They didn't think that Zhao Hai's killing aura would be this heavy. How many people did he kill to have such a heavy killing aura? They didn't even dare to think about it. "Oh. Good kid, your killing aura is so heavy. You must be a murderous demon king. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens." Along with this voice, a figure flew out from the Lu family's courtyard. Zhao Hai looked at this person. It was an old man. His hair was a bit messy, it seems like he hasn't taken care of it for a long time. He was also wearing a blue cultivator robe. However, some parts of it were already torn. It seems like he hasn't changed it for a long time. However, his eyes were bright as he looked at Zhao Hai. At this time, when the Lu family saw this old man, they couldn't help but stare. Then they all cheered. The Lu family's patriarch cried out, "Ancestor, ancestor, you're still alive." Lu Yilan greets the ancestor. "Ancestor, you must uphold justice for our Lu family. This person wants to destroy our Lu family, he's really hateful." The Lu family's ancestor looked at Lu Yilan and said, "Don't act like a girl. Anyone who dares to touch our Lu family is my enemy. Kid, kill yourself. I'll leave your corpse intact." Ha 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 ha. Ever since I, Zhao Hai, made my debut, I don't know how many people have said such words to me. If I, Zhao Hai, really committed suicide every time, I'm afraid that I would have died hundreds of times by now. It's really strange. Why do you always say such nonsense before a fight? Have you seen anyone slit their own throat as soon as they see you? If there is, you have to introduce them to me. Zhao Hai sat on the iron tiger and laughed. The Lu clan's old ancestor looked at Zhao Hai and coldly said, "You are really arrogant. If you don't want to do it yourself, then let me do it. Kid, prepare to die." After saying that, he punched. His punch was completely different from the other people that Zhao Hai had encountered. When this punch was thrown, the surrounding spiritual chi of the world was almost sucked dry and all of it was added to the punch. It went straight to Zhao Hai. Of course, the most important thing was that this punch carried a kind of emotion, a kind of feeling of death. It was as if a person was sitting in an empty field, surrounded by a dead silence. When Zhao Hai saw this punch, he couldn't help but snort coldly. He waved the long spear in his hand forward and a spear flew out. Although his spear didn't absorb the surrounding spiritual chi of the world, this spear itself was very concentrated. It was like an all that met the Lu clan's old ancestor's fist. In Zhao Hai's spear, there was a trace of emotion, a trace of despair. Boom! When the chi collided, the spear and the fist were directly offset. When the Lu clan's old ancestor saw this, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then, his face showed a trace of a dignified look and said, "You really have some skills. No wonder you are so arrogant. But you still have to die." After saying that, he directly rushed towards Zhao Hai. At the same time, he waved his hand and a long saber appeared in his hand. He directly attacked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai sneered and said, "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Brandishing his spear, he stepped forward and stood next to the Lu clan's ancestor. At this time, a white light flashed from the Hell King's ship as teleportation realm cultivators appeared one by one. The one leading them was Xiao Yafeng. Xiao Yafeng looked down and saw that Zhao Hai was fighting with a cultivator. Both of them were very strong. Tiger's Might and the others could only watch from the side, they couldn't help at all. Laura opened her mouth and said, "Yafeng, you don't need to worry about Brother Hai. He can handle it. You should immediately start slaughtering the Lu clan. Remember, don't leave anyone alive." When Xiao Yafeng heard Laura, he couldn't help but stare. Then his expression couldn't help but change. He didn't think that Laura, who always followed Zhao Hai with a smile and acted like a little girl, would actually give such a ruthless order at this time. With this order, the Lu family wouldn't be spared even if they were chickens or dogs. Laura looked at Xiao Yafeng and said, "This is Brother Hai's order. The Lu clan might be the ones who killed our four righteous gang. We already have a death grudge with the Lu clan. If the Lu clan's people are still alive, then our four righteous gang wouldn't have a good time." Xiao Yafeng's eyes turned sharp as he said, "Sister-in-law, don't worry. I know what to do." Then his figure moved as he led his people to attack the Lu clan. Although the Lu clan had a lot of experts, they were still lacking compared to the four righteous gang. Now that their strongest expert was being held back by Zhao Hai, the others weren't a match for Xiao Yafeng's group. In just a short while, the Lu clan was being attacked by Xiao Yafeng and the others. When the Lu clan's ancestor saw this situation, he couldn't help but roar again and again. However, he couldn't get rid of Zhao Hai. He could only watch helplessly as the Lu clan's disciples were killed by the four righteous gang. Laura and the others didn't close their eyes, they were paying attention to the Lu clan's situation. It was impossible for the Lu clan's members to be all men, there must be women and children as well. If the Four Righteous Gang wanted to exterminate the Lu clan, then they wouldn't let the women and children go. However, Laura didn't immediately make a move on the women and children. The Lu family still had a secret passage. The women and children had already left through the secret passage, but they couldn't run away. Laura had already used flowing silver dust on their bodies. No matter where they ran, they couldn't escape. At this time, almost all of the Lu clan's people had been killed. Everyone in the city who belonged to the Lu clan had been killed. When the ordinary cultivators saw this, they couldn't help but hide in their residences, not daring to go out. This was the first time that they had seen such ruthlessness. As long as one was a member of the Lu clan, regardless of age, they would all be killed. Such a method of killing made them feel incomparably cold. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. As for the two cultivators who robbed the Four Righteous Gang's shop, they were now dead. They were actually from the Lu clan. After looking at the shop for a while, they returned to the Lu clan. Because of this, Zhao Hai was able to determine that the ones who robbed the shop were the Lu clan. It was precisely because he was sure that the Lu family was the one who robbed his shop that Zhao Hai decided to act. This was because the Lu family wasn't a big family at all. Their family's influence was limited to Meteorite City. Outside of Meteorite City, people would recognize them. Moreover, the Lu family's members were all in Meteorite City. It can be said that the Lu family was the smallest family in the Void Realm. It was similar to the Four Righteous Gang, but the Lu family didn't have as many experts as the Four Righteous Gang. If it was a great clan, then it would be impossible for them to snatch the cheap medicine store. On the surface, the cheap medicine store only sold medicinal herbs. Moreover, the price was very cheap, making it impossible for them to make a lot of money. Those great clans wouldn't pay attention to such a small store, only those small clans would do so. However, what the Lu clan staff said was not wrong. The Lu clan had been operating in Meteorite City for many years. Almost all the shops in Meteorite City had something to do with the Lu clan. The Lu clan's land area in Meteorite City was enough to occupy half the size of Meteorite City. In Meteorite City, the Lu clan's words were the law. However, it was a pity that the Lu clan had provoked someone they couldn't afford to provoke. Zhao Hai wasn't someone they could afford to provoke. If the Lu clan was a great clan, then Zhao Hai wouldn't dare to make a move against them. But since the Lu clan only had this much strength, Zhao Hai naturally wouldn't be polite. The reason why Zhao Hai was able to know about this in such a short time was because his flowing silver dust had followed the two cultivators into the Lu clan. He was able to invade the Lu clan's study in the shortest time possible and saw the Lu clan's history clearly. Because of this, he was very clear about the Lu clan's strength. This was why he dared to make a move. The reason why Laura let the Lu clan's women and children go was because the Lu clan had an underground shelter. Not only was it very difficult to find, it also contained the treasures that the Lu clan had collected over the years. Aside from a few key members of the Lu clan, nobody else knew about this shelter. In addition to this shelter, there was another thing that the Lu family had secretly sent out a branch. No one knew where this branch went. It was only said that when the Lu family was in trouble and the Lu family went to the shelter, the Lu family's branch would send people to pick them up. Laura let the Lu clan's women and children go because she wanted to find this branch of the Lu clan and eliminate it at its roots. It was impossible for Laura to let this branch of the Lu clan go. She must destroy it. Almost all of the Lu clan's people on the surface had been slaughtered. Only the Lu clan's ancestor was still fighting Zhao Hai. However, the Lu clan's ancestor was also aware of the Lu clan's situation. He had already gone crazy. While he was fighting with Zhao Hai, he didn't care about his own safety. He didn't even bother to defend himself. Every move he made was a crazy attack. Because of this, Zhao Hai couldn't do anything to him. At this time, the people from the Four Righteous Gang who had dealt with the Lu clan surrounded Zhao Hai and the Lu clan's ancestor. Seeing this situation, Zhao Hai shouted, "Everyone, return to the Hell King's ship. Don't come out." Although these people didn't understand what Zhao Hai meant, they still returned to the Hell King's ship. At this time, besides being convinced, they also had a trace of respect for Zhao Hai. In the beginning, these people weren't convinced of Zhao Hai's strength. But after Zhao Hai killed a Vajra realm cultivator, they were completely convinced of Zhao Hai's strength. However, being convinced didn't necessarily mean that they respected Zhao Hai. But after today, they began to respect Zhao Hai. The Tiger Mask shop in Starfall City was just one of the more than 1,000 shops of the Four Righteous Gang. The people here were just two ordinary cultivators of the Four Righteous Gang. But for these two cultivators, not only did Zhao Hai personally appear, he even went to war with a local great clan. He was so protective of his own people, how could they not respect such a person? Zhao Hai and the Lu clan's ancestor fought for nearly 1,000 moves. The Lu clan's ancestor was so angry that he lost his mind. He only knew how to fight. Because of this, his moves became more and more flawed. But as the fight went on, the Lu clan's ancestor's mind began to fade. This caused more and more flaws in his moves to appear. This was Zhao Hai's opportunity. After fighting for more than 500 moves, Zhao Hai suddenly seized an opportunity and stabbed the Lu clan's ancestor's chest with his spear. The Lu clan's ancestor roared as he grabbed Zhao Hai's spear and slashed his saber towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai let go of the spear and used his arm to block the Lu clan's ancestor's saber. With a clang, the Lu clan's ancestor's saber bounced back. However, the Lu clan's ancestor had completely lost his mind. He slashed a few more times but was blocked by Zhao Hai. At this time, the Lu clan's ancestor gradually lost his strength. Zhao Hai's spear had a blood groove, but he couldn't pull the spear out. The blood was still flowing. If it wasn't for the fact that he was a spirit condensation cultivator and had a strong vitality, then he would have died by now. Zhao Hai's spear didn't only pierce the Lu clan's ancestor's chest, it also pierced his heart. Because of the vitality of a spirit condensation cultivator, the Lu clan's ancestor didn't die immediately. The Lu clan's ancestor had lost his mind and only wanted to kill Zhao Hai. Because of this, he continued to attack. Naturally, this increased his blood flow. After attacking Zhao Hai for more than 10 moves, the Lu clan's ancestor's blood was almost depleted. Naturally, he died. After the Lu clan's ancestor died, Zhao Hai retrieved his spear and returned to the Hell King's ship. Tiger's Might and the others greeted him. White Tiger's Might looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother, should we go back?" Zhao Hai looked at Tiger's Might and said, "Go back? Why should we go back? Half of Meteorite City belonged to the Lu clan. Now that all the members of the Lu clan are dead, doesn't that mean that everything in Meteorite City belongs to the Four Righteous Gang? I was thinking about building a branch there. Isn't this a good place? Let's stay here for a while and take over the Lu clan's things. Later on, Starfall City will belong to the Four Righteous Gang." Upon hearing Zhao Hai, Tiger's Might and the others couldn't help but stare. Then they became overjoyed. White Tiger's Might laughed and said, "Brother is right. The Lu clan's things will belong to our Four Righteous Gang. Ha ha ha, great, great." The others were also happy. Only Ku Daoist's face was bitter. Zhao Hai noticed Ku Daoist's expression. He looked at Ku Daoist and said, "What's wrong? Did something happen? Do you think that we're doing something wrong?" When Zhao Hai said this, everyone's eyes focused on Ku Daoist's face. Ku Daoist looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, the Lu clan has been in Starfall City for so many years. If they don't have a backer, then I'm afraid it's impossible. Although Starfall City is a small city, it produces a lot of goods every year. Those big forces wouldn't just sit by and watch them monopolize the city. If the Lu clan really has a big force backing them, then I'm afraid that we'll be in big trouble if we destroy the Lu clan." When everyone heard Ku Daoist's words, they couldn't help but stare. Then their complexion changed. They didn't think about this before, but now they had no choice but to think about it. If the Lu family was really a subordinate of that big force, then the big force behind the Lu family wouldn't be happy if they destroyed it. When the time comes, the Four Righteous Gang would be in trouble. When Zhao Hai heard Ku Daoist, he smiled faintly and said, "You don't need to worry, I've already thought of a solution to this matter. Don't forget that I'm the Life and Death Arena's legendary champion. Although I don't usually use this identity, there are still times when I can use it. Falling Star City is a small city, the Lu family wouldn't necessarily be able to make a lot of money here. The big forces also wouldn't be interested in this place. Once we eliminate the Lu family, as long as I ask the Life and Death Arena's people to come forward and speak a few words to the big forces behind the Lu family, they wouldn't make things difficult for us. We just need to prepare the annual tribute that the Lu family gives to them. And with the face of the Life and Death Arena, the big forces behind the Lu family wouldn't say anything. When they heard Zhao Hai, everyone couldn't help but stare. Then their eyes lit up as they nodded vigorously. At this time, the people who were investigating the Lu clan returned to the Hell King's ship. The person bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Leader, we found that the potions that were stolen were really stolen by the Lu clan." End of chapter 2465. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.